And I think we are just about ready. I hope y'all are ready for a super fantastic run of Final Fantasy IX coming up from Ayymart, Ceaselessly, Muttski, bombom, and Melle. Take it away, guys.
What's that last name?
Melle. Melle. What's up, y'all?
Hello.
Hi.
I think.
Muttski, do you want to say hi?
It's Melle.
It's me, Melle.
Well, I think we're about ready to get started.
Yeah.
If you guys are ready.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
I don't want to play this any longer than we have to.
You want to count us down?
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
I am not ready. I'm ready now.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
Speed running. Let's go, everybody.
Final Fantasy IX is the 9th main installment of the Final
Oh
Fantasy
my God.
series, developed and published by Squaresoft. It was released in 2000 for the PlayStation. I've never played this game before.
Yeah, bombom's new to the scene. He's kind of we kind of found him out back, and we're like, hey man, you want to learn how to do a speed run? And he was like, what's that? Well, like, we'll feed you.
The Wikipedia of this game is like exceptionally accurate in all the information that it contains about the creation of and like I guess like coding of this game.
Yeah.
So
Especially when it comes to things like enemy HP and
all great. Yep.
But hello everybody, welcome to Final Fantasy IX. This is a very long speed run, and we're happy to be here. Thank you for having us. RPG Limit Break. I am Ceaselessly.
I'm Muttski.
I'm bombom. Oh, sorry, Mel.
No.
I figured you'd go last since you're playing, but
I'll go
I'm
last.
Ayymart.
And I'm Mel.
Melle.
Melle.
And yeah, we're diving right into what is maybe one of the wildest RPG speedruns out there. It's 9 hours long on average. There's boatloads of RNG. There's a lot of cool menus. And the soundtrack is top to bottom bangers. So I hope y'all are ready to get comfy with us.
The only thing that parallels how wild this run is how slow the ATBs are in combat.
Oh yeah.
It's great. So buckle up for some good ones.
High octane action.
The first fight that we're going to do actually has a really important steal for the run, which is the Mage Masher, which is approximately a 1 out of 16 chance to steal with each attempt. Fortunately, all 4 of our characters have the steal ability, so we can kind of maximize how many turns we can get.
so
And-
in total, the
hold
steal
on.
percent.
Right
on.
off the bat
Yeah.
here, we're going to need the Zidane name as well as the text box color, please.
Yeah, our text boxes are
Sure.
gray now.
Zidane's name will be Mareg, M-A-R-E-G.
Okay.
And the text box color will be blue.
Yeah!
Boo!
The world of Gaia is divided.
So sorry, Bomb, you were saying about the Mage Masher steal.
Oh, I was just gonna say the actual steal chance is probably about 2%.
Mareg, thank you for your donations to making that happen. We have a bunch of more characters to name, many of them in the first 2 hours of the run. So if anybody wants to get donations in towards that, you're on blast. Get your donos in.
Yeah, and Team Blue, keep them coming, baby.
Yeah, all right.
Oh.
I begrudgingly accept. So yeah, this is the first fight of the run against this weird dragon guy. As we were alluding to, we're going to need to steal a weapon called the Mage Masher. It's a dagger that effectively doubles Zidane or Mareg's attack power. And it's really important to steal it. There are backups available. You can get it later, but the amount of time that you spend extra turns and such in early fights isn't worth it. So sometimes it can take a really long time to steal. So let's see what kind of Mage Masher we get here.
Which would never happen in a marathon.
Oh, never. I've never had a near 8-minute long Mage Masher in a community race or anything.
I'll make sure not to reset either.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've still never figured out who Masked Man is.
Yeah. Yeah, it remains a mystery to this day.
Yeah, whatever.
This is like the pinnacle of the game, so if you're new to the run, like this is pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you watch a stream of this is what you get for like 3 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, we sometimes you can end up in a bit of a purgatory waiting for a Mage Masher to be stolen. It's supposedly a 6.25% chance, but sometimes can really, really make you work for it.
I already told you, it's 2%.
Yeah. I think it might be less than that sometimes. It depends on what kind of mood the game's in.
We will talk about it more at length later, but if you've noticed, like there have been times where with specific characters, Mel will open a menu and close it until that character's turn is gone. So Blank was able to go twice before Masked Man took his turn, which has to do with like manipulation of the ATB bars and the character's speeds and the enemy speeds. We'll talk about it. It's called the ATB wait trick, and we'll talk about it more at length later, but that's kind of why she's doing what she's doing, to try to get as many turns in as possible. Especially when it's going to take 80 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, the kind of the name of the game, if there's any one thing that you can say is a common theme in every battle in this game, it's doing whatever you can to let the opponent take as few turns as possible and for your party to get as many as possible.
So if you watch Zidane will get another turn here before Masked Man goes, despite having just gone.
And get the Mage Masher.
And get the Mage.
Oh.
And basically the reason that works is because Zidane has a higher speed stat than Masked Man.
Should we pop a potion if he gets hit again?
Probably, yeah. Zidane has a higher speed value than Masked Man, so if you hold ATB while it basically keeps Masked Man's ATB from resetting, and because Zidane is faster, they both start at 0 at the same time, and Zidane will get his next turn before Masked Man does. I'm just trying to talk about something other than how miserable it is waiting for this friggin' Mage Masher.
Can we talk about how I'm actually counting the attempts on this calculator?
What are we up to?
43.
Nice! Let's go! Can we break 50?
Yeah, so technically all 3 of these characters can ATB wait. Marcus is slightly slower though, so the window is a lot tighter.
Yeah.
And you can't double ATB wait here if theoretically if Zidane and Marcus and Blank were to get ATB at the same time. But you would also need Marcus's ATB to be full.
Yeah, so we're going to throw a potion on Mareg here, which is not something you ever see.
Many people that are watching this, that watch this run all the time, may have never witnessed that in a run ever.
Yeah.
In fact, almost certainly have never seen that before.
Yeah, if you're going for a PB attempt in this run, you would have reset about 3 minutes ago.
All right, we're on 52 now.
52.
Come on, do it for the FF13 crew.
Yeah.
We're so close. This is the first time I wanted to see none. Yeah, all right, this is the one. Let's do it, baby. Oh.
I'm excited to spend the next 9 hours and 17 minutes doing this.
Can we just
Can we change our estimate?
Yeah, we're going to need to add about 45 minutes onto our run at the rate we're going.
I think you should just reset at this point, Mel.
Probably be faster, honestly.
Reset
yeah, you
for a
get
first
Cinna back
steal.
for an extra steal.
Did you say you can double ATB weight?
Yeah, you can double ATB weight
With
Blank and
Z,
Zidane, as long as Marcus has ATB to hold.
I gotcha.
Yay! Sub 8 Mage Masher, let's go!
Actually, it's not going to be a sub 8.
Well, we got the steal in under 8 minutes at least.
All right.
Let's go.
We out. And split.
The rest of the run is thankfully pretty free. Besides that, there's no RNG whatsoever remaining.
Nothing can go wrong from this point out.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the best time, but it's a marathon. It's fine.
What I'll say is every time that there's an absolutely abysmal Mage Masher, the rest of the run is like fantastic.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be
You're gonna rue those words.
No, listen, I know how this game works.
If I have a bad Ibsens, it's your fault now.
All right, so at last we are free from the Masked Man's evil clutches. He got away without ever revealing his identity.
For the fans.
Oh yeah, the Queen Brawn.
Fortunately, we have a skip coming up on the next screen where we can make up all of that time
Oh
we
yeah.
just lost.
Are you going for it, Mel?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, coming up is the legendary puck skip, where everyone's favorite boy, Vivi, we begin controlling him for a few minutes, and there's a little skip that you can do coming up where you can skip a couple lines of dialogue if you time talking to an NPC at the right time. And if Melle lands it, you're going to see Vivi basically doing a little ice skating all the way up the screen, which is going to be cute.
Maybe we should start skipping the FMVs to make them that time.
Hey, no, listen, the important thing about this FMV, despite not being like the prettiest in the game, it's the only time I can ever say that this is the first time I was introduced to the greatest Final Fantasy character ever.
Yeah.
When he looks up at the camera, staring into my soul,
It is iconic. It's true.
I was just like, this is my guy.
And we have arrived in Alexandria.
Does somebody have the play online guide pulled up?
Oh, yeah. We're going to need play online to get through certain sections here. But yeah, for anybody who is maybe not as familiar with FF9, it is the final Final Fantasy game on the PlayStation 1, kind of the capstone of what many consider one of the best eras of the game, of the series, I mean. And it's a lovely game with lovely characters, beautiful art, so we all get to feast on it.
It is my favorite.
It is also my favorite.
It is my favorite.
You guys have kind of pigeonholed me into saying one of two things, which is unoriginal or untrue. So
Conform. Do we get it?
Oh, that's right.
so that nailed the puck skip there. Guys, they don't know.
We can just pretend we're friggin' nailing everything.
Clearly a rookies to this.
I did forget that Final Fantasy 12 is your favorite.
You know, the best thing about Final Fantasy 12 is when it's over.
Oh, wow.
I'm just kidding. I've watched Hoishin play FF12. He makes it bearable.
So everyone's favorite boy, Vivi, is gonna, he's trying to go see this play that's taking place in Alexandria, but he's just learned that he has a fake ticket. He's been scammed. So he's pretty despondent, but...
Haven't we all?
I know.
Yeah.
Haven't we all been scammed when trying to buy tickets for something? So he's gonna kind of dejectedly go, maybe seek an alternative way into the show.
Most importantly, the teller there gives us a gift because he feels bad because Vivi's upset. He gives us a bunch of trash cards for the trash card game.
I'm a Tetramaster.
No, I
apologist.
am definitely like, for sure, like, I cringe when people hate on Tetramaster so hard because I'm like, it's really actually a pretty good game. It's just that it doesn't work finitely like Triple Triad, and I think a lot of people don't like that.
They also don't do the best job of explaining.
Yeah.
You mean any job?
Yeah.
I've seen the rule book in the manual.
For more information, go to playonline.com.
So we met up with Puck, the kid that we ran into before, and he's basically a criminal. So we're gonna follow him breaking and entering into Alexandria Castle.
He's basically the Robin Hood of Final Fantasy IX, Prince of Thieves.
I always thought of him as a trust fund baby.
Oh, here comes the best Moogle.
Oh, Stiltskin. Yeah.
Silkskin.
No love for Artemisian, Jesus.
We don't see Artemisian in the run.
It's okay, he's
I
still
wish
my
we-
fave.
I wish
Yeah,
we
dude,
did.
have you ever seen how shiny his coat is?
He's so shiny.
So slick.
Yeah. I also, I just want to comment that like Moogles being the save point in this game makes me so happy. Like it's such a good use of an iconic creature in the series. Like especially when you look at like the save points of 7 and 8, which are not cute and not cuddly.
They're just like things.
Yeah, 7's very interrogative with its sassy question mark.
We're gonna need the Vivi name here in a moment as well.
About to name our sweet boy here.
Our everyone's favorite boy. If we could get that.
Surely the
Thank
name
you.
is going to be Jeff.
Jeff.
Our boy Jeff.
Oh my gosh.
Every Jeff in the universe just joined in a spirit bomb of energy.
Calling all Jeffs.
I forgot about the Mage Mash already, and every time I get to this cutscene, I always just glance at my timer to see how that segment went, and I just realized we're 14 minutes in.
Yeah, so normally we'd be done with King Leo at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, our Mage Masher effectively took twice the maximum amount of time you want a Mage Masher to take on a PB, but that's okay because as this run is incredibly variable, a bad Mage Masher does not necessarily mean you're going to have a bad run. You know, obviously if you start the run 4 minutes in the red, it's going to be really hard to claw it back to a PB, but in a marathon setting, it's still entirely possible for this to be a perfectly fine run.
This is the second time we've seen Garnet looking sad. She does that a lot in this game, but for good reason.
For good reason, yeah.
This is Steiner, who earlier was mentioned to have fantastic rolled-up leg sleeves, and we're all kind of here for it.
We're also introduced to Queen Braun, the fabulous blue lady on our screen right now.
She's what all women should aspire to look like.
I aspire to be a girl boss like Queen Braun. No,
hopefully minus the war crime.
Yeah,
minus
I'm not gonna lie. I saw Mel with the fan the other day, and I thought she was cosplaying.
I got my one piece down. Got to work on the rest.
Yeah, you gotta work. You gotta get some of that sunblock.
These dance moves are sweet too. Wait for the swirl.
Oh yeah,
the
here we
twirl
go.
and Curtis.
Oh yeah. Queen Braun's got moves. She's also got extremely buff arms. You ever notice that?
She could probably bench press all of us at the same time.
So now we're dipping into the classic and iconic play, "I Want to Be Your Canary," written and produced by Lord Avon himself.
Yeah.
Where the masked man from earlier is actually going to take center stage to introduce it. We're going to get some great acting here.
Yeah.
Language of this is just incredible.
Yeah.
Wait.
Bereft of father.
Bereft of mother.
King Leo is masked man?
King Leo is the masked man.
I never would have guessed.
Yeah. That's because you use gray text boxes and you're so distracted by how hideous they are, you don't read the words.
I'm colorblind.
I love the line, "Let us bury our steel in the heart."
There's no gray color
These two are doing
that I'm aware with. So we talked about ATB waiting earlier, and this is a really good fight to kind of demonstrate it if it happens, because again, we're able to do the ATB wait trick with both Zidane and Blank. You don't actually have to kill either of the Nero brothers in this fight, but because they can all use special effects, which do no damage and simply just melt some time, sometimes it's in your best interest to just knock both of them out quickly so that you can mitigate the amount of turns that the opponents will have, and then focusing all of our attacks on Leo himself.
Yeah, essentially you want to kill the Nero, KO the Nero brothers if you have a preemptive ATB.
Nice.
Senna's definitely the exception because, as you notice there, he hit for an 8. He can hit for over 30.
Yeah.
But it's such a wide range. And so you notice there, we got this nice long animation that just does nothing but take time.
Yeah, Senna has 16 damage rolls. It's 2 to 32 and multiples of 2.
Yeah.
So you can see she was opening menus there to hold all the ATBs because while you can't see the enemy's ATBs, their ATB bars also pause. And so now Blank will get his turn in here.
And so will Zidane. Pay attention to Mareg here. He's going to get his turn in before Leo gets his next turn. And that's basically a pretty handy demonstration of how ATB waiting works. It's a pretty essential skill in running this game. You can finish almost an entire run without ATB waiting a single time, but it is necessary for optimizing.
You would kind of be, you'd flip a coin on the final boss, basically.
Yeah, basically.
More or less.
All right, so coming up we have a mini game. It's a sword fight mini game where Mel's gonna have to focus in and do some inputs on basically an invisible timer. So if we could get some quiet while she does that. But basically the reward for doing this mini game will be a whole boatload of gil, so we're hoping to get it. Not the end of the world if we don't. The music that plays is also fantastic.
Yeah, so good.
Good luck, Mel.
Thank you. All right.
That was
Very
so
nice.
good.
Got it. She
Good.
got all the inputs. Did she get the nobles? Yeah!
Let's go.
Good stuff.
yeah.
Encore.
All right, I'm done.
All right. Thanks, Mel.
That was such a bad pattern too.
Yeah, that was.
I like the middle third of that was so
Yeah.
rough. Dude, you crushed that. Good job.
So in that mini game, the way it works is it is a set number of turns. It is the same number of inputs each time, but the inputs are randomized. It starts off only giving you X, triangle, and left and right, but as you get further into the mini game, I think it's about halfway if you're doing well. It starts introducing up, down, square, and circle. So, and then it's pretty much entirely randomized after that. So. Mel killed it, knocked it out of the park, and now we have a ton of guild to start our runoff with.
I think it was you that actually pointed out that the first directional input can only be
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
There
yeah.
are strategies to do it well. They're basically like, it looks like the characters move, but it's obviously just a large background, and the background is what is moving. And you always start on the left side, so you can anticipate the first left
Yeah.
right to be right. And then I always just kind of hover over, like alternating between left and right, because it can never be the same one twice, because there are only two positions it can be in.
Yeah.
And so then you don't actually have to like think about it when it's a left or right. You can just press it because you're already hovering over
Yeah.
it. So there are some strategies to kind of improve at it and mitigate how much time you spend on each input.
My classic maneuver is when I get an up input accidentally hitting triangle.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But thankfully, every route of this game takes into consideration if you might fail the 100 Nobles minigame. And there are plenty of backups that we can do.
Yeah.
But thankfully,
Yeah.
we don't need them.
It's not like a run ending or run changing thing,
Yeah.
but what it will do for this run is we will never at any point have gill problems,
Yeah.
which is just like super nice for the
Yeah.
sake
As
of
long
the
as we don't buy
marathon.
like 7 Avengers or something.
It saves about an encounter's worth of time.
Yeah, yeah. So it definitely saves time. It's definitely preferable to get it, but as we have alluded to, plenty of variation in this run. So
Not to mention it's the most swagged out part of Disc 1.
oh, of course. Anytime you nail the mini game, it's like right on, brother.
Melle.
Melle.
All right, we're gonna need Steiner's name.
It's Curtis, right?
Just confirming, the name will be Twirlin.
Thanks, RJ.
Shout outs to our buddy Torlin Curtis.
If you have any donations you want to read, RJ, also at the moment, we got a little bit of cutscenes coming.
Surely we have a lot of love coming in for you guys. We have a $50 donation from Mortimer's Prime that says, donating just to say Ico rules and say thank you for
agree.
showcasing Final Fantasy IX. We have a $10 donation from I'm just here for the Prime loot.
Prime
$10
loot.
for that flawlessly executed puck skip. And we also have a $10 donation from Universal Olive Tree that
Aw.
says, good luck to my friends while I take a power nap. Putting this towards the gray text boxes.
Hey.
I'm glad that nobody clapped for that, but we do love the donation. Thanks, Emma.
Universal Olive Tree is one of our buds.
Yeah.
She drove us here today.
She's my bud.
She's your bud. I didn't want to like out y'all on stream or anything, but
We're dating.
we're dating. Oh, really?
When they met was very much like when Steiner and Beatrix meet here
Yeah.
later. It's
They fight a bunch of zombies together and
yeah.
nearly die. Yeah.
They did the South Philly ice cream sandwich, Lady and the Tramp chomp.
We were working together. It was a very similar situation. She was the general. I was the captain.
Also, shout outs to RJ hosting our run right now. He's
Yeah.
our boy.
Yeah. We're this marathon's top to bottom homies right now. It's the best.
He's Mr. RPG Limit Break.
Mr. RPG Limit Break himself.
Keeping everybody safe.
All right. For Torlin Curtis here, this next FMV is gonna really get us
Yeah.
right up in on them ankles that we're gonna see on Steiner. So
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a really nice ankle shot coming up at the end of this
get
one.
excited.
So
This
kind
is
of
sorry. I was just saying this is just like also like this game. We didn't really mention it, but as many people know, and if you're unfamiliar, it's a game that spends a lot of time referencing and paying homage to all of its predecessors. And here they have Garnet in the original White Mage robe, just to kind of like flash her as the the White Mage of the party, so to speak, early on. And it's just kind of a cool design choice. Unfortunately, we never get to see her in it again in it. But if you go to twitch.tv/Muttski, you can see me in it.
Here comes the ankles. Oh yeah, look at that.
Nice.
I love his kicks too. For anybody who's not maybe familiar with the game, basically the broad overview of what's happening story-wise here is that Zidane is a member of a thieving crew of theater performers. He's a dandy little theater boy. And they are performing a play in Alexandria for Princess Garnet's 16th birthday. But it is actually just a cover for a kidnapping plot where they intend to kidnap the princess for reasons we don't yet know. But the twist to it is Zidane and Blank are tasked with infiltrating the castle to grab the princess, and when they get there, she's trying to run away.
What in tarnation?
And here's the actual best girl in the game. Super underappreciated is Ruby.
Yeah, Zidane, I love how Zidane says to her in that scene, Ruby, we'll talk later, and then they never talk again for the rest of the game, including the scene in Disc 3 where they're together, and he just doesn't say anything to her.
That's so funny.
Zidane's
Like in the
a
bar
jerk.
or whatever.
Yeah, in the bar.
Shoutouts to the creepy painting in the upper right-hand corner on this screen.
Wait, there's a creepy painting?
Yeah, look at it. Yeah,
when it
look at
pans
it.
out.
Okay, when it pans out.
Sorry, go ahead, Mel.
I was gonna say, is this where the rubber helm is?
Oh.
Yes, this is.
Just wait until it pans up and you can see their faces.
It's like American Gothic, but
Yeah.
Alexandrian Gothic.
So the twist, Zidane finally catches up with Princess Garnet, and she says, "Can you kidnap me? I want to be taken away from here." And he promises to do just that.
Look at their faces.
Ugh, that's like some corpse bride stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like Sir Dan from Medieval.
He's
Golfing
fantastic at golf.
Yeah, real good.
with his pink pants.
While we came here to play Final Fantasy IX, we spent way more time playing Hot Shots Golf 2 and Street Puzzle. Street
It's
Puzzle
Super
2.
Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
We did a tournament bracket last night, and I won, but it's all good.
I lost to Cease in the tournament
deal.
twice. So.
No big deal.
One thing I also note about the game that's happened with both the Steiner FMV and also here with Undercover Blank getting stuck in the hole, I guess, is that unlike Final Fantasy 7 and 8, which came immediately before this on the same console, 9 really much just leans into like its whimsy and doesn't really take itself seriously, which I think is one of the reasons why there are like the fans of the game really like it. Is I think it just has a personality that some of the other Final Fantasy titles on this console, like I mean even Tactics, that really have like a much more, I guess, like serious level of story. And not that this game doesn't, but because the story in this game is incredible as it unfolds. But like early on, it definitely sets a tone that's considerably different, and I really like it about the game.
Yeah, this game is definitely like it definitely harkens back very intentionally to the earlier games in the series, especially the first 4 or 5. And there's reference. It was kind of conceived as a love letter of the original Final Fantasy team to the series thus far. And so there's oodles of references to previous Final Fantasy titles throughout.
This is the coolest thing Steiner will do in the entire run. Coolest looking thing.
Yeah.
So you can get an ATB weight here. Unfortunately, Mel did not get good ATB at all.
Never happened.
The other strat that she could have tried if Blank and Zidane had max rolled is you can try and get the legendary 32 and one turn one turn the fight.
If Cinna shows up having eaten his vitamins that day.
Hog Cinna, baby.
I've done thousands of run of this, and I think I've gotten it once or twice.
I've never gotten it once.
Never.
Yeah.
I don't even try.
Nope. It's worth a try.
It is worth trying, yeah. Especially if you get an ATB weight, because you're just waiting for the character's ATB to fill up anyway. But that kind of like hints at something that is probably my favorite aspect of this game as a speedrun, is that there's just so many different little things you can do throughout the run to save little tiny bits of time here and there, to optimize things a certain way. Some things sometimes come down to just the preference of how you want to play the game. You can, as you get more experience in the run, everyone here is fairly experienced at the run at this point. you know, I think I'm the one who's been running it the least amount of time, but I've already been doing it for 3 years. So
There's always something to learn.
there's
which is
always
Yeah.
new things to
very
learn.
cool.
We were
Yeah.
all practicing last night, and like I was learning new stuff just listening to Bomb talk. Like, you know, there's so much depth and variety to the ways you can approach this run. And that's really great because of how random a lot of it is, and how much of it is outside of your control. But like this is a saying that Bomb is known for, is that it's important to focus on the things you can control, because there's more than you think. It's not all just like an RNG wheel spin and hope that it turns out in your favor.
Yeah, there's so many other things to focus on
Yeah.
outside of encounters.
Yeah. Oh no, she's dead. Steiner, who's never seen a play before, thinks that she's actually been slain.
No, Marcus.
And now Marcus is gone. And Queen Braun is so terribly moved by this performance.
Aren't we all?
Boo-hoo-hoo.
Somehow Vivi and Puck are like in the causeway where they're fighting.
Shoutouts to Hagen, my favorite Pluto Knight.
Yeah. Can you give us a
I
fury?
prefer Blitzen.
I like the rabbit in the back that's just going.
Your boy Weimar there too.
Ayymart?
The nobles in the background there are funny because the sword fight minigame that we did before, if you fail it completely, like don't put in a single input, you'll still get like 15 or 16 nobles. And I always like to say that those are the ones that are just happy to be here. They're
If you
just thrilled.
manage to jack it up entirely and you only get one, it still pluralizes nobles and says one nobles.
Yeah, those 15 or 16 just showed up for the meal.
Yeah.
I had my controller like jacked up one time and it just kept spamming one of the inputs and just messed all of them up.
Funny. So here we're heading into our second of 3 fights with Steiner, what is his name again? Twirlin, right, of course. And the strat here is to just KO our party as fast as possible, because the fight ends under 2 conditions. Either you defeat all the enemies, or Garnet is the only person left standing. So it's fastest to just KO the party and move the fight along.
Just get a little dialogue line about him taking her back to the castle and then
Yeah.
figure it out.
We're really getting great RNG here,
I know,
Mel.
right?
that was very technically sound. You didn't kill you didn't knock out Garnet there.
There is a glitch that can happen where if one of the enemies targets one of your party members and you kill them before the attack goes off, sometimes the AI will get confused and attack Garnet. Have
Oh, really?
any of you
Oh,
seen
No.
yeah,
that
I know of it.
Yeah.
I've never
Really cool.
have.
I've had that happen to me a few times. At first I thought it was just an HD thing, but I've had it happen on PSX as well.
I think you're sitting in my 10-2 chair right now, and that's why you're getting this bad luck.
Right?
Maybe we should move chairs and not.
Yeah. Maybe we should just take this
Yeah, I'll
chair
just put that one to the side.
Staff, make sure you burn this chair.
So you guys
Yeah,
have
back.
does this venue have an incinerator? All right, shout outs to our guy Karakarn coming up here. The Kara Bomb, another Final Fantasy staple to the series. This is actually kind of ridiculous that this castle just has like chained, I don't know, ward spears, like harpoons. Like they must have been overly prepared for this oddly specific scenario.
Yeah, right.
They got him on a Prime Day. So.
Yeah, basically Braun's trying to keep us from leaving because she's become privy to the fact that we're kidnapping Garnet, and she's sending this bomb after us. Ayymart, you want to talk about bomb skip? That's fine.
I'm not the best one. I'm probably like a 25% bomb skipper, so I should probably have someone else explain it.
You can
I'm sorry.
go.
I was just gonna say, basically, we're manipulating ATB and holding it at a certain point.
Oh my goodness.
One thing, I guess, just not to interrupt, but just to say is that the one thing that can really suck with fights, especially early on, is just having really bad starting ATBs. And Melle has had bad ATBs on literally every fight.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get it.
Which
Yeah.
makes doing the skip really difficult.
Yeah, but typically you'd hold ATB at a certain point, and it would actually hold back Steiner's
No,
ATB
not happening.
enough.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, but it would hold back Steiner's ATB enough. Unfortunately, it's too full right now. but you would skip one of his dialogues, and it saves like 3 seconds.
Yeah, that one would have been skipped had
Yeah.
we had better
Yeah.
ATB. Mel's execution was perfectly fine. It was just bad ATB to start with, and that's the way it goes in this game sometimes. Sometimes you get the hand you need,
Yeah.
sometimes you don't.
Basically, everything that could have gone wrong so far has.
Steiner 2 was okay. That's about it.
Sub 35 Alexandria Escape. Let's go.
Yeah, we're about 5 minutes over where I want to be in a run.
Yeah. Yeah, typically you're looking for that fight to end sub 30 minutes. Sub 29 is even better. But, you know, we're just here to get rowdy and have a good time.
Just
so.
putting this on the table though, because she got the nobles, that she can totally blame it on the game still.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, that's the thing that's great about running this game is like if you're in an introspective mood and want to reflect on, you know, how you played, you can usually find a lot of things you can improve upon. But when you're just fed up and want to blame something else, you can just be like, the game.
Yeah.
Just like this.
Yeah. Bron's thinking
Braun
of resetting.
angry.
She's thinking of resetting.
So I remember the first time I played this, like Alexandria was cool, I enjoyed it, but this is the part of the game where I was like, wow, I'm really into
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
Once we started
yeah.
getting to the forest.
Yeah. I played this when I was like 8 or 9, and I just got immediately sucked into the
Same,
world.
same. I remember getting this game for Christmas when I was like 9 years old and just sitting there on Christmas morning and playing all the way through Ice Cavern in one go.
Yeah.
We're about to crash land in the extremely creatively named location, Evil Forest.
It is very evil.
It's an evil forest called Evil Forest. This is also going to be the first part of the game where we can start seeing random encounters, which, as we alluded to before, can sometimes be a pretty major factor in swinging your time one way or another. It's not the be-all, end-all of good or bad times in this game, but it definitely has an influence, especially when you're running near the top level. You're generally looking to get runs that don't get that many encounters so that you have more of a chance at PBing.
One thing to note about the random encounters is that like the total number of encounters that normal like higher level players and even like moderate level players will experience is pretty confined within like a window.
Yeah.
It's because they're not purely random.
Mm-hmm.
They work on a check system. I know you know it pretty well if you want to explain like kind of how encounter checks work.
Yeah, so there's a internal danger value that increases, and every time it goes up, your chances of an encounter exponentially goes up with that. So in the first screen, there's actually you can skip the last encounter check if you have good movement. So it's probably only about 25 to 20% of the screens that you can save the encounter check. But obviously, you know, if you're going for a top time, 1 or 2 encounters can, you know, make a big difference.
That can be up to a minute of difference, just bare minimum,
Yeah.
even if they're fast encounters.
Yeah, it's more around 30 seconds, 30 to
Sorry, I
35
meant with
seconds.
like 2. If you
Oh,
have
yeah,
2.
yeah.
But yeah. Actually, funny enough, the very first screen where you can get encounters is one where you can optimize movement to skip an encounter check. So it's, which is coming up right here.
This is also a new mechanic that this game just introduced that Melle partook in, which is called the active time event system, which allows us essentially to optionally check in with characters that are not currently with your active party leader. And so it dipped out of Zidane there and showed what was going on with Vivi and Garnet a couple screens away. And it's just kind of a cool way to be able to bounce around in the story without actually having to physically be with every single person that's doing something all the time. And
Ooh, good ATB.
Nice.
There
Finally,
we
some
go.
good ATB.
Yeah.
Let's go! We
Shout
killed a
out, Steve.
goblin.
I'll keep track of your EXP.
You just have to threaten the chair.
Thanks, Ayymart.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So it's actually, you know, obviously, like if we don't get an encounter there, that's a good thing because it saves time. But it's not a bad thing to get an encounter on that first screen when you just have Zidane in the party, because we have a boss fight coming up in a little bit where around the 1 hour mark, where you want Zidane to ideally be at least level 3, and him being able to kill an encounter alone and get all of the experience for it sets you up nicely to begin your way to it. And he can one-shot both of the things that you can get encounters with there.
So
Yeah.
Tidal Flame here, right?
Yeah, use Tidal
Yeah,
Flame.
yeah.
And now, the beautiful trance mechanic.
If you do get a level up here, it actually skips the D-trance. So
Yeah.
while it's actually kind of optimal to get an encounter here because Zidane gets so much experience,
Yeah.
then you save 8 seconds on not D-trancing. So
Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, sometimes, like, spending a little bit of time in an encounter can help save you time later. It's not always just about get through every single screen as fast as possible.
And then it is better to. Sorry, go ahead, please.
No.
I was just gonna say it is better to use free energy here first.
Raise your hand if
Yeah.
you used Tidal Flame as a kid, though.
I thought it had a cooler name. And Tidal Flame is an AoE attack, and technically Garnet is listed as an enemy in this fight because the gimmick of that fight is that the prison cage is sucking away her life force, and if her HP drops to 0, you get a game over. And the idea is to kill the fight before. But if you use Tidal Flame, it will attack both Garnet and the prison cage, and it does what, like 300 damage?
But it looks cool.
But it does look cool.
So if you never save and then you use that, not a good time.
Yeah.
Are you speaking from personal experience?
Not me personally, but I know a guy.
I bet that prison cage is a really good kisser, though.
Yeah, it does have big old lips.
Are you talking about Victory Bell?
So here we basically do the same fight a second time with a slight difference. Zidane does not trance here, so trance is basically like the limit break system of this game. It is not particularly useful in the speedrun, but there are some fights that have scripted trances on them because the explanation is that like you trance when you have a surge of emotion. So certain moments in the game we'll see a few characters trance in a scripted way, and then there will be other times when it happens randomly.
Yeah. And obviously Zidane has an incredibly high emotional attachment to Garnet, who we met, 30 minutes ago.
Mel's gonna do a steal here. We're hoping to get a broadsword.
You mean
Nice.
Yeah, we're hoping to get a broadsword here, so that not because we want to equip it. Steiner already has a broadsword, but in a minute we're going to get a temporary party member in Blank who is carrying an iron sword, and that is basically a weapon upgrade for Steiner, and it's good to get that early. And we can pop the broadsword on Blank, and then
Yeah, we don't have any other weapons to equip, and the weapon is the only item that you can't just remove from a party member. They have to have a weapon equipped at all times. Well, whereas they don't have to have any other piece of equipment at all. If we don't get the steel, we can buy the iron sword later, which with as much money we have, it wouldn't really be an issue, but it is much more convenient for menuing time.
For some reason, I thought I heard you say bronze sword.
yeah, it's bronze sword. Wait, do you mean BRONZE or BRAHNE?
Both.
Why not both?
Queen bronze sword.
Porque no los dos?
Clearly, I'm on like 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm on 3 hours of laying in bed thinking about Pokemon TCG.
So the prison cage kind of infected Steiner and Vivi with some kind of parasitic seeds or whatever. And we all make it back to the crashed theater ship where we're trying to regroup. Unfortunately, Garnet was kidnapped deeper into the forest, and Zidane wants to go after her, but Baku, the leader of Tantalus, his thief guild, says no. So he's going to try to recruit Jeff and Twirlin to join him in rescuing the princess.
Jeff.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Do y'all have any time for some donation?
Yeah, please.
Absolutely.
Because we got a lot of love for you guys.
Oh.
We have a $20 donation from Spud36 that says, "This one's for Muttski. Ooh. We have a $5 donation from Void Drone that says, "Long time Muttski enjoyer here. Thanks for everyone at RPG Limit Break to give us these awesome events. I have my daily struggle with my mental illness. Role-playing games will always help me to get through the hardest parts of it. To the other people out there, just look for some nice person, even if it's only online, to talk with them.
Aw.
We're not alone."
That was really nice.
Heck yeah. Thank you for the donations, folks.
We definitely still have more.
There you go. Go ahead.
You could
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
sneak another one or two in, yeah.
We have a $4 donation from Zero Bladage. It says, "Here's my donation for Gale Kisses. Good luck to the FF9 runners. Here's more for the wedding."
Thank you.
And we have a $10 donation from Kios that says, just
Yo.
wanted to donate during one of the homies' runs. Great luck to all of you and do your best. Also, just had to make sure we did the correct thing and name Aiko Muttski.
So did Ben hear the FF12 comment or not?
I didn't see anything else come in from him, so maybe he's a little sad.
Muttski is famously a huge fan of Aiko.
Thank you, everybody, for their donations.
Yeah, thank you all. So this fight coming up here is pretty trivial in 99% of cases. You can die here if you are level 1 and get very unlucky.
Getting the fight that Mel already knocked out earlier
Yeah.
makes this fight essentially free to win.
Especially if you get a
but-
preemptive strike.
Yeah.
I do want to point out a mechanic Mel's doing here. So you might see her fleeing. Basically, the first queued up party member on your team, if they're fleeing, it'll skip their windup, and it'll save, a second, depending on the character. Each character has a different windup. So, I mean, if you do that 100 times, you're saving a minute and a half, theoretically, in a run.
Especially like if you pay attention to all of the characters, they still do their ready up animation, but all of the time whenever you're not fleeing. So if you just watch some of the animations when they happen when they're not in play because we can't skip them, you can kind of see how long some of them are. I usually tell people to pay attention to Freya's because hers is a full second, if not a little bit more long. And you can really see how much time that the flee cuts out because it goes right from the input to doing the action.
She has the longest windup and the longest attack animation.
She really takes her time.
So later on, it's not really going to come into play now, but later on, you'll probably see one of us queuing up, certain party members at the end of a fight because, if you can knock out a boss quicker, even if it's by a second or two with a certain character, because they have a faster attack, you're going to do it.
Yeah.
Just real quick there, so if you go back into Steiner's room, you actually can pick up an ether there, and we actually are skipping that because we had the nobles, and we'll pick that up most of the time if we don't get the nobles, because it sells for 1,000 gil.
Yeah, ethers are worth 1,000 gil, so are Phoenix Pinions. So there's going to be multiple times throughout the run where we're going to be selling off all of our ethers and Phoenix Pinions, and then doing some shops.
Yeah.
But as Ayymart said, because we got 100 nobles, that is the first backup pickup that you do if you don't succeed in the sword fight minigame. But Mel is an S tier god gamer, so we don't need to worry about that.
So funnily enough, the second time through the screen, you actually can't save an encounter check because
really?
The title card for the area pushes you far enough forward.
I didn't know that. Okay. That's actually really interesting. Yeah. All right, so we got our second encounter here. Most likely we're just going to kill this because Marathon Safety, we want to try to rack up as much experience as we can on our characters, especially Zidane. And this enemy can be taken out by either a Zidane Strike, a VV Fire, or a Fire Sword from Steiner. Sometimes in a PB attempt, it behooves you to kill enemies anyway. Like, for example, if Zidane has no ATB and Steiner has instant ATB, it's faster to just kill the enemy than to wait for Zidane to be able to Q flee.
Well, one of the other reasons, too, that we kill so many enemies early on is because fleeing naturally in this game is actually impossible.
Oh, yeah.
And so using Zidane's flee ability is the only sure and most absolutely certain way to run away from combat. So if Vivi has a good ATB and Zidane's is really bad, it's often just better to just cast fire on all the enemies and eat the time on the spoil screen anyway.
I actually didn't know that Fire All would kill both of them.
Yeah, kills everything in here except for the Denodrum.
Isn't it beautiful? It's a beautiful thing.
Thanks, Mel.
Yeah, no problem.
Remember when we said you learn stuff every day?
Literally, yeah. And it's some of the stuff that we're talking about as oh, I didn't know that, are things that are not strictly necessary to know in order to be able to run the game or even get a good time, but it's just one of probably thousands of examples of a little optimization you can do. And
as long as you're Phoenix down to party.
Oh, I'm always Phoenix down to party.
So one small thing there, you may have noticed Mel had just dipped into another screen. So what we did there was we just reset the danger value. So it basically, with good movement, means that you should not get the encounter. I think it's a 4% chance or something.
I'm going to quote the legendary French speedrunner Sweat: "Never split, never world record."
Oof.
Mhm.
4 encounters in Evil Forest is a little rough. Not the end of the world, but
Well, too bad we're getting a 5th. So.
yeah.
Not this guy.
Yeah, this is the worst encounter you can get
Yeah,
here.
I know.
Yeah.
Vile plume.
I'm getting out.
At least we got a flee before it got any attacks off. That enemy, the Dendrobium, can blind your party, which isn't the end of the world, but it can be pretty annoying, and it also does a pretty decent amount of damage when it attacks. It's too bad we never get to hear more of the Evil Forest
Yeah,
theme in this
I was
speedrun.
just thinking that.
There's like a
Yeah.
whole second movement in this track that is just absolutely stunningly beautiful.
We do get to hear it in Pinnacle Rocks again, though.
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Wow, 5 encounters in the Evil Forest is really rough.
I mean,
Can we get a new
it's still
console?
it's still not 8-minute Mage Masher rough, but
Yeah.
I just want you guys to know this is the console and disc I use for runs. So whenever I throw and quit, this is why.
we FF9 speedrunners are a superstitious lot. We believe in things like bad discs.
I
bad
don't know if you
consoles.
noticed on my case, I have there's some dates on there. If I have dates where I get screwed over by something, I write the date on it. And then
Ugh.
if I have one that has a whole column of them, I stop using them. I don't hold grudges against people, but against these discs,
Oh, yeah.
you bet.
So here we're heading into our first real boss fight. If someone wants to talk about the ATB weight that happens here, or how this fight works.
Yeah, so.
Everyone's like, nope.
So basically, we're gonna KO 2 of our party members. Well, one of our party members here.
Oh
so-
my god,
oh
those
my
APTBs.
God.
This is fine though because we
Yeah.
gotta
Yeah.
let him go
Yeah.
anyway.
So we're gonna have Zidane KO himself, and then we're gonna hold ATB to try and get an extra turn with the blank coming up here.
The fire with Vivi there is
Yeah.
a decision because magic techs aren't affected by darkness, so Vivi has a 100% chance of hitting Z there.
Yeah, so even if it's slower, we'll still take the consistent strat there.
So now she's ATB waiting with blank because again he has also has a higher speed than Plant Brain. You'll notice that his ATB is considerably farther along than Vivi's already. And then
She
he'll
got
go
it.
again.
Perfect.
And then that's a perfect.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice job, Mel.
Thank you.
And effectively that turns the fight into a single turn fight. Pretty trivial if you can execute that
Yeah.
correctly. Plant Brain does have Thunder All that it can cast, which can kind of wreck your party a little bit.
Yep.
It is possible to die to that fight. Most of the time it's only due to making
Yeah.
mistakes. It's pretty rare that you just get plain unlucky on that fight, but it can happen.
Once we learned that if we allow Plant Brain to have the first turn, that it always uses pollen, it kind of
Yeah.
changed the
Yeah.
entire makeup of the fight and
Yeah.
made it like a completely essentially non-lethal mole unless something bad goes wrong.
Yeah. Shout out to Petro for.
Yeah, I mean, we
But,
should shout out to Petro. Petro is the individual who essentially put this route together. A number of other people aided with and worked on the route, but Petro's largely attributed with the route we're currently using.
Yeah. So we just saw Mel do what was not technically the first menu of the game, but the first one that had multiple steps to it. Swapping around your equipment and abilities is kind of the bread and butter of this speedrun, because the game has the support ability system, which basically can allow you to equip your party members with things like MP attack and certain killer abilities that give you buffs against certain types of enemies. Here on this Plant Spiders fight, we can ATB wait again.
Yeah, you're at 45, so you can.
Getting all that juice on Zidane. He's going to be a beefy boy. That was a really well executed fight because Mel was able to attack the one plant spider that hadn't gone yet and ATB wait Zidane so that he could get in before the next one. The first one got it its next turn.
Am I level
Yeah.
4 then?
No, you're 12 short.
Just say one encounter in ice would put you at
Okay.
4.
Yeah.
Are you just gonna save outside because
Yeah.
the Moogle's
Yeah.
kind of annoying?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So what Ayymart and Melle are kind of discussing right now is when you're doing this speedrun, a calculator is your friend. both for counting the HP that boss enemies have, as well as tracking experience early on to ensure that Zidane is going to be an appropriate level for the boss fight that's coming up at the end of the next dungeon.
Most specifically, this calculator
Yeah.
is my best friend.
Show that beautiful thing off right to the camera.
It's the Canon MP21D. You can find one of these on eBay for about $10. I highly recommend it.
It's got big, chunky keys. It's beautiful.
Just a casual 54-minute Evil Forest.
Ooh, yeah. I think this could world record, honestly.
Welcome to our Let's Play.
This is like my goal to like be in the cutscene before Sea Lion.
I'm gonna after we get home, I'm gonna make a comparison of my live split, and it's just gonna be the times of this run, so that every time I do a run, I'm like, yeah, I'm saving so much time. 4-minute time save on Page Masher. So unfortunately, we're able to make it out of the Evil Forest before it gets petrified. But our friend Blank here makes a little bit of a heroic sacrifice.
Blank, no.
His ATB speed was not quite fast enough for that.
He should have equipped the running shoes.
He's just being a buddy and wanted Zidane to survive.
If you have any announcements or donations to read off, now would be a great time.
Sure do. We have a $25 donation from Steth427 that
Hey,
says,
Steph.
don't forget to pick up the Stelazio coins, and most importantly, the infamous rubber helm.
Yeah.
Shout out to Steph Route.
We got $20 from the Cat Peach that says, may Moo bless the run. Good luck to all the runners of FF9. And then we have a $64 donation from Dadwise that says $1 for every steal attempt, putting bad RNG to good use. Good luck, runners. It's all downhill from here.
Thank you.
Thank you all very
64
much.
is great.
RJ, do you want to talk about some of the incentives we have for this run too? Because we got some good ones.
Sure, why not? We have, of course, we have the naming incentives for Garnet, Freya, Aiko, Amaranth, and Queena still open. So if you're feeling...
And Garnet's going to be coming up in about 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes, yeah.
So
give
if
or
you
take.
do want to donate for that, make sure to do it in the next 9 or so.
And make sure to name her Hot Dog.
Or a haircut.
We have the 2-player Disc 4 incentive, which is pretty fun, something that's probably not been seen or even relatively unknown by everybody.
I'm pretty sure the first time in history anyone's ever done it was last night when we practiced
I think we should
it.
explain it because like a lot of people don't actually know, and like I've already been asked by multiple people about this. This game has a 2-player with their own individual controllers mode built into this game that many people never know. Because if you look in the config, it doesn't actually say like 2-player or multiplayer or co-op or anything. I forget what it says, but it's something with like controller setup.
Battle control.
Yeah, battle
Yeah.
control.
Yep.
And you can go in and you can actually toggle with 2 controllers specific characters to be controlled in battle completely with each individual controller. And that includes even as simple as passing the baton from one character to the other if you're changing or fleeing from battle.
Yeah.
And so we'll be doing all of the Memoria battles using this, and we'll kind of pass off and do fights cooperatively, 2 people at a time. And it'll be
Chaotic.
freaking awesome. Yeah.
yeah. Actually, a lot of the old Final Fantasy games have this.
Yeah.
Like I know at least
Like
on the
6 and
PS1.
5.
Yeah, at least on the PS1, 5 and 6 have it. I think even 7 and 8. Well, maybe 7, but I don't know about 8.
I don't know. I don't play those games. I speedrun like all of the Final Fantasies.
So we're going to drop our first safety save of the run here because the boss fight coming up at the end of this run is a solo, or at the end of this dungeon, is a solo Zidane fight, and it can get a little hairy. We're at level 3, and if we kill another encounter, we'll be at level 4, which makes it a lot safer. But, you know, you never know with this game. We could miss like 3 times or something.
Reverb is going to be very upset we didn't farm trance on Spider.
Yeah. Just wait until he sees that we're skipping Limit Glove. But yeah, that 2-player Disc 4 incentive is going to be fun, so let's do our best to meet that.
Currently, that's sitting at about $1,140 out of $2,000. So
If you want
plenty of time to get it. Just we gotta work together here and push.
Yeah, we got about 7 hours until, give or take, until we're in Disc 4, maybe more. But So plenty of time. Get those donations.
It'll be a good way to ruin our friendship.
Yeah. Or strengthen it.
I think our practice run of that was the most stressful thing all of us have experienced this whole weekend. Like, I wish we could have just had a camera and mic set up for our practice run of it.
I'm glad we didn't. Curtis was there. He was having a great time. So each of these screens, you can get encounters here on your way.
If you run into the mist while it's like actually like white, because it comes out as black at first, but if it's white,
Nice.
you'll
No
get an
encounter.
extra encounter. Nice job, Mel.
Nice.
Okay, so we're going to be heading into the sea lion fight with a level 3 Zidane, which is, perfectly safe and reasonable. Kind of the goal is to have him at level 3 or 4 so that he can tank enough hits to not have to heal every other turn. And yes, this is going to be a solo Zidane fight because it's just so cold, and Steiner and Vivi are so sleepy.
The tail keeps him warm.
Same.
It's gonna be me after this run for sure. Just hit the deck over here.
You're gonna spin around in circles
Tumble
on
down
your
some
way
stairs.
down. Yeah. I do love that there's like that little stone ladder that Zidane
Yeah.
can climb. Yeah, the fight coming up is the first of 3 fights with creatures called the Black Waltzes. They're kind of like super weapons manufactured by the Alexandrian army, I guess, that they're deploying to kind of track down Zidane and company to take Garnet back to the castle. And the first Black Waltz is going to summon a buddy. He's going to send out a Pokemon to do his fighting for him.
And you may note that he looks awfully similar to Vivi,
Yes.
but a little bit chonkier.
And a little more evil looking.
Yeah.
He's got
He
those
doesn't-
angry
He doesn't have the
eyes.
cute beady eyes. He has kind of like those, I'm going to kill you
Yeah.
eyes.
I do want to point out this fight actually does kind of have an in-game tutorial that's
Yeah.
not explained. Sea Lion has a jewel in its chest that will change color as you progressively damage it. And when it changes color, it kind of indicates that Sea Lion is going to do a counter attack. And a lot of bosses in this game actually can do counter attacks.
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
Nice ATB.
Yeah.
Nice.
And before you don't actually get the turn, though.
The Sea Lion will always go first on this fight,
Yeah.
but if your ATB is good, you can outspeed Black Waltz 1, which makes the first phase of this fight considerably less
That was like the
annoying.
first round, like
Yeah.
went perfect. Wing into Blizzard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
another wing is nice. too.
Zidane currently has the silk shirt on that we took from Blank, and so when he uses, if he casts fire, it actually does extra damage because the silk shirt is, I guess, has like a, I don't know what to call it, weakness to fire.
Yeah.
The description of the item just says silk burns easy.
This is some great RNG.
This is going great, yeah.
Finally, Mel catches a break.
Yeah.
As long as you don't
Yeah.
get max rolled here,
Let's see.
which would never happen.
Never.
See?
All right,
There you
we're
go.
good.
That did.
The max roll for Blizzard here is 36, so as long as she didn't take a 36,
Oh, you're
she
counting
could
damage,
attack.
eh? Okay.
Yeah, as long as, you can actually save a turn on this fight if you get high rolls.
Which is,
At level 3, it's much harder to.
It's
she
pretty
did
rare.
Yeah.
roll the 96
I got a
though.
I got a 92. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I still keep track when I'm.
Yeah, I always.
Yeah,
do.
for sure. It never hurts to count damage. That's the other main function of the calculator when you're doing this run.
So here you're going to see the
All
first
right, now,
counter
now
attack.
it's gone.
Yeah, you're going to see the first counter attack, which is Blizzara. And I think casually a lot of people didn't understand this as a kid,
Yeah.
like because Sea Lion just gets 2
He
turns.
just gets to go twice.
Yeah.
We're looking to, every time we send Zidane in for a command, we want him to have at least, preferably 37 HP or more, because the most damage that Sea Lion could do with any of its attacks, its max roll is 36. So if you have 37 HP or more, you are guaranteed to survive the next round. Mel there had 36. In PB attempts, you might be tempted to, play it a little more risky and say, well, 36 HP is only 1 damage roll. I have a 1 in 6 chance of surviving to save time on the potion throw. But obviously, marathon safety.
This was the tsunami turn in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with Tsunami.
Oh, right.
With Tsunami, it's got a couple of rolls that it can hit. It can either hit for 72 or 81. And then if you combine it with Blizzard, the max number that you can actually roll when getting this counter is 117 total. So as long as you're above 117 there, you'll be safe.
Yeah. And on the first counter, the max roll is 99.
Yep.
I've been mostly running the JP version of this game this summer, and I'll tell you that that is not true in that game.
Yeah.
They nerfed it pretty well in this version, which is nice. The JP version, I actually think it is, without him using a wing and missing, it is impossible to take a Tsunami plus another attack after that level 3 at least.
I think doesn't lightning damage do more though in the US version or something?
That may be true for
Yeah.
lightning. Yeah. The only things I'm most familiar with are the ice and the fire.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we made it through the sea lion fight. Good shit.
Yeah,
That's
it's
good
good
stuff.
And we had an encounterless segment too. What is happening?
Mel, you're
This
doing
run
it.
is turned around.
I got all the bad RNG out of the way for you guys. You're welcome.
Thank you.
So we're about 6 minutes behind where you want to be typically, but that's okay.
It's because we did a safety save outside.
Yeah, that also added about 5 minutes, so no worries.
So here they're gonna ask Zidane what happened, and he's just gonna lie to them for, I guess, to keep his secret. I don't know if he just like doesn't want them to be afraid that they're like facing some danger that's following them.
I would assume he also doesn't want to freak out Vivi.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thing that doesn't happen in the next village.
Yeah, nothing is gonna go wrong from here on out.
So close.
Yeah, you're very likely to get an encounter going out.
Yeah.
You can't save an encounter check on the screen you fight Black Waltz on.
It's the plan.
But this is good if Vivi gets immediate. This is actually really good because Mel's going to get a lot of experience here.
Yeah.
A lot of experience.
Of course, though, the Flans get better ATB, so.
Actually, this is really nice.
And it's actually,
too.
it's nice that the Flans killed Dagger because it just gets more experience on our big damage dealers for the next couple
Yeah,
fights.
which is it's especially good for Steiner because he's
Yeah.
going to be the main damage dealer in the next fight.
This fight is also like a nice precursor to the best possible hand you can use in Tetramaster, which is the Flan Mafia.
Flam Mafia rolling 5 deep. I'm a fan of the Gob Mob myself.
The Gob Mob's pretty good. Too.
I always look out for an Abomination card.
Shout outs to Abomination1212, a retired speedrunner of this game. He was on that world record grind for a while.
Listen, shout outs to all my homies. My homies all love Todd strats, so shout outs to them.
So I think we spoke a little too soon about the good RNG.
Yeah, what are we on, like 6 or 7?
I think this is 7, yeah. Counting encounters is a practice that's a lot of runners do, some don't, but it is also something that like you kind of involuntarily do, even if you don't have the counter on your live split or whatever.
It's kind of fun to do, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Unless you're really
real
tilted.
quick. We need to get the
Garnet name.
Yes, please.
Sure, just a moment. It looks like it'll be H clean.
H clean. Let's
Lowercase
go.
h, capital clean.
Can we get some honey cleans in chat, please?
What a great name. Thank you so much.
Thank you, y'all. Yeah. Yeah, we got about probably what, like 30 minutes until the next naming incentive. give
Yeah,
or
probably
take.
about
Freya.
probably a half
Yep.
hour until
Yeah,
Freya.
the next one's gonna be Freya. So if you got any burning desire to get Freya named,
Shout outs to
now would be a
Rachel.
good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And coming up after this series of cutscenes and this naming, we're going to be doing something called stutter stepping on the world map, which is going to look kind of funny, but it's basically a technique that we employ whenever we're on the world map. Well, not whenever we're on the world map, but whenever we're on foot on the world map, like most of the time. And it's a technique we employ to avoid getting overworld encounters. We'll explain it a bit more when we actually see it.
Yeah, and once we get into Delhi, I think it'd be a great time for donations.
Yeah. So,
Shout outs to H
About-
Clean, though.
yeah, H clean,
It's clean.
honey
Bring my
clean.
beloved H Clean to me.
Bring my beloved hot dog to me. Renaming Dagger is always the funniest one because of Zidane's like like yearning, pining lines that he says for her.
I just think it's great that right now he's like, so Jeff, this is what I would say. No, he's like, what would Jeff say? All righty. My boy Jeff.
All right, so stutter stepping is basically you're doing a series of rapid inputs of to avoid Zidane's danger value increasing on the world map. Basically, if you're able to cancel out your input before he completes a full step of his walking animation, the danger value will not increase and you will avoid getting encounters.
I do want to point out that that does not
Eliminate
apply
it,
to.
or what are you saying?
It doesn't apply to forests.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
Because in forests, anywhere you can get a friendly encounter, I should say, actually,
Yeah.
not necessarily just forests.
But
You're more than likely, forests have the highest likelihood of having friendly encounters,
Yeah.
typically.
But Mel was able to stutter step through the forest just now because in the first, I forget how many seconds after the overworld
First,
loads.
like 20 or 30.
Yeah, in the first like 20 seconds after the overworld loads, you can't get friendly encounters. But yeah, here we are in the village of Dali. We've made it through the ice cavern. We get a little bit of a respite here. It's our first little resting part. So if we want to get any more donations in, now would be a great time.
Surely. We have a $25 donation from The Brad that says, FF9 is my favorite game of all time. Shout out to Muttski, who is my go-to streamer.
Aw.
We have a $15 donation from Kagar that says,
Aw.
I'm so happy we are playing Final Fantasy IX. It's wonderful to see all our runners in a line. I'm getting so hype. It's a joy to type. Take my money so the runners get a good time.
Thanks,
Kagar.
Kagar.
Shout out to
Thank you.
Kagar and Ham Fruitcake. They're twin sisters who both run this game.
Yeah, and they're also Twitch is an okay website, but you know what is a great social media website is one that me and Ham Fruitcake and Kagar all gush about called Letterboxd.
Can we keep going?
Sure.
Yeah,
sure,
we got some time.
We have a $100 donation from Porsyth that says, here's 100 gil to replace the potion that used at the start.
Thank you, Forsyth.
Good luck to the FF9 crew. This is still my favorite Final Fantasy. The rest of this donation message can be found by visiting playonline.com.
Yeah, speaking of Forsyth, big old shout out to all the people who are on the other side of this camera making this thing happen. The tech crew, the hosts, the donation station people, even the people who are cleaning up the room and doing the safety enforcement. Like this marathon wouldn't be happening without the effort of literally hundreds of people, and it's pretty awesome to see people coming together, just making it happen together.
Yeah, and we have our official disc changer here, all the way from Finland. We got
Yeah,
Jibbin here changing our
Jibbin!
discs. If he offers you candy, say no.
Are you gonna pet the cat, Mel?
Of course.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
thank
like
you.
that.
Thank you. It's easier to do on D-pad, but it's okay.
Someone submit that to Can You Pet the Cat?
Yeah, I'm an expert at petting the cat. I do it on every run. You lose a second doing it, but you're never on too good of a pace to pet the cat, in my opinion.
So at this part, you have to do, you're expected to kind of explore the village and talk to some people. And so you'll notice that Mel kind of just visited some screens. She ducked in and out of the bar here twice just because it's convenient. And doing these screen transitions allows us to just progress through the story and moves kind of our characters to places where we can just, as quickly as possible, kind of burn through the story without actually having to explore very much or talking to anyone that's unnecessary. So we're going to pop in here, talk to Vivi, who's just kind of like pondering the intricacies of life, which he has wanted to do in this game. And then we're going to find Garnet, and she's going to be trying to blend in now that this is the first time that she's really been outside of the confines of like the royalty and nobility of the Alexandrian castle and in kind of like the small town vibe where she kind of sticks out.
Right here, we're going to see I believe, first of a couple of times in the run where we're going to choose specific options in our dialogue. Like most Final Fantasy games, there's branching dialogue options in some cutscenes, and in this case, we're going to choose some that give you fewer animations and fewer text boxes. So we're going to go for the first one and then the second one, and that will be the fastest. But there's also cutscene RNG. which is
Yeah, that's actually kind of
Yeah.
weird in this game.
which is
man.
there's RNG running that determines like the number of cycles certain animations do in
Yeah.
cutscenes, and sometimes you can lose like seconds across the course of your run to
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Which may not sound like a lot, but it is a lot
we
when
can
it's like
we can kind of point it out with the VV one coming up. I think is a really good one on
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
air,
yeah.
the cargo ship.
Yeah, there's always the RNG pointer in this game is always running.
Yeah.
Even in the FMVs, it's
Yeah.
still running.
So whenever we talk about how RNG heavy this game is, like the notion that cutscenes with dialogue you're mashing has randomness
Yeah.
to it is like
It's no
as the
joke.
best example of what we're getting at.
We also just did our first shop of the run,
Yep.
picking up some materials to synthesize into stronger weapons and items later. We're also going to be executing, if you're familiar with this game, the cotton robe synthesis
Yep.
trick,
Yep.
which is the synthesis system in this game is like basically a way to incentivize you to not hoard items in your inventory and kind of like use old items to create newer, better items. The cotton robe is a specific item that the cost of the materials that it takes to make it, in addition to the cost of synthesizing the thing itself, is less than the price that you can sell them for. So what is it? It's like 200 or 300 gil less or something like that.
I believe you off of each cotton robe make 600.
It's like yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
like
It's even
700
more than I
bucks.
thought, yeah.
yeah.
Wow. I wish you could do that in real
I
life.
How many wrists did you buy by the way?
I bought an extra one.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
just,
you have 8.
just
or
be
you bought
careful
8.
in the Lindblom sense.
Sweet.
Um,
I mean, you'll definitely have enough to make them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're so rich.
Yeah, I accidentally bought an extra
Yeah,
one.
it's
That's all good.
It's 1330 to make the cotton robe if you count the material costs and the synth costs.
Yeah, block those kids.
Yeah. Those kids could play linebacker for the Chicago
They're one of the
Bears.
most. They're like the unofficial boss of this area.
Yeah, they're either taking a nap or they are the 85 Chicago Bears.
Refrigerator Perry, living retired in Dolly.
Yeah, actually, this is where this is the Refrigerator Perry's grandchildren, or I think.
So here we didn't find Vivi where he was standing, but we heard some crying from a small child-sounding character, and we find out that he's actually underneath the ground, trapped. He's been taken, but we're not exactly sure why. But one thing we've noticed that there's like a large absence of adults in this town, the exception of the innkeeper, who was kind of looking at Vivi very peculiarly earlier, but Zidane actually thought he was looking at her like checking out Garnet. And so now we're going to kind of find out that Vivi's been taken to this underground facility where they're going to produce some good here for these barrels that have the Alexandrian emblem on them, which confuses Garnet because she's wondering what, like, I don't know, dealings are between this small village and her mother.
I think we need to ask chat, are you Team Quet or Team War?
Oh, boy.
Team Quay all the way.
Yeah, Quay all the way.
Quay.
Yeah.
Quay.
we
Quay
can all
is
agree on
the
that, right?
way.
Yeah. So basically, we have come down into the underground side of Dolly here, and we're starting to uncover some suspicious stuff. Basically, as Muttski was saying, there's not really any adults in town, and we're wondering where they are. There's kind of an old farm that is not really being tended to except by this one old woman, and we're kind of discovering that there's like a manufacturing sort of factory underground here, and there are barrels littered throughout the underground that have an emblem of the Alexandrian Empire on them. So we're just kind of going deeper in to see what's going on, and also to try to find Vivi, who at this time is stuffed inside a box.
You know what the work sound reminds me of? It reminds me of the snare drum on Saint Anger.
You mean the greatest snare tone of all time? Listen, if Saint Anger was a grindcore album, that would be a perfect snare tone.
I hope Mr. Zwanzig's watching this just because he'll know that that was a music reference that he won't understand. Mr. Zwanzig is a former world record holder of this game. He also had the world record for the shortest amount of time, I think, of anyone ever. I think he had the record for like 70 hours or something. He did it with a console. I sent him overseas, though, so shout out to that. That's the closest I've ever come to record, I guess.
Record by proxy. The current world record holder, the Brutals, got his very first copy of the game from me.
So
So
suboptimal was a 75K, too.
I'm basically responsible for all of his success.
I also got my PS2 from Reverb that I got world record with, so.
Nice slide skip
Yeah.
there. You can skip a little bit of an animation there if you stop walking or stop running with Zidane at the right time. It saves about a second.
So now we get a pretty big reveal that we see all of these black mages that, again, look very similar to VV, but not quite. Obviously, the biggest difference is that his hat is droopy. But he's kind of, you know, again, we'll kind of hear more about his, I guess, his, like, quote-unquote upbringing, his early days later on, but we'll learn that VV is not particularly old and that he doesn't really know where he comes from, but that he was raised by not his parents. And that this moment here is kind of confusing for him as he's trying to wrestle with, you know, his sense of identity, which will become like a very prevalent motif theme throughout the story for most of, probably, I guess, almost all of the characters except the unimportant ones like Ayymart.
I'm also an Amaranth apologist, but we won't get into it.
I strongly prefer the salamander.
So right here, we're going to pick up a couple of items, some gil and a high potion. The gil is not strictly necessary, especially on nobles, but the high potion is helpful, and we may as well pick up the gil because we have to wait for the old man Morid to get a certain amount of the way down the steps before he'll enter his cabin, so we don't want to enter his cabin too early. And we need to have this little bit of dialogue with him in order to progress the story.
Much like Morid, I could also use a delicious cup of coffee right now.
Yeah. I'll bet you Morid makes a good cup of coffee, man. He's just an old guy who does nothing but drink coffee all day.
He invented the French press.
Yeah. I'm going to start referring to French presses as the Morid press.
So Steiner here has spoken with the shipment crew for this cargo ship and has obviously identified via the barrels that it's headed towards Alexandria. However, he's going to use this as an opportunity to try to take Garnet back to the castle like he has been trying to do. And in order to do so, he's going to lie to the party about where this ship is going, but he doesn't know where they're at right now. And so he's looking around for them, and then he finds this one barrel that's doing a little jiggle.
That's another instance of choosing a specific dialogue option to cut down on the animation time and dialogue boxes.
It's a shame because stabbing it's so cool.
Stabbing it is the objectively better option from like a comedy standpoint, but you know it's fine. We gotta save time.
Plus,
where
the
we
Dane
can.
jumps on him like he's a Goomba.
Yeah, that part is funny. That part is funny.
I love the delayed like fall after.
Yeah. All right, so coming up, we have our second fight with a Black Waltz. This is Black Waltz 2. This is a fight that is hard to die to, but especially for newer runners, can be a little hard to optimize because you have to kind of... It's kind of our first fight in the run where it sort of follows like almost a flow chart of like, if this happens, then do this. If this happens, then do this.
It's the first example of a fight where we're actually, because of our understanding of the enemy's battle AI, that we're actually going to manipulate avoiding a counterattack and kind of taking control of the fight.
Nice miss to start. That's awesome.
When he hits a certain HP threshold, he'll counter any attack with Fyra. He will also counter with Fyra if you use fire with VV at any point in the fight, which is why VV just physically attacks you.
Yeah, we send Garnet and VV in here to get a little bit of chip damage.
So now he's currently in the range to do it, so he'll counter anyone after this attack here. So, however, if we KO the character that he attacks, like this, and then physically attack him with someone else, we'll do some damage, and you'll notice that he will do nothing, and he'll just idle, and now we're Phoenix down to party and get this fight rolling.
Phoenix down to party.
And if you delay your Phoenix down, he actually won't target the person he KO'd.
Oh, this is beautiful.
And the chip damage just kind of allows us to skip Fire Sword, which is slow.
Yeah. Nice fight.
Yeah, that was a fight.
Yeah, and that was another example of the use of ATB waiting. It's a really useful technique, especially when it comes to optimizing some of these early game fights and later game fights as well. Right here, we're coming up on the only place that we know of that we can soft lock in the speedrun. If you choose your dialogue option too fast here. So you want to wait for Steiner and Zidane to sort of complete their animations there before selecting your dialogue option, because otherwise they just get stuck forever for some reason.
Yeah, it seems like I think as far as like I've messed around with it, it seems like if you select the option before the animation is over, it's like the animation finishes, and at that point it's waiting for you to progress the game because you've already made the selection. It just doesn't know what to do next. It just obviously stays like that.
Fun fact, it is impossible to do on the HD version of the game, not because they fixed it, but because the text boxes are too slow.
That's fantastic.
There's also a soft lock you can do in the Taharka room. Do you all know about that one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I just learned about that
You
one.
basically have to try to do it, but it is possible. But thankfully, no soft lock today, and now we're going to get on this airship. Zidane has... Zidane kind of saw right through Steiner's plot to trick them, but he's playing dumb so that they can get onto the ship and sort of take matters into their own hands a little bit. Basically, they're going to hijack the ship.
Commandeer.
Commandeer, that's a nice
He's
way
a
of putting it. Yeah, that's right. He's the gentleman thief.
Probably a good time for a couple donations.
You got it. We have a $75 donation from Anonymous that says, Final Fantasy IX was the 9th and last consecutive Final Fantasy game I beat as a young person. I was that rare player that had all of my party die except the great Vivi on the outer continent and took the opportunity to grind them up to level 99 on zombie whales while everyone else lay dead.
Nice.
What could be more appropriate during Garland's last real chance to knock us all down? Good luck on the run and greetings from Thailand.
Thank
Shout
you.
out to the whale zombie too, which was a part of the route when I learned this game in 2013, like an old bag that I am.
Speaking of Thailand, I want to give a shout out to the French and Japanese restreams. This is a marathon with a pretty significant international presence, which is awesome. And FF9 speedrunning has a pretty significant international presence too. We've got runners from all over the world, lots of people in Europe. We've had a handful of people from South America, Australia, Asia. It's pretty cool how many different parts of the world kind of have come together, like, and been bridged by this extremely niche and kind of silly hobby, but like it's really cool. I've met people from all over the world just thanks to this video game, so it's pretty cool.
Yep. Shout outs to Machi and Wisteria, who I believe are running those.
Yes. Konnichiwa and bonjour to the French and Japanese streams. Sorry for my pronunciation. I'm a dumb American, but
We tried.
Could I sneak in a few more?
Yes,
go,
please,
you got time for a
please.
couple more, yeah.
Okay, I have a $25 donation from Gunter von Reverb that says, Brochacho, guys, good luck on the run. Don't forget the power belt. And I can't wait to see that wedding. So happy.
Thank you, Gunter.
Thanks,
von
Gunter.
Reverb.
And then we have, this is a little more poignant, we have a $50 donation from Jibbin that says, we need to negotiate a salary for all the disc switching I do. Anyway, let's see that 2-player disc 4.
Yeah.
And just a little update on that disc 4, we have been putting in the finest of work on it. We are now up to $1,500 of the $2,000 donation.
Let's go.
So let's keep that going.
Please, yes. Thank you all for your donations. Great. Going to a great cause.
And, you know, maybe because of the Gunter von Reverb comment, we also have met the wedding incentive.
I'm so happy.
We all so happy.
Jibbin, your salary was the 2 Pop-Tarts that I bought you.
Yeah, and the
Which-
tacos I made last night.
The salary was allowing you to feed us that licorice.
Yeah, we tried your Finnish candy.
I kind of liked it.
Those will also be the first and last Pop-Tarts he ever eats, I'm sure.
So right here we've got the third and final Black Waltz fight coming up, and it's really kind of a heartbreaking scene. The Black Waltz lands on the ship because he's tracked Zidane and company down, and the Black Mages who are populating the ship, who had otherwise been kind of catatonic and not saying anything, kind of rush in to defend Vivi from the Black Waltz. And unfortunately, the Black Waltz is just too powerful and knocks them all away.
Big rubber.
One of the like most important and like underlying themes of this game is like coming to terms with one's own mortality. And like this is a moment for Vivi where I think it's like the first time where like he's been like brutally hit with a moment of that.
Yeah.
You can see Garnet here kind of consoling him. And this is something that isn't exclusive to like the playable characters. It's an idea that some of the main enemies in the game also come to terms with and just react to very differently than other characters. And so it's like a really interesting like story and plot device to explore while you play the game. And now Vivi, obviously, as we mentioned, with the surge of emotion, this is like the prime opportunity for him to have his first trance.
The prime loot opportunity.
The prime loot opportunity.
Yeah.
Scamming TCG.
This is this is one of my favorite moments in the entire game because it's just kind of Vivi has a really great character moment. It's also kind of the first time like the relationship between Steiner and Zidane starts to resemble that of like two people working together, even though they don't see eye to eye just yet. The characters and all the themes in this game are just absolutely fantastic.
It's one of my favorite moments because with Trance, Vivi can do Blink 182 damage.
Yes! So this fight is pretty scripted. Basically, we're going to follow a formula here of Zidane's going to do an attack, and then we're going to send in Steiner with a fire sword. And Vivi, in his trance state, gets to cast 2 black magic spells per turn. And if we get good damage rolls, we'll be able to kill the Black Waltz on the third damage on the third fire.
That 240.
As we roll a 240, which all but guarantees we're not going to get it unless we get nothing but high rolls. And
there we go, baby!
We did get Blink 182 damage. So
stay together for the rock songs.
And basically, if we're able to kill on the third fire, we'll skip Vivi's D-Trance animation. It's also possible that Zidane's going to trance here, in which case we can just get rid of the Black Waltz with a free energy. It doesn't look like we're getting it. So
I want everyone in chat to post your favorite Blink-182 song right now. I'm not going to read it, but I just want you to do that anyway.
Ooh, a 260.
The one thing to note, too, is that Mel's opening attack there was actually like one of the most important parts of this fight. It causes Black Waltz 2 to fly up in the air, which counts as, or Black Waltz 3 rather, to fly up in the air, which counts as their first turn.
Yeah.
Dude, the triple 182?
Yeah, the triple
My
182.
goodness.
And still no
My
D-Trance skip.
Goodness. Where are you?
So that's basically, that fight kind of comes down to chance whether or not you get the D-Trance skip. Obviously, if you get and kill a lot of encounters early on, you have a higher chance of doing higher damage rolls. But as you just saw, that doesn't necessarily matter because if you low roll once or twice, that kind of eliminates the possibility.
The range is like paper thin.
Yeah, and it loses you about what, like 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's about 7
So it's not the biggest time loss in the world.
I mean, when you have a 9-minute Mage Masher, nothing like that matters.
I like how our Mage Masher time keeps getting longer.
When you have a 13-minute Mage Masher.
Oh, wow. I can't believe they came underestimate with that 45-minute Mage Masher. That was pretty impressive. So we've knocked out Black Waltz 3, and it's kind of like malfunctioning now, and sort of like going into like this bloodthirsty rage where it's going to chase us through the south gate, like airship gate. And this is probably the coolest FMV in the game, or one of them.
It's definitely one of them.
It's definitely up
It's
there.
not my favorite, but it's up there.
It's definitely the one that they put probably the most like money into.
I guess, and this is also introduced one of my other favorite like story themes with Vivi is that, as Cease mentioned, when Black Waltz 3 kind of goes into that bloodthirsty rage, he just spams like just repetitively, I exist only to kill. And it kind of introduces the idea of like one's purpose and kind of like seeking what one was like made to do. And obviously Vivi being literally created by man kind of introduces it in like a more like, I guess, like finite way and kind of exploring what he wants to do with the ephemeral life that he has.
Yeah.
I told you, this game has depth, baby.
It has so much depth. It's so funny because I think a lot of people write this, not necessarily write it off, but they don't think it's a super serious game because of how colorful and like cartoony the character designs are. But like, you know, and it is a very funny and silly game in a lot of ways. Like, it's not afraid of like having a sense of humor about things. But
I think that's what makes it so great.
Exactly.
I think it's balance of like like comedy and silliness and like you said, like almost like the cartoony nature and like the fantasy style itself with the amount of like actual like meat there is to enjoy with the characters and their conflicts is just great.
The writing is just so good for this game. Like the translation is really good, especially compared to 7 and 8, which don't have great English translation.
Dude, this guy are sick.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's the most iconic line in all Final Fantasy. Like,
What are you talking?
Nah, the most iconic is the guy in FF8 who when the space station is like coming down. He's just laying there like, want to play cards.
I can't wait to be a blitzball when I grow up.
I want to be a baseball when I grow up.
If you can't tell, we all really like this game. You kind of have to in order to run it, I think, because of how frustrating it can be at times. But it really is such a rewarding and fun speedrun, in no small part due to it just being a really, really good game. So.
I always like the little detail for like the first part of the game where you can see airships flying in the sky. It just makes the world feel a lot more alive. And then later on, they're all powered by mist. So later on, we get rid of the mist and you stop seeing airships in the sky because they can't fly anymore.
Yeah.
I just picture like the moment that we take that out, they all just nosedive.
Are we the baddies?
It's collateral damage. It's fine.
VB has always been a baddie, okay?
Now we're going to be heading into the first of a handful of visits to the city of Lindblum, affectionately nicknamed Plot City, because it is every time we are there, we're not doing much besides maybe doing a little shopping and advancing the plot. So if you have any announcements or donations to sneak in here, now would be a great time.
Sure, we have so many donations coming in still. We have a $10 donation from Moogle Stiltskin that says, "So excited to watch live for the first time. When me and my brother were younger, our disc 2 broke, and we were stuck playing disc 1 over and over again to see who could beat it.
Same though.
Yeah, feel ya. Feel ya there.
Thanks for the run, everyone."
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We have a $10 donation from Wonderland's Andy that says, "I may have definitely called into work to watch, but it's well worth it. Amazing game and amazing runners. Good luck."
Thanks, Wonderlands.
And we have a $100 donation from Graceless Gamer that says, "I have struggled with mental health for as long as I can remember, so I'm always glad to see RPG Limit Break supporting Nami. Thanks for all the runners, tech, and staff. I'm on my way to buy a shirt from the Yeti."
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then we have a $160 donation from Zenatario that says, "Love this game since it originally came out and never tried the 2-player option. Would love to see it in action."
Yeah, that's going to be really, really fun.
RJ, I have to ask, what's your favorite plot city
In this game or just in general?
in this game?
In this game? I guess Lindblum. It's the original.
No, I mean which one?
Yeah.
Like
that's
which visit?
Which visit?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You know, I'm more of a casual, so I'm just gonna say this one so I can avoid the question.
It's a good answer.
That's why I
RJ.
put you on the spot. I wanted to
you really
embarrass
did.
you.
I do have a question for you guys. I've been pondering this pretty much since the Mage Masher. How do you think there will be more or less encounters than Mage Masher attempts in this run?
What was the Mage Master
It
number?
was 64.
I'm gonna say lower.
Yeah,
lower.
less.
I'm going to go exactly 64.
Good old even number. I like it.
I would love to guess 54 for the 13 meme, but with 7 at this point, it's still on the table.
Yeah, you still could.
I want to give a shout out to the Resident Evil 2 reference in this castle. If you look at the fountain, Zidane will say there's no place to put a medal, which is a reference to the fountain in the police station in Resident Evil 2.
Yeah, it's really neat. I never knew that.
I do have more if there's time.
Yep,
Yeah.
sure.
Absolutely.
Listen to this.
Plenty
when
of
you
time.
hear this song, you can just go.
Noted.
Oh,
So we have a $50 donation from Penguin with a Gun.
Sorry, that's a great username.
This is the run I've been waiting for since the schedule was released. Watching one of my favorite games run with such incredible talent never fails to give me a rush the whole day. And it just so happens to go through pretty much my exact workday. Thanks for taking the edge off the grind. As much as I'd love to put this towards granting Aiko her true name Muttski, oh, don't worry about that. I think we're good. But anyway, that 2-player Disc 4 sounds too good to miss. We have a $25 donation from Whoa, it's Tony. Good luck,
Tony.
have fun to the FF9 community legends. Save the world for pasta.
Throw some tortellini this
Toss
way.
me some, Tony.
All right, we're gonna need Freya's name actually.
Okay, give me just a sec.
Yeah, there's so many good homies who are either runners or frequent viewers of this game. So thank you all for throwing some donations at us.
Unless something changes in the next few seconds, we're going to be naming Freya Melle.
Melle. Do you know how to spell that, Mel?
I think so.
Okay,
I got it.
All right, you can probably
All right.
continue the donations.
Focus.
Yeah.
Freya,
Sure
Freya
thing.
loves games.
Listen, everyone, it's like 7 a.m. local time. We're all running on fumes a bit.
We all came here together.
Yeah.
I'm making that my alt, by the way.
Anyway,
Please, RJ.
we got a $50 donation from Matt that says, Muttski is one of my favorite speedrunners, and it's super exciting to see him running my favorite Final Fantasy live. Here's $50 to name Aiko in his honor.
Thanks, Matt. But also no thanks.
We have a $10 donation from K Fizzle4 that says, everyone knows the famous Final Fantasy songs, but what are some of the most underrated songs in the series?
Oh,
Just
hey,
because
ooh.
most people forget about Final Fantasy III, my pick is Cloud of Darkness.
I love the FF3 OST. It's actually my favorite thing about the game. I'm not like a huge FF3 fan. I love it. It might be my favorite like normal encounter battle music in the entire series. I love the overworld song in 3. There's so many good.
Yeah, it's very.
I am very, very, very partial to the FF7 regular battle theme. I know that that's like FF7 is like not in any way an underrated game, but I feel like people don't talk about just how good that battle theme is.
The
enough.
theme and the remake, the way they do the battle
really
theme.
The way that they
is so
like
good.
piece it out and say, "Oh my
That's
god."
How's it go?
Genova's theme in 7 remake.
Yes, that's also good. It's
always
the one
forget.
that's like bum 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 da 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 da.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's got that flute part that's really good. I love it.
All right. Let's all go. Let's just name one like more obscure song you really like in the series.
Fossil Roo theme in FF9.
All right.
Sure.
No, the song's great. The song's great. I do like Fossil Roo song. I just hate everything else about Fossil Roo.
Oh yeah, for sure. You? Yeah.
I guess mine's. I really do like Pandemonium in FF9.
Yeah.
It's like a reference to Pandemonium in FF2, which is also an absolute banger.
Yeah.
And I think just like both of them. Yeah, the Pandemonium songs. That's what I'm gonna go with.
Yeah.
Blake's like the Cowboy Bebop theme.
Love
that
actually, I
jazz.
love the Q's Marsh music.
It's so
That's a good one.
yeah.
That's actually a really good one.
Mine would probably be the Silence Before the Storm in Final Fantasy X. It's the Makalania Woods.
Oh, that's a good one.
The
Yeah.
Passé theme is also
Yeah.
up there.
What about you, Mel?
I really like. I don't know if it's obscure, but probably underrated is the 10-2 battle theme with the LeBlanc and the trio that
Dun
plays.
dun 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 dun. That one.
Isn't this the song that plays when you walk around at work in your head?
All the time.
No, when I walk around at work, I hear the man with the machine gun. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Now there's an obscure song that
Dude,
no one
it
likes.
comes on. It comes on. It's like the kids walk in. I'm like, all right, guys, you ready to talk about Fahrenheit 451? Let's go.
Oh, we'll talk about Fahrenheit 451 later in Disc 2. Think about it. You'll know what I mean. All right, so here we're gonna sell a couple things.
I save there because I make dumb mistakes. So.
It's okay.
Don't judge me.
I'm
No,
planning
please.
on saving before the There's 3 menus.
There is no such thing as too many saves in this game.
I do have an extra wrist still.
Yeah.
It's okay. I would just sell it at Dragon's Gate.
Okay.
Look,
Yeah.
the more we save, the more we can blame that on the time we get.
See? What's
Go sell the cotton ropes.
Yeah.
Hey, you can sell your wrist too while you're there.
That's no big deal. We did have an extra
Yeah,
wrist
yeah.
there, so we accidentally made 1 extra cotton robe. So we had to run back to the shop to pick up the materials to make another yellow scarf.
Second slot
Yeah.
on the left.
Yeah, just
sell one?
So yeah,
Just sell them all.
Just sell them.
Yeah, may as well sell them all now. And you can buy
Yeah,
buy a
the-
steepled
buy a
hat.
steepled hat to make the yellow scarf.
Oh.
Yeah, you're all good. It happens. This is one thing that's like extremely important to understand in this game is that like no matter how good you are not prone. You are still open to making mistakes, and like that's okay because it is a long speed run with a lot of stuff to
Yeah,
remember.
Yeah.
I warned you.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure I'll make mistakes. too.
Yeah.
I make tons of menuing mistakes in every single run.
I know a speedrunner that used to forget the power belt all the time.
Okay, you know what, y'all? I have not forgotten the power belt.
That's
in,
why I
like,
said used
2.5 years.
That's why I said used to.
I'm gonna remember the power belt so hard on this run.
There's one of my most watched clips on my stream is me talking about how important it is early on to learn the story triggers and how easy it is to
Yeah.
miss them. And as I'm explaining this, I just blow by the story trigger and what I'm expecting to happen just doesn't happen. And I'm just like, stop mid-sentence. I'm just like, oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh no.
How did that even happen, though?
You bought an extra wrist,
It's the
so
extra
you
wrist.
Yeah,
you
it's
were
the
able to
wrist.
make 10 cotton rows without
Oh,
your
gotcha.
one steepled hat.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
But you know the I guess the upside to that is that now we got even more gil from the cotton rope.
Oh, yeah, baby.
So,
Man, we're going to be like Jay-Z and Beyonce money up in here.
yeah. 100 nobles, more like 200 nobles at the rate we're going.
It's going to be so sick when we start disc 4 and we have 99 high pots
Oh,
and
Yeah.
Phoenix Downs.
Oh, I plan on doing extra gil pickups.
Especially
in
when you
case
get
I make
when you get
anything.
the Ori steel, and then I'm gonna buy one anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna get Ori and Heat on this
Yep.
run, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Because you're the luckiest FF9 runner.
Yeah. Hopefully my mashing doesn't lose too much time.
Yeah, so basically what's happening here in the story is Zidane and Garnet have kind of gone their separate ways, and he's like not really sure if they're ever going to see each other again, and he's having some feelings about it. Because our boy Zidane, I think he's got it bad for her a little bit. I think he might be crushing. Yeah.
What gave that away?
I don't know. It's just something about his demeanor whenever she's around. The glow in his eyes, the sound of his voice, the swish of his tail.
I actually think that the way their relationship evolves is really cute.
I love it, yeah.
Especially like in disc 3, there's an optional scene that you can trigger where like at the time you don't know that she's mute, but Zidane thinks that he did something to upset her, so he's like actually legitimately upset
Aw.
about it.
Imagine experiencing remorse. What a guy, Zidane.
That's why like I think he has one of the best like character
Yeah,
progressions
he does,
out of
yeah.
any
It's
main
really-
character
it's
in the
really good.
series.
Yeah.
I think like all of the story in disc 3 focused on like that's like Zidane centric is just incredible. Because everything you've learned like with other characters, you realize that it's kind of
Yeah.
all leading up to really being about him.
Yeah, Zidane. Every character has like the title card with like a little saying, a little quote that kind of summarizes their whole deal. And Zidane's is "You don't need a reason to help people," which is very much like his whole deal for the first half of the game. He's just like kind of like a goofy, like sort of like a jokey like guy who really enjoys helping people and really like wants to like just. He wants to help Garnet with her mission to get out of Alexandria and talk to Cid here in Lindblum. He wants to help Vivi sort of feel comfortable and like find purpose. And yeah, he just it returns in kind later in the game when his helpfulness pays off in everyone wanting to help him.
Yeah, he's a thief with a heart of gold.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Like Aladdin.
Yeah, he and Aladdin are basically the same
Yeah.
character. Does that make Kuja Jafar or Garland?
Garland.
Yeah, okay.
One thing that, not just exclusive to this game, but I like how the characters all have their own flaws that they
For sure, yeah.
You know, obviously that's pretty much every Final Fantasy game except for like the earlier ones, which maybe 2. I'm not super familiar with it, but like, you get what I mean.
2's like the first one with like real characters.
Yeah.
I think 4 is the one where that begins to start getting like more complex.
It becomes like a really,
characterization,
really important part of the game.
Yeah.
4 is just like prototype 9.
Yeah. So right now,
If you know, you know.
we just spent the last 5 minutes talking about how good of a dude Zidane is. Now he's gonna beat a guy up and take his clothes
With no repercussions.
with no repercussions at all.
The best part is not only does he take his clothes, he also gets his like massive schnoz.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they just swap the character model that you're controlling out.
Like when he walks in, you can see his nose here.
Yeah.
And Zidane.
It's a really good disguise.
He's got those broad shoulders.
He inhabits the man's skin.
I should look up the Game Shark code. It just plays that character model permanently.
Ooh, we got a hard boss coming up.
Oh yeah, this is actually a really technical part of the run.
Everybody's got to be really quiet for this.
We also get to finally hear the lyrics to the song of Melodies of Life here.
Sing it, Mel.
Mel la la
La la la la la la la la.
So the little mini game coming up is you're at the top of the castle with Garnet, and there's like this big telescope that looks out over the continent that you're on, the Mist continent, and basically you just have to find 5 landmarks.
Yeah.
And it can be a little precise. You can't overmash progressing the text boxes of each landmark because then you can accidentally get yourself stuck in a loop of just activating the same trigger over and over again.
Zidane really likes looking at the river.
He really likes that river. Yeah.
Reminds him of his home.
Yeah. So it's one of the points in the run where it's not necessarily about like mashing as fast as possible as much as mashing at a specific rhythm and knowing when to stop.
And this one's like super laggy.
Yeah.
You jinxed me, Muttski.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Yo, let's go. Let's get a big round of applause.
Rest of the run is free. Let's get some telescope hype in chat.
Press 1 if you're a telescope.
Okay, so
press 2 if you're not.
Press, yeah, I don't
press 3 if you're a pair of binoculars.
I'm seeing a lot of ones.
Wow, so many telescopes.
Telescope hype.
Yeah, so we got another couple minutes of cutscenes here if you want to get anything in, RJ.
Absolutely. We have a $5 donation from Tiny Tim that says, "Hey all, donating for the awesome FF9 run. Good luck to Melle and all the other runners.
Melle.
Cheers."
Thank you.
We have a $10 donation from Tulip that says, "Best game, best commentary? Well, looks like I'm getting no sleep tonight."
No, same.
We have a $50 donation from Modano with no comment. Thank you so much for that. And we have a $100 donation from Patrick that just says, "Kupo."
Kupo.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, thank
What
you.
kind of Muggles do you like? What kind of Eidolons do you like? What kind of girls do you like?
What kind of telescopes do you have?
Only the ones that press 1 in chat.
Keep going.
Yeah,
Sure.
please.
All right.
Yeah.
We definitely have a few more. We have a $25 donation from Carl Germ that says, "It's so
Carl.
wonderful seeing so many people running this fantastic game for this amazing cause.
Love
Good luck to
Carl.
all the runners. Putting this towards naming Aiko after my friend Muttski."
Carl!
I don't know if you're
Good
friends
to
anymore.
see you.
Shout outs to Carl Germ. He's an amazing Dark Soul,
We
Dark
get some
Souls
Carl
speedrunner.
pleases in the chat.
Carl, please.
We have a $5 donation from Chumog that says, "I so happy
I so
Aw.
happy
Thank
to be
you.
here with a lot of cool
Chew.
peeps running
Shout
and
out
watching
to
FF9. Much love, good luck, and I can't believe Queena and Vivi will swear their oaths to each other."
You better believe it, Chew.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you.
Shu Mogpo, another runner of this game in attendance here right now. You can probably fit one or two more if you want. if you have
Surely.
any.
We have a $5 donation from Andrew M. It's nice to see such a healthy speedrun community for such an important cause for my favorite video game genre. Good luck to all the runners.
Thank you.
And then we have a $10 donation from T Page that says, "Love this game and this squad. This is for naming Aiko Muttski."
I thought you were going to say T-Pain, and I was like, it's sick.
It's from the one time Roaming Merc rated.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually got T-Pain to start speedrunning at 9.
So right now we're. Oh,
Nope, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, right now we're heading into one of the. Mel really got the short end of the stick here. She's got all the hardest fights and all the hardest moments in the game to deal with, because this is an incredibly technical boss fight
Yeah.
coming up.
Yeah.
We're gonna be heading into the Festival of the Hunt. Muttski, you're an expert at the festival. If you want to kind of talk through a little bit of what to expect here.
All right, so listen. So hear me out. They're going to do some talking. They're going to put on this absolute banger of a song right here. And essentially, you can win this mini game by doing combat and winning fights and getting points based on the enemies you can defeat. Fortunately for us, not winning is the fastest and presents us with the most important reward, which is the coral ring. So we're going to go hang out with little Moo here, slash ourselves, let Freya win, and cash in on Freya's prize, because her prize is actually ours. So,
I thought we were going to go on the date this time.
I mean, the problem with the date is that she's already outed that we were hitting on another girl earlier. So we're going to put that on hold for now.
Please
You
don't-
can trance on this fight, which is sweet.
Nice.
Nice. No chance.
Oh, no!
Oh,
Annihilated.
at least I just saved.
So right now you can buy the right stuff.
All right. I've been told we have an update on the text box incentive.
I do have an update. I don't think some of you are going to like it, but Gray is
Oh.
now in the lead.
Oh no.
Yes!
Oh no.
Gray all day, baby.
It's now in the lead 60-10, so
Okay.
all of the blue believers will have to do some work to get it back in
Yes.
front.
Can we just... All right, listen. AFI has a great song called Text Box is Not Gray. And we should all take their example.
Care to sing it?
No, not really. Not particularly. The only song I sing is Garnet's version of Melodies of Life.
I thought you were going to say Hojo on a beach.
Oh, that too. It's Hojo on the beach.
Classic.
Kid Taya in his lab coat.
This is to me one of the funniest scenes in the entire game, where basically what happened in that last scene was a Burmesian soldier, Burmesia being the country that Freya is from, a nation of like anthropomorphic rat people.
A dream come true, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
If only she was a capybara.
A Burmesian soldier comes.
Can we get ones in chat if you're a capybara?
2 if you're a capybara and a telescope.
A Burmesian soldier comes into the throne room and basically announces that the Alexandrians have attacked the neighboring kingdom of Burmesia, and they're seeking reinforcements from Lindblum. And Zidane and company want to go check it out and see what's going on. And Garnet wants to go too, because she is kind of on a mission to like convince her mother to stop doing these types of things. But Zidane is kind of like, no, you shouldn't go. It's too dangerous. And so Dagger has the idea to just drug everybody and sneak out with Steiner. And Freya's reaction to it makes me laugh every time I think about it, because she just says something along like, there's more to that girl than meets the eye. Like she's impressed that she just got drugged by this person she met like 30 minutes ago.
I like that Steiner's like freaking out and thinks
Yeah.
he's like choking and dying.
She's like, there shouldn't be any in yours, bud. Like,
Yeah, Garnet says that she's like having trouble sleeping earlier and like is able to kind of like weasel her way into getting the sleeping weed, which she then works into the food.
Yeah. She gives it to. She gets it from Zidane, who was carrying it because their plan to kidnap Garnet originally was to use the sleeping weed on her.
I have enough money to buy a tent here, right?
Yeah, for
sure
sure.
do.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And you can also pick up the extra one if you
Yeah.
want.
You could probably buy like
Do you want to buy the
11.
softs too, just to have me do it now? I don't know. Who,
it might.
I would
Let's
do
not,
that.
let's
yeah.
not,
Okay,
let's not to
keep
not
going.
throw off muscle memory.
I just didn't know
yeah.
if he did it disc 1 or disc 2
Yeah.
normally.
Yeah, I usually do it disc 2.
Here's the best stutter step in the game, by the way.
Yeah, it's one of the longest.
Feels really good on your wrists.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it
you
feels
do
great.
you do get a little checkpoint.
Well, it's a good thing
At
we
least.
bought an extra wrist.
Oh, that was okay. That was pretty good.
Type 1 if you have a wrist.
type 2 if you have 2 wrists.
Type 3 if you have 2 plus 1 extra.
Type 0 if you're a big Final Fantasy fan.
So you can't.
Hey.
Yeah, so Cease mentioned a little break here. You can't actually get encounters on this bridge, so she can just take a little 1 second run across there. It really, really pays off.
Oh, yeah.
Massive time save. That's going to catch us up a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes up for like
Yo, we gotta
1/5 of one of the Mage Masher attempts.
we gotta sub 2 Chocobo's Forest. Let's go.
Aw, I love Choco memes so much.
I love Choco's Forest. I would live here. Like, this place is such a vibe. It's also home to the greatest minigame in all of Final Fantasy, Chocobo Hot and Cold.
If you love mashing and finding stuff, this game is like right up
Yeah.
your
If
alley.
you love hitting that square button.
If you love that high of finding treasure buried under your backyard,
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, like it is shocking how much treasure there is in the ground there. Like someone like what happened?
that's a good question.
The most irresponsible homeowner just demolished their house and left all of their stuff on the ground.
So Mel's going to do a menu here that kind of sets up Freya and Zidane for the coming fights. Freya has just joined the party for the first time. She starts in the back row, but we want to get her front row so that she can do more damage on the upcoming boss fight and also potentially save some turns if she gets crits on some of the scripted encounters we have with black mages coming up.
I legitimately do not understand why they have her in the back row to start.
I don't either.
Like, I know she can jump, but the jump doesn't do that much damage.
Yeah.
Does that do the same in the front or back row?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
So that's probably the reasoning, but it's just like not particularly well balanced.
Yeah, because
in my
jump is
opinion.
basically 2 turns for her.
Yeah.
Right.
And a great song by Van Halen.
Did we talk about the coral ring yet?
No, I mentioned getting
Okay.
it. You can talk about
Yeah,
it.
so one of the most important items that goes on Zidane there is the coral ring, which was the prize for Freya winning the Festival of the Hunt. It both absorbs all lightning damage, which is useful because some of the upcoming enemies can cast thunder, as well as teaches Man-Eater. Thank you.
Just like the song.
Yeah, I'm not always the best at remembering which abilities come from which equipment, but yeah, so it's a pretty important item. We also get the yellow scarf on Freya to start teaching her Bird Killer, which is an important ability in this game because there's lots of birds in this game. We're about to meet our first bird, Gizamaluk.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
Bird Killer and Man-Eater are definitely like 2 of the like, I don't know, 6 or 7 most important abilities in the game. Bird Killer is one of the 3 most important probably.
Oh, thank goodness it's not 4 hornets.
Yeah, so these guys you can actually kill with a 1 hit from Zidane and a high potion from another character if you want.
Yeah, because Zidane does not have Flee here, because he has not learned it yet, and we've equipped him with an item that does not teach it. So, yeah, Mel's going to hold Flee during the R1, L1 Flee during the high potion, and she's going to get the quick Flee.
Spam your bone zones.
Come on, baby.
So that's one thing to consider when you're running this game. Anytime you don't have Flee available, you can buy what we call Flee checks. And basically the game is basically rolling the dice anytime it's not an opponent's turn, where if you get a successful dice roll, essentially, you are granted a Flee from the battle. And one of the ways that you can kind of get more of those quote-unquote checks is by doing something that has a long animation, such as throwing a high potion, casting a spell, defending with a character, etc., etc.
Yeah, so It is like danger checks, where it exponentially increases your chance, but it's also based on level.
Yeah.
So most of the game we're so under leveled that it's very minuscule. but
Yeah.
it is worth it to at least
Yeah.
try.
I'd say it's pretty average to get like at least a handful of
Yeah,
plays
yeah.
per run. It's not like it's like never happens, but it is not something you necessarily want to rely on.
Yeah, and the obviously the longer animation, the
Yeah.
more of a chance, which is
No.
Of course, the trance here. It's always after you've killed one black mage, so you can't even make use of Tidal Flame. That's unfortunate, but that's just kind of the way it goes with trance in this game. You have no control over when it happens, and you can't save it once it fills up. So.
I never noticed the like little torches up there burning. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I really like this battlefield. I'm not gonna lie.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool little details
Yeah.
in a lot of the battle
Yeah.
scenes like that.
There is one good thing about trancing is you cannot miss. It
Yeah.
gives you basically pseudo accuracy plus.
Yeah. So that was the first of 2 scripted fights with some black mages here in Ceaselessly Grotto. The second one, maybe we'll get to see some ATB waiting based on ATBs.
We do this fight for a multitude of reasons, but it's actually not a required fight. You get rewarded with another bell to open a door with from this fight, but you can alternatively dip backwards and go talk to the same Burmesian as we talked to earlier and actually get a second bell, and then you can come back in and dodge this fight. But because we want the XP and AP in our routing, and because it obviously eliminates the chances of getting random encounters while doing all that running, this is just considerably better for RTA attempts anyway.
Yeah, I mean this fight is so consistent
yeah,
that
it's
it's
so-
not worth it. Because the random encounters in this dungeon are actually typically very bad.
They're so bad.
Yeah,
You're either-
This is like the first place where random encounters
Yeah.
are like really threatening to actually
Yeah.
wipe
Yeah,
things.
we got arguably the safest one. The only safer one is when you get like a
the
solo
single,
skeleton.
you get the solo.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Can I sneak in real quick? We need to change the menus.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
That's right.
Chat is becoming unruly. We need to fix it.
Oh, right. Yeah, we need to switch to gray.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for the reminder.
My bad. I thought it was like every disc. I didn't know. But...
No worries.
Wow, Mel trying to.
She's trying to sneak the blue in under the radar, despite the will of the people.
Shout outs to the blue crew.
We cannot contain them any longer. We need the grays.
So this little Moogle couple is the most adorable couple in the entire game.
I think they picked a really bad spot to go on a honeymoon.
They
though.
did. Ceaselessly Grotto is not in good shape right now. Yeah, so Mel,
Isn't Kizamaluk like who people are supposed to go to like
Yeah.
basically sanctify their marriage? Though, so
basically, yeah.
Yeah, so now Mel's gonna change the menu to gray.
She'll do it
I
when she does the menu. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and heal.
So now Mel's gonna make her own rules because she should.
Ah, just the way they're meant to be.
Now we can go on our honeymoon, he says. Text boxes were the missing link. This is gonna annoy me on my memory card saves. This is gonna look so awful.
What are you talking about?
Look at this.
Oh, beautiful.
God, my OCD is driving me insane. Looking at that.
Well, if you want to help Muttski not feel bad looking at his memory cards, get some more donations towards the bid war.
Blue crew, rise up.
I begrudgingly announce as a gray text boxer.
That was aggressive.
All right, so Mel's gonna head in here to one of the first like really scary bosses in the fight. He's a Maluk.
The smell.
He is a bird. Good luck.
Thank you.
We're gonna open up and try to throw a tent on Giza Maluk and hope that it lands a status affliction of blindness
Tell
and
you
silence.
Damage numbers.
If you want, if you want to go
I'll tell
ahead.
you if it'll save a turn.
If
or
there's
not.
any camping fans out there, this
I
is
usually
your
count,
fight.
but if you can do the math for me too,
Yeah,
that'd be
yeah.
great. Thanks, Ayymart.
Yeah.
Ayymart, the calculator master.
I would say this is one of the fights that once you start getting good at the game, it should probably be arguably your most practiced fight.
Yeah.
This fight just has a lot of really small nuances to it that can save a lot of time.
All right, the tent didn't land,
Right.
unfortunately, but we still got 3 more to try it with.
Jeff would never let me down.
Oof. Yeah, Gizmo can strike for a lot, as well as cast water spells that can do a lot of damage. Second one, no good.
So something I do want to point out is it's really important not to block your own party's ATB while an enemy's attack is going off. Because you're
Oh my
basically,
gosh, come
especially fast enemies later on, you're basically giving them free turn.
Yeah. All right, is 4th try the charm here.
Please.
There is a backup if it doesn't land, but it does make the fight pretty much riskier. So let's hope this last one lands. Ah, all right. Dang,
We really do love this game, though.
that is tough luck. Melle is such a champion dealing with all this. Okay, so we're going to use Soul Blade here, which is one of Zidane's Thief Sword abilities. We won't be able to silence Gizmo doing this, but we will be able to blind him, which will lead to theoretically a lesser chance of him landing physical attacks.
He's trans, so well actually it's she, I believe. But
Oh, really?
yeah, I believe
didn't know that.
Gizmo is female.
Unfortunately,
We love a girl boss.
Yeah.
Girl boss gatekeep
Yeah.
Gizmo.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Giza obviously still has the ability to cast water attacks.
Yeah.
And can still hit through the darkness. It's still approximately like a coin flip, so...
That's because her friends are her power.
Yeah. So Mel's gonna play it a little safe here, making sure to heal everybody up because once Giza gets down to a certain damage threshold and it's not silenced, it can cast Water All, which can be really scary if your party's at low HP. That was a natural evasion. Nice.
Nice.
This is one of the hardest bosses to ATB wait on also.
Yeah.
What Giza doesn't know is that we have an army of telescopes behind us. So Vivi could get killed by that attack if we didn't do the one little minor menu that Mel did right before the fight and gave Vivi the glass armlet. The glass armlet cuts water damage in half by 50%, so Vivi was able to tank that, which is actually really nice for a healing turn like this on Z, so that Z doesn't have to spend a turn healing himself.
Yeah.
So we have Vivi here with his ATB being able to kind of hold stuff while we...
Yeah, see right here, that's a perfect example. It is possible to do the ATB wait with another party's ATB full, but it does make it considerably easier if you clear it.
Yeah.
But it is safer to keep the ATB, so... That's one
Yeah,
of
it's
those-
kind of a risk-reward
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
Yeah.
There we go.
But
That was-
thankfully,
that
it
was
made it
very
through the
good.
fight.
Nice recovery.
It is.
That was so good after like post.
Yeah. You might not know it from watching it, but that is actually
Yeah,
incredibly
that is-
hard to pull off.
After the tense, after abandoning the tense
yeah.
strat, that is about as good as it can go.
And if we can get a round of applause for Mel, because that's the end of her segment.
Yeah. Nice job, Mel.
I didn't die.
You didn't die, Mel. Heck yeah. Here,
I pass
I'll
it
keep
to you.
mashing and plug mine in when I get a chance.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks.
Good luck, Cease.
Thank you. What's up, fam? How we doing? Can we get some hype for part-time worker Mary in chat?
Press 1 if you're a part-time worker, Mary.
I'm a part-time worker. I'm gonna lose some time plugging a controller in. It's okay. Maybe not that much because of the camera pan. Yeah, so right here in Southgate, we're gonna get introduced to the second cutest couple in FF9, part-time worker Mary and jobless Jeff. There's some RNG. Speaking of cutscene RNG, there's some RNG here where she can either be looking. She can either
I
be.
can leave it up there.
We're gonna try to clear out some NPCs from this area so that we can sneak through with Garnet in our bag. And one of them is part-time worker Mary, who is in love with jobless Jeff. And Steiner is going to encourage her to go talk to him. But based on the cutscene RNG, Jeff might be facing her, or he might have his back completely to her.
The only Jeff I need is an adorable black mage in this run.
I really want to try a Geishel pickle.
They're kind of like jalapenos.
I bet they're good on baguettes.
They're even better with bananas.
Dude, I love jalapenos.
Oh, looks like Jeff might be facing Mary
Okay.
today.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
He's faking us out.
He's faking out. He's starting to turn away. Oh, it's not looking good. We have to reset. There's no way this run can continue. He's kind of facing
they're
Mary.
facing
Okay,
each
okay. I'm going to count that as love winning. Hashtag love wins.
As Una would say.
Let's give it up for love.
So that is the most important part of my segment of the run. Everything else is kind of trivial. Scoot a little closer if we can.
Yeah, you're good.
Might be a good time for a couple donations.
Sure. We have a $25 donation from Dojo Dweller. It says, "Hello, party people. First time donating, and I'm glad to be a part of this cool event. Shout out to Ayymart for being the best and what I'm going to assume is white mage in Final Fantasy XIV.
He's Phoenix down to party.
Ayymart is unironically like a powerhouse healer in FF14.
We have a $10 donation from Toju. Says, "So excited to see FF9 back at RPG Limit Break. I couldn't be at this event this year, but had to donate during this run. It couldn't be run by a cooler group of people. Great commentary and run so far, and good luck with the rest. Much love from Toju."
Thank you.
For those, of you,
Toju.
for those of you that don't know, Toju is a longtime telescope of this game.
Yeah. He's like the master telescope, and even.
No, Toju has run this game for a really long time. He ran it with me several years ago, whatever year that was, 2017. Last time it was at RPG Limit Break, and we love Toju.
Legitimately one of the nicest people
Yeah, he's
I've
super
ever seen.
Flawless
friendly.
feet boss. Yeah, Toju is such a sweetie. I only just talked to him for the first time recently, and he's just so nice.
Time for more.
Sure thing.
We have a $100 donation from a Wolf Hunt that says, "Thank you all for your amazing work in supporting mental illness and making my morning coffee even better."
Woo!
And then we also have another $100 donation from Octini. It says, "It was awfully brave of you to wear a hoodie back to RPG Limit Break." But
You just wait. If it warms up and this bad boy's coming off.
Oh baby.
The redemption arc.
Yeah.
would be a shame if something were to happen.
Like it getting stuck, perhaps?
Yeah, the first time it was my first live event, was coming to RPG Limit Break many years ago, and the very first run I was in the audience for, and the camera wasn't on the runners yet, it was on the audience, and there's like a 40-second clip of me just struggling to get my hoodie off, and I like get lost in it.
It's pretty iconic.
It's actually the most watched clip I'm in of anything, so there's that. I have to take that to the grave.
I like to turn the camera around because I get lost easily.
Yeah. I also
I
do
just stopped doing it recently.
Yeah.
I've done it, so I'm a decade deep on this.
I end up like 45 degrees to the right of Gracia more often than not if I don't.
There is a line I can tell you after the run if you
Okay.
really want to know.
I mean, I can try.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah. Here's something that's worth highlighting. There's a lot of different like subtle differences between, like, we have 5 runners up here.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of different like subtle differences between our play styles, even though we're all following the same route. You know, such as some of us like blue text boxes and others of us like the correct color.
Some of us have respect and some of us don't.
Well, it definitely it becomes so obvious when we did our practice run of the co-op. It's so funny whenever like 2 really experienced runners of this game are thinking to do something very different at the same time.
Whoops.
I love Prometheus. It's probably one of my favorite places
Yeah.
in the entire game.
This track is so good.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
It's actually like there's a pianist, Philip Glass. It's very reminiscent of a track.
Yeah. Oh, I
Yeah.
can see that. Yeah.
The Piano Bros?
Yeah.
I wish I knew what their actual group name was. I don't even know. They're just the Piano Bros.
We got more mages.
But not more mashers.
I picked wrong. That's okay.
Oh,
Bye,
no.
Vivi.
Poor Jeff.
Bye, Jeff.
We're gonna revive Vivi there just so that the experience distribution doesn't get mucked up.
Vivi looks like tired.
Would you say
Just like
Melle
Felicia
tired?
in Super Puzzle Fighter Turbo 2.
I'm gonna remember to do this menu just
What
for
was,
you,
I don't
Mel.
even remember my
That was who you.
oh, Felicia? Okay.
Good, because I forgot.
Yeah, this is a menu that I forget to do a lot of the time, and there have been many times that Mel's been in my chat yelling at me like, "Do the menu!"
Yeah,
If I could sneak in real quick during this menu, we do need to switch back to blue.
Fine, you heathen.
First off, I just want to say that it's not called blue, it's called classic. Because that's exactly what it is.
You know what, Cease? I think you should wait a half hour to change it back. Just like that.
RJ, if there was like a donation that came with that color change, you can definitely go ahead and fit that in now as well. If not, that's...
I do not see a specific one through it, but just an update. Blue is ahead by $35. So if
Let's
somebody wants to
go.
keep this carnage on the couches and chairs going, let's see it.
This is there's actually a couple screens in Burmecia where you can save encounter checks. That's one of them.
Oh.
RNG manipulation.
Yeah. I'm just moving the pointer around. There's a Moogle I can save at before Beatrix, right?
Yeah, it's literally in
Yeah.
the room that you dip in and out
Okay.
of, yeah.
We get to see Stiltskin as well.
Heck yeah. I'm always very happy when I don't get an encounter in that room.
That's
too.
yeah,
My-
that's the
Yeah.
best one. For
My-
sure. It's that one and the very first screen.
That's probably the hardest bit of movement in Burmecia. So anytime you don't get an encounter there is nice.
Yeah, it's just such weird. Like it's not like a complicated set of movements. It's just like a lot of turning and
Yeah.
like hard 90-degree cuts after coming in on like a weird 45-degree angle, kind of.
Yeah. I'd say that the next, like, after mastering, like, the combat in this game... Oh, I got a quick flee.
Nice.
Nice.
After mastering the combat in this game, probably the next two most important skills are getting good at your menus and your movement, because there's so many, like, small ways to save time with each of them. Plus, getting really fast at menus just feels so good, because the menus in this game are so smooth.
Fortunately, everywhere on this part of the continent, bells just open doors left and right.
Yeah.
And there's just an abundance of bells to be found. It's really convenient. This is the only screen in Burmecia that you can't get encounters on also, so you can, I don't know,
I could run around in
jog up some
circles,
stairs, yeah, get some fitness in.
kill some time waiting for gray text box
You do
donations.
not want to skip leg day.
Yeah, otherwise you end up like Necron, all upper body muscle.
I was just picturing Vivi with like beefy Saquon Barkley thighs.
He's already like halfway there.
I mean, he's already got pretty beefy
Shout
thighs.
outs to Beefy VVV.
Yeah.
And this Beefy Jeff.
Beefy Jeff.
Spam your beefy Jeffs in chat if you have.
Jeff only does leg day. Jeff doesn't even have biceps.
Here we have a Burmesian and his pregnant wife. He's wounded. Zidane is going to come in and help save them from this collapsing structure.
Perfect example of his title card in
Yeah.
the intro.
Yeah.
We'll see them again later in a very cute cutscene.
Yeah.
So we're doing an instance of dipping in and out of a screen so that we can reset the threat of the encounter.
Same thing here, but we're gonna actually see it here.
Yeah.
This
Normally
time.
we would just bop in and out of here, but because of the potential of a wipe to Beatrix, it's not super common, but it can happen if things go wonky or you mistime the jump. It is possible to die.
Yeah, get rid of
Hey,
that
we
gray.
fixed it. Let's
Oh,
go.
it's hideous. I don't even have beef with blue text boxes. I'm just a contrarian.
I thought that Stiltskin appeared if you just.
No, it's in
It's
the,
only if
the
you
left
go back.
one.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the left side one.
It's in the right one. if
Oh, you
go-
have to dip.
You gotta
yeah,
go
you have to go
back
back in.
in.
Yeah. It's the same as like the
yeah.
Bramball one.
Yeah.
That was a solid Burmecia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
one
a really
encounter.
good Burmecia.
One encounter Burmecia is really
Yeah.
nice.
Imagine only getting one encounter in a hostile area. Would that be
Yeah.
sick, Mel?
Well, you all saw how good I handled the one fight for bombom during 10-2. Maybe I've just got the magic touch.
Yeah.
I say before I get like a 3 encounter card in a row.
I hope you're excited for 17 shocks.
Yeah.
Nothing bad has ever happened in Clara Trunk.
Yeah.
No.
Especially not to me specifically recently. I had a 5 encounter Clara Trunk recently.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Also, heads up to Jibbin. We're getting close to
Yeah.
your sacred duty here.
You better put it, if you want that money, you better put in the work.
In the last race we did, I think I had a 7 encounter Clayra trunk. or
I think
something.
you're right. Yeah, it was something
that-
ridiculous like that.
Yeah, it was awful.
Because I remember you being like multiple minutes ahead of me, and then I was like 5 minutes ahead of you after
was
Clara.
that was ironically the last time I did a full run of this game.
Yeah. All right, is everybody ready to count? We like counting, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna make sure I use this calculator.
Please do, actually. Yeah.
So,
The song Bodies by Drowning Pool is actually inspired by this.
I can
Something's got to give.
Someone's got to jump.
I can
Someone's
only
a telescope.
One, thunder slash my face. Two, shock me into death. Three. So this
You know
start-
what's...
Oh,
No,
go-
sorry.
okay.
No. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. When you go on that tangent of...
Yeah.
Anyway, want to say something meaningful?
This is our first encounter with a lot of people's favorite character, Beatrix. And the strat here is to count to either 8 or 10. We'll see how the fight goes. I might get scared and just not go for.
Can we get some counting in the background?
Yes. We count together.
We count together, we die together. Yeah, so Beatrix is super powerful, and we're not even gonna bother trying to.
One.
Something's got to give.
We stole the nameplate.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, baby.
All right, so
Whoa! Yeah, dude.
it looks
Golly.
Quadzilla Vivi also has the agility of a
That's
fox.
3.
like you got to go for the mithril sword, Cease.
Nah, I'm not gonna
Four.
press my luck here.
This is like the best Beatrix I've ever seen in my life. Thunder/Z.
I think this is 5. This is
Told you,
five.
let's go!
That's 5, right?
Yes,
Thank
yes
you.
it is.
Counting is hard.
My short-term memory is so bad.
That's okay.
Here's 6, the first shock of the fight. Wow.
That is, I was about to say shocking, not on purpose, and had to stop myself.
That was 6, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
So ideally, it's Vivi that goes down.
Yep, that is
7.
beautiful.
Yep, this
Wow.
is like a perfect fight.
Yeah, one Phoenix
Wow, what's
down
it
to
like?
30.
Sorry, go ahead.
I am gonna need just a moment of focus for this one.
That should do it.
Come on, Mel, you got this.
Come on, Melle! Oh, there goes my controller. I drop my controller at least like 5 times every run.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
That is like one of the best Burmesias I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
Between
Oh no,
one,
no.
one
Front
encounter,
and center.
one encounter.
Give it up for Jibbin!
sequence down. There he is!
Here it comes. Now don't go too early, okay?
And the eject button is on the left.
Jibbin,
Oh no!
Jibbin has also done runs of this game, longtime viewer and FF9 aficionado, so he's here to help us out with one of the most important parts of running this game on hardware, which is swapping to the new discs. That was a really good Burmesio, holy cow.
Yeah.
I wish I could get something like that on a PB attempt, but hey, we'll take it where we can get it.
Hey,
I should.
it's a sub 230 disc one.
Oh, yeah, baby.
We should point out that this is the first introduction to the main villain of the game.
Kuja. A fabulous,
Mercury?
beautiful.
Just an absolutely beautiful man
An
that I
icon.
didn't definitely think was a woman when I first saw him.
She's got to press no to the save before
Yeah.
Jibbin, just heads up. The this anticipation for
I
Jiven
know.
right now.
Yeah, I love that Jiven is just like Tebowing like right in front of me.
It's almost Evo time, yeah.
Dude, check out Lugia too. Oh my god.
That's the Lugia VMAX.
I love
Oh yeah. I decided, was that this morning or last night, that I was gonna name my first
I know,
child
this
Lugia
FMV takes
V-Star.
forever.
Both, really.
But yeah, yeah.
I just want to sneak in here and say that we had 2 donations, one $100 donation from Acklerin and a $45 donation from Twirling Curtis to make the menus go back to gray.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Give it up for Jiven,
Beautiful.
everybody.
Let's go, Jiven.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A beautiful man doing beautiful work. All right, so after we get our rear ends handed to us in Burmecia by Beatrix, we're going to go back over to Steiner and Dagger for a bit and catch up on their wacky adventures. And I will go ahead and change that text box color in the next menu.
No, I'm pretty sure it's on until disc 3.
Yeah.
No. I'm not going to pull a Melle here and just defy the will of the people.
I remember when we were a free country.
Listen, when you're doing your own runs, you can set your color to whatever you want.
I do kind of wish it was like FF7 where you
Yeah.
could just make
I
it
do
like a
too.
gradient.
Oh, yeah.
Or FF6 where you can make the demon chocobo.
I don't even know what that is. What?
Oh,
there's like preset like backgrounds you can have, and one of them's just like a tiled chocobo face.
I'm gonna try to
And then
make
you can set it to like these hideous colors.
Is it like a negative of a photo, basically?
Big kind of, yeah, but with a chocobo, but he's just got a big smile on. I can't believe you've never seen that.
No.
Oh, dude, it's
it kills your eyes.
so
It's
bad to look at.
awful.
Like, and it does it in battle too. So like you see it like layered in combat and everything. It's so horrible.
I need to do that when Emma and I play it again, so she'll actually remember the game this time.
So Ceaselessly's gonna get 2 mithril gloves and a barbet. I don't have any idea what they're
The
what they're
barbet,
used for,
the
but-
barbet is hilariously bought now and not really important until like disc 4, kind
Yeah.
of.
Well, you can't buy it after
Yeah.
this point, I'm pretty
So
sure.
yeah.
Barbet is the
Dragon Killer.
yeah.
Yeah. So there's one boss in disc 4 that isn't affected by the other killer abilities that we use. So we have Dragon Killer. In some routes, you'll actually use the barbet and learn Dragon Killer throughout the run. But in this route, we don't learn Dragon Killer, so we literally will just hold on to that helmet until all the way at the end of the run and equip it for one fight then.
And the reason for doing that in this route is because it takes 70 AP to learn
Yeah.
Dragon Killer. And it's just not worth it for one fight.
It's not the only time that anyone will have the barbet on. Like Steiner gets the barbet.
It teaches a lot also.
Yeah. So we do use it a few other times for other things, but that's the main purpose of it.
I know one way you can learn Dragon Killer.
Go ahead.
Anybody know? Anybody know? Disc 2 Tantarian, baby.
No.
You don't got to put the barbet on.
I
Freya.
just realized we gave Cease the Tantarian segment.
You sure did.
Oh no.
Am I gonna go off script?
Oh no.
No, I haven't fought Tant in like a year. I'd probably die.
I would say that I've seen people die more to Tant than actually beat the boss.
Maybe if you watched my runs more, you would have seen me with more victories.
I did. You're the person I've seen die the most.
Yeah, because I'm the one who ran Tant the most. Of course I died more than anybody else.
It's the only route I ever ran that I never got a PB with.
That's, well, maybe,
No, I had like consistently good times. I just never had action.
yeah. We'll talk about, we'll mention Tant later when we get to it, but we're not going to be fighting Tantarian in this run.
This fight actually has a special mechanic. So if the other 2 party members are KO'd and Dagger's the only one left standing, the boss will just auto-attack itself basically every other turn. And it's not like an unsubstantial amount of damage. It's about 1/6 of its damage every time.
Yeah.
You can also ATB away with Dagger here. She is slightly faster.
It's a really tight window, but it's definitely doable. Yeah, the only way you can actually lose this fight is if you KO'd
I should have
Dagger yourself. Yeah, that's okay.
That's all right.
You can do this is so long you can do it now.
Yeah.
Shoutouts if you've ever died on this boss, or hands up if you ever died on this boss. I'm not gonna talk about it, but just yeah.
So this introduces kind of a new status effect to the series too. There's a heat status and a freeze status. Heat makes it so that your characters are unable to take a turn, and if they do, they just KO themselves when they try to do their action. And freeze prevents them from doing anything, and they can be killed in one shot with any physical attack despite how much damage it does. Fortunately, you used Blizzard there, so Steiner actually didn't get killed. And the freeze can wear off. They both wear off over time. They're time-based in status effects, but Steiner didn't actually get another turn in, but he's still kicking. So.
You can also cure them you can cure freeze with fire, and you can cure heat with blizzard.
It's pretty sweet, right?
Yeah.
That was a pretty good fight.
Yep.
Yeah, nice job.
Yep.
It's actually a little rare for all three people to survive that fight because if Steiner goes down in the fight, as Bombom was mentioning before, because Black Waltz 3 will just attack itself if Garnet's the only one left standing. If Steiner goes down, it's actually fastest to just KO Marcus and allow Black Waltz to do damage to itself because Marcus only does about half the damage that Black Waltz does to itself.
And if you pay attention to the turn number, turns that Black Waltz has done, you can make a decision whether or not to do it on the current turn or the next turn, knowing that Black Waltz will hurt itself or not.
That's a good example of a fight where it's generally a pretty good idea to count damage because the decisions you make can depend on how much HP the Black Waltz has left.
My favorite fight to count damage on is a tie between all of them.
Even to Harka?
You know, that's actually no, because you just get heat on the first turn every time.
Yeah.
He only has 1 HP, technically. I don't even use Soul Blade. I'm busy stealing Yori.
I'm going to heal here in case we get a world map encounter on the off chance.
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance, right?
Get them spooters.
Now, for some reason, this one I never have trouble doing backwards. Probably because I just
That's
follow.
so funny because this is the one that I turn for.
I just follow the line
Yeah,
of the
that makes
mountain,
sense.
Yeah.
The contours.
You can get a friendly encounter here, right?
Yeah, you get the
And,
ghost.
yeah.
Little
Yeah.
ghost.
Come on, Cease. Come on.
Let's get the little ghosty.
He just wants some ore for a snack.
Nah. Okay.
He's
okay.
hungry.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to forget the power.
Hold on.
ball.
What
I
does
wasn't gonna say
what does that say over there?
It says, "Shut your mouth, Ayymart." No, I have my notes over here next to me, and it says in big red letters, "Get the power belt."
So this is the city of nobles called Trino, or Trino, however you want to pronounce it.
What about the Ceaselessly? I think we have enough
Yeah,
kills.
gotta grab
Yeah,
him.
I'll
You feel happier.
Garnet gets mugged, which is necessary. This is the only optional ATE that we do in the
Feel happier.
entire run.
I tried stuff.
Do you feel happy?
I'll throw 10 gil in the fountain for stuff.
Do we have any time for donations?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
So we had a $5 donation from Tempest Mask that says, as someone who was once given the chance to do a little fan voicing for Zidane, I feel a strong connection, somewhat, with Final Fantasy IX. And while I've yet to play this game, I fully intend to fix that. I'm sure I will become enamored with this game as much as I tend to enjoy Final Fantasy IV. I was going to put this to name Freya after Hakos Bales, the rat of Hololive, just for funsies, but instead, let's try to meet that 2-player for Disc 4 incentive.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for the donation.
Thank you.
Oops,
And
sorry.
they said, donation train anybody? But they must have felt the energy of that donation because we had a $100 donation from Axoden. Says, good luck to everyone on this Final Fantasy IX run, and may your final encounter count remain below 100. Let's see that co-op Disc 4. And then finally, we have a $300 donation from BD Jeffy P. Says, Disc 4 with 2 players? I gotta see this. And with that donation, it actually does meet that incentive.
Let's
So
go.
we'll be doing multiplayer Disc 4.
All right, you know what that means, everybody. You can invest all your money in the blue text boxes. Yeah, so C scrolled back up to it on the items there on the shop, but because she stole the chain plate earlier, she actually didn't need to buy one there.
Yeah, saves a little bit of gil. Not that we really need it because we got nobles and we've also like been doing extra.
We're
stuff,
so
but,
loaded,
like-
it's great.
All right, let me see if I can skip Shaggy. Yeah, there we go. That guy looks like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, and you can kind of wiggle your way past him. It saves you like half a second over like just waiting for him to go ahead of you or walking behind him.
I know this is predominantly just the piano song, but the piano collections version of the song is also really good.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it, but the music in Trino is really good. No, if you have more donations or announcements, now's a good time. This is a long cutscene.
Certainly, we have plenty. I have a $25 donation from Kat that says, "What kind of donations do you like? What kind of runners do you like? What kind of mage mashers do you like?" We have a $5 donation from Red Silvers that says, "A Burmesian soldier walks into a bar. The bartender says, 'What are you doing here? You're supposed to be advancing the plot. Now we'll never get that 2-hour mage masher.'"
Yeah.
We had a $25 donation from This Is Giza. It says, "I wish the runners terrible luck on my grotto. Please don't use a tent on me. There might be a snake in there, and that definitely hurts my feelings."
Fortunately, there were no snakes in any of the tents. You are safe.
That person will be happy to know.
We got a $25 donation from Jericandra that says, "Melle is awesome. Also, Pace Pals represent. Good luck on the run, y'all."
Yeah, thanks,
Thanks,
Jared.
Derek.
We have a $60 donation from Zenitario. It says, "In the words of Merryweather in Sleeping Beauty, make it blue."
Yeah.
I mean, I have to switch it.
This is rigged.
Well, it's still not caught up to the Grays.
Thank goodness.
So we have a $40 donation from I'm Just Here for the Prime Loot. It says, "Great job, Mel, on your seg. Here's $10 for each tent that didn't stick."
I feel like Prime Loot is just using the donations as like a means to just remind us of everything that goes wrong.
Yeah, honestly, you guys should just keep not doing anything well and then get a lot of donations for it. It seems to be working really well.
Thanks for the dono, Prime Loot.
Keep going.
Yes, please.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. We have a $25 donation from Moogle Stiltskin. It says, "Donating again because I love rewatching the FF Speedrun streams when I go on road trips with my wife and son, so I wanted to say I love you, Caitlin and Emmett.
Aw.
By the way, you're going to win the card games, right?
Oh, yeah.
I heard that they were pretty easy. It would be a terrible to detour to the Island of Shame. Good luck on the run, everyone."
So I guess one thing we can note now that it got brought up with this route, this is actually the first route that's been fully put together in such a way that there is no more Island of Shame. If we lose the card tournament, we actually don't go there anymore.
Yeah.
We just do the route without the rebirth ring. For the sake of menuing and like safety and just like smoothness, we're gonna save beforehand so that we get the rebirth ring, just because it makes everything considerably easier in a lot of ways between menuing and combat options. But yeah, you don't actually have to take the minute or close to minute time loss to going to the island with this route, which is one of the most attractive and appealing like updates to the route itself.
But we don't have to worry about any of that because Aymart's going to go 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0, dub. Actually, it's going to be
That's true.
WPW.
We should have played some Tetramaster last night with my box to
I played
warm up.
Petromaster while I was sleeping. I was dreaming of a 3-0.
We've definitely got more time for more donations if you got more.
Yeah, sure. We have a $50 donation from Ace. It says, "Gotta see that two-person disc 2. Disc 4. Sorry.
Oh, two-person disc 2.
Two-person disc 2. Get on it, guys."
That's gonna give me nightmares. That
Can you
phrase.
imagine?
Sorry, go on, RJ.
No worries. We have the $100 donation from Ackerlin that we mentioned earlier for the blue text box. It says, "Blue? No, blue. We need the correct menu color." And then the donation from Twirling Curtis, the $45 donation. "I only know 2 things. O is always confirm and gray is the way."
Well,
Great text boxes for life.
I agree with one of those statements.
I actually don't know why I'm friends with Curtis.
I was gonna say, I think we have a problem.
And we have a $10 donation from Armar. It says, "Heals for the brain bugs."
Woo. Thanks very much for the donations, y'all. Keep them coming. We got a lot of run left.
Yes.
We have a big need for blue boxes.
Well, let's not get carried away there. So this is the track I was talking about before as being an underrated gem. I'm gonna reset that just to avoid getting an encounter.
Man, what a bop.
You getting straight up cozy.
Yeah, I am.
As you should be.
The chairs
Alright.
do
I'm gonna start
recline.
cuddling with this guy here in a little bit.
All right, so
What level is?
Couple-
Oh, sorry.
no, you go.
I was
ahead.
gonna say, what level is Steiner at right now? Do we know?
I believe Steiner is.
I think he's 3
Yeah.
or 3.
I think
Definitely
He's-
3.
He's got to be 3, right?
Yeah, 3. It's 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wrong. Alert. Do I need to take off MP attacks too?
No, you got to take off HP.
HP 10. Okay, that's what I thought. My bad. All right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. I like almost never do that.
I mean,
Yeah,
honestly, like at level 3, if I just instinctually put on the 10, I just leave. I don't. The counter may. It's like one of those things. It might help. It might not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The HP's nice either way.
I'm gonna play this fight safe. Otherwise,
That is the way.
it's not like a terribly dangerous fight, but it can go wrong if you get unlucky or make a
Yeah,
mistake.
if you get greedy and try to go for 3 preamps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when Marcus
got me
hits
on
so
damage.
low.
yeah,
Thank
I
you.
do.
Appreciate it.
Do you just want me to count it to you as it's going, or at the end of each turn?
Yeah, at the end of each turn would be good.
Cool.
Thank you.
How many encounters did you get?
Here 0.
Oh,
Zero.
nice.
0.
So what are we sitting at? We sitting at 8.
Yeah.
That's not
That's
bad
like
at all.
shockingly good
Yeah.
for considering we had 5 in Evil Forest.
Considering how it started.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting and then remembering that we had an 8-minute mage masher.
Yeah, the only reason we're not on PB pace is because we had 64 mage mashers.
Shoutouts to Ekans. Coming in hot.
Ekans with a gas mask.
I thought you were gonna say Ekans with a gun.
Bye, Marcus.
Yeah.
504. Yeah, so it's really important to revive someone if they go down on this fight, because you can get stuck in a loop where Rava just keeps killing people.
You also just want to have as many targets for him to attack so that Steiner has obviously the smallest
Ooh.
chance of taking a hit.
That miss is rough.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I figure I'll wait till it's.
Yeah. Thank you.
At least we're doing all strings right now.
Oops, all strings.
Not a 10.
Throw the 10, baby.
It's got to hit
This
this
one-
time,
this one's
right?
got the snake, yeah.
So, okay, she's dead. 1 devil's kiss is okay. 2 devil's kisses, not so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
504.
If two characters are poisoned,
You're at 748 by the way.
748. Thank you.
yeah, if 2 characters are poisoned, Ralph will actually do night, which is really bad.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you could probably.
You might be able to get the kill here.
Let's see what Steiner's damage roll is.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
It's going to be close, but
208. We're good.
she can hit 210. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, we're good. Cool.
Those are lovely rolls.
Good fight. A little sketchy with the 1 miss, but otherwise pretty good fight.
Yep.
Sweet.
If, as Mel was mentioning before, if you have 2 characters who are poisoned at once during that fight, Rava will cast Night and put your party to sleep, which is not necessarily something you want because then you can't
No.
attack.
Especially for low level.
Yeah.
At these levels, it would almost certainly be game over.
Yeah. But thankfully, it's pretty easy to avoid that happening because on the one hand, Steiner and Dagger Marcus and Dagger almost always die to any of Rava's attacks. And when you die, your status effects, well, not all of them, but like poison is one of the status effects that does not persist if the character gets KO'd. It's pretty easy to like, okay, if 2 people have poison's throw remedy or something on them.
RJ, I don't know if there's any donations or anything. This is kind of a good point.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
please.
We have a $25 donation from Anthior with no comment. Thank you so much. And then we have a $33 donation from Bramhall V. It says, Sir Blue Windows. Eyes emoji.
Yeah.
I knew Jack had good taste.
And then if we have time, I'd just like to highlight some of the incentives coming up later,
Yes,
since we
please.
have met everything for Final Fantasy IX.
Wow.
Wow.
Other than the ongoing battle between this gray and blue supremacy, I don't know.
Yeah.
But we have Super Mario RPG coming up after this. We have an incentive for an invisible enemy super jump challenge, which sounds incredible. That's currently sitting at $35 out of 1,000. So if we could start working on that, that'd be amazing, because that sounds super fun to see.
H clean.
Yeah,
Where
definitely
could
donate
you
to that.
be?
The super jump in Super Mario RPG is so impressive because of how tight the window becomes. It shrinks as you do more and more of the jumps consecutively, and it's awesome. So I'm assuming with the invisible monster sprites, it's probably incredible to watch. It's also just a banger of a game.
We've also got the character names. We got, what, 4 characters left? 3 characters left?
Yeah, there is some
Yeah.
character names left. We have Aiko, Amarant, and Quina.
Yeah, so we'll have Quina next, and Quina will be in probably like 30 minutes.
I will say,
Nah,
currently,
Quina will
For an
be-
hour.
currently the Amarant one is tied. There's
Maybe
2 names
not.
tied at $50. So if you're looking into snipe that, push one forward, or maybe come in and swoop in with another name of your own,
What are
there's
the
a very
names?
good
I
opportunity.
guess it is probably like an hour.
Currently, Amarant is one of the options, and then Awful at $50.
Wait. Why are the options the same thing? Boom, got him.
Don't get me. Yeah.
Don't come at me, telescopes.
Just wait until someone says Necron is a bad final boss. I'll really pop off.
I'm not gonna lie, there was a point in time where Mel was finishing up her segment, and in my head, I was just thinking about you saying "press 1" of your telescope, and it made me giggle, and I was trying so hard not to laugh. I don't know why I thought it was so funny, but it really makes me happy.
Lack of sleep.
Yeah, that's honestly
probably.
probably most of it.
So we're doing just a quick little menu here, putting some equipment on. We're gonna give Freya cover and Maneater. Cover will be used in an upcoming boss fight, and then we also gave Zidane Insomniac and Alert. Alert is an ability that we use to prevent back attacks, which is very important for the run.
The Griminus boots also teach Flee, which is why we're able to have the Ogre equipped and still have the Flee ability while we're still learning it. We won't learn Flee until a little bit later in this disc, and so the boots are really great. Alert is a super underrated ability, and Flee is obviously like imperative for the entire run.
You could say that the boots made sure that that fight was all ogre.
Yeah, but you also shouldn't say that.
You should feel bad.
I got an encounter in the same spot both
Oh my
times.
god.
I guess you could say it's all over. I'm glad we all find each other funny because we're not.
I'm sorry that
I'm gonna kill
everybody has to watch and listen to us.
I'm not. I'm not sorry.
So killing one encounter in the trunk is actually is helpful. It's not mandatory. You can make up the experience and AP later, but it helps you get started on some stuff.
I will say that 2 dragonflies is not enough experience for Freya.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
I didn't even know that.
so I throw the level it up on later.
that's fine. We're gonna get another encounter.
Of course, it's Clara.
Yeah, we're not even close to the end. And Cease has been having fantastic encounter luck, so.
Yeah, the Piper will come eventually. I'll have to pay my due.
I really like the Clara design, like a lot. I think it's just like a cool place to troll around.
But it
Yeah.
has the worst song in the entire game.
I agree with that. Yeah,
Not great.
it's like very boring. Sand pits. Let's go.
Even Uematsu.
Oh,
has,
baby, look at that RNG.
Ooh, yeah.
So the way that Zidane falls into the sand pits is actually also random. It's like a coin flip of what position he falls into. So there's a chance that when you mash, he'll jump out at the wrong spot, and it's completely out of your control which position he slides into.
Slide to the
Nice
left.
ATB.
One thing that I don't know, did anyone mention like why VV does so much damage now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can go, guys.
It's because, wasn't it? I forget which piece of equipment. it is.
Magician
shoes.
shoes.
Okay, that's
boost-
right,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right.
It
Damn, the
boosts ice
shoes.
damage, and
Yeah,
we've given him the ice staff, which teaches Blizzara, and so he's just like decked out on ice damage, which is why he's like so beefy. VV, if you're like a VV fan, the first like 50 or 60% of Disc 2 is like the unsung hero of the run.
Yeah.
VV does so much damage carrying.
It's really cool that like every character in the game kind of has
Yeah,
some
yeah.
utility in the speedrun.
Yep.
Even Quina.
Let's take the tour.
Nah, not today.
It wouldn't even be the slowest thing we've done in this run.
Oh shoot, we got nobles. I can do the shop now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've heard you're pretty good at reenacting the dance in this section.
I'm actually really good at reenacting literally everything in this game.
Necron cosplay when?
Momski tells me I'm the best Final Fantasy IX cosplayer she's ever met.
I'm surprised it's not Toju.
No, Toju's her favorite speedrunner. Yeah, my mom always likes to remind me that Toju's her favorite streamer. It feels good.
That's so funny. Hey, you know, it's good that she's not gonna like mince words with you. She'll be honest with you
I
about
know.
things. That's a beautiful thing.
She's not afraid to play favorites, that's for sure. It's also funny because she knows his first name and she calls him by his first name. It cracks me up.
Yeah.
My mom's a gem of a person.
Legendary Scrabble player.
Yeah. That's kind of how I guess that's like the Toju thing. I guess that's where I take it. I stream with my mom every year on Mother's Day. And we always play Scrabble together, and I've never let her beat me.
Can you count
And I
over
think it's
here and
because
tell
of
me
the
when if I can skip a answer? Thank you.
It's 39-38, right?
All right, Mel,
Yeah.
it's your
That's
homie.
what I thought.
Doodlebug.
Doodlebug.
So cute.
I know, what a cutie pie. I love his little like perm.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say it's Jibbin.
So this fight can be pretty straightforward. It can also be a little trolly depending on if Antlion gangs up on VV. Or like hammers on VV.
Yeah, you don't want to see Fyra here because it'll one-shot pretty much all the party members. Although not at this time because we're so high level, but it'll at least do VV.
Nice. The double preempt is so nice in this fight. Can you just Sandstorm and just call it a night? Nah, he's using Fyra.
Not on Jeff, please.
Oh.
Not
This still
the
could have
boy.
been like a pretty primo fight if it was on anybody else.
You're not going to need the third one.
Not VV, please.
Oh,
Ya jerk.
Not our boy.
Putting the trouble back into trouble mucus.
You big old jerk.
All right, who put the voodoo hex on us?
It's the 10-2 chair.
All right. Time to Sandstorm.
Get your doo-doo-doos in chat.
So this is gonna look really scary, but it's not because Sandstorm just does a fixed amount of damage, and we can ATB weight. Well, it's not technically ATB weighting, but it's like pseudo ATB weighting off of.
Doodlebug just likes to take a break after he rages to Darude.
Yeah, he needs a dance break.
And Vivi, being the quadzilla that he is ready to sprint back to the turn. Look at that.
So that was a bit of a trolley fight.
Yeah.
Mel's gonna step away. She needs a minute.
That was a bit of a trolley fight because VV went down twice, but it's all right. That's how it goes sometimes.
That's what it do, Yugi.
That's what it do, Yug. Hey, Yug, you got by the antlion.
My
It's all
kid.
right. I got a little Australian on the end there. My
All
bad.
right, dude.
That's all right.
Everyone knows VV. That card that he actually gets from the guy from the Ticketmaster is the Celtic Guardian.
The Celtic Guardian.
I can't wait till you summon Pot of Greed on Sailor Aaron, which allows you to draw 3 additional cards from your deck. Especially when you follow it up by summoning Pot of Greed, which allows you to draw 3 additional cards from your deck. Who snorted?
Me. I'm a snorter.
I was like, I heard some giggles and I heard a snort in my headphone. Tiamat came early, baby.
Get your rat jams in the
Dude.
chat, please.
All right, who's gonna dance?
Curtis.
Curtis, dance for us.
Do the dance.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Beautiful.
Man.
I'm not gonna safety save before Clara Invasion just because I haven't done one yet, except before Beatrix. So yeah.
One of my favorite stories of you is the fact that you broke your back doing this.
I had a really small apartment when I took my first adult job, and I started running this game because I moved to a new city and had no friends or family in the area. So it's just how I kind of got into this. And I would always for donations, I would do the Clara dance, and I didn't have any room to do it on the floor, so I'd do it on my bed. And I eventually just gave out, and the entire bottom of the bed just collapsed, and my whole mattress and my body just sink through. Someone has a gif of it somewhere. It's so bad. The worst part is that because I didn't really care all that much, I just slept on the mattress alone for the next 18 months.
So many
It's like, I've earned this.
so many legendary Muttski moments throughout the years.
Talk about lying in the bed you make.
You know,
Oh my god.
it was at that point in life where I still thought IKEA furniture was good.
Yeah.
It's like particle board's basically mahogany.
RJ, if you have any announcements to make, now's a great time to do so. As Clara gets exposed to the outside world for the first time. And
Sure.
That's
Yeah,
true.
we have a couple donations here. We have a $20 donation from Bunna with no comment. Thank you so much. And then we have a $51 donation from Amadeus that says, Final Fantasy IX brings back a lot of good memories to me. Super interested in the speed run. Really excited to watch this co-op. Good luck on the run.
thank you. If you're interested in the speedrun, speedrun.com/FF9, come play with us. It's so much fun. There's so many categories. You can run it on different platforms. There's a large and thriving scene for this game on the HD PC version. So shout outs to all of our HD PC friends. That's where I got my start. I started running on that platform before switching over to PSX.
If the time and length of the run is an issue, we're just getting ready to make a leaderboard and release the first official version of the cutscene remover mod for the PC version, which should make the run, even for a newer runner, closer to like 4.5 hours early on if you're newer to the game, effectively cutting that run time, more than in half. So there's a lot of ways that you can get into this run. There's a ton of resources that tell you like how to get through the run and guides that you can follow to do that.
We have a segmented category as well. So if you can't do it all in one sitting, you can break it up into segments. And
We also have one person that would be really excited if you ran a segmented run of this. His name's Gunter.
Gunther von Reverb. But yeah, there's also, there's shorter versions of the run, like in the form of the HD versions have booster percent, where you can use the quality of life boosters to beat the game in as fast as 90 minutes. Obviously, it's a much different speedrun if you do boosters because the combat is completely just based on dealing quad 9 damage. But there's interesting tech and stuff and movement stuff, and the HD PC version has unique stuff like menu buffering skips that you can do to skip certain boss fights and story triggers. So it's really cool, just the diversity of different ways you can play this game. And we love everyone who runs any aspect of it.
And while all the platforms and different ways you can run this game offer like a vastly different experience, the one thing that they all don't lose and miss out on is the frustration and heartbreak inevitable with playing it.
Yep.
Yeah, even boosters percent.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah.
you want to feel the agony of 1080p.
Yeah. I think it was Captain of the Dorks who did a booster percent run on the cutscene remover, and it was like 32 minutes.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Cease did the first ever recorded iPad run.
Oh yeah. I did it on my phone.
Just
Yeah.
on the webcam, just tapping.
I'm planning to do another one of those soon, actually, to see if I can get the sub 9.
We actually have a lot of goofy runs.
Yeah. Muttski's done a DDR dance pad run a few times. Yeah.
My dog traveled all the way through Aoife Tree's exterior by herself.
I've been debating on doing a drum kit run.
Like a rock band drum
Yeah.
kit. That would be so sick.
Yeah.
Why do we all hate ourselves?
Because we love the game as much as we hate ourselves. I'm gonna pick up this remedy. It's a nice little free pickup, just for safety.
It's free real estate.
Yeah.
Jason Mraz would love that. I
picked
think
up
he
this pinion
sings
before.
Remedy.
I did.
I got the poison. I got the remedy.
Was Freya level 8?
I think so.
It's possible.
Jeez.
Because you killed 2.
Right, because I killed 2 encounters. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not.
Oh,
It
wow.
doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm just like, that's funny. That's much higher than she usually is for me. I'm gonna be brave and get these Geishel greens.
No fear.
Never fear. Fear has no home
Nice.
here. It's free. You can get an encounter there, but like, you know, sometimes it's worth adding a little spice to your sauce.
Yeah. Just chop that jalapeno up, toss it in.
So we're starting here. This is the first battle of the Quaira invasion. If anybody wants to, this is one of my favorite
Yeah.
parts of the run.
Yeah, so
Unironically.
this is actually a really interesting segment. This and the next one that we'll be doing. It really rewards you for having the knowledge of how to handle battles in the quickest and most efficient way. There we used a Blizzara, which may have been slower, but it may have saved us a turn instead of waiting for Freya's attack there. So, yeah, it really rewards you for knowing like the different animations and knowing like where you can save time, and it's a really fun segment to watch.
Yeah, reducing as many Blizzaras as you can is.
Yeah.
Of course.
Unless, yeah, this happens.
All skill.
All skill, no luck.
Yeah. Cease did a little thing there where we would just keep going into the sub menu just to check to see if either the enemies would go, and that's a very useful thing, especially in this and the next segment that we'll be doing.
Yeah, and basically the reason I did that was to check to see if the soldier was gonna get a turn in, and if she was, I was gonna just wait for Zidane to get his turn instead of casting Blizzara. But since she didn't, I sent VVM with Blizzara. This song is etched into my brain. I hear it when I'm sleeping.
There we go. There's a quick one. Nice.
Those are all pretty decent fights.
Yeah.
That's kind of the first half of maybe like the first third of the fights that we're gonna do, and the intensity's gonna ramp up a little bit after this cutscene.
We're also gonna get a really awesome piece of music playing for the next
Yeah.
like 7 minutes.
And then it's going to stop and then we're going to get it again.
I'll throw this one into consideration for underrated bangers. I actually really like this.
Yeah,
one.
it's
I know.
not bad.
I know not everybody does.
It's
But
just such a short loop is the problem. I have with
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That funky time signature just really does something for me.
I like any song where Beatrix gives us a hair flip, personally. So unfortunately, because we hired Edward Scissorhands to play the harp earlier and the sandstorm disappeared, the Alexandrian soldiers were able to dispense the black mages here into the city, and now it's going to be under the same fate of Burmecia earlier, as the conquest to collect the gems throughout the kingdom is going to continue for Queen Braun.
I feel like something a lot of people don't pick up on is it's actually Braun summoning Shiva that breaks the sandstorm.
The sandstorm.
Great ATBs, gang.
Yeah, so these Black Mages fights are the fights that you can lose the most time on because they can't use any physical attacks. They can only cast spells.
They also can use an ability called Osmos, which we'll see a few times in other enemies in the run, which absorbs your MP, which if it hits Freyr or Zidane at this point, because we're not using MP attack, it doesn't really matter, but it can be annoying if they use it on Vivi, just because it is nice to save our ethers. We will typically expend an ether after this whole segment, but having the MP to use during it is really, really nice. Lazara takes 12, so we have 3 casts left before we need to complete this. And there are a few fights that have 3 enemies.
Come on, give me the triple preempt. Let's
Wow.
go.
Nice.
Baby, it's a triple.
Yeah.
It's always nice when you get preempts on these fights because obviously, like I said before, the name of the game in most fights is just restrict the enemy to as few turns as possible.
Especially because all these enemies have magic casts.
Yeah.
And magic casts are so long.
Wow.
Nice.
Another.
Wow, that's nice.
I keep getting preempts with like no ATB. That's really lucky. I shudder to think of what awaits me in exchange for it. Okay, so this next part is important that I choose the right dialogue option for the next in the next couple screens because we're gonna get some good items from these NPCs, and also it triggers extra battles if we choose the wrong one. So we're gonna choose Let's Head Right, and the Tor that we mentioned before, the Tor of Clara, kind of shows you the route to safety.
No indication that that's what it's for, but
No.
the tour guide takes you on literally the same route to save everyone.
Please save her, Cease, please.
I will save the mom. Yeah, we've got the third option today. Because I killed 2 player chunking counts.
Beefy Freya.
Thank you. You're an angel.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah, why? Nobody told me that's where he was going.
Yeah, I asked him quietly.
You holding out on us?
I don't even see what's going on over here.
Jibin
Ah,
took a break from his disc swapping to bring me a copy.
Yeah.
how nice of
I
him.
know.
That Jibbin, always helping out.
Nice mimic card drop.
Heck yeah.
I mean, it's no Save the Queen like you should be using, but
It's no Rama card, but which you can get from Tant. Just saying, Tant can drop the Rama card.
so you can pick several options here, and they do vastly different things depending on where you're at in the route. And this route, if we fight a Clara counter, choosing the third option here gets us enough XP on Freya, and also saves the mother, so she'll give you an extra elixir, which is really nice, and is also just the right thing to do. If you don't get an encounter in Clara, this is the fight or the option where we make up the missing AP by choosing the second option.
So Cease is intentionally KOing Vivi here.
That was a good invasion.
Reason
It's really nice.
Reason being is we want, ideally, it's not a big deal if this doesn't happen, but we want Vivi to be in yellow HP for cover because Freya's gonna be covering the party in this next fight, and all cover does is, I believe it's 25% HP. She'll protect the party member from a physical attack, which coincidentally all Beatrix attacks are considered physical.
Even the Thunder Slash and Shock.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned about Vivi's DPS at this point, unfortunately, he's also something of a glass cannon. Too.
Yeah.
So like, while we want him to, you saw the Antlion fight when he got, KO'd multiple turns in a row, and so that's to avoid him being knocked out as much as we can.
If we have any donations, now's a good time to sneak a couple in before the boss fight.
Or if we have any fans of Toothbrush Combat,
Oh yeah, here
this scene's for you.
Sir Bradley, biggest sponsor of Colgate.
The Plaque Mages, baby.
Yeah.
We do have a couple of donations here. We have a $5 donation from Jim Bodden that says, good luck. We have a $25 donation from Bobby Corwin that says, another voice-acted marriage scene, anyone? Quick!
Bobby Corwin.
Bobby.
Also, I have the best Chocobo name in all of Final Fantasy. Yeah. And then we have a $5 donation from Carl Germ. Said, had to throw in another donation after seeing Twirl and Curtis dab. Putting this towards keeping the gray the text box gray. Gray is the way. Blue will never be true.
I like Carl a lot less now.
I was really disappointed in Curtis, and I'm more disappointed in Carl now.
They're just two very intelligent men.
I love Carl.
No, I'm
Scholars.
not disappointed in his gray. I'm disappointed that he is financially supporting his dab.
So
Can you change your name on Discord to Dab and Curtis?
As you can see, when we submit this run to marathons, we're submitting FF9, but what you're really going to get is FF9 and the whole little song and dance we all like to do as a community when this run is in marathons. We like to have fun.
You got to keep yourself entertained for 9 hours.
Truly. That's why I notice things like, oh, sometimes Jeff is looking at Mary and other times he's not. It's because I'm bored.
This is also an important moment for Freya's character arc where she finally reconvenes with Fratley only to find out that he has completely forgotten about her and has also coincidentally completely forgotten about the plot of the game for the remainder of it as well.
She also says one of the best lines in the game when
Don't
she
forget
says,
the safety suit.
thank you, when she says, halt villain.
Alt villain's pretty
Halt,
solid.
villain.
That's up there with Leo's Argr after the fight.
I feel like I heal Vivi on this menu every time I do this strat.
To be fair, you've probably been doing that for years.
Yeah.
So this fight is a little different than the first Beatrix fight. It can still end in 10 turns, but now we are powerful enough to actually deplete her health before then. Look at that beautiful gray bar in the middle of a sea of blue.
It's
So
like the
let's
most
see.
disgusting Oreo I've ever seen.
Still not as disgusting as that licorice.
Yeah.
Could you turn it?
But yeah,
towards-
like
Yeah,
Cease
sure,
mentioned,
sure,
all
that'd be great.
all
Thank
3
you.
fights with Beatrix do have a
Yeah,
finite
thank you.
depletable amount of HP. But the first time when we fight her, it's just while we could take the time to do attacks with Freya and Z, if we had the ability to, if people weren't killed on that turn, without a trance, it's just considerably slower than just biding our time and doing the jump skip. Whereas in these fights, because we got beefed up Vivi with the Magician's Shoes, we're able to take out considerably more damage, even though she has twice as much HP in this fight. She has 4,736 HP on this fight, and you'll see Vivi sitting for almost 1k, and Zidane and Freya both hit for about 600. Oh, based.
Oof.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
She does have the ability to use Cure, which she might. Oh,
Yeah, definitely.
Mm.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's okay.
that's fine. I'd rather her use Cure than kill someone again. 702 is what she cured for.
Yep.
This is one of the first fights where I really learned how important turn order is.
Yeah. It like for this fight, if you want to learn how to do it well, it does a good job of teaching you the
Yeah.
importance of
Yeah.
prioritizing specific characters.
Yeah, I would say this fight, Beatrix 3 and Disc 4.
Yeah. I think if you learned it in the Beatrix fights, it can pay off a lot in Disc
Definitely,
4.
For sure, yeah.
Nice.
Like the Ralvu fight earlier, it would have allowed Cease to do another attack if she had queued one there with Zidane, which is why she was just holding the ATB until we saw the damage roll, because you don't actually kill Beatrix, and the fight won't end until all of your characters have taken their queued turns, which obviously just takes time.
Yeah, there are a couple fights throughout the run where if you queue up attacks, even if the HP has depleted to 0, it'll clear out the turn buff, the turn queue before ending the fight, and that's because enemies like Beatrix that have like a special ending don't actually have the amount of HP that it says they do, like in like strategy guides and wikis and stuff. They actually have 10,000 more than that, so that there's no way you can send them to 0 and like kill the character model and remove it from the game and effectively soft lock yourself. It's a safety measure against soft locking to give them that extra 10k of HP, which is 1 HP more
love
than
that.
the max damage.
I love that so much. That's like one of my favorite parts of this.
Yeah.
Everyone has like a line of dialogue before they jump into the like warp, and Vivi just looks at the black mage and just gives him the head nod.
Yeah.
So good.
Like, you ready to bounce, boy?
Like, stop, dude. Let's go.
I love it. It's so good.
We're coming up on 2 little sections of movement that I am notoriously excellent at. After this cutscene, we're gonna do. We're gonna see if we can skip some extra encounters as well as optimize a little mini game that Steiner and Marcus are doing. But first, Clara unfortunately is gonna get whacked by Odin.
Yeah, so Braun summons Barnabas, and Barnabas lays waste to Clara.
That's a deep cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we make it out of Clara just in the nick of time, but unfortunately the city itself is destroyed, and there are very few survivors. And we board the Red Rose, which is Queen Braun's personal private airship. We're gonna get a little cutscene action here with Freya agonizing the loss of so many of her people, as well as Beatrix beginning to have doubts about her allegiance to the Alexandrians, just because she views using the Eidolons to completely wipe out the city as perhaps a bit too much excessive force for what they were trying to accomplish. So while these cutscenes play out, this would be a great time for donations or announcements.
Sure. We have a $10 donation from Mavi. It says,
Mavi!
It absolutely warms my heart to see 5 of my favorite people all running my favorite game together. Good luck to you all, and I can't wait to see 2-player Disc 4. I'll donate another $10 if you run into an Ochu on the mountain.
Ooh!
Love
Thank you, Mavi. Love you.
Mavi.
And then if we still have some time, I'd like to
Absolutely.
highlight some of the prizes you could be winning if you wanted to donate to RPG Limit Break this year, particularly during the FF9 run through the end of Pokemon Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby race. For just $5, you can win any one of these prizes. You can win a Bowser Iron-On patch, a Final Fantasy IX Steam key, Final Fantasy sticker sheets, Team Magma, Team Aqua patches, World of Final Fantasy Steam key, or Zidane and Garnet Pearlers. And then for a minimum $10 donation, you can win Pokemon Paldea Evolved Elite Trainer Box, which Muttski has been salivating over for about 5 hours now.
If you win the Paldea Evolved ETB and you don't want it, I know one Muttski that would be happy to take it. Also, shoutouts to World of Final Fantasy, which is one of my favorite modern Final Fantasy games. I love that game. Similar to this game, it's just got like a nice whimsy and good story that I really enjoy. So here we're realizing now that Queen Braun, having extracted the Eidolons from Garnet, no longer needs Garnet, and so now she actually wants to have Garnet disposed of by having her executed. And so Zidane, Frey, and Vivi here are trying to find a way to try to beat them back to the castle, and Vivi realizes that they have an opportunity to take advantage of their warp pods here, and that way we'll be able to travel more quickly back to Alexandria and beat the Red Rose to the destination, and thus be able to save Garnet before she's executed. And we segue into one of the greatest mini games in this entire 9 hours.
All right. There you go.
There you go.
There you
There you
go.
go.
There you go.
There you
There you
go. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh,
There you go.
Press
There
left
you
or right
go.
to shift the gravity.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Whoa,
There
the other
you
way.
There you go. No.
Not
We're not
that
going to be
way.
seeing any of those. Yeah, drop your there you goes in chat, please.
And then we're going to skip so many tacos coming up. It was taco night last night, so we're going to double taco.
I did eat double tacos last night.
I didn't do the fast cage swing, but that's okay.
Nobody does.
I did it.
Sometimes I don't do it, and I just say I did, and nobody has ever said anything.
I did it exactly one time by accident. And then ever since I learned how to actually do it, I've never been able to. Oh, I turned
no.
too soon. It's okay.
What?
I'm really bad at this section, mostly because I used to run a Tant route, which it actually behooves you to fight one of these guards a lot of the time because Steiner needs to be a certain level, and these guards give a good amount of experience. But that's okay.
It's just more time with twirling.
Yeah. Twirling Marcus.
Good boy.
We equipped Marcus with a bandana. Oh, good. Nice quick play.
Okay.
We equipped Marcus with a bandana earlier in Trino just in case we get caught by these guards. And in case I get caught by the
I
second,
was going to say, that's
I'm
not
going
right.
to heal up.
Nice loop.
Nice.
There we go.
Nice.
Beautiful.
There we go.
There-
Got the
there you
loop-de-loop.
go.
The loop-de-loop.
I probably should have gone for a loop-de-loop on the first one, but that's okay.
Nah, that's not good. You Gucci.
There you go.
At least we
There
got
you
to.
go.
At least we. But yeah, we equip a bandana on Marcus and Trino in case you do get caught by one of those guards. It allows him to tank a Blizzara, as well as on Ralvu Rava, the snake that we fought earlier. That fight, it didn't in this fight, but it can cast Blizzara as well. So having the bandana on Marcus, even though he's a temporary party member, it's always helpful to keep party members alive where you can.
Great job.
So the game's
Thanks.
going to give us this timer, and we're definitely going to need all 30 minutes.
Yeah,
of it.
especially since we're gonna stop and fight Tant.
We're going to fight Tant. We're going to pick up some bagels, some Starbucks. We're going to go throw a party on the Red Rose. And I think we still might have 10 minutes. to
Yeah.
Everything.
Grill some hot dogs.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Yeah, hurry up.
Yeah, I gotta hurry.
Let's talk about food more.
Let's
no.
not. I'm gonna get hungry.
I'm with you.
I had half a muffin this morning. It was pretty good. But
I thought about eating one of those ice cream sandwiches.
Curtis did eat one of those ice cream sandwiches. I respected it so much.
That's probably why he's dabbing in the crowd.
So
He's
there's
that kind of guy.
there's another. All of these guards can start chasing us. And we're just gonna go ahead in here. And
Here
we're
we go.
Just kidding. All of these guards can start chasing us, and if they catch us, it forces us into an unfleeable encounter with them. So we got some little bits of movement that we can do to kind of throw them off our trail. Thankfully, they just stand there and stare at you for like a whole 5 seconds before they start chasing you, so they're pretty easy to dodge.
I'm not gonna lie. If I was employed in their guard, I would probably do the same thing.
Yeah, it's
I'd,
like,
be
I don't-
I'd be like, this is somebody else's problem.
I do not get paid enough for this, yeah. What do you think the benefits package of the Alexandria military is like?
Based on the fact they get like half of an outfit to work in, I'm gonna go with not great.
We're gonna wait for this little guy, this little spinny guy to rotate around to us, and we're gonna go pick up those 2 chests. One of them contains a tent, which we will sell later just for some extra gil. And the first one contains the Ice Brand, which is a weapon upgrade for Steiner.
It's an incredible jump in attack power at this point.
Yeah.
Most of them have been like relatively small. The biggest jump we've experienced so far has been between the Mage Masher and the Ogre, which is a pretty considerable jump at that point. But this jump from for Steiner's swords is absolutely massive, and in conjunction with MP attack, he's going to be hitting. He can have damage rolls between 1600 and almost up to 2k without critting, which is absolutely incredible for being like, what is he, like level 4?
Yeah.
This too.
Yeah, that combined with MP attack is just like, and killer abilities.
I
so
guess
beefy.
one mechanic of the game to just note is that while there are stats for your characters like strength, which do increase your damage rolls, their impact on how much damage you do is almost non-existent compared to how much the equipment and weapons that are attached do. The attack power of your weapon determines how much you can do with a physical attack, far, far more than increasing your character's strength.
We finally get to fight these clowns, which is very satisfying. I remember when I was a kid, I was just like, I want these 2 to get what they deserve so badly.
Crit.
No, no crit. I'll send Zidane in just in case Steiner rolls another 15 next turn. Oh wait, no, a 15 would have been enough. Oh well.
Yeah, it'd be good.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
I was miscounting. That's fine.
Yeah.
You only have to KO one of either Zorn or Thorn there. Thorn has a nice chunk less of total HP than Zorn, which is the only reason we attack Thorn. And as long as you do it, like you notice Cease gave a little VV bop to Zorn there after he's given the meteor power, and that prevents them from ever actually being able to take any offensive turns.
Man, 26 minutes to spare. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, usually
Barely need it.
usually that one's a buzzer beater. You know what's funny is that we're not far behind my PB right now because my PB fights Tant. Effectively, the extra 4 minutes of Mage Masher is like fighting Tant, so we can still sub 850 is what I'm saying. You know, with character names and saving and
I'm
memeing.
counting on it.
If we don't sub 850, it's trash.
I mean, honestly, any sub 9 with the 8-minute Mage Masher would be really
Well, they
Yeah.
did say if we beat our estimate by 30 minutes, we could play a bonus game. So.
True. There are many games to play in a role-playing form. Pong the Next Level is definitely one of them.
RJ, how are we doing on that menu incentive?
Still gray text boxes in the lead, but
Gray is the way.
and it's got a pretty good lead. It's got a
Thank you.
$92 lead on blue. So I mean, if the Blues really want this to happen, we got to start making this happen soon.
Thank you so much.
Shout outs to Bombom for getting us coffee.
Thanks, RJ, for the update.
Yeah, no problem. I'm
Yeah,
just
thank
sitting
you,
over here
RJ.
without coffee.
Which is awesome because RJ stayed with and traveled with us. So
Do you want something?
No. Okay. I am just kidding.
I will happily go get you something if you want.
Did you get damage ready for me?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. 5709.
yeah, 5709.
Feels so good to type.
Yeah.
The reason I like to use Windows Calculator when I'm running at home is because I can use the numpad on my keyboard. It's very handy.
I use that MS-80B.
Ooh.
Yep, that's what I got.
Heck yeah.
I like using this because my friends are my power.
If you thought
My friends are my power.
if speedrunning this game was nerdy, just wait to hear conversations about which calculator you use when you're running. That's the real stuff.
All I'm saying is if math had been gamified for me this way when I was a kid, I would have been much better at it in school. So this is the third and last Beatrix fight that we're going to be doing. This is probably the hardest one to optimize because of how quickly it moves and like
She quick.
she's very fast. And that's basically all there is to it. Like it's hard to optimize because of how fast she is. But
Her speed may be max speed.
yeah.
So this is another fight where at 50% health, she will do a, I think it's Cura
Yeah.
spell. So try to skip that if we can.
Yep. Hopefully she doesn't kill Steiner turn 1, right? Like she loves to do. Ooh, great ATBs, everybody. If she quick attacks, I don't know if I'm gonna even get
Alright.
anything.
That's fine.
Yeah, you should be good.
Save the Queen is such a cool design.
That was 630 on that.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, sorry. That's funny. It was 507 round.
Oh, the way I do it is probably different than what you're used to.
Oh fuck! Did I just give her a turn?
It's okay.
Sorry. I was paying attention to the damage. Yeah. Let's try for a crit. No dice. We could have ended the fight there if one of them had critted, but that's okay. That'll do us. So I accidentally gave her an extra turn there. I was demonstrating how fast she is.
She is quick.
It was on purpose.
Yeah.
But thankfully, this is the last time we have to fight her because immediately after this, she's like, "I'm gonna kill you. You're never allowed in this land again." But you might have a point here.
Yeah, she just didn't notice Garnet was immediately behind them during the fight. But now she sees her and she's like, "Oh, maybe you're not lying."
She needs to rename her sword to save the future queen.
And Steiner here is still kind of interesting. Even in this moment, he's still defending Queen Braun, still kind of having that loyal fealty that he has sworn to her.
Having sworn fealty, must I something something something.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
his thing. Yeah. Remain in servitude. One thing about Steiner that I really like is that he speaks in this like highfalutin, like old English like dialect.
Yeah.
That's why he blends in with the play at
Yeah.
the beginning.
Steiner's just trying to get his acting career launched.
Yeah. He's certainly got a dramatic bent to him. So. Blake, you missed it. We fought Tantarian.
I don't believe you.
and you would be correct to not.
You'll see once I have auto haste on Ravamago.
Yeah, so we're gonna get out of dodge and leave Freya and our newly acquired character Beatrix to join the party for a brief period of time.
Join the party. Would you say Beatrix is Phoenix down to party?
I
She
would
sure
say-
is.
She's Phoenix down with the party.
Still preempting, nice.
Yeah, that was.
I'm getting a lot of like low ATB preempts. I'm getting very lucky.
Yeah, that was very.
You were supposed
surprising.
to dab when I said that. That's okay. No,
I
it's
dab.
okay. It's okay.
I
Just
dabbed
be on your
for 'em.
toes, all right? It's back.
It's our song.
Our song.
Our song by Elton John. This is it right here.
May be quite simple, but
Now that it's gone.
I hope that you don't mind.
I like how delirious we are, and we're 3.5 hours in.
I am unstuck in time. Like, I think I made that joke during the 10-2 run too. That's just how timeless this whole experience is. This fight's annoying.
It is.
Yeah.
Great, preempt with dagger.
Doesn't matter. Even if you attack one that didn't go yet, it still goes. Like, they all, they,
Oh, that's rough.
That's so annoying.
Definitely not Phoenix down the party here.
I queued up Blizzard on the wrong one. Oh my god,
Oh
okay.
my.
This is...
This is fine, .jpg.
Yeah, so Steiner going down there is really unlucky, and Dagger going down after I've queued up the Phoenix down with her is also unlucky.
I prefer old strategy cotton.gif.
Oh my god! Leave
At least
Steiner
fortunately,
alone!
here you'll have, yeah, you can
Yeah.
see.
Hashtag leave Steiner alone.
This is why Disc 2 is the worst.
Yeah, Disc 2 can really break bad in about a million different ways, and it's just like so often there's nothing you can do about it besides try your best to adapt to whatever the game throws at you.
You got a Yeti card though.
That makes it all worth it.
Speaking of the Yeti, you can get RPG Limit Break merch.
Yeah, you can. You So not this Bandersnatch fight, but one of the Bandersnatch fights coming up could be kind of scary if y'all want to talk about some of the stuff they're capable of.
I'd rather not trudge up those memories.
These little demon dogs.
I guess the best thing to say about it is that, like, it's an example of how, like, with routes in this game, like, as the route is developed, it's not necessarily just that every route that we put together is objectively better than its predecessor in every way, but the game is a lot of like give and take and making decisions of what you want to risk and what you don't. And in this route, one thing that we sacrifice on these fights is having Insomniac on some of our characters, predominantly Freya, most notably in one of the fights coming up. And the Bandersnatches have an ability, is it lick or tongue? Tongue. That puts your characters to sleep. And in the first fight where it's just Beatrix and Freya, it is entirely possible that both of them would get tongued and put to sleep before they get a turn, and it's super, super sketchy if that happens.
But that's not going to happen today, right?
That would never happen in this
No.
Never seen it happen before.
You know, it's actually never happened to me in a run since I started running this route.
It's never happened to me
So-
for like 2 runs ago.
Did you save after Zorn and Thorn?
I did save after
Okay,
Zorn and
good.
Thorn. Yeah.
These dogs kind of remind me of my dog, because she just likes to lick me in my face all the time.
Do you
But
fall
fall
asleep when she does it?
Mumu chews on
No.
my beard. It's great. She's getting the bugs out.
When I first met Lady to pick her up, she did that to me.
Aw.
You know what's great? Dogs.
Yeah, except for this one.
Yeah.
I disagree.
It does have a really cute face.
He looks so happy.
Look at his tail.
There it is. Guard.
Free lick.
I love the VV kill on these fights. So one thing that's funny is sometimes the game, the characters don't do their victory poses if it's like a really dramatically like heavy section. And in this section, the only character who does a victory pose in the 4-person party is Zidane. And it's just kind of like, Zidane, buddy, you need to read the room a bit. Like, Steiner, Vivi, and Dagger are all like devastated by what's going on, and Zidane's like, yeah, we won! Like,
Check out the sword swirl.
yeah, I've been working on this. Hey, Dagger, you looking? Like,
You know what's funny? Every time I see him when he has the thief sword and he does the celebration and
Yeah.
he spins it, it reminds me of like those people that have like the tax signs on the side of the road that they just like spin the signs.
yeah.
All right, scary fight.
There you go.
Woo!
That's like the
Okay.
ideal scenario. If you get the quick Beatrix, GG.
Yeah.
Hair flip.
Hair flip, we're
like
good.
like you've earned. And the wired card. Heck yeah.
I'm gonna be wired after this fight.
I might just have to.
took me
I
a
might have to
moment.
Bandersnatch that from you.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You guys are the best telescopes I know.
Hey, RJ, how's those donations?
God,
So we have
Save
a
us, RJ.
$5 donation from Borlanti that says, "Let's go FF9 fam. Beatrix is my goddess."
Thanks, Borlanti.
Borlanti is such a G. I love Borlanti.
What's your stance on gray text boxes?
Think carefully. We also have a $100 donation from Momski. Hi, everyone. This is Muttski's mama. Love you, kid. Hope you all have a good run and have lots of fun raising money for Nam.
Are you? Oh no!
I got the black pages.
Oh no!
I'm sorry I'm not Toju, Momski.
Oh, but it's a preemptive strike.
That's awesome.
I love it.
So getting this encounter here is actually quite rare. But with getting a preemptive on it is just one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen.
Imagine getting 2 encounters on this screen.
You could, has that happened to you?
Yeah.
Oh god, that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, shout outs to my mom. My mom watches me play this game a bunch. She doesn't know any of the characters' names, so she's made up her own headcanon of what she thinks they should be called, and it's really funny.
I hope one of them is Jeff.
I made her do a Sporkle quiz on stream once where it was pictures of all of the Final Fantasy characters, and she had to pick out which ones were from FF9, and she did shockingly well. But it made me happy. When she went to Aiko, she goes, "Who is that?" and skips over her. The other highlight was that she was like disgusted by Cinna's picture.
Oh, why she gotta do my boy Cinna dirty like that?
Her headcanon's name for Zidane is Rat Boy.
Not far off from
I know.
Rat Kid.
Hey, you know what? For a game that has a canonical species of rat people, it's actually kind of okay. You know?
Yeah.
So shout outs to my mom. Big chillin'.
I always enjoy the Mother's Day streams.
Yeah, it's a classic.
All right, so we are just about out of the Alexandria Castle after those scripted fights. It's sort of like a shorter, more intense kind of like series of scripted encounters similar to the Clara invasion. But we made it out, and there's a boss fight coming up that is thankfully pretty safe. Not really much can go wrong in this fight other than like it can cast an ability called Ultrasound Wave that casts the mini status effect on one of your party members, but that's easy enough to get rid of if you have remedies in the inventory.
It's also awesome when even though you lose time when he does it on Vivi, it's just so cute.
Yeah, little tiny Vivi.
Pocket-sized Vivi?
He's the little boy.
I love it. It's
He's already
so
such a
good.
little guy, so like
I
when you
love
make him even littler, it's like, why can't he always be this way? Imagine if the game was exactly the way it is, except Vivi was small enough to fit in someone's pocket the entire time. Like, how cute would that be?
Just play World of Final Fantasy.
Yeah, there you go.
Real. If you love Final Fantasy and stacking stuff, let me Stab.
Damn. All right, I'm gonna do 2 things while this animation goes off. I'm gonna check to see if we've learned Flee, which we have. I'm also gonna check my inventory for echo screens, and we don't have any eye drops. So the reason for that is because if we haven't learned Flee yet, we're gonna equip it the dagger in the next spot to have Flee in case we get an encounter. And if we have echo screens and eye drops, it just affects an upcoming shop a little bit where things will be in a slightly different order because we have the extra items in our inventory. It's pretty common to have at least one of either echo screen or eye drops in your inventory at this point.
The reason that she didn't attack with Zidane until after both of Vivi's Blizzara casts is that Ralvu Amago, unlike Ravu earlier, he reacts to physical attacks by balling up, and then if you hit him at all with anything that does damage while he's balled up in a defensive curl, he counters with an earth attack. And so he doesn't ball up to magic attacks, so we just do all of the magic damage first and then finish with Zidane's physical attack to end the fight.
My partner's favorite song. This is my partner's favorite song in the game.
This is my favorite couple of Oglops in the game.
Yeah.
Although the Mountain Path ones are pretty good because sometimes you can take one home with you.
I like I'm partial to the oglop that Aiko puts in the stew if you catch it. Now's a great time for more donations or announcements if there are any.
Sure. We got a $10 donation from Wonderland's Andy with no comment.
Thank you, thank you.
We also have a $100 donation from Lisa Rocks that says, hashtag leave Steiner alone.
Thank you, yeah.
Thanks, Lisa.
And then we have a $25 donation from Hinkle that says, so glad my entire workday will be filled with FF9 and the musings of the couch. Thank you all for the entertainment and an excellent event so far.
Thank you.
Shout out to any of the Monday through Friday 9 to 5ers out there trying to slog through it. I have watched many an FF9 run while working in an office. There's a certain comfort to it. You got some time for more if you want.
Sure. Let's talk about Nami a little bit and what RPG Limit Break is doing here this week. RPG Limit Break 2023 is coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah, where we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illness. And NAMI has maintained that focus to this day. So remember, folks, not only are we gathering here to have a good time, play some video games, make some good memories, but we're also trying to raise money for a very good organization that does amazing work.
Yeah, NAMI's an amazing organization, and no small part of why RPG Limit Break is my favorite speedrunning marathon is because of the charity they choose to support. So rest assured that if you are donating, your money's going to a great cause.
Yes.
All right, so Zorn and Thorn are now, after failing to contain the princess, are kind of on Queen Braun's blacklist, and she is enlisting the help of some bounty hunters, who we're going to see a little bit more of later. Speaking of references to other Final Fantasy games as well, this entire section is a reference to Final Fantasy II. Where we have to collect pieces of a story that is basically a retelling of the character arc of Joseph from, right? It's Joseph from FF2, I think. Yeah.
Joseph with an F.
Yes. Joseph.
It's also a reference to. This is also a reference
did.
to Final Fantasy 16's Sidolphus here, kicking it.
Hey, no spoilers.
Where's the dog?
What are you talking about? There's dogs.
The dog in 16?
Oh, he's in Condi PD just strolling around.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
I'll pet that dog when we get to Conde Pity.
Look at that beard. That's what Toju's hair looks like nowadays. I don't know if you guys, if you haven't seen it, you probably won't because, he doesn't. Who would see it? But
I just
Toju's
thought-
hair is beautiful.
I just thought that was a ZZ Top member.
I like that one.
Oh, God. It is arguably not worth it to split this screen, but I just do it out of habit.
I think it's.
Remember the wise words of Swed. Never split, never world record.
Yeah. I always take that slow because I always accidentally mash through and just say, no, I don't give up yet. It's like, no, I do give up. The fastest way through that section is to not bother with the little mini plot fetch quest because we don't need the reward, which is just a gem that allows Garnet to cast Rama.
Are there any Kirby fans in chat or live right now?
I like Kirby.
Well, he's about to make a cameo appearance.
That's actually a really cool thing that they did with Pinnacle Rocks, where they allow you to skip the story of Final Fantasy II, which is what many fans of the series do.
Man, Kev, you just keep bringing out all of my spicy takes, and the next one is that FF2 is not the worst Final Fantasy
I
game.
actually of the early games like 1 through 4, I think I actually enjoyed playing 2 the most. Or at least the only one I've played is the Pixel remaster.
Yeah.
And I think the quality of life improvements make it actually really fun.
Yeah.
Playing it without being able to turn off encounters, though, is awful.
I'm an FF2 apologist. I think it's a good game.
I said my favorite song was from that game.
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah. Especially the Pixel remaster version of Castle Pandemonium is so good.
good.
It'd be cool if they did like pixel demakes of 7, 8, and 9.
Isn't there a
the FF7
there's,
NES.
yeah, there's a bootleg
It's
like
so
FF7.
unbalanced though.
Yeah, Mythic Dawn was trying to route it for a while and was just like, I can't. It's like impossible. You take 2 steps and you get like an encounter of like 8 enemies that all like kill you in 1 hit. Sounds like FF2, honestly.
There he is.
There's
our
Kirby.
There's our boy.
I'm pretty sure this is the scene that got him put into Smash.
Yeah. He sent them this in his audition tape.
This is like one of those scenes that it's kind of like, you know, it looks really bad, but then the more you read about the lore of Atmos, the more this sounds absolutely a horrible way to go. Because they just get like sucked into the void of nothing.
Yeah, so what's happening here is that Queen Braun is now that she's taken care of Burmecia and Clara, the last kingdom to try to conquer is Lindblum, and she is using the Eidolons that she extracted from Garnet to basically overwhelm them with just an unstoppable force, which is hilarious because you get, you see Atmos like destroy an entire major city in this FMV, and then you get Atmos as like your summon, and it does like 200 damage.
Imagine being one of the people that didn't get fully sucked in and just falls.
Yeah, that'd be rough.
It's like all the airships that crash after we beat the...
Yeah.
This is like one of the scenes that I start to really like empathize with Garnet a lot too.
Yeah, for sure.
Because like she's not present for the Clara invasion and destruction, but this is the first time where she has to see that the Eidolons that have been extracted from her, she has to witness firsthand that they're like in someone else's hands, being used to just destroy an entire city.
She doesn't see it in Burmecia either, so yeah, it is her first time. I never even realized that this is the first time she sees it. Wow. Yeah, and especially since, part of the lore is that Sid is Garnet's uncle, Regent Sid, the leader of Lindblum, so it's like that extra bit of like personal anguish.
Which also begs the question, I want to know how much MP Braun has, because I can tell you how much it costs to summon that in this too, and it ain't cheap.
Oh.
I actually don't think they're blood related, but I think like
something.
Yeah, Sid was so close with her dad that she calls him uncle.
She also calls Artania uncle, the guy with the green book.
She also calls Braun mom, and we can go deep on that too if you want.
Oh, we will. There's time.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Garnet's actually more closely related to Mog than anyone on this continent.
Yep.
So.
It's true. I will not buy the butterfly sword today. I will buy the Exploda.
Look at the bright side. If you do, we have so much money.
Sometimes you can, if you don't have the dagger equipped as a Zidane, one of the items available here is the butterfly sword, which we will want one of later, but not now. So I just need to make sure I buy the right one. And I did it.
GG.
Go me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please clap.
I've always wanted to open those chests.
I know. What's in the
I've
chest?
always wanted to know. I'll bet you there's like a rebirth ring in there or something. And the other one's just like a phoenix down.
The party?
Yes.
One's Tantarian and the other is
Hades.
Hades.
They're
I don't know why. Listen,
Yeah.
they're loading those chests onto the ship for Braun. Those are both mimics, all right?
Oh, yeah, I like that theory.
It's a ploy. The best part of Plot City is just how much plot they have in this city.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
So good.
I do love
So aptly named.
I
They
love
did such
it.
a great job.
I love good lore dumps in
They
the middle
built
of the
this
speedrun.
city on plot and roll.
Gosh. I'm gonna get a migraine from all these puns.
How are you doing, RJ?
I'm doing great.
Heck yeah.
You're doing a great job, RJ.
Mr. RPG Limit Break, RJ sang it.
Yep.
Let's give it up.
We do have donations if there's time.
Yeah, let's get a couple quick ones in.
Sure, we have a $50 donation from Veggie that says, good luck, have fun to all the runners. Won't be able to follow the run because of work, but I'm looking forward to the VOD.
Hey, Vegetable, thank you for the
Thank you.
donation.
Well, hello, future
You're
vegetable.
the best.
I hope you enjoy the VOD.
And then we have a $25 donation from Dill Wingo. Says,
Yeah.
shouts out to the FF9 crew, bunch of amazing people I am lucky to call my friends. Best of luck on the run, homies, and a reminder, Tifa is the best. Had to sneak it in.
Love you, Dill. Love you, Dill.
Dill is best boy.
Yeah. Dill Wingo, an incredible speedrunner of many games, including Crash, Ratchet and Clank, FF7.
I want to know when Caesar's Palace is getting into RPG Limit Break.
First off,
When you submit it.
the only thing that's going to be a shame after this run is that all of us are going to be hanging up the boots on this one so we can pick up Pong Quest,
Yeah, dude.
which is the actual Pong RPG that we discovered.
Yeah, I found that one on Steam like 3 years ago, and I messaged bombom and was like, hey, you want to route Pong Quest?
Without having looked at the Steam page, I'm already a Pong Quest main.
Actually, I'm gonna pick up Parappa the Rapper.
What about Racing Lagoon?
Oh.
Unironically, I want to learn Racing Lagoon. It looks like a sick speedrun.
Yeah, so for anybody who doesn't know, it was a JP only game made by Squaresoft, but it's a racing RPG.
Yeah.
You know what it doesn't have though?
What?
M-I-X, the flower in the bowl. If you play Parappa the Rapper one time, the lyrics are in your head
Oh, yeah.
forever.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Never punished. All right. What do you think? Is the frog going to behave?
All right,
Also,
we're going to need Quina's name.
Yeah, thank you. Come back here, little guy. Come back here. You know you wanna get gobbled up, don't you? All right, yeah, that Quina name, please, when you're ready.
Sure, it is going to be Zoidberg,
Zoidberg.
except there is no E in the berg at the end.
Okay, perfect. I was gonna say that's probably too many letters.
It's just BRG.
BRG.
Zoidberg.
Zoidberg.
That's a really good name for Quina.
I
Whoever
know,
came
I
up with that.
Other people loved it too because I had a donation. Then people were just like, yeah, this is great. Let me just keep doing it.
That's a really good one.
Yeah, that's so awesome whenever there's one name that gets suggested and a bunch of people are like, yeah, let's do that.
They're like, yeah, that one. That's the one.
Love that.
That's not going to happen again. 2 times?
Can you tell me is there any chance at all?
Sure.
How close is it? Like, is it even worth me advocating for it?
And that ends my hosting. It is not close.
So if you really want to seal Muttski's fate and
Or-
really add insult to injury, get your Ico name incentives in.
Listen, they say you can't buy friendship, but I'm telling you, you can.
Oh my goodness. Alright, so I've got one more boss fight in my segment, and it's a spicy one. That's coming up in a minute here. I go for 7s. If it's safe.
Absolutely.
If it's safe to, I will. Like if everyone has good ATVs.
You saved outside the marsh too, then you know.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, then sure, go for it.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Whoa.
Get us back on sub-9 pace.
We should get a $7 donation train for Lefty.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
let's go. You can do it, chat.
I did see a comment about somebody donating $7 for every 7 in the Lonnie.
Okay, all right, all right.
Hey.
All right, then I am going for it, for
Let's
sure.
go.
For sure, for sure.
Can we know what the difference on the gray and blue is at the moment also?
Yeah, let me check for you.
RJ, you're too good for us.
He truly is a gift.
I am doing this out of the goodness of my heart for you. Let's see. So gray text boxes are still in the lead, obviously, but the difference
should
it's
be.
230 to 128.
Okay.
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 Get wrecked.
So if anybody's got $100,
You're the most ungracious winner I've ever met.
Yeah, because I'm bullied by blue text boxes.
Hold on a second. He's bullied by blue text boxes, but he's sitting in the blue chair.
Yeah,
You don't belong.
Listen, blue's a good color. I don't have beef with the color blue.
Of course,
I'm
you're
playing
in the,
with a blue.
Well, yeah, you're in the gray
now,
chair.
if there was
so.
a green,
Especially if it was a slime green, right? All right, I have to do this little chase that I messed up last time I did a run.
I really like that Fossil Roof song that we hear for 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
actually so good.
It's so dope. Yeah, Jibbin asked me before like which Fossil Roof song
Yeah,
I meant.
yeah.
I was like, actually both of them.
it's like very creepy.
It's really good. I kind of wish that it played in throughout this whole dungeon, like, because it already plays in Garganroo anyway, so you kind of already get that one. Not that, again, I like that song too, but I think it would just be cooler to get more of that guy.
That's
Yeah.
fair. All right, so we outrun the weird chariots of fire looking guy.
There's a boss in FF12 that reminds me of that one.
Yeah.
There's a boss in FF6 that's literally the same thing. So.
Oh, you're right.
My favorite thing about the all bosses category of this game is that because that boss is technically tagged, or that monster is tagged as a boss, you have to get caught by it, but you can't kill it. You just have to knock it out and then flee from the battle. All bosses is a neat category for this game because it also requires you to complete the Quina frog catching side quest to fight Quail. It's a wild category.
You're the only person I've ever heard say that that's cool. It's definitely a thing you can do in the game that I would describe with a lot of adjectives.
Listen, you get to hear the music a lot.
Don't get me wrong, the frog catching itself is fine. It's
Yeah.
the spawns that are rough.
It's very complex and
Yeah.
fun to figure out.
They really try to emulate the real gestation period.
We
All right,
ball.
so this is going to be a one-turn fight here.
No.
You meant 2 turns, right?
I meant 2 turns.
That's fine, no lucky 7s, but we can pretty safely complete the fight by just alternating turns with Vivi and Zidane here. And I'll go ahead and revive Dagger if she goes down because Lonnie will favor targeting her.
Use Limit Glove.
But yeah, if anybody doesn't know, what Lucky 7s does is if Zidane's HP ends in a 7, if Zidane's HP ends in a 7, you have a 1 in 4 chance of rolling either a 7, a 77, a 777, or a 7,777. And Lonnie has a
5709.
Yeah.
So alternatively, if his HP doesn't end in a 7, you can use Lucky 7 5,709 times, and you will consistently win the fight. Blake and I demonstrated that in a tutorial on April Fool's Day. Just demonstrating the versatility of this run and how many different ways there are to win.
Hey, Cease,
yeah.
you're pretty good.
Thanks. I kind of wish I had gotten to do the backup, but that's okay because the backup for if you go for 7s and it doesn't land is pretty swag.
Yeah,
and
it's pretty good.
and I've practiced it a lot, so I'm pretty good at it.
The Lonnie fight, with the
pretty
fights
good.
that have like dialogue in them are kind of like just like interesting to kind of really look at how the enemies' ATBs work, or not. They don't even have to be dialogue there. If like something like when we get to Kraken, like if there's like a mid-fight animation or something, the ATBs are so weird, and
Yeah.
there's so much you can learn about how to
Yeah.
optimize your turn choice.
Lonnie's one of those fights that when you're first starting the run, at least in my experience when I was first starting the run, I like never really thought about it. I was just like, oh yeah, just attack with Zidane and Vivi, and that's fine. But it is actually a very complex fight that you can do a lot of work on optimizing as you get better at the run.
It honestly might be one of the most complex boss AIs in the entire disc.
It's easily my favorite boss in Disc 2, and one of my favorite bosses in the whole run.
I like Beatrix 3 in this too, just because it's the closest thing in the game to like a real-time fight.
Yeah, Beatrix 3 is really good.
Yeah.
Despite how awful it has been going for me for the last several weeks, I really like the Ayymart fight.
Ugh.
I just think it's cool. Like, I don't know. Like, it's the only fight where there's like different positions on the field. Shout out to Chrono Trigger, the best game ever made.
Doing that fight without auto haste is an abomination.
This is the former world record holder, Abomination 1212. Back in his days of Resident Evil 2 speedrunning. Nice buffer though.
I was gonna try to get Knight.
Yeah,
it's okay. Was that a high enough damage roll? I don't think it was.
I
Actually.
don't think so.
I think you're a low, yeah.
Yeah, it was a 644.
You're six, yeah.
Card's looking sweet.
I probably didn't even need to do that.
Nope.
I was there anyway. Listen, I have gotten the encounter just holding straight up before, so.
So while opening the menu normally, even though that transitions the screen, both in and out of it doesn't reset the threat of an encounter throughout the screens, we learned that challenging people to cards does in when it transitions to in and out of the game. So oftentimes, like most people, when they pass that guy who you can play cards with, he's about the halfway point of both travels on that screen. You can challenge him to cards, reset the threat, and also give yourself a chance to look at the garbage cards that are going to screw you over later, just to see.
Here's where my 5 encounters are going to
Yeah. There, now you got two, baby.
2 of them.
Abomination 2424.
There we go. That's enough. It's up to you whether or not you use it, but I'm getting it.
I just think their smile is so cute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Knight is an ability that is not used in this route, but you can get it for the giggles sometimes if you get one of those encounters. And I am here for the giggles, if nothing else.
You're here for the giggles. Some people are just here for the prime loot.
I think the abominations in this game just made me realize that, like, I don't know, just a soul, a top set of teeth is just adorable.
They've just got a cute little
Giggle
overlay.
Curtis.
I know giggling Curtis anywhere.
I was telling him yesterday, one of my favorite things when I edit our recordings, and I isolate his vocal track, and I try to click like delete anytime where he's like coughing or like snorting
Try
or something.
Get Knight again.
I'll like hear it and it'll just be him being like. You can also learn that Knight from these little baddies too.
Yeah, I was just asking if I should get it again.
I actually prefer to get them on the bats unless it's I guess single.
Yeah, single one's probably the best.
Hot single abomination in your area is the best. Ain't no party like a bat party.
That piano riff, come on, man.
Yeah, it's
such
great.
a good tune.
Great.
It's jaunty is how I would describe this song.
Love a good jaunt.
I want to take this and then take some Parappa the Rapper rap and just overlay it.
So as we make our way through Fossil Route here, we're basically just going to be flipping some switches to direct the Gargants to where we want them to go. So if you want to sneak in any donations or announcements, now's a great time. Especially as I get this frickin' encounter.
I shall sneak them in.
Thank you.
We have a $50 donation from Chief Beef that says, paying my telescope tax. Thanks for making the workday more tolerable. We have a $10 donation from Sakai that says, listen up, here's a story about a little guy that lives with blue chat colors. Going into the one true chat color, blue, baby.
Nice.
Still not ahead, but it's helping.
Yes, every bit helps.
We have a $25 donation from Roaming Merc that says, so many cuties running this game today, including RJ on the comms. Well, thank you so much. I'm not running it, but I am cute. Wish I could have been there, but I hope you're all having a wonderful time for this great event. Love you all, guys.
Love
Mel
you,
Love
Rome.
1 Chulu.
Aw.
This goes towards naming Ayymart Ayymart.
Of course.
Love you, roll me.
Do you want to do my part, RJ?
No. Well, I mean, if you guys want to finish, no.
I'll coach you, don't worry.
Here, you can join the co-op for Necron. You can play as Ayymart.
Actually, I think I'm playing as Ayymart. Oh, I was gonna ask you were gonna buy this actually.
Yeah, why not? Oh, that was my fault. That was my fault. I shouldn't have bought the package.
Punish.
It's all right. I needed my 5th encounter. Yeah, so sometimes that's actually a really good illustration of how sometimes you can have really good movement and still get encounters, and sometimes the encounters are very like demonstrably because you just took extra steps. So whenever you're making your way through screens, especially if you're trying to do PB
Oh my
attacks,
gosh.
it's really important to try to take the most direct route to things as possible and not hit the wrong direction like I want to do. I do think though that there's a certain skill in this game that I have not always been good at, but like I've gotten better at as I've gotten more experience. It's just like you gotta let the little mistakes go. You can't let them like bother you because like you're never gonna do this run without making any mistakes. It's not possible. It's too long. It's too complicated. So gotta let things like that roll off.
This is still quicker than my casual playthrough of Fossil Roof. So
Oh my gosh, I got lost in here.
we're doing
forever.
good.
Can we go do some mining?
Yeah.
I wish.
Need that maiden's ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta start the all achievements routing.
Rome already did that.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Which is pretty amazing.
We do have more donations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
sure.
We got some time.
Okay. We have a $5 donation from Veggie. It says, sorry for the double donation, but I wanted to make sure everyone knows Bomb Bomb's karaoke song is Bohemian Rhapsody.
Is
No
that
need
true?
to apologize for double donations. They're all appreciated. We have a $20 donation from Killer Rubber Ducky with no comment.
KRD.
Thank you.
Thanks, KRD.
So here's our 54th Fossil Roo encounter.
I think we're gonna hit that 64 encounters for the Mage Masher.
Meow. And it's all bats. Oops, all bats.
We must kill the bat.
I know can eat it till weaker.
Every bat has gotten a turn.
It actually is worth trying to eat just for the flea checks.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I guess I could have done that instead of defend.
Yeah,
but-
no, the only reason I thought about it was because of
Yeah. Zidane's ATV was pretty high though, but that's good. Yeah, that's a really good point. Eat is an extremely long animation, so you got
55.
a lot of lead checks on it.
This might be the worst fossil room I've ever seen.
This is 7 encounters. One of them was because of bad movement. The
And
rest
we
is
still
just,
have a
like-
decently long screen.
Yeah. What's the last one? It's probably like 30%.
Yeah, it is. And these encounters have all been really bad because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like 3 to 4 enemies.
Oh yeah, and they've all gotten
Listen.
turns.
I'm going to put this on the table. The Feather Circle is a wildly underrated Final Fantasy IX enemy, okay?
I can never tell if it's a back attack or
That's
not.
why they're so cool.
To give you an illustration of how bad this fossil room has been, this is about to be the 3rd time I've healed in the dungeon. I'm like off script here. I never do this. Yakker's MP is probably like almost running out.
It's okay, we got 8 potions.
Yeah, it's just funny.
Yeah, and I mean, we're basically done with them.
Yeah. Yeah, we're actually about to sell the rest of our potions
Yeah.
in this shop that's coming up.
ESPN 8, the Ocho, baby.
Let's do it. Is it going to be a griffin or is it going to be another 20 bats?
Local.
Oh, one
No.
more bomb bomb. 2 more bomb bombs.
I just want to know how they choose stuff. Like, do they use the ground?
Defend quickly.
Is it like hungry
Yeah,
hippos?
exactly.
All right, that was a really, really good fossil
Hungry,
room
hungry
that I-
bomb bomb.
How do you eat? Yeah, you just put the food on the table and just carve it.
I will later tonight.
Sweet, I have this delicious Finnish candy that you're gonna love.
I was gonna try to run all the way to the tracks if the encounter was low in Bossaru, but let's not.
Did we talk about how you can run on the world map when the title is
No,
there?
we
did
didn't.
not.
Yeah.
So while the title card is up, there's no encounter checks.
We arrange here, right? Yeah.
Which only happens in Disc 1 when you're running the Ice Cavern, and I think right here are the only two places it happens.
Yep. We do get one other like text overlay, but it's while we're like in a forced airship travel, so we don't
Yeah.
actually get out of and dismount from the ship before it's over, so we can't do
Yeah.
that. Which is unfortunate. Because it's the longest one. Actually, this might be the longest one, actually.
So yeah, when you see that, run your little heart out. Just run.
I think the oil root one is the longest one. But yeah, it would be nice if we got a little bit of time to run on that one, but c'est la vie.
Did you ever notice how that looks like a face? Conde PD?
I
No.
always thought it was like a turtle, like those are the feet, and this is like the shell, and then at the top there's like his like head sticking
Oh
out.
yeah, that's true.
Don't forget about the wedding.
It almost looks like their face.
Oh yeah.
that-
But
Oh
did
yeah,
we?
yeah.
The wedding incentive is coming up in probably what, like 10 minutes?
Yeah, I will not.
So we met that incentive, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
Just remember, it's the second option.
Yeah. Second option. Rally ho, everybody.
Rally ho.
Rally ho, RPG limit break. Ugh.
Here's the Doge, by the way. There he is.
Beautiful dog.
You like him? You know what his name is?
Muttski?
Lugia V-Star. Alt art ultra rare.
I think it's funny that you pick up the diamond on the altar like somebody
Yeah.
lost
Yeah,
their
like
ring.
lost their ring. Yeah, dude.
Or someone got left at the altar and they just were like,
I don't think that is even sort of a coincidence.
No, yeah, not at all.
This game, they're so witty with some of the stuff they
Yeah.
do in
Yeah.
this game.
I love it. Yeah, there's a lot of like little Easter egg jokes like that in this game. Oh, I forgot to pet the dog. Will you pet the dog when you come back?
Where's the dog?
It's in the hallway.
It's in the hallway.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll
That's
try.
very important.
I will try to remember that.
Mel pet the cat. We gotta equally represent dogs and cats.
I
on
think-
this run.
I'm gonna pet the shell dragon stuff.
I think my favorite side story in this game is there's a kid in Treno who's trying to win the card tournament to come out of the slums.
Oh
And
yeah.
he's like very much an eat the rich person.
And his name is Mario.
Yeah. and like if you do the whole side story, you can play him in the card tournament, and he has the most ridiculous cards.
Yeah.
I respect that.
I'm reparking. That wasn't good enough. I gotta make Bomb Bomb proud. That was like a 7 out of 10. It's
I'm
okay.
already proud of all of you.
Thanks, Blake.
I'm proud of everybody who's donated and everybody who's supported this great cause.
Let's see.
I've got my first zero encounter
Oh,
like
nice.
2 weeks ago.
Nice.
Oh yeah, it was you. Yeah.
Well,
It's the only screen I hadn't got one on. This is it.
Let's see if we get my favorite enemy in the game. There he is, the big chunky owl. I love this little guy.
I want to rub his belly.
I want to rub his belly and give him a snack.
I kind of wish that Rowlet just evolved into that.
Just rub the seal's belly.
I don't like him as much when he gets turned in, because all of his attacks are long as heck.
He just looks like he's so chill.
Yeah. I have an emote based on that owl on my channel that is
It's pretty
very
adorable.
very chill. Let's put it that way. So basically what we're doing here is we got told, we ran into a black mage in Conde Petit, and it's the first black mage we've seen that kind of like looks and talks and acts the way Vivi does in a more like normal, like human way, less robotic. And Vivi is freaking out. He needs to find out like what's going on. So we got some guidance from the dwarves and Conte Petit, who told us that we need to follow the path where the owls are, or something like that.
Where the owls don't go.
Where the owls don't go. That's right. And
Isn't there like a line like that in FF8?
It's FF8, yeah.
yeah.
Is that a reference to it?
I think it is a reference to FF8.
That's actually really cute.
Yeah. Yeah, there are, despite the fact that this game is like primarily like a tribute to the early ones, there are references to FF7 and FF8 in it as well.
Yeah. I know there's a reference to FF7 in the Limblom weapon shop.
Yeah, there's just a Buster Sword hanging in
the spiky-haired guy owned this.
There's also the AT and the theater ship at the very beginning where
Yes.
they play the.
The Junon March.
Yeah.
And I
right?
think
Oh yeah, that's so good.
the buses in Dealing City, the air shuttles in Limblom have the same 8 that's on.
That's right, the Lindblom.
Yeah.
It's Rufus guy.
It's very sweet. There's like you can tell that the people who worked on this game just like really love
Yeah, there's so much love
The
into
series.
this game.
So we got a menu coming up. That's definitely our biggest shop yet. Not the biggest one we'll see, but this is kind of the point in the game where the menus start to really get more complex. So if you're a fan of FF9 menuing, you're gonna feast soon.
What's the
And here's a little
what's the
moose
instrument
boosh.
called that they use here? That's like the.
Oh, I forget. I forgot to grab the ether. If I could get just a little quiet.
You know.
Yeah.
Are you falling asleep?
Ogre Iron Sword. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect.
Wow, we have so much
Beautiful.
gil, y'all.
Yeah, do we have
Okay.
over 10K?
Gotta get this. Yeah, we have like 14K
That's
right now.
insane.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
That's, yeah.
It's because Mel's an Omega gamer. What can we say? All right, I'll hand it to you when I get to the end.
Yeah.
Do you want to use this controller or your own?
I'll just use my own.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so basically we brought Vivi here. He's getting to know some of the other black mages, and learning about some unfortunate stuff actually that we'll talk about in a minute. But that's gonna just about do it for me in my segment of the run. So thanks for letting me do this section. It's, I think, an underrated part of the game because of Claire invasion and stuff. So
Great job,
absolutely, I'll get
Cease.
in there. Thank you. I'll see you again in Disc 4. There you go, eh?
Careful.
We're gonna need to do a little hopscotch here with some cables. If there's any donations or anything while we do this switch over, I think maybe the hosts are switching over as well. Yeah, thank you. What are we running like some kind of like? Running some kind of like big broadcast or something with all these cables?
We have some donations that I can read.
That would be awesome.
We have a $10 donation from Omega Falf that says, "Enjoying FF9 as I sit in my office doing office work things. Less than 3." We have a $100 donation from Fiona's Got It that just says heart.
Aw.
Thanks,
And then
Fiona.
we have a $14 donation from Prime Loot that says $14 for the 77 on Lonnie.
Thank you, Prime.
We've got a $25 donation from Siski that says,
Aw.
"Go broski, go. Proud of you, little brother. Keep up the good work. Love from Lore and Link."
We're a big family of skis.
They're all skis.
That's actually my family's real names are Momski and Siski.
And then we have a $25 donation from Brody that says, "Great run and great vibes from the couch."
Thanks, Brody.
Thank you, Brody. Love you, buddy. So everybody wish Ayymart luck here as he heads into, the first thing he's going to do here is head into the synth shop
Yep.
to pick up some extra weapons and equipment for everybody.
I'm gonna pick up this guild because we're not rich enough.
Yeah. I picked up the extra Gil and Clara chunk that's just like...
Yeah, that's like basically.
All right, so what we picked up there was a butterfly sword, which we mentioned before, which is going to help us learn an ability called Protect Girls, which will be important in Disc 4. We also picked up a weapon called the Rune Tooth, which is a strength upgrade for Zidane, and will also come in handy for Soul Blade later. Am I right about that? Yeah, on Taharka. Yeah.
Taharka.
What item? I didn't hear what item you said.
Ruin Tooth.
Rune Tooth.
Rune Tooth? Yeah, it's a hard
Yeah.
Real quick, we're just doing we're dropping off our Chocobo there. We'll actually be back to pick them up in just in a little bit. So we drop them off there to save a Geishel green, so we don't have to use any more than we need to.
You guys have time for a quick announcement?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that my time hosting is unfortunately over, but fret not. We do have the very capable Natara coming up right after me to help you all finish out this run. So I just want to say thanks. I had a really great time. Y'all are the best.
Thanks,
and I'll
RJ.
talk to you later.
We love you.
Thanks,
Bye,
RJ.
I love you.
Thanks, RJ.
You're the bee's knees.
And welcome to Natara.
Do you guys think we'll ever see RJ again?
I don't know. He might disappear into the fog.
I don't know.
All right, so are you acting out the first one or the second?
I'm going to be Quina. Come on now.
All right.
Can I be the priest?
Yeah, absolutely, you can.
Perfect.
So who's gonna be?
Are you doing the first one or the second one?
The second?
Yeah, we're gonna do.
one.
We're
Okay.
just doing the second one. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what you meant. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one is old news. That's always part of the run. We don't need to act that out.
All right, I will make sure I turn my turbo off. Denied. All right, so it's the second option?
Yeah, it's the
Yeah, second option. Time for the love of the century.
All right, why don't you guys get married too?
Nuptial joy.
All right, here we go.
All right. I'm gonna cry.
Have the strength to carry ye through the trials. And the wisdom to follow the path. May the blessings, O heaven, be upon this man and woman.
I so happy. You do it.
Me too.
And then Quina goes in for the kiss? Is that what happens there? But anyway.
Congratulations to the newlyweds.
Thank you so much for the donations for that. I hope it was worth it.
Receptionist at our Airbnb.
What? Oh, the wedding
The
reception.
wedding reception.
Oh, I see. I was like, what?
I thought I wasn't on board.
All right. So
I get
coming
it,
up,
please.
we're gonna need Aiko's name here.
I believe it's.
Do you even need to ask, really?
Yeah, you know, it's a formality.
I think it's Krob 16 or something.
Yeah, we're just going to give one quick update, one moment.
I will say Aiko's theme is kind of underrated.
It's good.
Well, for Aiko, it actually looks like Muttski is in the lead.
All right.
Plot twist of the century. Thanks everyone that donated for that. I mean that genuinely. Yes. For real though, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the memes. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. So now we're going to travel through the mountain path. We got married so that we could be allowed into this area and go to the Aoife tree, which is a sacred area on this continent. And so we were prohibited from going, but once we all got married, we were allowed to travel.
Shout outs to Mavi.
There's the Ochu. I'm pretty sure Prime Loot said he would donate $1,000 for every 7 you get.
Oh.
$17,000 for every 7.
I'm gonna save here.
One thing I haven't commented on yet, I really like the Moogles that have the pink vests. I think they're so cute. Like, the Moogles have clothes in this game.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, I think those are the female ones.
They need to get more Moogle clothes in the series.
You know which one does have Moogle clothes? 12.
I didn't say that they could always do it well.
Gotta pay the Knoll toll.
Knoll toll, what you say? Knoll toll. Hey, hey, hey. Man.
All right. I'm gonna do the menu here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect.
All right. So, just did a menu there to give Zidane some better equipment, and to also add MP attack and Undead Killer, which are both nice abilities to have for this fight. MP attack's going to be very important for pretty much all combat from this point forward.
Yeah, so
This next fight's another one where at a certain HP threshold, the enemy will use a cure spell. In this case, Hilgegar's has Curaga, which heals for over 3,000, which is a bunch to try to deplete a second time. So hopefully, if we don't get a 7s hit, we're able to avoid the Curaga
All right.
with managing the turn.
Going down, Shrek.
I've never been more confident in this in my life.
this is it.
All right, 1-turn fight incoming. Here it comes. I'm not even gonna look. Just not even gonna look.
Yeah!
I mean, I literally told you all.
It was the Muttski cure push the RNG to the right value.
It was. It really was.
Listen, if ever there's been a tandem that this game needs, it's Muttski and Jeff.
We also got the
An Antlion card.
And
Look at the doodle bugs.
Oh, baby.
Oh my goodness, this game is too good to us. Enjoy the 17 hill encounters you're getting.
Yeah, probably. Put on the Germinus boots and alert. And
So now we're heading to Aiko's home.
also known as Plot City 2 Electric Boogaloo.
This is easily the most riveting part of Disc 2.
Yeah, but Blake, what kind of Moogles do you like?
The same kind is the same idolins as I like, and girls that I like, and the foods that I like.
I like ones with shiny coats.
Me too.
Of course.
If you had to pick your favorite Moogle whose name rhymes with Bardabesian, which one would you pick?
I'm partial to Ayymart.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I'm not gonna say what I was thinking because because it's a bad joke, and I was gonna feel really bad.
Know thyself.
I love telling bad jokes.
Me too, but not while I'm running. I don't think I could recover from that.
I'm always Phoenix down for a good bad joke.
I heard applause while I was out there. Did we see an Ochu?
We did.
We saw an Ochu. We also saw Lucky Sevens on Hilgagars, and it was a one-turn.
Well, oh my gosh, we're already past Hilgagars? I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
Nice, that's sick.
Yeah, it was great.
I couldn't get it on Lonnie, but Hilgagars.
Yeah, I called my shot.
I love it. Call him Babe Ruth.
Yeah. They call me Babe Mart.
Abe Mart Ruth. So this is kind of like Madain Sari is kind of like Plot City Junior, where every time we're this is the only time we're here where it's like a plot dump, but this is where Aiko lives, if we haven't talked about it already. But.
Yeah.
I know we've kind of left this already at this point, but Babe Ruth is only the second most impressive Babe I can think of, because Babe the pig actually talks and controls sheep, and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
that he's
when are you
able
gonna
to do
start
that.
speedrunning Babe?
Maybe when we get back from RPGLB. It's
Okay,
finally
let's
my
go.
time. Yeah.
I picked up
go.
a copy of Wall-E, and I'm getting excited to speedrun Jaws Unleashed.
Let's go.
That's been the theme of this trip for us, just looking for weird like licensed titles to from like the PS1 to speedrun. So here Aiko is trying to Muttski is trying to
We don't need to do that.
We don't need that.
No, please do.
Aikoski is trying to prepare a meal to sweep Zidane off of his feet, and the Moogles are helping.
I don't know how well it's gonna work though. We didn't catch the Oglout.
Yeah, I tried real hard and it just didn't work out.
All that matters is that you tried.
Yeah.
It got so far.
In the end, it ended up with Lucky Sevens.
Yeah. It was RNG manip for that,
It's
actually.
true.
Yeah. Oh, I think we lost Mel's headset,
Or it was just muted.
or if it's muted.
There you
Thank
go, you're
you.
good, man.
Thank you.
Who's the newlyweds?
Oh.
Me and A.
Oh, congratulations.
Zoidberg and Jeff. Thank you.
I had to bust out my book of Ramu, chapter 12, verses 17 to 19.
Is that the book that Arcania carries around?
Naturally.
You can also read for a shocking good time.
When he's not carrying his first edition of Sense and Sensibility.
Or Dumplin'.
Dumpling.
I thought you were gonna say your first edition Charizard.
I wish.
Me too.
me as well.
Do you like Tetramaster? Then you're gonna love Pokemon TCG.
They're basically the same thing.
No, I was just asking because one's objectively better than the other.
Muttski, will you break the seal for me?
I will not do that.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Google skip.
Yeah, we did. Just like we got puck skip.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I did get it.
Tinker, tinker.
Curtis. Oh, he's not here. This is Curtis's favorite part of the run.
Curtis isn't even here.
I know. I'm so
Oh
sad.
my goodness, what a lad.
It's okay. I'll dab on his behalf.
What a lad.
I think he just crawled somewhere to sleep.
Yeah. Oh, God. Get lunch. It's 10:42 a.m. We've been awake so long.
Only 6 hours, no big deal.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Despite some of the cutscenes not being like incredibly deep, there are some really good scenes and dialogues that happen at this area, and I also just think it's one of the coolest location designs in the
Yeah.
game. My
Yeah.
favorite like location is definitely Terra, just because I really like the colors that all of the Terra areas use. But I just think that like as far as like ruins of a design of a ruins on PS1, like these just look so good.
Oh, yeah.
Like remember when we played Tomb Raider 1?
Oh, no.
This blows that away.
No.
Put like 3 feral wolves in here and like you're set. No, but for real, I think Maiden and Sorry is just a really cool design. And,
Yeah.
the flashback scenes when it shows what we don't know is the Invincible at this point coming in and destroying. It's just a really cool series of scenes.
Agreed.
Yeah. Especially that part where you reset and you see the boat leaving the city for the 5th time after not getting Mage Man.
Ochu?
Troll patrol. We already paid the Knoll toll. Oh, we're paying another Knoll toll.
More Knoll
yeah.
polls.
I said feral wolf and here he appears.
What am I doing? There we go.
Waiting for Lara Croft to join the party.
Yeah.
Took H clean to the H cleaners.
Anytime Vivi's in the party, it's gonna be funny because his name is Jeff. I can't get over it.
Jeff.
Jeff Muttski. Is that your real name?
Might as well be.
Oof, that's rough. Yeah, so FF9 is a little notorious for its random encounters and like how slow they are, but
no.
I-
Oh, no.
this one could be really,
Oh,
sketchy.
no.
You gotta pay the troll.
I hope you plan on burning this.
We got
this PS2 and copy the game.
this is okay. This is
There
actually
we
my
go.
copy of the game. We ended up using mine, and this is the copy I've been running on for like the past like year and getting terrible runs
So
on.
you have my Pong?
So it's my It was all a ploy to steal your Pong.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking of Pong,
but-
I think it's time to switch, right?
What was I saying? FF9 is kind of notorious for its random encounters and like how slow they can be. It is worth noting that this run has been particularly bad with random encounters. Like I would not say that the number of encounters we've gotten in this run are necessarily average.
It's
But-
certainly below at this point.
There's one
Um,
common denominator here between 10-2 and 9, and that's me, unfortunately. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that.
It's okay. We'll blame the chair.
Blame it on the chair. Blame it on the Blake. Blame it on the Vide.
Oh, we're getting silly, aren't we?
I think we got silly 4 hours ago.
I think you're all a little too close to the mist.
We're going to get some Fs in chat for all of those pilots pretty soon.
I'm gonna
Ask Muttski. That makes
Can
me
you
happy.
break
I
the
like this
seal?
part. I like this part. You have to defer to me.
will you break the seal now?
Ah, man, I would have said the same thing. Boom, boom, chicka, chicka. That's just for show.
Where are my telescope homies at?
Have we talked about Infantry yet?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
awful.
bad.
I hate this place.
Yeah. That's basically all you need to know.
Hold on. 1.
Had like 11 encounters here in my PV.
Stropa. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there's like 3 minutes of time saved.
Yeah, get to the Stropa.
Luckily, we can soft these guys to make
Yeah.
the fight. We do need to kill at least 1 encounter here.
Yeah.
2 is ideal.
Yeah,
but-
say 2 is the best scenario.
I'm gonna
which-
kill like
shoot.
5 just because I'm not actually gonna do that.
Hey, so do we have some time for some donations?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Well, first off, I just want to thank RJ for being the wonderful host to take us to this point.
Yeah, our day, Mr. RPG Limited.
He was stuck on the last level of Pong, the next level, and I'm assuming that's where he's going now.
He'll get it eventually. So my name's Natara, and I'm filling in for the rest of the run.
Welcome.
Hi,
Well,
Natara.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we
Great
have
to have you.
just a couple of donations here. We have $20 from a Chef Bomb saying, "Look at this wonderful FF9 crew. Have fun. Something something Eiffel 65. Something something."
Chef, don't you dare.
Shout out Chef Bomb. He's an FF7 and FF9 runner. Nice
Nice
boy.
Thanks, Chef.
Thank you, Chef.
Actually, no. Yes, Chef.
We have $28 from Prime Loot. $28 for the quadruple sevens on Hilly.
He's a man of his word.
We have $10 from Mavi saying, "I so happy."
Look at me being useful.
Good job, Muttski.
There's a lot of stuff that happens in Aoife Tree, but like the best part about it is when it's over.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm going to become too soft to live after this run. I like to imagine it's just like they lose all their bones and just become like a goop.
Kind of like Sir Dan and Hot Shots Golf.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me what you think happens to every enemy based on how they're killed in this?
Yeah,
run?
absolutely.
Bomb is actually the FF9 conspiracy theorist.
It was Mario of the slums who was behind it all along.
He framed Ayymart and Trino. Planted the seeds.
Halfway there, Ayymart.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this has actually not been the worst. Like our ATVs have been pretty decent so far.
Yeah.
So you notice a symbol here. It's important. That's all you need to know. The one on the elevator. Remember it. You know what's funny is this was with my first playthrough. This was actually like a choke point that I struggled with because I didn't realize that the boss was easy.
Because when you don't know that it's easy, it's really hard.
Yeah.
It's legitimately one of the hardest
I think
bosses.
I think it's certainly one of the hardest bosses in the first 2 discs.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, especially if you don't know about the fire counter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The only reason I won was because I think I built up Zidane's trance enough to just.
Soul Cage does not like the trance dance.
So these guys you can actually Phoenix down or Elixir, but Phoenix down is not a guaranteed kill. It's only like a 9% chance.
Yeah.
You could hit them with life if you wanna.
The game of life.
PSX. It's got banger after banger based on what decade you're in. Big fan of that game.
So good. That's one of my favorite games on the PSX.
I feel like that game is definitely an RPG. Like you're quite literally embodying life.
What role is greater to play than the role of life?
And how more authentic can it get when only one of you randomly gets to be the doctor and the other one doesn't? You know? Oh crap! I'm the tax agent. I'm making 20 grand a year.
After this, I'm gonna make a tree tier list with Aoife Tree.
Smack.
Oh,
Muttski, you got some
nice,
pretty nice,
nice.
HP there.
I think you should just YOLO it, Ayymart.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna do exactly not that.
What, you don't like being in range to get wiped by a Strooper?
Nothing can go wrong from here.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Nothing can go wrong here as long as you heal. All right, we're on pace for like 3 encounters on this screen.
I was gonna say, wasn't that like your 4th or 5th?
I lost count.
Definitely to be expected here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the Draco zombie design's actually pretty sweet.
Yeah, I was
it's a
gonna
pretty
say,
dope
It's
enemy.
like so metal.
Yeah.
it has pretty wings.
I bet you that's Karakarn's favorite enemy.
Probably.
This is like the 5th time this marathon that Kara has been brought up.
Draco zombie, and he just wants to listen to Sabaton.
I hope he's watching.
I hope he's not. Al.
All right, not bad. Not a bad Aoife.
No.
I'm nervous enough knowing that Gunter's in the crowd.
I like how the bottom of the tree is the neon green Lego color.
Specifically Lego.
yeah, those are my favorite Lego pieces when I was growing up.
What would you build with them?
Nothing, because I was terrible at Legos.
Okay.
I just want to talk about how this elevator would make me so motion sick.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly the way it like spirals around the.
I would be face down.
Isn't there an area like this in one of the Xenosagas? Where it has like a spiral elevator?
I'll admit that I have not played Xenosaga.
I've played all of them. I don't know. I can't think of I don't know. There might be.
I thought I remember watching it.
It sounds very anime, which
Yeah.
and Xenosaga is very anime, so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here you can either get 2 zombies or 3 zombies, and you can actually get a preemptive here. But the strategy is just to Fyra and then Kira all with Aiko on them because they're undead, so healing magic damages them. And then just you do cleanup with Zidane or Dagger. Or both, if you're unlucky.
Nice. Nice.
I kind of like how they did this. They're staggered too.
There they fall down like dominoes
Yeah.
because of, you know.
All right, Zidane's
you could-
15.
It will, it'd be like if you used your Legos as dominoes,
Yeah.
specifically the lime green one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna equip the butterfly sword here. Okay, I didn't really need to, but just for safety on our Protect Girls AP, I didn't think we would need it, but we're gonna have to equip it in the next menu anyway, so.
What were we sitting on?
17 to
Okay, okay.
35, yeah, we were fine.
Perfect. Perfect.
That's just the thing I like to do.
So like I said earlier, you can either Elixir, which is going to be the fastest here,
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
or use Life. Life actually has a 10% chance to miss, though.
Which is basically 0. It would never happen in a run.
No, never. Especially not on Mistodon.
Yeah.
Not on the Mr. Dons.
Okay, so this is the best part of the Aoife segment.
Yes, it
There you
is.
go.
Why is there a giant harp at the bottom, though?
Why wouldn't there be?
Because it's a Final Fantasy game, is why.
There's a lot of really gross goop all over. I wouldn't walk around barefoot down there.
I'm glad that goop has come up in both of your runs. Yeah, it looks a little slimy down here.
So we're going to pick up an Elixir, and then, what is it? The
Brigandine.
Vest?
Brigandine.
The Brigandine, yeah. Which is going to give us ability up, which is incredibly important. You do not want to forget to put it on or ability up here.
Nah, we're good. As I get shockwaved on turn 1.
Yeah. Yeah, Soul Cage is the first of several enemies in this game that can cast Shockwave, which is a really powerful AoE ability.
It also knows Magical Leaf, which is a Pokemon attack.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
it's
right.
like- it's basically Bulbasaur coming in hot.
It's like a pseudo-Ludo knockoff.
This is what we get for making fun of Bulbasaur. It is actually more like Pseudo-Wudo, though.
Yeah, Sudowoodo grew up and got real angry.
Emma doesn't
It's-
know his name and just calls him the hot dog tree. It's really cute. I
And
love
like
that.
and like Sudowoodo,
She's not
Soul
wrong.
Cage is not weak to fire.
No.
Wait, it's not? I was
No,
gonna,
no.
It's a tree, so I figured
Yeah,
that might
Soul-
actually be the best.
Soul Cage technically is weak to
Oh,
fire.
is he? Oh,
yeah.
okay. I thought it.
All right, so watch this.
All right, send it in then, eh?
Yeah,
That's a nice
absolutely.
juicy fire spell.
Yeah.
So
First
little,
turn.
This
little,
strat is so fire.
little known fact, most people growing up didn't know that you could just elixir this boss and
Yep.
died immediately, pretty much.
This is the obligatory undead boss fight in FF9. Every FF game has one, or most do anyway.
Get me in there. Put me in, coach.
Put me in, coach.
I would never miss on a moment like this. Let's go,
Easy
baby.
Let's go, Muttski! We're gonna clap for that one. That's
Can you do that dance too?
You just got a Phoenix Pinion to party.
Whenever she does her celebration there, she's playing the Piccolo intro of My Heart Will Go On.
my favorite cut of beef.
Piccolo.
All right.
Filet pignon.
07,
Yeah, like
saw the
Dragon
pilots
Ball.
in the air.
And here is where we unfortunately take down the entire.
Airship.
Every
fleet.
airship on Gaia is going to crash in mere minutes, and it is all our fault.
It's okay now, though. At least it's nice and sunny.
Yeah. We were memeing about it, but one thing about Soul Cage that's funny is if you cast fire on it, it counters with a really powerful, like, fire spin attack where it's like, it catches itself on fire, just like wrecks you. So if you're ever playing the game casually, do that if you want to see a kind of cool spell animation.
Why does the Aoife tree look like a chandelier, though? Or like a lamp, rather.
Because it's storing souls, and that's obviously what it would look like. Duh. Have you never seen a vessel for souls?
No.
Then that's why you're unfamiliar with this design, which is the obvious choice. It's also shaped like a doorknob because it leads to another world. It's like the door, duh.
No, it does. You know, yeah, it does. You're right.
Yeah, I know. I know I'm right. It actually looks kind of like a water tower, but a tree form one.
That's because it stores souls like water.
You know what water towers look like? Doorknobs.
All right, so we're going to be heading back to Madain Sari now because we've unsealed the Aoife tree, or whatever the lore is, I forget. But we're going to be heading back to Madain Sari to kind of recuperate, and there's going to be another boss fight coming up with our final party member.
Amaranth.
And Amaranth. Yeah. And it's going to be another one-on-one fight. So they 1v1 me in the court. How cool would it be if instead of fighting, they just played a game of one-on-one?
You could totally put basketball hoops up on those pillars. Just play a game of horse.
Ayymart also has massive hops.
Yeah. I wish Square had made a basketball RPG too.
There is like a Mario basketball game that uses square characters, which is kind of weird.
That's sick.
Seraph and I always play Looney Tunes basketball for the Super Nintendo, which is literally impossible.
I always love playing the Space Jam PS1 game.
That's a good game, actually.
The Tiny Toons sports game is really good.
I know you're a fan of NBA Jam, too.
Oh, yeah.
that
I
game
love
is so
NBA
good.
Jam.
My goodness. Off the heezy. Heezy means head in basketball game.
Yeah.
If we have any donations or announcements, now is actually probably a good time to.
Yeah, lots of cutscenes coming up here.
Amazing. So we do, in fact, have a bunch of donations. We have $7.77 from Moogle Stiltskin. Oh no, Lucky 7 RNG wasn't as good for my bank account as it was for you all against Hilgagars. So here's my last dono. Thanks for all the entertainment and for supporting a great cause. Good luck for the rest of the run.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have $20 from Big Huang Balls saying, I like FF9 almost as much as I like Muttski. We have $25 from Jibbin. Shout out to everyone who thought the Aoife tree was named Leafa tree when they were big. Hashtag Leafa tree for life.
Yeah.
We have $25 from 50 Keys. Absolutely love seeing a team run of FF9. Lots of little moments and interactions making me smile. Good vibes and big love, less than 3.
Thank you very much for the
Thank
donation.
you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
We love putting smiles on faces. Yeah, so we're gonna head in now. Aiko has been kidnapped. We gotta go save her. And basically the motivation here is that there's a pendant that Queen Braun has demanded Lonnie and Ayymart to retrieve. And Lonnie has kidnapped Aiko to kind of hold hostage in exchange for the pendant.
And Ayymart would never let me be kidnapped.
You know,
Yeah.
you know what would have been real funny looking back is if you actually just walked away while this was going on, and then like when we saved you, you came back. Although I love having you here, it would have been real funny.
I also want to say we're probably like, what, 10 minutes, a little less than 10 minutes from the Ayymart name. So if you have any last minute donations you want to get in for that name.
And if I could just pop in for a quick minute, I just want to let you know that our text and menu background color is currently at blue.
Oh, no! All right, we'll
Team
change
whatever's
that.
winning.
You know what they say, Beluska do, and we can too.
We will make that change the next chance we're able. Thank you so much for the donos in that ongoing bid war, y'all. Yeah,
I'm team keep giving money to charity.
Yeah, I am also team. Yeah,
I can do it.
sure if you want, that'd be great.
Yeah.
You know.
Number than minus, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I get to touch the cool calculator.
Yeah, you do. You're only the second person to grace their fingers on
Wow.
We should
Honor.
all get the same tattoos that Ayymart has after this run.
these. I thought you were gonna say we should get a calculator tattoo, in which case I was totally on board.
I'm down.
All right, let's do it.
So this fight is basically just a race to see who can hit each other more times the fastest. Because Amarant's only attack is just a physical strike, and the only one we will use against him is a physical strike unless we trance. The other thing that Ayymart can do is hop around the battlefield.
Yeah, there's specific pillars you can hit him at.
Like this one.
And then then the one, I believe it's that same one, but the other side of it, you can do 1.5 times damage to him there. You can hit him here, but he'll counter whenever he's at the pillars, except for the one I mentioned where you do 1.5 times damage.
I also like to imagine he speaks like Toad there, and he says, "Here I go!" That's what Ayymart sounds like in my head canon.
This is lining
Right
up for a
there.
classic trance at the end of the fight.
Yep.
Can I buy a counter?
One counter, one time.
My kingdom for a counter. There we go.
There we go,
There
baby.
One more hit.
Yeah.
Ooh, and it's a crit.
Critical hit.
We love a useless crit.
Goodness.
He had like 300 HP left, so any damage roll would have killed him, but the crit is good for swag.
Flipping that sign for the pizza shop down the street.
Yeah.
Shout out to Big Daddy's Pizza.
Yes.
Unaffiliated.
Yeah, seriously.
Remember to change the text box color here.
You think?
Oh, sorry.
You thought I was gonna forget that?
Far be it for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, who do you think I am, Mel?
Ouch.
No, Mel's actually cooler than I am. So
Ouch, Ayymart.
it's okay. You were doing good work for the cause.
I'm gonna need more than that, man.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why you do that. The girl's just trying to love games, man.
Not anymore.
You still love games.
Not anymore.
Melle.
So we're actually, again, at a long stretch of cutscenes here, at the end of which we will need the Ayymart name, but for the next few minutes, you can go ahead and feel free to make any announcements or read any donations you got.
Absolutely, and we can do that for you. Starting off, we have a $100 donation from Tesla. Wish I could catch more of this run live, but I had to stop by to give a shout out to this awesome community for getting me involved in running this game. Speedrunning my favorite game has been quite the experience, but I wouldn't trade it for anything except better encounter luck. Good luck with the rest of this run.
Thank you so much.
We have $42 from Threech. Here's $1 for every game the Altoona Curve have lost so far this season. Sounds like they are not having the best season.
That's a deep cut, man. Shout outs to my hometown of Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Home of the Altoona pizza.
Oh, no, yeah, if you wanna hate where I'm from, look up Altoona Pizza.
But if you want to love where Mutt's from, look up Sheets.
Sheets, baby. Wawa's pretty good, but it's definitely a
not
second.
Sheets.
Let's not ignite this debate in chat.
No, let's ignite it.
All right.
Let's set the dynamite right below Wawa.
If you want to keep
No,
going
no,
with
no.
announcements, we're just going to keep rambling about shit.
Sounds
Sorry.
great. And listen, if you have Sheets takes or any such things, feel free to donate, and we can. Then they can't stop you from sharing your
That's
opinions.
true.
We can
on
have an
that.
unofficial Sheets versus Wawa bid war. Let's do
That's
it.
true. Let's go.
It's going to be great. I do want to update and say that the blue text and background color has gotten a little further in the lead. So it's currently ahead by $5.77. So if you are on Team Gray, you're going to have to donate to fix that. And if you want to keep blue in the lead, well, you know what you have to keep donating towards. So just want to give a little shout out here to two things I can't find. That's great. Love this for us. So make sure to get your donations in. Again, we are almost ready to name Ayymart. So if you want to make sure to get any sort of last minute snipe, you may already be out of time, but now's the time to do it.
I would recommend dropping like $1,000 to name him either Altoona or Sheets right now. But that's just what I would do if I was you.
And do we still have a bit more time?
Absolutely.
Got a couple
Oh,
minutes, yeah.
fabulous. Then I want to show some love for some of our community artists. We have LLK, who's the one who's designed our RPG Limit Break logo and
nice.
our amazing badges, and maybe some of those banners if you've seen them around. Also, to Mega Weasel and It's Casa, who are responsible for some of the emotes that you gain access to by subscribing to the channel. All revenue from subs and the ads we run will go to help us run future RPG Limit Break marathons. But fret not. 100% of all donations go straight to Nami. So any way that you can donate to our channel is all useful. So thank you, and keep those donations flowing.
Shout outs to Casa. What a cutie.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. My badge is super cute.
Yeah, I love
these
my
are
badge.
awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's like 5 different badge designs, and every last one of them are amazing.
What was the name of the artist of the badges again?
The badges, that's LLK.
LLK. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
I want to collect them all.
Same, but I spent all my money on Pokemon TCG.
Well, maybe trade some of those for a new badge.
I gotta trade them to pay my rent first.
And apparently, I just found out, we did not even ask for all the art we got for these badges. LLK just said, hey, y'all are awesome. We're going to make sure you have so much badge art. So, like, extra shout-outs to LLK for just going
really
above
cool.
and beyond.
I love that the if you're a runner, you have one art. If you're a runner volunteer, you have a unique art. If you're just a volunteer, it's really cool. It's just like such a cute little attention to detail thing that made this just part of what makes this such a special experience. We still have another few minutes if you got anything else.
Oh my gosh, do I?
Yeah.
Oh,
You give me
do.
time to talk, and I'm going to take it.
Please. We'd love it.
So I'd like to remind you about the Yeti. So RPG Limit Break is proud once again to partner with the Yeti to bring you 6, count them, 6 awesome t-shirts that are now available for the rest of the week. Head over to theyeti.com. That is the THEYET.com/RPGLB. Take a look at the designs, pick up the ones you want, and know that $5 from every t-shirt purchased will be donated directly to NAMI. Remember, Yeti is spelled YETTE. And the shirts are absolute fire this year.
Yeah, they
Definitely
look
take
great.
a look at those.
I need to get the Parasite Eve themed one. That one
Yeah.
looks really cool.
I have a Quina themed shirt from the Yeti. That's really dope. All right, we're gonna need Amarant's name in about 30 seconds here. So if you want to do one last refresh before that comes in, that would be a great time to do so.
Absolutely. And it looks like, looks like we got it. Let's just give us that second. Yeah, that's going to be Amadeus.
Okay.
And I can
all right.
spell that for you.
Yes, please.
That's going to be AMADEUS.
Perfect. Thank
That's
you.
a
very
really
much.
good name
You
for
also have to
Amarant.
sing the song.
Amadeus, Amadeus.
Oh, oh.
That's a really good name for Ayymart. I like that. Thank you all for your donations toward that.
Yeah, thank you for all the donations,
Yeah.
for all the naming.
Yeah, so... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, here we are with our final party member, Ayymart, or Amadeus today. He's got them big piano fingers. He can play the harpsichord.
His hands kind of look like Eve's from Parasite Eve.
Yeah. Ayymart is a very interesting character. He doesn't see a lot of action in this speedrun, but he is a pretty important part of the end game party. Because we end up stocking him up with all the killer abilities and equipment optimizations that he needs to help wallop the Disc 4 bosses. But for now, we're just going to throw him right in the back row and not really do anything with him for a little while because our main priority for the next couple fights is Zidane's going to be dealing all the damage, and we might throw elixirs or cast life, depending on ATBs and such on these undead enemies that we have coming up. So for now, we're just going to throw him in the back row and let him get experience and such from the fights that he's going to be present for. We're also switching out Dagger because at this point in the run, at no point in the run do we really need to worry about Dagger's level or AP or anything. There are a few small optimizations that can come if she survives certain fights, but they're definitely not game-breaking or super significant to the speedrun. They just save a little bit of time in some fights.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're favoring Ayymart for Dagger, or other way around, so that he can start leveling up and such. Even though he's not going to be doing much of these next couple fights.
Yeah, so we're going back to the Aoife tree to deal with the Kuja threat and
To deal with Cooj.
deal with Kuj. Not Nuge, Kuj.
Yeah.
Coogie woogie.
Yeah, we're back. There's no mist.
That's what Garland called him when he was a child.
Oh no. And yeah, there's Kuj flying on Lugia. Lugia V-Star, according to my friend back here.
No, that's my child.
Oh, is it VMAX that isn't your child? Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
The Silver Dragon looks so sick. I love
It
it.
does.
I love Silver Dragon. It's like my favorite enemy in the game.
I'm actually kind of sad that we have to kill it later.
Yeah.
Don't worry, there's more where that one came from.
True.
It is a really cool, dramatic boss fight, though. I'm a fan of it.
Oh, I love the music that plays.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
You know, a music I don't love is this battle theme right now.
I have like a Pavlovian reaction every time I hear that.
The paper tear.
If you're a fan of if you're a fan of Final Fantasy, you'll recognize that bass line as kind of the like iconic bass line that appears on
Ooh, Mandragora.
every
card.
soundtrack in the first 9 games. I don't know if 10 and onward have it, but definitely the first 9 all have it. and it is a direct reference to the main battle theme of like the first
No,
six
but
games.
10 does have Waka's Gourmet Race.
That's true.
Oh,
So it
no.
makes up for it if it doesn't have the baseline.
Woo, woo. I'm not done yet. Woo, woo, woo. You're embarrassing me. Lots, more. No problem at all. Hey. There's no time for jokes, yeah? Hey. Okay. The teachings. What about the teachings? Let's go and see. Woohoo! We must stop this. This can't be happening.
Calm down.
Get the ball and just shoot like crazy. Woohoo! All right, hustle. If we atone for our crimes, sin will stop coming back. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was for free.
That was for free. You didn't even have to pay for that one.
Hold on. Here, you can play a little bit.
No. The automaton.
But speaking of things we did pay for, Gray is back in the lead.
Oh, shoot.
No.
All right, great.
no.
We're not going to have a chance to change it for a bit, but we will as soon as we can.
No
Thanks-
problem. That
Thanks for
gives
those donations.
and it gives folks a chance to, keep blue.
Try to
fix-
snipe it back.
Yeah.
To fix the crimes they've committed. Seriously, thank you for all the donations for charity, but
Yeah.
If
Blue
we
is-
atone for our sins, blue text boxes will come back.
Do we have time for some more donations?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. We have $5 from some Diener. Marylander here. Shout out to Sheets.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
We have $42.70 from Anonymous saying, I'm great,
Wonder if he's
daboo-dee-daboo die. Being green is divine. That white frog is my guy. Wait, wrong game, yeah? We have $5 from Cece. Sheets is amazing. Where else can I get gas, mozzarella sticks, curly fries, milkshakes, coffee, bagel sandwiches, and the ability to question my life choices all at 4 in the morning?
Man, I would eat every single one of those things
The
right
answer
now.
the answer is Taco Bell.
That actually just sounds like the Arby's menu.
Listen, when you click on the option to pick a hoagie and the first thing you see is that you can get fries just smothered on top of it is exactly what I want when I order a sandwich.
And to continue that, I did make the mistake of looking up Altoona pizza, and that looks legitimately disgusting. It makes me question everything I know about pizza now.
Listen, there's a reason it has its own Wikipedia page.
So coming up, we're gonna have a series of fights with enemies called Mistodons. They are kind of trolly a little bit. Like, it's not like super scary, but they can do a couple of trolly things like cast mist to put people to sleep, or like the usual RNG things like missing can come into play here. We've also got potentially an extra random encounter on one of the long branches that we need to run down. Where a Mistodon will spawn behind us, and it's possible for it to happen a second time. When it happens the second time, we call it Ralph. Do you know who came up with that?
Hollow.
Hollow. Shoutouts to Hollow.
Hollow 648.
The legacy. But these
Don't
fights...
know the guy.
I think he and Krob 16 are maybe making a comeback one day.
On these fights, you can send Zidane in for physical attacks to usually one-shot, and you can also throw elixirs or cast life with...
Getting the trance action?
That's what I'm hoping.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what you were doing. Yeah, why not? It's so close. So, Aymart's going a little off script because Zidane's trance was so high. Waiting for the Mistodons to attack, and that AoE spell sends Zidane into trance, so he can use Shift Break, which is an AoE spell of our own.
He is surging right now.
Surging with emotion.
Probably because he's thinking about sheets.
Shift Break is probably my favorite Dyne ability. I think it's pretty cool.
Mine is definitely Grand Lethal.
Yeah. Or Stellar Circle 7 or whatever.
Yeah.
Some of them sound like band names. Yeah, so we got a couple more of those. Meanwhile, Kuja and Queen Braun are kind of duking it out because now the Queen Braun has basically conquered the entire planet. Kuja is turning on her, and she's trying to get rid of him because she no longer needs him. Kuja was kind of the one who introduced Braun into creating black mages, the idea of stealing Garnet's Eidolons, etc., sowing seeds of destruction for reasons we still don't quite know, but we will find out in due time. So Dagger is going to leave the party here, which is fine because she's not in our party. I find it very funny that the game is like, finally you can make your own party when we're going to remind you, like, hey, do you want to change your party? Like 5 times before these fights start. And then after a single fight, they force you into a specific party.
Listen, she just wants to get Phoenix out of the party.
She wants to mosey Phoenix Pignon out of here. That one was a bit of a stretch, but it's okay.
I like where you went with it.
Thank you.
Also, good news for blue lovers. We're back in the lead with some blue.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
Just in time.
The tug-o-war.
Putting Ayymart to work here.
Yeah. You're gonna get so fast at that config menu.
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Oh my word.
You know who else is fast? Ralph.
Yeah,
And he coming, baby.
Oh yeah, that was a very early
My goodness.
spawn for that first Mistodon. So it's not guaranteed because it is randomized, but it's pretty likely that we're probably gonna get the second one, but we'll see.
It is possible to get no Ralph.
It is possible to get nothing, which is actually like kind of annoying when that happens.
Ralph is actually his last name. His first name is Usain.
Oh, okay.
He's so fast. Unfortunately, this is his last race.
You got this, Ayymart. You can outrun him.
Speedy, you are speed.
Come on, Zidane, pick up the pace.
Should have equipped the running shoes.
Why is he casual? He's like a casual jog.
I know, right?
There he is. There's Ralph.
It's like how he has his little feelers. He looks like he's trying to give you a hug.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm
"Come
gonna
here,
get you.
buddy." Who wants a tickle?
The tickle monster, yeah, dude.
I'm never gonna unsee that.
It's just like.
My favorite classical composer, Amadeus Jeff Muttski.
He was a prodigy who was taken too soon. He studied under Gunther von Reverb.
Did you write Mambo number 6?
So here we are at another series of cutscenes if you want to get in any announcements.
Approximately 6 minutes of them, if you're
Yeah.
curious.
Only 6 minutes?
Only 6
Only
minutes.
6.
I'm sure it'll be enough.
This is a good halfway point also for stretching and getting hydrated. So please take it away.
Yeah.
We love all of those things. First off, we're going to start off with a correction. Apparently, spelling is hard. We'd like to advise you that the Yeti is spelled Theyetee. So it's double E's, not double T's. So definitely check out those shirts. But we have so many donations, wonderful folks donating here. We have $10 from Battlehawk. Big fan of this game, and the run has been fantastic. I love seeing it be run quickly, but we have to slow it down just to change the menu color again. Shout out to the Spike Pit. We have $10 from Mortimus, still blue. You know what? Go Team Blue. We have $10 from Creative Ellie, Taco Bell. Those aren't real tacos. Good luck with the rest of FF9.
Thanks, Ellie.
Thank you so much.
We have $5 from Chan Fire. Altoona pizza is blasphemy. Waka said it's against the teachings. We have $20 from Adam Palooza, saying, as someone who grew up an hour away from Altoona, I had no idea Altoona pizza was a thing. And now suddenly pineapple doesn't seem like the worst thing to happen to pizza. Hashtag Team Sheets.
Let me tell you, Adam Palooza, that's someone that grew up literally in Altoona. I also didn't know about Altoona pizza, so.
So after this game, we are going to be having an amazing run of Super Mario RPG. And while we're doing really well with the incentives for that, we are only $85 out of a required $1,000 in order to meet that invisible enemy super jump challenge. So that's going to be where the runner Milliam is going to put his super jump skills to the ultimate test against an invisible enemy. And here's the key part. There may be another incentive in store after this gets met. So while we have until the end of Super Mario RPG, and which of course is after this run, that's a bit of a milestone. So folks, I think we can do it. And that'll get us, if not to 40K, really close.
Yeah. Now that we have blue text boxes, if we could focus all our donations on that, that'd be fantastic.
No gray, only super jumps.
Gray text boxes are like the Altoona pizza of textures.
Okay, and let's also talk about why we're here. We're raising money for NAMI. And NAMI serves as the preeminent resource for people searching for life-changing guidance, information, and support as they navigate mental health conditions. Their website alone serves more than 12 million unique visitors annually. So their current work, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is informed by more than 40 years of inspiring conversation, support, and action that ultimately strengthens the fabric of communities and promotes opportunities to thrive for anyone touched by mental illness. NAMI draw on their past accomplishments, the wisdom of lived experience, and current scientific understanding of mental health to help those suffering.
Yeah, it's truly an amazing organization. I'm so glad that we get to bring what we bring to help raise money for them.
It never ceases to amaze me how much speedrunning can do for charitable organizations. Like it's absolutely wild to me, and easily one of my favorite parts of being involved in this very silly little hobby.
And when
Silly
you,
in a good way.
And when you talk to the charities, sometimes you think, that seems like a lot of money, but I'm sure they get lots of donations, right? But every little bit helps so much.
Yeah.
A lot of these charities are just community outreach, what they can get, and they put it to such good use. So every little bit helps.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, even if all you got is like a buck or two, like it does help.
It adds up.
Yeah.
And even if you don't have that, share the marathon. Let your friends know, It's not only is it a fun time, but they can come and watch for charity. So even that helps so much.
And even just watching it on Twitch helps, because we all know that Twitch likes to promote streams that have a lot of viewers to more people. So, if even if you don't have any money, even if you can't do anything else, just watching and being here and being part of it is definitely helpful, driving more people into it.
For sure.
All right, we're getting ready for a disc swap, so we're going to call in our relief pitcher here, Jibbin. Let's
Tapping
go,
him in,
Jibbin!
let's go.
Yeah, can we get a round of applause for Jibbin?
Jibbin.
Eject is on the left.
Hold on.
Eject is on the left.
Eject is on the left. Don't reset.
Something about the way that he approaches and does the job, he reminds me of the Bat Boy for the Altoona curve.
All right. Let's go.
Oh, beautiful. I don't think I could have done it better myself.
Flawless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jibbin. We're gonna be seeing Jibbin one more time a little bit later. But for now, we're at the beginning of Disc 3, an action-packed section of the run. So this is kind of like a long stretch of cutscenes and little movements and like one little shop, a couple pickups. So this is generally like a very good time during runs to kind of assess how it's going.
Yep.
Kind of start mentally preparing yourself for the card tournament that is forthcoming. This is also a really good time for, as we go through the run, we may need to make note of things like, oh, so-and-so was dead on such and such fight and needs extra AP, so I need to do this backup here, it's really nice to have downtime in this run that allows you to catch up on things like that because of how complex things can get. And if this was just a run that was 9 hours straight of just doing stuff, it would be
Yeah, you also could perform a 4-hour skip here where you literally just reset the console and put any other game in.
Yeah, and you play Siphon Filter instead.
No,
Why aren't we playing Pong?
this masterpiece Pong.
Here's the thing: is that many of you, in fact, most of you, have played Pong on a specific level. But I'm telling you that there is the next level, and it is a level that you would definitely like to be at.
So we're going to take a little bit of control of Vivi here. Zidane is being a sad boy at the tavern because Garnet's going to be the queen now, and that means she can't travel with us anymore. So he's just kind of hanging out, moping, while Jeff is running around Alexandria. He's going to go see a play at Ruby's Theater because Ruby's open to theater here.
This is like a segment that, because it's so fixed, it's really easy to not lose any time unless you can't focus like me and Grim, and you lose so much time.
Yeah. Oh. I just put my hands over your eyes.
Yeah, you know what? That might not be a bad idea.
All right, so Ayymart, let me know when you want me to come. Come blindfold you. Aymart's gonna do an incredibly complex piece of movement here.
Yeah.
Where we're gonna blindfold him for free, for charity. But
this one's on the house.
This one's on the house.
We were gonna make it an incentive for $50 billion because of how awesome it is, but
yeah.
So Garnet just got all these gemstones from Tot, which contain all of the Eidolons that were extracted from her. And fortunately now, whenever you equip them to learn them, she has the ability to cast the summons with a reasonable amount of MP, unlike the early part of the game where it's essentially designed so that you can't summon them without really trying to.
and because we value summon magic so much in this speedrun, the first thing we do at the first opportunity we get is just sell all of them.
We've equipped the ruby to Eiko on the last menu we did of equipping before Amaranth, and that teaches the Carbuncle summon, which Carbuncle's summon changes what its effect is based on what gem you have on Eiko. With the Ruby, it just casts Reflect on the party, and that's the only summon that we'll use in the run.
Yeah.
And like C said, we're just going to immediately sell all the gems. They only sell for 1 gil a piece, so it's not for money, and it's simply just because they get in the way.
Yeah.
There are so many accessories in the game, and you can equip most accessories to most characters, so the menus for the accessory just get so clogged really quickly.
Yeah.
We're constantly just trying to micromanage that and keep it clean and be able to pick the accessories we want more simply.
A big part of optimizing menus and such in this game is the routes kind of take into consideration getting rid of a piece of equipment as soon as we are able to, because as Muttski said, it's just extra inputs when you're going through menus if you have equipment just lying around that you don't need.
I love all the music in this part.
It's so nice, very relaxing. I love this part of the game casually.
All right,
let's
get ready.
All right, we're gonna put so many hands in front of your face.
Okay.
All right.
I'll watch the screen just to make sure you make it.
All right. I gotta breathe.
Yeah, breathe through it. You got this.
Feel it out. Feel
Come on, Ayymart.
Gameplay. You're through. You're there.
You're there, man.
Okay.
Woo!
Gameplay. Let's go.
Yes!
So that's like the only piece of movement in a sea of like 15 minutes of
Hold on.
cutscenes. So
Shout out to Braun's picture up top
and
right.
just hold up left.
I like her cat.
With her
too.
cat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always assumed it was the cat.
Why
It's,
don't
it's probably the one that's screeching when the theater ship gets blown up when it's like.
Just snorted so hard. That wasn't even that funny. I'm just so slap happy. Yeah, so like I said, we got a lot of more cutscenes here if we want to sneak anything in, or any updates on the Sheets versus Wawa wars. If there aren't any people, voice your opinions.
Or any dissenters to Altoona Pizza.
No, I'm more concerned about the proponents of Altoona Pizza. If you're a vehement defender of the Altoona Pizza, what is the matter with you?
Well, so far, any more comments on Altoona Pizza. But we do have $5 from MZ. Hey, Ayymart, so proud of you making it up to the main stage for our speedrunning event. Sending you all the love and cheering you on from home.
Yo, thanks, MT.
You know what else they have at
Love you,
home? Sheets.
We do. Me and MZ actually had many Sheets runs back in our college days.
And just to let you know, Blue is still currently in the lead by about $10.77.
All is right.
So some more information on NAMI.
Yep.
The NAMI helpline is a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with a mental health condition, their family members and caregivers, mental health providers, and the public. The NAMI helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via call, text, or live web chat. To reach the NAMI helpline, you can call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI helpline resources and contact information.
So we've got Zidane finally breaking out of his stupor and deciding, you know what? I'm sick of Heartbreak. I'm gonna go play cards in Trino. It's like he's having a rebound vacation to Vegas here. This is probably a good opportunity to talk a little bit about Tetramaster, if anybody wants to try to summarize that.
Well, we're not quite there yet, but so basically, Tetramaster is a grid-based card game. The boards are completely randomized, but each card or a card can even have 0 arrows, but each card should have arrows. Ideally, in the speedrun, the best strat is to have a card that, most of your cards have 2 to 3 arrows in, all different directions. And then I personally like to try to have one card that has most, if not all, arrows. And there's 2 methods. The goal is to basically have, battle your opponent's cards or take your opponent's cards so you have more by the end of the card game. So ideally what you do is you can battle, but it's slow. So you want to just take the cards straight up. So for example, if an opponent's card doesn't have arrows and you attack that side of the card, you'll just automatically take that card. If you do battle, every card has different strength and defense, which we can get more into when we get there. But there is a random element to it where no matter what card you use, you have at least a small chance of winning. So, like I said, we'll get more in depth once we get there.
If you have a considerably better card, you also have a large chance of losing just because that's how the game works.
I almost picked up the Lindblom card in Disc 2 just for giggles, but I chickened out.
I don't pick up any cards except for the one my Lord and Savior Tot gives me.
Or the Lugia V-Star.
That's true.
All right, so we got a couple pickups here that are important. We're picking up some Gil, some Phoenix Pinions to sell later, and we're gonna pick up a gem called the Lapis Lazuli, the first of 2 that we're going to pick up, or as I, for a long time, thought it was pronounced, Lapis Lazuli.
Lapis Lazuli.
That's honestly how I thought it was pronounced.
Yeah, I only found out recently that it wasn't Lazuli.
It's Italian. Give it a break.
Yeah. That's my favorite kind of pasta, Lapis Lazuli.
It's the double lapis laser.
Yeah, oh gosh.
Oh no.
But the Lapis is an important item that teaches ability up.
Yep.
Yep, great.
And
Thank you.
accuracy plus.
And accuracy plus, which are 2 really important abilities.
I would put them both in the top 5.
Yeah. I would say ability up is probably the most important ability in the run because it makes the
Like
AP
learning
route
stuff.
work, you know, and then like
I would say accuracy.
I think
You think Ac Plus?
accuracy's my pick.
yeah, I mean that's
It's so
fair.
good. If you're
And it's
unfamiliar
really
with
cheap.
Accuracy Plus is honestly one of the like biggest misnomers of what the ability does versus what it's called. Accuracy Plus sounds like it just like improves your accuracy. It literally makes it that you can never miss, even if you're inflicted with darkness.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter, and so, and it doesn't sound like it would be that big of a deal, but you would be shocked at the levels that we go into at level 4, how easy it is to miss.
Yeah.
If you ever do a run of this and don't learn accuracy plus with a character, it is almost a certainty they're going to miss at least once.
Yeah.
Probably more than that throughout the disc because it becomes like the evasion that the enemies have in disc 4 makes it much easier to miss them.
I'll never forget the time that I had a run where Ayymart was somehow like level 17 or something, and then also didn't learn Act Plus and didn't miss a single time. He really clutched it out.
It's also great when your characters miss themselves on Necron.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, accuracy plus is incredibly important. And we're starting to we're starting to get into the phase of the run where it's like really every ability and every piece of equipment that we're picking up is kind of with an eye toward the late game. Not every single one. There's some that are specific to fights here in Disc 3, but pretty much every fight from here until Disc 4 is going to, or the end of Disc 3, I should say, is going to in some way contribute to those end game abilities, or at least one character.
Speaking of the end game for romance in this is going to come full circle as we're going to have the budding relationship of the 2 most important characters in this game. As Aiko's love letter to Zidane has been misplaced and picked up by Beatrix, who has mistaken it for having been written by Steiner. And by Steiner, I mean Twirlin' Curtis.
Twirlin' Jeff.
Coincidentally, Blank has also gotten his mitts on it, and so he thinks that some cutie is looking to meet him. Steiner, now on patrol, picks up the letter, wondering who it's from.
This letter is put in some work.
This is like the comedy of errors, and I
Yeah.
love every minute.
I
of
love
it.
this little play that we get to watch. That's something else I love about this game. It's just very theatrical. It's got like a very like theater comedy energy to it.
If Beatrix was named Taco Bell, this would be the perfect pairing.
Curtis does love him some Taco Bell. Ah, there he is. We needed a dab earlier, and I did it on your behalf. You're welcome.
I'm here for the beefy 5-layer burrito.
Yeah, so we're finally headed towards Tetramaster, the card tournament.
Zidane is now being a little less mopey now that he was bullied into go to see the princess. However, when he went, he didn't know what to say to her and feels like they're drifting apart now that she's like fully embodied the role of queen and that their worlds are just too different from one another. Doesn't really know how to speak to her at this point.
I often feel that way about you and I.
You know, same, but not for the same reason. It's because you always bring up Altoona pizza. You know it's a sore subject.
It's just a morbid curiosity of mine.
Why don't you be like morbidly uncurious about it? There's something about having a non-fully melted Kraft single just laid across a piece of bread with ketchup looking on it. It sounds so gross.
That's exactly why I'm curious about it.
You know, I was hungry like 30 minutes ago. I am now no longer hungry. Thank you.
That's my real end goal, is to try and stave off the hunger.
There's this. I have this friend around here that runs a taco truck. If you want to go.
Those are,
This is the last time in the run we get to hear this banger.
yeah, this one's.
I
good.
love this track.
Shout out to my mom's favorite streamer's favorite song in this game.
And if you've been following along at home and know who Muttski's mom's favorite streamer is, drop the name in the chat.
His name's literally first name Toju, last name Final Fantasy.
All right, so we're going to come out of these cutscenes, and A is going to arrive in Trino and head into the first of 3 rounds of the card tournament. You have to win the first 2 rounds. You only unlock the second round if you beat the first, and so on with the third round. The third round you can win or lose and then continue. As we talked about before, we're going to save before the third round.
Hold
and
on,
hopefully just
1
win.
second.
Bye,
Amaranth.
Amaranth. He just
All right.
disappears.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
That's a metaphor to his plot relevance for the rest of the game.
I was basically just going to slate you up for Tetramaster and say Godspeed. Good luck.
You have so many cards.
Yeah, we got some decent
we
cards.
certainly have to have good cards, right?
we have some, yeah.
We have like 20 cards. Oh, man. Just, you know what else has good cards? These Pokemon Pouty Evolved ETBs that you can get if you donate to this stream. And if you don't want them and win them, you can send them to me.
All right, so let's see what he's got here. We do have some pretty
the
decent cards.
beefcake.
Yeah.
I like him, yeah.
Yeah, he's got good energy.
He beefy.
So you might.
One of the biggest flaws of the game is that going first is such an obvious disadvantage
Yeah.
for a number of reasons, but predominantly that because of the way that combos work in this game, going last gives you the final chance to get a little wombo combo. So going first here is kind of a disadvantage, but
Well
because
played.
Ayymart is literally a god gamer, it didn't matter.
So one of the main strats you want to try and do, which A did great, is you want to try and create little pockets where your cards can't be touched. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the key strat.
Yeah.
So that was a really great job.
Yeah, that was very well played.
And you might see the P and then the M on the cards. There are physical attacking cards and there are magic attacking cards. The second, the third and fourth digit are the defense. The last digit is magic defense. The third digit is physical defense. And as you can see, you can create combos, but great job.
Nice.
Nicely well done. Well done.
The second game can become the
Yeah.
sketchiest game. That the second opponent has the potential of just having some super strong cards.
Yeah, Cardona Bishop.
Like Abomination. That's a great card.
One time she played, oh my gosh, she played something wild on me recently that I didn't even know she had. I forget what it was.
bonus dog. Oh, and a bonus cat. Let's go. There's so much bonus animal content here. My 3 favorite types of pets IRL: dogs, cats, and moogles.
Yeah.
Shout outs to the donators for fixing this monstrosity
Thank
too.
you so much.
Oh yeah, Cardona Bishop can play a Stroper card, and those are really beefy.
The Blazing Beetles are
The
typ-
Beatles
Yeah.
are incredibly strong. If they play like a 4-arrow beetle, it's so annoying. It's the champion.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Do you think Sailor Aaron is Sailor Aaron to get Phoenix down to party?
That one hurt. That one hurt me.
Yeah.
So Sailor Aaron and Sid here, they play essentially they'll play a hand of entirely made up of Oglops, which are not the strongest card at all, which is why, like I said, the second game could be a little sketchier than this one. But sometimes they just get a ton of good arrows and just win a lot of natural flips. So we'll have to see if Ayymart can. Okay, hold.
That's okay.
Do you want me to reset?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we
All right.
should for Rebirth Ring. That's all right. On a PB attempt, you could very easily just take that and run with it and run it no rebirth, but it's just, as we mentioned before, just a little safer to try to get the rebirth ring.
Yeah, I kind of got a little tripped up.
That's all right.
You flipped 1 out of 8 where you had to go first every game.
Yeah.
So like,
There's really
had you gone first on that game, I am confident you win.
Yeah, that card game, there was really only one thing I saw that could have changed things. But
Yeah, the beginning play is always my weakest play.
it wasn't even that.
Okay.
I mean, you played fine.
Yeah. I got you.
Thank you.
I wonder if Sailor Aaron is not.
No.
Can we just point out how good this music is, though?
I love the Tetramaster music. It's not quite as good as the Triple Triad music, Shuffle or Boogie, but it's pretty good.
Nice. Go. I was gonna say you could go down. I guess.
All right, GG, we made it.
Same result.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to block that arrow from being able
Yeah,
to
that
take
makes
the
sense.
two.
Here's this. Thank you.
I don't really know. I mean, you could have really gone either way there.
Either
Yeah.
one would have been fine. Yep.
Well, all that matters is we won.
Yeah, we totally didn't lose. Thank you. See, that's why I like Mel.
Mel is so supportive.
She's just likes
Melle.
games, man.
Melle.
I wish I had such a love, or as much of a love for games as she does.
Someday you will find it.
Once you finally get to the next level of Pong, I think you're gonna find that the romance deep in your heart, buried in that shell of yours.
I'm just a cold, empty shell right now.
That's why you're wearing the bad man shirt.
It's just like when Vegeta found Bulma.
This section coming up has some of my favorite FMVs.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think these are my favorite FMVs in
Yeah.
the entire series, actually. All of the Bahamut and Alexander stuff.
Mhm.
Whips.
Yeah, so basically Kuja, now that Braun is out of the way, Kuja has control of the idol.
Shout out to Hitball.
Hitball forever.
Look at him run. Well, listen, all those races, he's booking it out of there.
Kuja has basically wrested control of the Eidolons now that Braun's out of the picture, or at least Bahamut, and is attacking Alexandria because his goal is to just sow destruction across all of Gaia, and with Alexandria being still standing, he needs to take care of that.
We don't know exactly why he wants to do this yet,
Not
but
yet.
but he is trying to. I guess the way they phrase it is make as many of the souls return to the planet as possible.
Yeah. Right here we've got a little mini selection quiz where you have to pick which Knights of Pluto to send to which responsibility. The only in-game explanation for which ones you would do were all the way back on Disc 1 when we were controlling Steiner in the first 20 minutes of the game. You can go around and gather information on the Pluto Knights that you can then use to discern which role is best for them in this minigame.
Alternatively, you could go to playonline.com and figure it out yourself.
But we figured out, we know as enlightened speedrunners, that you just need to give the first order, the third pair, and then mash through the rest, and you get the angel earrings as a prize.
You know what I kind of realized about?
You just did that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Just take everything off. Just
Yeah.
take it off, and then do the same thing, but to Beatrix, and it should be fine. So go, and then do the rubber helm. Yep.
She needs the rubber.
Give her the
helm.
rubber helm, and then optimize.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm gonna check abilities really quick.
Should be good.
Okay.
Cool. Yep.
Back row.
Yep.
All 5 of us back row.
This is also a series of like some of the only skips in the game.
I don't know if I'm gonna get this.
You got it.
No, we're fine.
All right, cool. You just kind of wiggle around that first Mistodon, and then
All
there's, hey, you can explain this one if you're gonna do what I think you're gonna do.
So I'm holding. So I'm a turbo runner typically, and well, primarily. So what I'm doing there is I'm actually turboing down, and I'm holding the walk button. And if you do that, you'll actually skip over the trigger that you would get from. Well, you'd get a second fight with the Mistodons if you hit that trigger just walking through normally. So
Yeah.
um,
It's pretty cool that that skip is, you're able to do it in 3 different ways. The first is the way that A just did it with the turbo function on the controller. Beatrix getting put to sleep is a little rough,
yeah, that's
but
annoying.
It's not as bad
it's
as
not.
Steiner.
Yeah, it's not as bad as Steiner, but the other way you can do it is by setting up the skip with using that like X in the fence post as like a visual cue, and then kind of walking towards or running towards the left. And then the third way to do it that I know of is you kind of line Steiner up in the plane of the skip of the story trigger, and then just like really, really gradually tap the down button to kind of sneak him past. The current world record does that last method, and it's pretty swag.
It's really cool. I definitely am not. I definitely don't ever risk going for it.
Yeah.
Banger alert.
Yeah. Oh, this tune is so good.
It's really good.
I love that this tune is the melody is Beatrix's theme, but it's on the instruments of Steiner's theme. It's like just a really subtle like little thing that they do to like, they're coming together. This is their time.
Unfortunately, the real best track of the game isn't even in the game.
Oh yeah. the last Beatrix, the cut
Woober.
4th Beatrix fight,
yeah,
right?
Woober.
The unreleased version.
If you want to hear the best song, look up Woober.
Please.
It's on the Final Fantasy.
It's all
Plus.
about Kuja 5. Oh no. The Kuja theme with pianos actually has a second part to it, but they don't put it in the game because it doesn't loop well, so they just loop the first part over and over again. So when I get to that part in the run, I mute the game and put on the real one. And everyone's always like, what is this? And I'm like, this is the real song.
Yeah, so this is another section of the game where minor like optimizations can save you a little bit of time. There, you could have queued up the life from Beatrix because she had gotten full ATB there. But since we knew the fire was coming, I just opted to wait for Steiner because it's a shorter animation.
I enjoy like just during this run when I just notice like in my peripheral someone's just bopping going to the song.
It's so easy.
We haven't really talked about it much, but the soundtrack of this game is just so good. I don't have my mic down. The soundtrack of this game is so freaking good. Just like, I don't know. You come up here and do this for 6 hours. Mr. D Sharp back there.
This is like the soundtrack to this game is like if Altoona Pizza never existed. Just a perfect world.
This was the last Final Fantasy game that was the entire soundtrack was composed by Nobuo Uematsu, and he like really put his heart and soul into it, and it shows in the quality of the compositions.
Is this the one that like made him sick though?
Yeah, no, like basically, I mean, like I'm not trying to glamorize like that kind of thing. Like it's, take care of your health, but like he really wrote some of the best video game music of all time.
Yeah,
Worth
with
it.
this game.
For those who don't know, this game was made in less than a year. It was made in like 8 or 9 months.
Really?
And it's amazing how
Wow,
well put
that's
together it is
crazy.
with how short the development cycle was. Yeah.
Yeah, it's It's
And the team was in Hawaii. That's why there's
Yeah.
Hawaiian themed stuff in the game.
Yeah,
Oh
and
my
that's
gosh.
why a lot
Ukulele
of
de
Yes, so
Chocobo.
Yeah.
good.
and it was kind of like a mixed team of like people who are from the
Yes.
Japanese Square studio and like American people and Europeans as well because of how Hawaii is kind of like centralized to all of those different places.
I learned this on the VG Draft 2000.
Cheap podcast plug.
I bet Curtis lost that one, huh?
He did.
Even though he's right.
Dude, that's my favorite thing to hear.
Even though Curtis is right 90% of the time.
Curtis has some fantastic opinions on video games in general. It's not my fault he never played Shark Tale PS2.
I heard he's a big Tenchu 2 fan.
We
Birth
have
of the Stealth Assassin.
Yeah,
we have plenty of time for any donations or
Yeah.
announcements if you have anything.
Yeah, if we're
Excellent.
ever talking about nothing, just know that you have the green light.
Are you telling us that Altoona Pizza is nothing? Wow, you heard it here first.
Altoona
folks.
Pizza is something, all right.
Well, to start us off, we have $50 from Zenden. I've had the pleasure to watch each of you speedrun this game and excited to see you all doing it for mental health.
Oh,
Thank you,
Thank you,
Zandon.
thank
Zandon.
you.
We have
Fun fact,
Oh.
sorry if I may
No,
interject.
go right.
I believe if that's the same Zandon I'm thinking of, that is somebody who has run the game one time. The very first time they ever did it was in our very first Final Fantasy IX community race.
Yeah.
And every subsequent community race that we've had has had at least one person who is doing the run for the very first time. And I just think that is so cool. So
Yeah.
shout outs not only to the people who put like thousands of hours into this game, but also the people who just like show up and do it one time for a giggle and then move on with their lives. They're probably more well-adjusted human beings than we
Oh,
are.
100%.
But anyway, please continue. Thank you.
Of course. We have $10 from Ham Fruitcake.
Yay, Hammy!
Good luck, FF9 speedrunners. You guys have been an inspiration, and I'm so glad to be part of such a wonderful community. Also, the rest of the run is free.
Yeah, from here it's all easy.
Yeah, I think this can still sub 9.
We got $5 from Keishura. Final Fantasy IX is a game I've always loved, and it's the game that led me to finding and following Puexel, which ultimately led me to where I am in this community now. I've been watching the run on the side all day, and I'm excited for the rest of it as well. Good luck on the rest of the run, and I just gotta know, someone's gonna play that Pepsi Man song in the final boss, right?
The final boss does kind of look like Pepsi Man, doesn't he?
We have $10 from Leggy Starscream. Disc 1 opened with a play. Disc 3 opens up with Shakespearean nonsense, TM. Shoutouts to these incredible runners utterly tearing through one of the games that defined my childhood.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We have $25 from Anonymous. I just looked up what Altoona Pizza is, and immediately after, I opened a bottle of Sprite, which pretty much exploded. So now I blame Altoona Pizza for the loss of half a bottle of Sprite.
I'm so sorry about your Sprite.
No,
That's the worst feeling in the world.
It's a sign of how well they pair together. The Sprite tried to find the Altoona pizza.
In fact, you're honestly probably better off just dipping the Altoona pizza into the Sprite. Because it can't be any worse than it already is.
Are we sure it wasn't just trying to escape?
Yeah.
We have $10 from Purple Mage Claire. I looked up Altoona Pizza and no. Super Jump Challenge though? Yes, please.
yeah, let's get that going.
Yeah.
And let's give you an update on how that's doing. We are currently at $130 out of a needed 1,000, which is definitely progress, but we can definitely get us all the way
let's
there.
keep it going.
Yeah.
And speaking of progress, just want to give you an update. We are currently at $260 for gray and $310.77 for blue. So a little further apart, but all you gray fans, it's not too late.
What I have to say after that is Bomb is gray now.
what I'm gonna say after that, for anyone that wants to come in with the hot take and support gray, I just want you to know that gray text boxes are the same as light mode.
Wow, that is a take.
You are throwing the gauntlet on the light mode users. Wow.
Reverb is going to be so upset because he uses both.
We would like
There's
to
a
let
reason.
you,
It's because they're the same.
we want to let you know that RPG Limit Break does not endorse either light or dark mode.
Dude, what's their stance on Altoona Pete?
I'm sorry, I gotta go. We did, however, get $5 from a crafty jellyfish.
Aw.
Also,
Hey, Craft.
love Final Fantasy IX. Good luck with the run.
Another shout out to somebody who's run the game a couple times, Crafty Jellyfish.
Thank you for the good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely wonderful.
And Ham Fruitcake earlier is another FF9 runner. She is the other half of the twin sisters who run this game.
She's the one that she bought me an entire year of Letterboxd Pro. It was one of the greatest things anyone's ever given me in my
Aw,
life.
that's very sweet.
You know, great birthday gift. Thanks, Ham.
You could probably do some more if you have them.
Oh my gosh, we have always got something to
Yeah.
say here, or at least I do. So you may have noticed talk about incentives and prizes. This means you, yes you, get to vote with your wallet to name characters, get our runners to complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, or help pick which story to see in certain games. You can also become eligible to win prizes donated by community members, and all donations go to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, check the channel bio for a link to the 2023 tracker. And if you're looking to find us, we are at twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So here we have Zidane Company kind of coming back to Alexandria to catch up with Garnet and try to help. Aiko has jumped off of the airship, which is one of the coolest things a 6-year-old has ever done, in my opinion, and started basically like doing like a summoning ritual with Garnet to try to wake up the Eidolon Alexander to protect Alexandria from the attack. In that first room, the castle-like foyer there, that's also our last chance to fight the optional super boss Tantarian. There are some routes of this game that will fight Tantarian on Disc 3, and it's a pretty neat fight because it's a lot safer than the Disc 2 version, because you use Amarant's spare change ability to do most of the to open the book and then just wallop it with Vivi's black magic spells.
That's how Yuna was inspired to do that. And
Yeah, exactly. She's following Amarant's precedent.
Was spare change used in any other Final Fantasy before this one?
F5.
FF5,
yeah,
yeah,
it's important in 5.
yeah. But yeah, it's just another little anecdote of like the many different variations of routing that this game can have.
And like I said, like, there's not like one route that's like definitively quote better than any of the other ones. They all have like things that are really great and things that you kind of sacrifice. And so, like, if you watch a race, like a community race of this game, there'll probably be at least 3 different routes being run at the same time, which is kind of cool.
To that point,
A lot of games aren't like that.
Yeah, a lot of games just kind of have like the one
route,
and that's something that's really special about FF9. To that point, Melle, Ayymart, and I all have a tied PB to the exact second, 8:49:22 live crew. And Melle and Ayymart got that time on this route that we're running today, and I got it on a Tantarian route.
Can we touch hands too?
Only if you share a slice of Altoona pizza with each other.
It doesn't come in slices.
You just got to eat the whole thing. It's like a
it's like a-
casserole.
Do you think if we call Big Daddy's Pizza, we can get them to make Altoona pizza?
If we buy the ingredients, I'll make it tonight.
Oh my gosh, I don't know that I want that.
Do we have bread, ketchup, and craft singles?
I was going to say, can we donate to not make it tonight?
Yeah, save me from the Altoona pizza.
Everybody's invited to our Airbnb. Come on over.
Yeah. We got to get to 40,000 or else we're making Altoona pizza.
And that's a promise.
Is that a promise or a threat?
Yes.
Why not both?
Definitely both.
We're gonna do another street puzzler tournament. When you get eliminated, you have to eat it.
Do you think the Altoona pizza is better or worse than the salted licorice candy that Jibbin brought?
That
It's hard to say.
At least the Altoona pizza has salami on it. That's got to count for something.
I think we're losing our
Salami.
chances at affiliate with like Altoona Pizza or partnership with Altoona Pizza. So.
So, summoning Alexander didn't work, unfortunately, because here comes Garland.
Nice
This
transition.
guy, yeah, you know, this guy, he's eaten a slice of pizza or two in his day. He's making pizza out of Alexandria. Whatever that means. He's kneading Alexandria into a fine dough.
Oh my.
He's gonna slap some ketchup on it.
Can we mute Ceaselessly's mic, please?
Can I get ejected from the event? I don't think I'm adding anything of value here anymore.
I'm afraid
Don't
that'll
censor
cost
me,
you
'cause I'm
one
right.
slice of Altoona pizza.
You are doing nothing but adding value.
If you have any donations, now is a great
Yeah,
time.
we're in Plot City once again. We're gonna pick up a couple of items, do a couple small shops, but it's pretty standard cutscene stuff. So please.
That's excellent. We love Plot City, but even more, we love donations.
We do.
We have $25 from Mr. Cab 55. Altoona Pizza. They tried, I think. We have $10 from Wonderland's Andy. Great text boxes and light mode are the true actual winners in life.
no.
But Altoona Pizza just gotta say no to that one.
I wish we could have named Ayymart Altoona.
This is gonna be the stream that puts Altoona pizza on the map.
That affiliate is coming.
Oh, let's
The
go.
worst part is that my favorite place in the entire world to get pizza is also in Altoona, but it's not. It's New York style pizza.
All right, if you donate $1,000, we'll get the naming way card and we'll rename Amaranth.
Yeah, if we reach 40,000 before Desert Palace.
And you can put that $1,000 towards the Invisible Enemy Super
Yeah.
Jump
Yes, you
Challenge.
could.
So
Exactly.
we got a win-win here, which will open another incentive.
I have no idea what that challenge looks like, but the description of it that I've been hearing throughout the week just sounds absolutely out of this world, and I hope to see it.
Well, like the Super Jump Challenges alone sound amazing, but against
Yeah.
something invisible,
Right,
yeah, I'm
right.
definitely here for this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we also have $5 from Trip. Aside from Quina, which FF9 character would be the first to try Altoona Pizza?
Oh man, that's a good
Probably
question.
Aiko because she's dumb and doesn't know better.
Yeah.
Kids,
Lift the
dude,
cord
have
over it.
kids eat Lunchables, which is basically the equivalent of an Altoona pizza. So like, dude, Lunchable pizza is literally, it's like a soft cracker, some ketchup, and a little shredded cheese. So they're like halfway there.
Yeah, probably Aiko. Or Vivi, just
Which
because
is
he doesn't know what pizza
yeah.
is. Yeah.
It's funny, Twitch chat seems to think that Steiner would try it or could be tricked into eating it. And
Tricked, yes.
yes, and Zidane seems like the sort who might try it.
You know, an insult to Lunchables is an insult to Curtis.
I think Curtis would unironically like the pizza. Curtis would look at it and he'd be like, "Oh, my mom used to make this."
Okay.
Please continue.
Oh,
If you have
excellent.
anything else.
We're sorry.
Why be sorry? Donations. We have $25 from DH Staub, donating to stop hearing about that disgusting abomination that is just fancy cheese toast.
We'll stop talking about it if we reach 40K by the end of the run.
Altoona pizza will never die.
It's goals, folks. Goals.
We'll never mention the word Altoona in this town again.
I blame it on Threech for donating about Altoona, and I blame it on you for mentioning pizza.
That's the only thing I know about.
I just want to
place.
say that this is how the Eiffel 65 thing happened, and I'm the victim in both of them.
Have you tried taking your hoodie off yet?
And to once again update, Blue is still in the lead with $315.77. Gray is attempting a comeback. It is at
Let's go, Gray.
$270.
Okay, let's
So
go.
it is definitely not too late to get your preference in there.
Yeah, so we're in Plot City. We're kind of just checking in with what's going on everywhere else.
Yeah. A rare Kuja L happened in Alexandria where Garland kind of whacked him. And you can tell because his frilly coat is covered in soot and a little tattered.
Poor guy.
I know.
That,
He was just trying to style and profile.
that outfit probably costs a lot.
Probably.
Especially he
Yeah.
bled for the first time earlier. Too.
Yeah.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
I really love Kuja's line where he says, "Very good, Bahamut. You even managed to hurt me. A little."
Kuja is an androgynous king.
I know. I love him. Yeah, so kind of the next thing that we're going to be doing gameplay-wise is Sid here is trying really hard to design a new airship for us so that we can fly out to where Kuj is hiding out and try to put a stop to his dastardly plans. But unfortunately, because Sid is an Oglop, which we haven't mentioned, but he was turned into an Oglop because his wife caught him cheating on her, and she cast a spell on him to turn him into an Oglop. But because he's a bug, his brain's not working at full capacity, and he's not able to think through the plan. So we're gonna go on a fetch quest here soon to pick up a couple of potions that we might be able to mix together to cure him of this ailment. But before then, Aiko has just arrived in the conference room with some startling news, and it's that Dagger has lost her voice. She's pretty devastated by the destruction of Alexandria, especially since she feels responsible for it, having just come just short of being coronated as queen. So her people have suffered this like devastating loss under her reign, and it's really affecting her quite a bit.
Again, we kind of mentioned it earlier, but I think the fact that she's watching like her Eidolons are the thing that are destroying her city and her people, I think is just obviously like, irreparably harmful.
Yeah, and she just lost her mother.
Yeah.
And so there's just so much like.
Especially because like right before Braun dies, it gets clear that she was like corrupted by Kuja and she was like a pawn. And, that there was like a time when Braun was, a much nicer and like loving mother and great queen that people looked up to and revered.
That's specifically something they bring up like prior to the past few months or past year or so. Like Braun was actually a beloved queen of the kingdom. I don't know. That's something that I like about this game is that like there's really no character who's just like truly evil. There's just characters who are like have really bad motivations or are manipulated by someone more like powerful than them.
Just like Guilty Gear.
Yeah, man, like Guilty Gear. You want to talk about Guilty Gear?
Tell us about Bridget. How high were you ranked? Shout outs to Greffrey.
You had a pretty good Bridget for a while.
I was
right?
top 100 when I was playing.
Yeah, nice. But yeah, so we're coming in here. Dagger can't talk. Bombom is pretty good at Bridget. I'm not very good at fighting games, but that's okay. I still enjoy them.
It's all about Super Puzzle Turbo Fighter.
I am really good at Super Turbo Puzzle Fighter 2.
I'm good at fighting card games.
I won our tournament last night. I don't know if I mentioned that already, but I'm
you did.
I'm gonna be mentioning it a lot, so be ready.
That's okay.
I'm probably putting it in my Twitter bio.
It's okay. Anything to get rid of the Altoona pizza.
Ugh. I had almost forgotten. It had been like a whole 3 minutes since the last time I thought about it.
This one's not on me.
You know what would help you remember, though? Some more donations.
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
Donos.
So we have $20 from Hades. If the enemy is invisible, we can pretend it's an Altoona pizza.
Oh my God.
So let's get that Mario RPG incentive met.
Yeah, let's get that
let's go.
incentive, y'all.
We have $20 from Cheese saying, I want someone to try that pure cheeseburger from Thailand.
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Yeah, same, but it sounds delicious? Question mark?
If it's half as cursed as the pizza that shall not be named, I'm not interested.
We have $25 from Wind Bliss. Last dono for this marathon from this cat dragon. RPG Limit Break has always been something I've looked forward to. Considering the amount of planning that goes into speedrunning an RPG is amazing. Here's 9 and an extra 16 for the Trails SC Glitch Exhibition. I'll probably put in an extra 5 if Taharka gets oven baked at Ibsen's Castle.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck, meow.
Thank
you
you.
got
Thank
it.
you.
You got it.
We have $30 from Twirling Curtis saying 30 more for gray text boxes, which is obviously the best color because it's the color of Steiner's amazing shoes. Probably the best shoes in the whole series.
Curtis,
Second best shoes. The best shoes
Oh.
are the running shoes.
Okay, fair.
Curtis, you're sleeping
Oh, and I
outside.
want to give you the hugest update. Gray fans, it's your time.
Yes!
Gray is in the lead with $400.
Let's get it.
Let's
Blue
savor
is
these
at
blue.
$335.77. So you blue fans here, you're going to have to do a bit of work.
Finally, I feel at home again.
And that was thanks to a $100 donation from a Snapadin. I wish I didn't accidentally devote brain cells to learning about Altoona pizza. Here's some money towards Gray just for spite.
So right here, we're grabbing a few potions. The potion that Ayymart just got is called the Beautiful Potion, and we're going to use it to turn the text boxes blue again.
Oh my gosh. We picked up one of the items that we just picked up in the weapon shop that is going to be extremely important is the Coral Sword, which is a sword for Steiner that I believe it's a power boost, but it is also importantly it teaches an ability called Charge, which we'll talk about a little bit more when it comes into play. But Charge is an extremely important ability where Steiner basically grants you extra attacks by per turn by sending in any ally that is in crit health. It'll see a lot of use in Disc 4 and probably maybe a little bit in like the end of Disc 3 Gauntlet, depending on
It's
HP
an
and
ability
stuff.
that, like, I would say almost no casual plays actually take advantage of because it takes a lot of, like, real intentional planning to actually make it worth using. And so it's interestingly probably one of the most useless casual abilities, but one of the most important for the speed run.
Yeah. The final boss would like be significantly slower
It would
without
be
it.
so long.
Because you would just need to jump cycle with Freya.
That would actually be sweet. I kind of wish that existed.
Here's a feel-good story right here. The wife and the soldier from Burmecia actually made it out and ended up having.
They had little babies.
Yeah, little babies. And they call Zidane their savior. And one of the kids says, one of the kids says something like, "I want to be a savior," or "I want to have a savior." I don't know. It's a cute scene. Yeah. And then they're like, "Okay, can we go play?"
Can we pop in with another donation?
Absolutely.
We have $20 from Shilly91. Shout out to Final Fantasy IX for the best relationship in the Final Fantasy universe. The relationship between the mom from Clara that gets told to go up the stairs and the black maid she meets there. Their love doesn't last long, but it did burn hot.
Wow.
That's a spicy donation.
What did she do to you?
She's just a single mom trying to take care of her kids.
Yeah.
We have $25 from Zendon. I cannot believe you remembered that about my first and only speedrun of this game.
Of course I remember.
It was an amazing event for everyone, and I have not played Final Fantasy IX since.
You're better off for it.
You're very smart.
Like I said, you're probably much more intelligent than us.
We also received a very, very important update. We have $25 from Cheese. The pure cheeseburger is a bun with 20 or so American cheese slices in between and nothing else.
Oh, God.
So the more you know.
That's rough.
So
Isn't that just
calling,
burger cheese?
Well, hey, calling back to someone who donated several times for the Lucky Sevens Prime Loot discovered that if you order McDonald's online, they actually allow you to toggle off any of the options on the burger. So he just to see what they would send, he toggled off the buns and left the patties and left only condiments. And they sent him boxes with just like ketchup, mustard, some pickles in it.
There were onions.
There's a couple chopped onions in it. He paid like $5 for a box of nothing. But it's one of my favorite pictures I've ever seen.
I love Prime
When you're ready.
Loot.
No rush.
You know what I hear
No,
is
you're-
another one of your favorites, though? Blue,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is back in the lead with $435.77. But Gray is sitting at $400, so they are pretty close.
I love this bid war. It's so great.
Okay, that actually was thanks to a $75 donation from Billy, of course, saying, Gray text boxes, SMH my head. Get these things blue again.
Billy gets it.
Yeah.
All right, Billy. Whatever you say.
That's why Billy was the Blue Ranger in the OG Power Rangers.
You could probably fit in a few more if there are.
Do you guys like the Gray Ranger? Is the Gray Ranger cool?
I'm not answering that.
The White Ranger has gray in his uniform, and he's the leader.
Listen, I believe there was exactly one anime, Sentai's type, which did have a Gray Ranger.
Well, does it have a Green Ranger that pulls a flute out of his pocket and summons a dinosaur?
That would
Because-
actually be cool, so probably not.
You know what else is not cool? Gray text boxes.
So you can donate to fix that if you would like some gray text boxes. But also, we want to send out thanks to the people involved in our foreign language restreams.
Yes.
Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/LeFrenchRestream. And our Japanese stream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you enjoy the marathon, go check them out and send them some love. Both of these communities like to help out in multiple events, and they do an amazing job. So
They
definitely
really do.
huge shout outs, thanking them once again for supporting our events. And if those are languages which are happier for you, go check it out.
Like we mentioned earlier, just kind of like how like global the speedrun for this game has become. The Japanese and French communities are two of the biggest by far, and both of them have had enumerated individuals that have completely helped shape this game.
Yeah.
And so just like through the power of those communities with us in America and the other like Western European countries, it's been great to just see kind of how big they've become. But yeah, the French community and the Japanese community are awesome at this game.
I have friends who live all over the world because of this speedrun, and it's pretty dope.
Yeah.
Like it's truly special. And I believe we shouted them out earlier, and I believe they're still going. They deserve a second shout out. I believe the Japanese restream is being hosted by Wisteria, and the French restream is being hosted by Mashi, who are both FF9 runners.
Yes.
Yeah.
So big shout outs to them and the entire community of restreamers who have been helping out this marathon, and others. All right, so we are finally back on the world map after a lot of cutscenes. We've obtained a boat, the Blue Narcissus, which has been Sid has kind of reclaimed it from Alexandria. It was I believe the boat that Braun attempted to escape on, if I remember the lore correctly. I don't remember. It was something to do with Alexandria.
Y'all remember Bob from Disc 2?
Yeah.
Well, here he is, just been waiting so patiently.
What a loyal little bird. But yeah, basically we're getting ready to head to the first dungeon in a while. But we still got a little bit of lore to get through, a little bit of preparation to get through as well.
Wisteria, I thought about doing Cliff Fall, but I was afraid of embarrassing myself.
I also thought about doing Cliff Fall, but I've never managed to do it succlosely. So
You just got to quay.
you just
and
gotta
got
quay.
it.
Yeah.
Close your eyes
That
and
was a
quay.
perfect cliff fall I saw.
Close your eyes and quay. Stacey, you're killing it today.
Thank you. I'm trying.
Can you guys just donate with the hashtag Quay, not gray, and throw your money on blue?
How about gray as the quay?
Grace.
Get those trending, please.
What was the other one? Hashtags leave Steiner alone. Yeah. We haven't
So-
talked about it, but the Black Mage Village music is,
Yeah,
is
so
dope.
it's-
It's probably my favorite track at the game.
Oh my
honestly.
gosh.
This is one of our donators from earlier.
Bobby.
Bobby Corwin. Yeah, so we've returned to Black Mage Village to kind of like catch up with like what's going on there. And unfortunately, the majority of the Black Mages have left to go be with Kuja because he has promised them eternal life, which is really messed up.
That's the same way that Muttski got me to do this.
Yeah, Blake. If you get world record, you'll live forever.
Like I said earlier, the game dives into it like really heavily the idea
Yeah.
of like one's mortality and the ephemeral nature of life. And now that they've like as the way that the mages describe it is they say that someone stopped moving, talking about the end of their lifespan. And so now Kuja's manipulating their knowledge of the not everlasting impermanence that they have in order to get them to do things that he wants them to do again, promising them a longevity of life that he's not going to fulfill.
Yeah. And it's telling that like the 3 Black Mages who are left behind are the 2 who have found purpose in caring for this chocobo egg and raising the baby as well, and then the one who's like kind of the village leader who we got the greens already, in case you were wondering.
figured.
Yeah. And then the one who's like the village leader, who was like the first one who figured out like what it meant to die and has accepted it. Like, but the rest of them are still scared of it, so that's why they go with Kuja. Like I said earlier, it's like there's not really any like truly evil characters in this game, just ones who handle their mortality differently. All right, we're gonna hop back on the Blue Narcissus, and we got some information from the remaining Black Mages that where Kuja's Desert Palace prison is, where he took all the rest of the Black Mages. So we're gonna go try to infiltrate it, and there's about to be a big epic cutscene that shows every last detail of how we enter the palace and somehow get taken custody. Right? It's a huge FMV. It's really exciting.
I think I have like the old discs before they patched that. I don't know if it's on these ones.
Oh no.
This is pre the DLC.
Can we go fight a zombie whale?
Yeah.
We could go fight an antlion.
A doodlebug.
Doodles. Yeah, we're gonna pop a safety save here, mainly because it's the first chance we've had to really do one in a long time.
Nobody wants to sit through 40 minutes of cutscene.
No. That's always my favorite safety save in a marathon. It's like, we don't really need to do this one, but just the slightest chance that something goes wrong, it sends me back to before Mistodons. No, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if you screw up this menu that's coming up, it can get really bad.
Yeah.
Oh, Sid's a frog now, by the way.
Oh, yeah. The potions didn't work. Sid's a frog now.
Which is pretty sweet, honestly.
Yeah.
Frog Sid best.
And we missed out on a really good line. Like, Quina eats frogs. Like, there's an entire side quest where you can catch frogs as Quina, and they eat them. And when we all get on the boat, it's kind of the first time, like, the entire main party is together in the entire game, because there's always at least 1 or 2 people missing up until that point. And Quina sees the frog and is, like, having, like, this crisis about, like, well, I eat frogs, but this one's talking. Maybe I should eat it?
Frog is talking.
Maybe I eat it? Quina is such a mood.
That's how I feel about a lot of things.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Zoidberg.
Problem X. Maybe I eat it.
Except Jibbin's candy.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Can we fit in a couple more donations?
Absolutely.
Excellent. We have $10.53 from Katuria. Hello, RPGLB. Katuria here. I'm sad I couldn't be there this year, but I am loving this run and the discussion of what sounds like the worst, quotations, pizza of all time. Processed cheese ruins everything. That said, unique food items are what make a town special. I am HO. I come from a small city in Northern Ontario, Canada. we have a restaurant called The Niebing, which makes deep-fried pickle chips. They're not the spears you find in most restaurants, which come frozen in a box. They're homemade, battered, delightfully zesty pickle chips. I have searched all known universes, real, fictional, and otherwise, but have been unsuccessful in finding another place that makes anything like them. Perhaps this message will take your mind off Altoona Pizza. Oops, sorry.
If you want to trade those pickles for my pizza,
I would do unspeakable things for some fried pickles right now.
Deep fried pickles sounds so good.
any food sounds good except the fucking pizza.
So we have $50 from Rekolnik saying, Gray not quay.
Gray, not
Dude, I'm so ready to take a nap after this.
But in counter to that, we also got $50 from Chief Beef 100. Here's another $50 to keep the text boxes true blue.
Thank you all for the donations.
Yeah,
Like we're memeing up here, but like it's just so cool that people are just like willing to put so much money towards this charity, especially when the reward is something so silly. But I love it.
Speak for yourself.
Is this very serious to you? I know.
Yes.
I'm trying to play cool. Bom bom. All right, so Ayymart just did a little menu there to set up the party for Oilvert. This is, once again, we are, the entire party's together and we can do whatever we want, but we are going to be separated into 2 separate parties for the next 2 dungeons. So we have selected Freya, Quina, and Ayymart to attend Oilvert with us. And the rest of the folks will stay behind to take care of the next dungeon, Desert Palace.
I always remember which ones to take because their initials are FAQ.
Oh, that's a good little mnemonic.
You like
I like that.
Except you do it in the order of frequently questions asked.
So it's just you got to put yourself in a real Yoda mindset.
Exactly. Nice one encounter, honestly.
Yeah, that was nice. That was the exact encounter we needed, by the way. On that screen, we refer to it as the Hildegard screen because that's the name of the airship that we board at the end. And we are looking to kill a single ogre there for experience and AP purposes. And then after Oilvert, we'll be looking to kill a few more on the way back into Desert Palace. But there is a split menu that we can do. If anybody who knows a little bit more about it can speak to that.
Essentially, there's like a specific amount of AP we need. One of the abilities you want to learn with Zidane is Distract, as well as get XP on our characters, especially Freya, to get her some levels so that she is a proper level whenever she finishes the You're Not Alone sequence. Basically, we do this menu option that you can split the menus in such a way that without breaking the integrity of everything else aside from the AP that we're gaining on these abilities, it allows us to get AP in Oilvare, which is pretty common because there's some enemies that are you can throw softs on, as well as single ogres that we could kill like Ayymart did earlier with the Explode Throw and attack, and that AP will then count towards the AP that we need to gain. If we don't do that, then we need to get 8 AP from 2 fights on Zidane's Distract learning, all after the arc fight, which means we need to and are forced to fight 2 encounters on the final Hildegard screens or in Estogaza, which can cause us to potentially have to force a fight if we don't get the requisite AP. So the split menu allows us to have a considerably higher chance of avoiding that necessity.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat little trick of routing that Petra was able to work into this route.
I want to say that was like Swed's idea.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Again,
Yeah.
we're talking shout-outs to the French community. I was going to say, I think that was Swed's, something Swed had worked on and then told Petra about it. They like worked on it
so cool.
together. I don't know exactly what the conversations between them were, obviously. But.
Swed is another person who has just contributed so much to the routing of this game, like throughout his time running it. And he's been around for forever. Like, and is a really great runner in his own right.
I learned a lot just from watching him.
Yeah,
Same.
Swed's great.
Yeah, Swed was one of the people that I studied a lot when I first started running the game.
He's always willing to, answer questions or help people.
I also love his Disc 3 Tantarian route. It's so swag. All right, so Aymart's doing what is, I think, the longest stutter step in the game, or one of the longest ones.
I think the one at Chocobo Forest is slightly longer.
Okay.
The backward stutter.
Yeah,
Let's
this
go,
one's
Ayymart.
quite difficult backwards.
Oh,
This is
oh.
and he's taking the risk through the forest.
I've legitimately
baby.
never gotten it.
Ever
Yeah.
since you told me that, I've done it every time and I've never gotten it.
Yeah.
I think it's made up.
I don't know.
I think Kara told me it and told me that in 2013 and he was just lying.
It still scares me. But we're having this very dramatic moment where we're approaching Oyovert, and you know, there's a lot of dramatic tension with the music and everything. But let's undercut it with just some chocobo ukulele. Just some chill island vibes, riding our big bird.
I want to ride on my chocobo.
I really want some food.
But not pizza from my hometown.
So coming into Oyovert, Aymart's about to do a pretty big menu,
no.
sizable menu, where we're going to sell a bunch of things and buy a bunch of new equipment. We'll let him do it, and then we can talk through a little bit some of the consequences. I don't know why I chose the word consequences, but
You're gonna be in big trouble, mister.
if you buy too many silver forks. Also the angel.
Yeah, the
earrings.
angel earrings.
Yeah, you got it.
Beautiful. Perfect. None.
No.
Just diamond.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's
Mantra.
Judo.
yeah, it's
Judo, then mantra, yeah.
Judo, then mantra, then dark heaven.
Yep.
Praise.
Max 'em out,
There you
baby.
go.
Just max.
Yeah.
How many anointments do we have?
Uh,
Yeah, grab one
two.
just because. Yeah.
All right. And that's going to be, Aymart's going to do that split menu we talked about, where he rearranges everybody's equipment, and we're going to get ready to bring Bomb into the run.
So one of the reasons we kind of ditch all of our money there at that point on just items is that we're going to max out as much as we can on just L1. And
Remove
it's
counter.
you need to go up to.
Oh,
or-
yeah, yeah,
yep,
yeah,
yep.
Okay.
And so we're spending all of our money there because we have no need for it at the moment other than the stuff that we bought before the items.
All right,
And
Ayymart.
Fleeing from enemies here. You drop gil whenever you use the flee ability, and fleeing from these enemies causes like a lot of loss of gil. So we just spend our money on items that we would otherwise just buy later in Disc 3 anyway, so we can minimize the amount of gil that we lose if Blake's going to flee from any encounters.
Blake's got to blow the dust off his controller real quick. before he blasted it.
Well, while we're doing the swap
GG.
over, can I read a donation or two?
course.
Please do.
Fabulous. We have $5 from My Hero Zero. Doing the work for blue, no quay on gray. Oh my gosh. We have $28 from Bromhall the Fifth. Hop up out of the bed, turn my blue on. Took a look at it in the config, said, "What's up?" We have $10 from Sparky Petunia. Gray all day. Y'all are amazing, and it's so great seeing you together playing my all-time fave. Great community and fantastic people. We also have $10 from Sumdiener, closing in on that 40,000 mark. I'd love every one of you watching and listening to this awesome show if we reach that milestone during this run.
I think we can do it.
Good luck to the runners. And that you can actually put your donation incentive either towards numerous incentive. The two big ones we've got going on right now is blue versus gray for our text menu background color. Currently, blue is in a startling lead with $563.77, while gray is trailing behind with $410.
Come on, people.
However, if you're just not in that fight, we do also have a goal where we are trying to get the the Invisible Enemy Super Jump Challenge, which will happen at the end of the Super Mario RPG run, which is coming up immediately after the Final Fantasy IX run finishes. We currently have $195.53 out of a required $1,000. So if we can meet that incentive during this run, we will also hit $40,000 during this run. So I think we can work together a bit, see what we can do.
I think we can do it, people. We got less than $900 left to 40,000. We got that super good Super Mario RPG incentive rolling. I think we got this in the bag.
I can't believe you got that turned in.
Yeah, that was unreal. So Bombom's taking over here. We're running through.
He should be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need to get experience.
Yeah. We're running through Oilvert. We got one ogre encounter that we were able to kill and take advantage of the AP and experience of, thanks to that split menu that Muttski talked us through earlier. And now we softed that epitaph as, again, as Muttski said, it's a stone enemy, so we were able to use the softs on it. It does not yield any experience unless it spawns it's like a little mirror enemy thing that mimics one of your party members. But it still rewards AP, so it is useful to take one. And also sometimes it's good to just throw a soft on one of those if it's like Zidane has no ATB or something.
Does Z have a ability up on?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He's all good. Good to check. That's one thing about this game, like when you're doing runs, like obviously you want to try to get through menus as fast as possible, but it never hurts to spend the extra 5 seconds to make sure you
I
do
always tell
something
people
right.
when they start out that accuracy is far more important than speed.
Far more. Honestly, even when you start to get a little more experience, like I still take my time on menus, like when I'm unsure.
Because
of
if you're
things,
fixing, trying to fix anything,
Yeah.
like that's all of this time you're spending fixing is pure time loss.
Yeah.
And I'm absolutely certain that amount of time is going to be greater than however much you saved speeding through them.
Yeah, just giving a quick once over. For sure, I agree.
Rock me, Amadeus.
Rock me up and say,
Oh, got the quick play.
oh yeah, he got the quick flee. Let's go.
Bye, Amarant.
So the flea checks we mentioned earlier in the run that you can earn during your party's animations and such include the spell animation of the flea spell itself. So sometimes if you cast it, you can get the quick flee before the spell itself takes effect. But obviously, quick fleas wait for the current animation to finish, so you don't actually get it because when the animation finishes, the spell procs and gets you out of the battle that way. So it's just a funny little meme.
If you have really bad movement here, you can get an encounter check and possibly get an encounter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've definitely seen that like a bunch of times and had it happen to me where if you accidentally like run too far or don't come at it at the right angle. Ooh, I heard that.
Like
What was that?
that was my spine.
I'm enjoying when Melle and Bombom have been on. I can hear the mashing in my headphones. It's very comforting. I've always been a big fan of speedrun mashing.
Yeah.
It's like ASMR.
I
Yeah.
like hearing it.
Oh.
I like the sound of the door. Bonus.
Yeah.
Bonus screen.
Blake's just manipulating RNG.
Can I read out a few more donations here?
Yeah.
Please do.
Perfect. We have $20 from Shilly91. To keep the menu blue, double-d. We have $25 from Zick. Look at this beautiful group of FF9 friends. Good luck on the run. Sad I couldn't be there to hang out with y'all. Keep crushing it. Also, blue menu gang.
Shoutouts to my boy Zick. Don't call me Zeiss.
Thank you, Zach.
Zick's great.
Legendary Sly Cooper runner.
You know how I feel about Sly Cooper.
Final Fantasy trading
Don't get
card
Emma
game,
started on
bro.
Sly Cooper.
Don't get me started on Emma getting started on Sly Cooper, because then we'll both be on Sly Cooper. If I wasn't already naming my firstborn child Lugia V-Star, Sly Cooper would be a close second option. That would be one name, by the way, not hyphenated.
Why not do Sly Cooper
Sly
Lugia
Cooper.
V-Star?
Sly Cooper. I like how I just ignored your question, skips it. Oh, man.
Normally we'd split the screen here, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's probably not worth it now. So we're not going to do anything with these ogres because they're in a relationship, so we just leave those ones alone.
I already killed a single one.
We're only interested in the hot single ogres.
This is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Nothing bad's ever happened to anyone in this place with trouble anytime, anywhere.
I'm just glad to know that you're leaving everyone behind.
A real thief knows when to run away.
So this menu, you can do, this is the second half of the split menu. You can do it pretty much anywhere after we pick up all the items that he's already grabbed and have everything set after we grab the shield armor. He chose to do it there just because he was already opening the menu to revive and heal everybody anyway, save a little bit of time.
I don't want to get too much AP.
Yeah, no, that's ideal. I would just run away from everything else, honestly.
Yeah.
You know it's a good run when you can say, I don't want to get too much AP.
When you guys count for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really like how you slickly went 000. I like that.
Gotta save the inputs.
That makes sense.
This is a really important piece of armor for later when we fight Earth Guardian. Bless you.
I'm allergic to good RNG. Just kidding. This hasn't been good at all.
No.
the two encounters on the map screen was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
So this is Arc. We mentioned earlier about how anything that flies can be constituted as a bird. And let me tell you about this bird. It's beautiful. It's got 20,002 HP. We bought some silver forks, and we talked about how throwing items, the damage that they do is based on the attack power. And so although silver forks, when used with attacks by Quina, has a massive range and they can hit very low or very high, the attack power allows them when they're thrown to always roll quite high. So they do about 4K, which will get us about halfway there. Then the other 12K we'll do with attacks from Zidane, Freya, and we'll throw the diamond sword that we grabbed and picked up earlier, which will also hit for about 3K. It is possible to get some counter attacks if Arc uses the boomerang attack, which is his one physical AoE. We have all of our party members equipped with Clear-Headed to prevent them from being hit with Confusion, which Propeller Wind casts on the entire party, so we were guarded from that just then. Nice fight. The fight's pretty safe in this route. Occasionally, if he hits someone with Photon early on, might need to pop a high potion or an elixir, depending on who it is, just to make sure that they survive the fight and get the AP.
It's probably because of the Steiner stuff. The disc 3 when I removed everything wrong. Or wait, no, it arranged. I don't know why I did that then.
Maybe I'm just misremembering.
I thought it looked fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably misremembering. I'm thinking of another menu.
You might be you're probably thinking of outside Ibsen's.
Yeah, I definitely am.
You're gonna go first try like you should.
I guess I haven't done it in
Dude,
so long.
just at least once.
Yeah, I'll try it once.
Wanna do it blindfolded?
No.
I did mine blindfolded.
Yeah, I'll do it blindfolded to the room.
All right. We've talked a lot about in this run a couple of things, predominantly mini games and bangers, and let me tell you about what's about to go down. If you see a Venn diagram, that little sliver in that cross section, this has got both, baby. So this is the red light, green light mini game with some sweet tunes and. Oh
All right, I'll try it one more time.
Okay, that was quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Dude, it just looks like you're doing the strat.
I know. Clearly.
So Hedgehog Pie here has the ability to do a quick turn, but he loses that ability if you lose 5 times. So Blake intentionally lost 4 times in a row there, and is going to lose one more time. And now he's going to be able to cruise through because Hedgehog Pie is only going to have a slow turn ability, and he would never get caught by. And we're just going to freaking bop to it. This is a rat jam. I see your toes.
What a stinker.
He can be a bit of a stinker.
So one thing as a turbo runner here that you want to avoid is to have your turbo on, because you will lose a lot of time watching Sid take those weights back off.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to do that as the second option.
to make sure that turbo runners are punished for their crimes. Yeah, I don't know why either.
I think the power belt's going to go on Dagger
It's very possible.
because I threw both the Explodas.
Oh yeah.
I always just take that optimized, like, I'll just like pause after I hit the opt just to make sure.
It typically only should happen after the Exploda if you throw both Explodas. So this is a late addition. It was actually my idea to route and put the Barbet on Steiner for this because back attacks here can be catastrophic.
Yeah, in this area, we don't have Flea because we do not have Zidane, so we are at the mercy of the quick fleas.
There are strats to defeat and dispatch any of the enemies we encounter, but they're not great for the most part.
Unless it's like a single Dracon.
Dracan, yeah.
Thankfully, we can't get any encounters in this room until we light the last torch.
I like that the torches look like little goblets. So each of these little puzzles with lighting torches in each of the rooms, after you light the torches, you have the option to pick up an item, which is it's displayed as an orb, and that orb will have an impact on the final boss at the end of this dungeon. And also they'll give you a piece of equipment with them. We only grab the ones of the pieces of equipment we need, and then the defenses that we want to drop.
I just pop in here for a little bit?
Absolutely.
Lovely. We have a $100 donation from Brandon C. Thank you so much for that. And let's get a quick update on where our donation incentives are sitting. Our menu color bid war, we still have blue sitting in the lead with $563.77. Gray still there, $410, so you can still catch up. Plus, that'll help us get towards our goal for this run of 40K. We also are at $320.53 out of a needed $1,000 to get that invisible enemy super jump challenge. So we really would like to meet that. It would even be amazing if we could meet that before the Super Mario RPG run, which is immediately after this one, even starts.
That screen is one of the most difficult
Yeah,
for
it's
movement
awful.
to skip. You can skip the last encounter check, but it is very tight.
That's
Very
beautiful.
nice.
Was that 0?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Clap for good movement
Yep.
and good luck.
Good movement, and good luck. That's my favorite George Clooney movie.
Well, I could still get an encounter on that screen. If you have perfect movement, it's impossible. But it has happened to me.
I didn't actually know that was a live screen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lovely.
Very nice. This boss that we're about to fight is definitely a bird.
It is certainly one of the birds
It
of
is
all birds.
one of the birds in FF9. Have we talked about this fight yet?
No.
No.
No, we have not.
So earlier, Muttski mentioned Carbuncle as being the only summon that we use in the run. You didn't get to see Carbuncle in any random encounter because we didn't get any, but here's where Carbuncle really shines in here, where we are going to cast Reflect on our entire party with it, and then bounce a water all spell off of our entire party back onto the boss, Ayymart. And that does multiplied damage. I don't remember what the multiplier is. Is it 1.5?
It's 4 times.
It's
Yeah.
4 times. Oh, right, because it's
4
reflect times 4. Of course. So it does pretty massive damage to Ayymart to like bounce the spell off of your party.
Yeah, that was a change that they made with this version of the game. The original JP release, it does not get nearly as high of a multiplier, and so you can do this strat on that version, but it takes it in an extra turn because the reflected water only does about 4k instead of 7.5.
Yeah, that's the same thing on the HD version. It does less damage. So on HD, in order to do this fight, they pick up an extra item, the Black Hood.
It leads me to believe that it's actually like a bug.
Because it's not in any other version. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, it's a useful bug.
I love this combination of names right now.
Muttski, Twirlin, Jeff, H. Clean.
I like when we're side by side, Curtis.
I like Twirlin, Jeff.
Twirlin' Jeff. That's Twirlin' Curtis's long lost brother.
A
close one.
Textbook Desert Palace.
This fight also has the longest intro and outro.
Yeah.
of any fight
Which is
in
so
the
funny.
game.
They're like, why is the stone slab enemy the
It's
one
a-
with the most drama?
It's a robot. I don't know.
It's Machina.
The teachings.
Let's go and see. Woohoo. Look at the good boy. Look how proud he is. He should be proud. Good job, Jeff.
Yeah, so I mentioned it earlier, but it's if you throw both your Explodas before this point, the power belt will optimize onto Dagger, and if it optimizes on, it's very bad.
Yeah, so you have to look out for if she gets the power belt optimized on and replace it with Rebirth Ring manually if it does. You can also, if you don't throw the diamond sword in arc, you can accidentally end up with Steiner with the diamond sword on when you optimize him, and you end up missing out on a ton of charge AP. But thankfully, none of that happened.
I'm waiting to see the boys. The Grimmies.
Oh, the Grim Salad Locks.
The Grim Salad Locks, yeah. I like that's what I'm calling them from now on.
Thank you.
I can't remember if this. I don't think this kills. But, oh, it does. Okay.
These fights are both useful for experience and AP, but one of the like tertiary like uses of the fight is you can use Ayymmart's throw ability to get rid of extra weapons that we don't need anymore, like the Ice Brand. That will do pretty good damage to the ogres, and that should be three of our 3 ogres, right?
You only need. Yeah.
Yeah.
You only need 2 on this pass through, but I got
right. Because you got the one in Oilver, is what I meant. Yeah.
Shout out to Mythic Dawn for throwing a silver fork at a Grimlock once.
Yeah, Mythic.
There they are.
There they are.
There you go. There's the good boys.
They look like gumballs.
Grimlocks.
Mythic Dawn rode a route that I used to run where the strat on VP is putting it to sleep and throwing silver forks at it, which I just think is the greatest thing in the world.
I personally think the drop is one of the greatest attacks in the entire game.
The drop.
The fact that it's a monster with 3 heads and he's just like, here, I'm going to smash you with one of my heads is so cool.
And we got to call it the drop.
The drop. The drop.
It's not just any drop.
Huge fans of dubstep, these guys.
So we got a pretty decent, decently long cutscene coming up here. If you want to get any donations or announcements in.
Yes, of course. Let's give you an update on our incentives. Still working on our super jump challenge. We, again, if we can hit that during this run, it means we will also hit 40,000 during this run. That we are less than $700 away from that. And it would be just so amazing to be able to hit that incredible milestone during this run. Also want to let you know that the awesome t-shirts are back for another year, courtesy of The Yeti. That's YETEE, theyeti.com/RPGLB. And The Yeti are donating $5 from each shirt sold to Nami.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Of course.
I'd like to dedicate this next room to Reaver.
Do tell why.
Gunter.
Gunther von Reaver.
Gunther von Reaver.
My brochacho.
Guys.
I owe him this at least once. He's been one of my biggest supporters, so this next pickup is just for him.
Oh yeah, I know what's coming.
Well, you shouldn't reset and start a segmented run. We need to actually finish the run.
Yeah, we could spend the rest of the estimate just trying to get a perfect Mage Masher, probably. I'm sure everybody wants to go back to that.
Kuja's so much cooler than all of us.
I know.
No wonder he's the bad
He's
guy.
way prettier too.
I don't, excuse you. Speak for yourself.
Oh wait, that's wrong.
Yup, it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you don't need to
You
kill
don't-
anything,
yeah,
so
you're-
you're all right. Just change it on the boat. Change it on the boat when it's time for boys' night.
So we grabbed the naming way card there. We're not going to use it for anything, but it is really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, we are mercifully not fighting any more card battles in this run.
Gunther is the biggest proponent of the naming way card, and so we just wanted to respect that fandom, you know.
Yeah.
Show him the hustle.
Yeah. It's real Mace of Zeus energy. And the game just cannot help itself. It's serving us up a bunch of single ogres all around.
They also have really nice smiles.
Yeah.
Those chompers.
I like those guys.
Me too. They have like a cool little foot-shaped head and
It's more of a toe, I think.
the toger.
Ogre. How has no one said that before?
What?
I don't know, maybe because they weren't on 3 hours of no sleep 7 hours into this run.
We suffer for our art, like Uematsu did on this soundtrack.
Oh no!
Because those are comparable things, right?
Yeah, right.
Man.
All right, everybody clap. We will.
Like I said, you got to find ways to amuse yourself. Like,
The recent biopic, Bohemian Rhapsody, is actually based on this segment of the game.
yeah. All right, so we're heading to the final continent that we're going to be visiting in this run for the first time, the Lost Continent.
It's not very lost.
It's not very lost. It was pretty easy to find.
And people live there.
I'd argue.
Yeah.
I'd argue that the outer continent is way more
Yeah,
lost.
nobody
Like,
lives
And
there.
that's not true. There's a Coos Marsh.
That's
Oh,
true.
true.
Well, those are all connected by a series of tunnels. But yeah, we're gonna put together a party of Vivi, Steiner, and Ayymart because it's
Yeah.
boys' night in
That's
Estogaza.
correct.
Yeah, so.
We're getting the boys together for a night out in Estogaza.
I'm just glad you wanted to bring Quinn to the Red
Yeah,
Dragon
honestly.
Yeah, what is
recently.
this mythic route? Hey, Quinna does have night. You can put red dragons to sleep.
Not immune to it.
That's okay. You only need it once. And that is also the final stutter step of the run. It's a nice short
Yay.
one. No more stutter
Thank
stepping.
goodness.
That's actually why I picked the segment I did.
Yeah, I'm glad
Wow,
that's the only
scammed.
stutter I had.
Yeah, I just didn't tell you guys then somehow.
So we're heading into Estergaza to gain access to Mount Gulag. This is actually an area that you can access much earlier in the game. I think as soon as you get the Blue Narcissus, you can access Estergaza, but if you come here early, then all you can really do is go inside and go into this shop. We are about to do a small shop to pick up a couple of useful items, namely a Flame Saber for Steiner, which will come into play with the add status effect later on in the Taharka fight. And
The
the
Octagon
Octagon Rod for Vivi, which teaches him all of his Aga spells, Blizzaga, Fireaga, and Thundaga.
Vivi's
as well
about
as
to get into the octagon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vivi's
I was like thinking of how to say it.
Yeah.
And I'm also glad I didn't have to be the one to do it. The reason that I enjoy I'm actually upset that you're not wearing your tap out shorts.
Yeah, I wear these when I hit the gym.
We already talked about Vivi getting all in on leg day.
Can we do anything with Black Mage and Black Belt? Is that anything?
Well, I don't know.
I'm out of energy to come up with my own jokes.
All I'll say is that VV live on UFC 289 is just an unforgettable night.
Yeah, VV took on Hip All.
We're also going to pick up an item called the Rising Sun, which is a unique item that is on. It's.
I'm gonna save here just in case.
Yeah, good
that's
call.
That's a good call.
You can get really.
Yeah.
This is actually a better save. It's also less out of the way than the Dargan's one too.
The Rising Sun is a throwable item that can't be equipped, but its sole purpose is to be thrown and do damage. We'll be seeing that come into play in a couple fights from now.
And like we said, this is a game and story about people finding their purpose. So the Rising Suns, their arc is pretty short.
Yeah, but it's an arc nonetheless.
It definitely has a really satisfying ending.
Yeah, especially when you just smash Melty in the face with one.
Until he opens with viral smoke and Ayymart dies in the first turn.
What was that? That was scary. Really, that's not anything to worry about.
It's probably
right?
just another bird. We have bird killer. It's fine.
A lot of birds in this game. You have to pull down 3 times on this lever in order to...
Just like all
Get down.
buckets.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite menus on the run.
Yeah, it's a goodie. Ooh, what do we have?
Undead.
Undead.
Killer.
Dead, yeah. There's your too much AP. That's 100% what it was.
Yeah. Zidane does not typically have
Yeah,
undead killers
yeah,
still. He learned it because of the extra encounters.
Well, no, I think it comes off in the oil vert menu.
Oh, does it?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. my bad.
Maybe yeah.
it's fine.
I'm running on fumes, man.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Can't wait to fight
Blame it on the
Necron.
Blake. Blame it on the bidet.
This can be a really scary fight, but looks like we have pretty good ATBs here, so.
Yeah, that's lovely. Oh,
Spoke too soon.
Twisted wrister. All right, that's okay. This could be way, way worse.
Yeah, definitely. Ideally, you want to get Soul Blade off before at least one of the dragons takes its move, but obviously sometimes luck just doesn't play out that way. Soul Blade here confuses the red dragons, which makes it incapable of doing anything besides a physical attack, and it can sometimes attack itself. And if it attacks the party, it has a pretty significant chance of missing.
So we kill the one that's unconfused, and now we're going to kill the second one. And because these two enemies give so much XP,
Yeah.
so we're going to try to siphon it all onto Zidane and Steiner. So we're not going to finish the fight with Vivi still in there. We're going to knock him out before we do the final attack with Steiner.
And
Yeah.
if they're confused, you can't miss.
Yeah. And Ayymart as well. Him actually being killed. Him being killed by that Twister saved us the turn of killing him manually, so it's handy.
So can I pop in with some donations?
Yes,
Absolutely.
please. Perfect timing.
Excellent. We have $50 from Rascal and Nick saying Gino is best boy. And even though that is our next run coming up, that did go towards our, at least part of it went towards our Super Jump donation. So that is at $345.53. So we are a solid third of the way through to that $1,000 that donation is going to need. So we are making progress. And there was actually a little movement on the blue versus gray. Blue is still in the lead with $563.77. However, gray is climbing up with $435.
Hey.
So if you want those menus to go back to a lovely calming gray, we'll just have to get those donations in.
I'm gonna begin referring to the exact shade of gray as the menu as calming gray.
Right?
Yeah, I like that.
Shoutouts to Gino. He's the VV of SMRPG. Like, for real, though.
I just gotta say, I'm really happy that gray versus blue has raised $1,000 for this organization. That's so great. It's so great. I know that. I know that.
You really
I know.
blew it on that one.
I know. That joke made everyone feel so blue.
So Aiko's been kidnapped again by Zorn and Thorn.
I'm just be doing that all game
Yeah,
long.
Muttski's been kidnapped. We gotta go save him again. They're trying to extract her Eidolons from her, because Aiko is also a summoner, but Mog here is springing into action to protect her, and is about to reveal that she's not actually a Moogle, but actually a very powerful
Muttski,
Eidolon.
Thank you for teaching me how to play this game.
Don't worry, Kupo.
I will
be
always
with you.
cherish the vinyl you sent me when I got
And,
world record.
Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, it's a tradition to, when you PB in this game, sing the credit song Melodies of Life on your VOD.
This or
And-
any Final Fantasy.
Well, yeah, any Final Fantasy with like a lyrical credit song, but bombom got world record a few years ago, and when he did, was singing Melodies of Life, and Muttski got him as a gift the recording of him singing pressed to vinyl, which is just such a good gift.
My guy likes vinyl.
Yeah, he's a vinyl collector.
Have you ever listened to it?
Yeah.
Great.
How's it sound on your stereo?
Oh, just pristine.
The fidelity is through the roof.
Yep.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna give a little fun fact. Maydeen is actually a mistranslation. It's supposed to be Maduin, a reference
Yeah.
to FF6.
Ah.
You
Yeah,
can tell just by the design too.
Yeah.
Mog reveals that they are actually Medine, and basically Aiko summons Medine and just whips Zorn and Thorn. And
Damn, she's got some nice socks.
I know.
those are nice socks. Wow, I've always liked Aiko's wings.
I don't think those socks beat yours though, Cease.
Oh, thank you. The ones I'm wearing today are a
Or
little
mine.
thinner.
Bombs are the best.
So yeah, Zorn and Thorn are finally vanquished, right? Nothing else gonna happen with them? Just kidding. We're about to fight some abomination form of them.
This part's so sad, even though I know Mog's not actually.
I know.
gone.
Yeah,
It's
right.
still really sad.
We did just get a very useful item in the ribbon from there. That'll definitely that's gonna find some use later in Disc 4.
So we've received a donation with a bit of a request here.
Okay.
We have $20 from Keeper BK, which just says, "Pick up the sword."
Shout out to Keeper.
Keeper.
So the sword he is referring to is the Excalibur 2, which we haven't really talked about yet, but
I thought it was gonna be
I
for
thought,
Mini.
I thought it was about the tower.
no, it's Keeper. Keeper is another FF9 runner who has a channel point redemption called "Pick Up the Sword" because of the number of times he
Neat
forgot to
know.
grab it.
I thought he
Shame
meant
on
the
you.
broadsword in Ibsen's.
Thank you, Keeper.
I thought he meant the Ori steel that Blake has been guaranteeing since Disc 1.
Yeah, everyone can call their shots. What can you do?
Also, we have a very timing appropriate donation. We have $20 from Twirling Curtis saying, "The FF9 boss Melty Gemini looks like an Altoona pizza."
Here we go again.
You know he ain't wrong, friends. Look at me surviving over
Look
there.
at Muttski
Look
the
at me.
tank.
Get me that AP, baby.
Nice heal. No, healing there is actually really smart for safety because this fight can get a little sketchy when you have multiple characters within like killing range because Melty's got a handful of really devastating attacks, some of which are AoEs. So
Pyro, smoke with me, brothers.
healing there just guarantees a little bit of extra safety.
I'm not surviving this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, no,
Oh no.
but
Dude, that heal saved Z, though.
this should be okay.
Yeah. I needed
Yeah.
a throw.
Dang.
That's okay. It's okay. It'll be okay, Blake.
No, okay. That's an extra turn. That's lost time.
It's okay. I think you
It's
made
okay.
it up with the desert palace.
You can make it up during these cutscenes.
Yeah. Yeah, so GG's on Melty.
We live.
Rocked him.
We got 2 vaccines this
Double,
time.
dude, double drop.
Double vaccines. Double drop. All right. Yeah, so now Zorn and Thorn are vanquished permanently. They are gone. Kuja is really our sole remaining adversary at this moment. At least that is known to the party. Of course, we, the wise players of the game, already know all about Garland and his evil schemes, but we'll get to him when we get to him. We're about to come into a long series of cutscenes, so this is a really good time to share anything that needs to be shared.
I love that. So to quickly update on the blue versus gray, gray is starting to make a bit of a comeback. It's now at $455, so it's only just over $100 away from blue, meaning it is still possible to bring gray back if you're just done with the, blue propaganda we've been hearing. We also like to talk about NAMI, the wonderful charity we're supporting. So NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey. I'd like to also give a special shout out to an artist that disturbs that. We're going to just start that one again, y'all. We're going to start it again. An artist that deserves special thanks is the one who worked on our overlays, which are absolutely fantastic, and that is Oro. We can find Oro at Twitter at the @ OUROLEN. So definitely a shout out to all of our lovely artists, without whom we would not have such an amazing event. We have $9 from 3 Ducks saying, thanks for the great run. Love this commentary and love this title. Soundtrack is full of bops and the couch is full of jokes. Can't wait to see the 2-player disc 4. We also have a $20 donation saying, always Luna.
Always.
Mr. Murray.
Made it back just in time.
Best part.
For the high octane action of the final Lindblom. Yeah, so this is a section sometimes referred to as the melty mash, where it's just like, what is it, about 7 or 8 minutes of cutscenes following Melty Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
So, to catch up on what's going on in the game a little bit, I guess, story-wise, we just defeated Zorn and Thorn. Kuja's gone to open up the portal, the Terra or something. And we've rescued Hilda, Sid's long-lost wife.
Is it to the...
It's
not.
Yeah,
going.
it's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
conference room, yeah.
I'm confusing it to the beginning.
Yeah, no worries. And Hilda has turned Sid back into a man because he has promised he won't fool around on her again. And you know what? Bless her for being so gracious. She recognizes
It's the mustache.
Yeah. It's the one feature he maintains.
I got Never.
Oh no, go ahead.
No. Save it for later.
It's not appropriate.
Okay.
Actually, I was just wondering if he bleaches his mustache or not.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Does he still, what does he do? Does he still guac or rip it?
Both.
Both?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he still does both. He's still got a little bit of the bug in him.
Don't we all?
Oh, yeah. Once you get the bug, you don't lose the bug.
You don't just get turned into an oglop with no repercussion.
I love this ATE where it's just all of Tantalus is just back together being like, and Steiner comes and begrudgingly asks for their assistance in locating Princess Garnet, who's gone missing. The like begrudging acceptance and respect that Steiner shows for not only Zidane but the entirety of Tantalus is just one of the funniest and sweetest things about his character arc. Plus the Tantalus theme is a banger.
Yeah.
I love the way that Marcus puts his hand on his forehead, like, oh,
Yeah, like
not
jeez.
again.
He puts his hand on his forehead and his other hand on his hip.
Yeah.
It's really some of the character animations are so expressive.
Marcus is like, I gotta go water my fish. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, Marcus is like, I spent a week with this dude in Trino. I'm not like if he needs help, fine, but I don't want to talk to him.
Do we have some time for some more donations?
Oh,
Absolutely.
of course.
Excellent. Everyone's being super generous. We have $25 from Mr. Budbox. It says, since y'all stopped talking about it, I summoned Pot of Greed, which allows me to summon 3 Altona pizza pies.
That's what it do, Yugi.
We have $5 from Anonymous Dad. Hey guys, figured I'd leave a few of my favorite FF9 conjectures. I noticed you guys used Auto Life, but did you realize that you could have saved had you bundled your Auto Life and Home together? The name of the snowy land is now continent formerly known as Lost, since you guys found it. It's all Freya's fault that the dance failed, as she insisted on wearing her red coat instead of the traditional brown dress like the others. Queen Braun had a sister. Her name is Brain. That's it for now.
Thank you so much for
Thank
that.
you.
You broke me a little bit on that first one.
That first one was just gold.
You can definitely keep those coming if you have more.
Fabulous. We have $10 from RoboWitch. Best airship theme coming?
Ooh, that's always a good question.
up
What's your
there.
favorite airship theme? I really like the FF7 one.
Yeah, mine is definitely the FF8 one.
Yeah.
I am not at all a fan of Final Fantasy IV, even a little bit, but the Lunar Whale theme is.
Oh,
That's the one I was going to call out. The Lunar Whale one?
It's quite
just,
good.
Perfect.
I've never even played FF4, and I like that track.
Song slaps. It's all right. So you're saying you've experienced the best part of the game?
Not playing it. Okay.
No, I'm not here to throw shade at FF4. I know you got people like FF4. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's okay to be wrong. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's okay. We heard you. The FF4 community's just crying a little. Don't worry about it. We're fine.
I'll say this: I definitely respect the game, and I understand like how it was very ahead of its time, but that plot is just so bare bones.
That's all right.
The other thing I'll say I think Free Enterprise is one of the coolest randomizers of
Yeah,
all
for sure.
RPG
Yeah, I would-
randomizers. Like it's just so conducive of how it works. The
Yeah.
Free Enterprise is awesome.
I would love to learn that someday.
I'm sure we have lots of people here who can help you with that.
At least 2 of them, I'm certain.
Yeah, minimum 2. So I'd also like to talk about some of our contributors here. RPG Limit Break is grateful to LLK, who we talked about a little earlier, a longtime contributor to GDQ marathons and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. To note, we have like 5 or 6 different designs for our attendee badges, and they're all amazing. And I think we only asked for like 1 or 2. LLK just went above and beyond to give us amazing, amazing badges. And you can check out her work at jezeboo.com. That is spelled JAZAABOO.com.
So Zidane has returned to Alexandria here alongside Baku, the leader of Tantalus, and they are trying to track down Beatrix, who has been missing ever since the destruction of Alexandria, but has fortunately turned up alive and well. And we get a little bit of a filling in the blanks of the story here, where Baku and Beatrix talk about how Tantalus helped her and Steiner escape.
Doesn't Bach
Or-
call her like that one hot chick or something?
Yeah, something like that. But Baku's a little rough around the edges, but he's got a good heart. But yeah, so we tracked down Beatrix, and she offers some perspective that perhaps we should go look for Garnet at her mother's grave. And we also received the Garnet item from her, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, which we sell.
We're going to use.
We're definitely going to use that. Blake, do you want to talk about what you have to do if you're on world record pace at this point?
Oh, it's you have to cut your hair here like Dagger.
Yeah.
Run's invalid if not.
Yeah, if you're on world record pace coming into this FMV, you got to take a big knife and just cut your hair with it.
I keep my bagel knife next to my PS2 console just for ease of access.
Just know you don't have the power of anime to make your hair look as fabulous as hers does afterwards.
You don't know that.
You're true. You're right. I don't know that.
I'm wearing my Batman shirt today.
That is the power of anime.
Blake's always got the power of anime.
Super Saiyan Blake over here.
I always like the symbolism of this. I mean,
Yeah.
new haircut, new me.
Yeah. I too have cut my hair and felt like a new woman.
It's also kind of, it's like the polar opposite of the end of Disc 2 FMV. Where
Yeah.
They kind of mirror each other.
Yeah.
I also am just a big proponent of games with cosmetic changes. And stuff. I wish everyone could cut their hair. Like, why
Yeah.
can't Vivi cut his hair?
Yeah, what kind
I
of
bet he's got an afro under the hat.
what kind of do or a nice like
No, Vivi actually has hair is actually like this.
I actually think the hat is his hair.
I don't know. Let us know, chat. Donate and tell us what kind of hair Vivi has.
If you like ASMR, the
It's
sound
like
that
that-
it makes when Dagger cuts her hair is very satisfying.
Vivi's hair is like that one guard that's on Pegasus' island where it goes up and then it goes
Yeah.
lower.
Yeah. Beavy boy.
It's what it do, Vivi.
Something really funny I found out recently, speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, is that in the Japanese version, Pegasus' name is Pegasus J. Crawford, which is a...
Dude, he sounds like he should work with Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney.
It's way better than Maximilian. So now we're just getting ready. We're gonna go to Ipsen's and unlock the path to a new planet.
If you get the gold chocobo in disc 1, you can go here right away and skip all of the stuff that we just did.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing blocking your path getting into Ipsen's. Actually, the whole map is like sealed off.
Sailor Erin's back in action too, though. She's the one flying the airship here. She wants us to teach her how to play cards better.
All we had to give her was the Oglop card back.
So I'm just going to pop in quick with a couple more donations.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have $10 from Sebi. Thank you so much for that.
Gracias, Sebi.
We have $50 from Mike. Thanks for the great entertainment for a good cause. Love watching and have a nice day.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike. Well, guess what day it is?
Sebi is another FF9 runner. As you can see, the community is pretty supportive. When we have events, people come out and support in the ways they can. And it's one of my favorite things about this run.
I mean, it's definitely about more than the run, you know. And I think
For sure.
I think the community realizes that.
For sure.
Speaking of the run and the event, though, we are now less than $500 away from 40K.
Let's do it, people. Come on. We got time.
Save us from the Altoona pizza.
We
Yeah.
have or inflict more Altoona pizza on us. Listen, it's for charity. We can do it.
Let us know. So let's get like a $1 to $5 donation train going where everyone shares whatever weird food their region is known for.
This sounds amazing.
Plus, if you win the Paldea evolved ETB, I'll be sitting here to take it off your hands.
We'll beat Amadeus.
By the way, Mumu's watching now, so pressure's on Blake.
I'll try not to let her down.
Good, she really holds you to a high standard of play. Going to buy some gear here. A lot of it's just for defensive purposes. There are a couple of abilities that we'll get from some of them, but a lot of them are for defensive things, with the exception of the red hat, which we're giving to VV to boost his damage of Fire Aga.
So it's something we don't really explore in the speedrun, but this dungeon's actually kind of neat because the weaker the weapon is, the more damage it does.
Ah, Ibsen's my favorite.
I get real jealous when I see people get through here with 1 or even 2 encounters. Blake watched me run this game for like 2 weeks straight, and I was
Yeah.
averaging like 5 a run.
My PB has 0 encounters in Ibsen's. It's extremely fun to run against. As you can imagine.
Oh!
Tonberries! Whoa!
I think this is a good time to plug the FF Relay and the dominance of Team Tonberry. Most recently won the Final Fantasy Relay. Coming up with a little stabbies. Give me that grim stabby.
Stabbies.
They're just here for hugs, really spicy hugs.
Final Fantasy Relay is a series relay event that is hosted right here on RPG Limit Break's Twitch page every year. I believe this year it's going to be September? August. It's a 3-team relay race through a lot of the Final Fantasy titles, so make sure to check that out. If you're not already following this channel, you should follow it, because there are a lot of other cool events that are hosted here, including that.
But that event is particularly cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoutouts also to Questing for Glory, which occurred earlier this year. Me, Melle, and Ayymart ran FF9 in that earlier this year.
Yeah,
which was a
questing
blast.
questing is spelled KWEHSTI.
Questing for Glory.
No, that's their spin-off show.
Okay.
Just going to pop in here quickly with a $10 donation from Rocket Racer, well, even though Tracer sounds great. I'm surprised we don't get to see much of FF9's trance system. Don't you know trance rights are human rights?
That one got me good.
That's a good one.
I just want to say that we have 14 ethers right now.
I love it. That's what I want.
Are you gonna put man on, Steiner, or do you want? Okay.
It's not supposed to.
Yeah,
be
that's
on.
right. It goes on in Panama. You're right.
Okay, chat and donators have started to take up the call. We
Thank
have
you.
a $5 donation from Fango. The frozen banana was invented where I grew up. The banana stand in Arrested Development is a reference to that.
Oh, that's so cool.
That actually sounds delicious, though.
I love frozen bananas. They're great.
My dog also loves bananas. And every other thing that's edible and probably not supposed to be edible.
Did Sephiroth do this?
My dog's got viral on the internet way more frequently than I have. She was shouted out by Tim Hortons. They called her a Timbit. It was so cute.
Aw.
All right, so heading into this fight, something that we're looking for is the add status effect with the flame saber can inflict heat on Taharka with a Steiner physical attack, and heat basically works that if the inflicted party, whether it be a player or an enemy, takes any action at all, they are instantly KO'd. So as you can imagine, that kind of setup can lead to a very fast fight if we get heat. But Failing that, we can cast Soul Blade, which casts poison on Taharka and will steadily decrease its HP, while subbing in Firagas from Vivi to carry the rest of the damage. For whatever reason, my brain always forgets that it's Firaga on this fight. I always, for a moment, I'm like, Blizzaga, right? It isn't. You would think looking at Taharka,
Melle.
but
No.
it's okay to leave Freya down for now. We can get her up in the next round before the fight ends. As long as she's up at the end, by the end of the fight. She gets a lot of AP from this fight, and it's really, really difficult to back it up if she doesn't get it. Possible, but difficult.
Just have Brutal's backseat you and you're
right,
good.
right.
Of course.
Of course. Not even an elixir.
Not even the pity claws.
Yeah. All right. Well, no heat on that fight, but otherwise perfectly
Base
fine.
miss Firaga
Yeah.
there.
The RNG manip.
Oh yeah. And yeah, that's Taharka. So now we just gotta make our way back out of Ibsen's castle, and we have some time for announcements or donations in the meantime.
Excellent. I'm so ready. So we have a $25 donation from Jacobo the Chocobo.
Oh yes.
I've
Sorry.
missed the entire run due to work, but sending luck to you all from Vermont.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacobo.
I love that guy.
We also have $5 from Cease. I'm from New Jersey, land of the absolute delicacy known as disco fries. French fries, gravy, and cheddar cheese. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
And now I am very hungry.
They're so good.
That C's person sounds really familiar.
Yeah, she
Who
sounds
are-
like a jerk.
Wow. I wasn't going to say that.
Anyone from New Jersey can't be trusted.
Also, we have only just a little over $100 between the blue and gray bid war. So with gray sneaking up, just a couple of donations and we could have it gray again. Also, update on the Invisible Enemy Super Jump Challenge. We are currently stand at $395.53 out of a needed 1,000. So we're making excellent progress on that. It doesn't need to be met until after the Super Mario RPG run, which is immediately after the FF9 run. But wouldn't it be nice to get to 40K and that 1,000 all at the same time before the run even starts?
Sure would be.
I think we can do it, people. I've been saying it. We're making progress.
Did you just jump on that automatically?
Yeah, I've never seen that before. Like,
Oh.
it took my jump input and then gave me the encounter.
That's wild.
So we have $5 from RoboWitch. My county allegedly has a local cheese variety. The biggest statue in the county city is a giant cheese wheel. I've never had the courage to try it. We have $25 from Code Alpha. Thanks for an amazing marathon.
Preempt.
Ooh, Cerberus butt.
Shout outs to my boy Cerberus.
Nice quick flay.
Doggy,
Let's go.
doggy booty.
Battle
Brutal's
boots, am I right?
Pooch.
We have $10 from Res Kolsnik. My region of Georgia is known for its Brunswick stew, which is really just a bunch of leftovers. Let's see if this food dono train, let's see this food dono train go towards the Super Mario RPG Super Jump incentive. Could not agree more.
Let's do it, yo.
We have $5 from Windbliss. No crispy bacon tonight, I see. Here's $5 for the pity. Better luck next time.
Thank you.
We have $5 from Sparky Petunia. From Colorado, we have Rocky Mountain Oysters. I'm sorry.
Sparky's great. She's a extended community member and has a very cute dog. Thanks for those donos, y'all. Super great.
Yeah, thank you.
And now we're actually just
God.
over $350 away from that 40K. We are so close.
So we make it back out to the outside of Ipsen's castle, and we realize Ayymart hasn't come back yet. He split off from the group early to kind of just stick it to Zidane, saying, I can do this better than you. I can make it to the mirrors that we're trying to get faster. And then he gets lost or falls or something on his way out, and Zidane has to go in and help him. And this is kind of the turning point for his character of just finally accepting, like, okay, like, there's a reason why the Zidane is, like, able to influence people around him and able to help people around him and take kindness on people. And that it's okay to let him take kindness on him. And this is actually where Ayymart finally begins doing a victory pose at the end of battles. Prior to this, he would just stand in his regular static animation. So it's just a neat little bit of storytelling. I know Ayymарт's not everyone's cup of tea, but I really like him.
I love tea, though.
Tea is good. We can all agree on tea.
We had that zen.
Yeah.
I'm so zen right now from that zen. Another really great song that unfortunately barely get to hear any of it.
Yeah.
Like to pop in with $25 from Chief Beef 100. Minneapolis resident here. We have the Juicy Lucy, a cheeseburger with a molten core of melted cheese in the patty. I'm very here for that.
Yeah.
I've heard of that.
I need a layover in Minneapolis on the way home.
Same. We also have $5 from Gunter von Rever. All this food talk puts me in the mood for an Ohio-style hot dog. Yummy.
What's an Ohio-style hot dog?
I'm afraid to ask.
Come on, Mel.
You would like it.
What is it?
It's hot dog dipped in milk.
Ew.
And now I'm afraid to know.
Please tell me that's not a real thing.
That's for you to find out. Come to Ohio and
Yeah,
see.
we're going to have to go over to Ohio. and
You can
find
get them
out.
on the side with your Altoona pizza. And you can have a glass of
Can I drink them-
of no shade.
Can I drink the milk through the hot dog?
Absolutely.
That I hate you.
We have $5 from Blank. Maybe not niche, but I risked losing my Canadian citizenship for saying poutine is as disgusting to me as an Altoona pizza. That's okay, Blank. Send it over to me, Natara, your fellow Canadian,
Yeah.
who loves poutine.
I'll take all of that off. your
Yeah,
hands.
we'll help you with that.
Disco fries are basically like a trashier version of poutine. Like
All valid.
they're kind of like the same principle.
I mean, they're from Jersey. It makes sense.
yeah.
We also have a $150 donation
Ooh.
from Zidane Porticule.
Oh, is it
Let's
in?
go, Zidane.
It says, awesome to see Bomb, Cease, Melle, Mutz, and Ayymart. GL on the rest of the run.
Thanks, Zidane. Appreciate it.
We also have $10 from Final Fantasy XII enjoyer. Greetings from Minnesota, land of the fine cuisine known as hot dish.
Ooh.
Once again, afraid to ask.
Hot dish. I love a dish that doesn't tell you anything about itself and its name.
I do enjoy a hot dish, though.
We have $5 from Creative Ellie. The hot dogs from my hometown of Balab are killer.
Did Zell write this?
We have $5 from Mr. Cab 55. If you want some food, get ye to Rochester, New York, and get a garbage plate. Expect all
Those are
the
so
grease,
good.
literally all of it.
I'm just glad that Ellie donated $5 for the best reason imaginable.
That puts us at just a little over $100 away from that 40K. Y'all, we are so close.
Let's do it.
Ooh, and helping us with that, $25 from Moonblaze Wolf. Can I interest the FF9 runners in some tater tot hot dish from my homeland of
Ooh,
Minnesota?
Yes.
Also, a shout out to Hotbot. Wish you were here, and I hope you are enjoying the run as much as I am.
Boot, boot.
Okay, so we've gained a little bit of context on what hot dish is. It involves tater tots.
Which makes it sound a little better.
It does, yeah. I'm hooked. I'm into it.
We also have a apology here. We have $8 from Threech. I'm so sorry for starting the Altoona Discord.
No, thank you, Threech.
Listen.
You've done some good things for Nami today.
I'm so glad I brought up the Altoona pizza.
They're just, you guys are putting Altoona back on the map, all right? Everyone thought the economy was going down with the end of the railroad, but you guys are salvaging it right now.
Yeah.
Thank God for the curve and Threech.
Pretty soon you'll be able to find Altoona pizza in your local frozen section.
I shudder at the thought.
I just visualized frozen Altoona pizza.
I think I'd rather eat a cold Hot Pocket than...
Don't worry, it's coming to a grocery store near you. We have $5 from Leggy Starscream. I have to represent my dad's regional food of choice, the Chicago-style hot dog.
Oh, yeah.
Sadly, I can't get lunch until the run is over, so I'm really hoping for a good disc 3 and 4 luck.
Same.
Same.
This segment's
all
been
of-
pretty good so far
Yeah.
overall.
Speaking of which, we are about to head into our next boss fight against the Earth Guardian. Zidane and Quinn are going to be the party that
Somebody count.
yeah, hey, can you?
Yeah,
Thanks. The Zidane and Quinna are going to be the team that we control. Meanwhile, off screen, Steiner and Vivi, Aiko and Garnet, and Amarant and Freya are going to take care of the other Guardians. And basically, we have to defeat all 4 of these Guardians at the same time in order to open the portal to Terra, which is another world that is, we're beginning to find out, is partially responsible for the destruction that has been wrought on Gaia recently.
This part of the story is just like near, basically.
Basically, yeah. Are you going to use Knight?
No.
Dang.
Queen doesn't have
You could have equipped it.
Insomnia.
You could have equipped it. That's all I'm saying.
I prefer the Matra magic.
Yeah.
It doesn't save like any time over this. But so basically what we're trying to do here is get Earth Guardian down to a damage range at which Quinna can eat it.
Rip.
Ooh, that crit is rough. This is, I believe, the only boss in the entire game that is susceptible to Quinna's eat spell or eat action. Which makes sense because the game forces you into a 2-person fight with Quinna and Zidane. So we just need to get knock off about 15,000, a little more than 15,000 of its HP, and then use Eat.
Blake and I also did a fake tutorial video about this fight on April Fool's Day. In which Eat was the only strategy.
Ooh, nice crit.
That makes up for the KO.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this
got about
one-
2K left.
This one will get you.
Yeah, okay,
that's
we
fine,
Gucci, we
fine.
Gucci.
Good.
I was probably just going to solo the fight if Queen went down there at that point.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. And Quinna learned Earthshake. Let's go.
Quinn is so cute.
Yeah.
I love the
Zoidberg.
victory dance. Yeah.
Zoidberg.
Yeah, it's so good. I love the flea animation's amazing.
Yeah. Like I said, Quinn is a mood. All right, well, nicely done, Blake. That is the Earth Guardian taken down. So now we can finally get to Terra.
I really want to be on like a fly on the wall for the 2 of them fighting Tiamat.
Yeah, I'm
Like I'm dying to know how it went down.
super curious. Yeah. They got some of that FMV boosted Eidolons going on.
He's just super stuffed up and can't do anything.
No snort, no ring.
Can I interrupt quickly with an announcement?
Yeah.
Please.
We have reached $40,000.
Let's go, people. Yeah.
And while we're here, do we have time for some of the donations that got us there?
Yeah, go for it.
Fabulous. So we have $5 from D Sharper. So while I did not grow up there, where I went to school in Rochester, New York, has something called a garbage plate. This is where you just throw everything that would usually go in the garbage at the end of the night as a dish. Just combined macaroni salad, hot dog, and/or hamburger with no bun, baked beans, gravy, ground beef, and anything else you could think of as leftovers. Great to cure a hangover. We have $5 from Ayymart. Wonder where they're to. Where I come from, we have pepperoni balls. A ball of dough with some pepperoni and cheese and Greek sauce.
That sounds amazing.
It really does. We have $5 from Eyes on B. I hail from the lands of Wawa, and no other food matters. You guys are doing amazing. An amazing job, but good luck on the rest of the run.
Thank you, B.
Thanks, B.
We have $25.10 from Demon Small Z. Hey, y'all, good luck or whatever. Surely nothing will go wrong in Terra. Nothing ever goes wrong in Terra.
Thank you, Devin.
Thanks, dude.
We have $25 from Lisa Rocks, Rocks, Rocks. New York pizza, best pizza.
Yeah.
Don't at me.
Real quick, let's give it up for Bombom, who just finished his segment. Excellent job. That was very, very good. And Bombom doesn't really run this game anymore, so it was a pleasure to drag him out of retirement for one last job.
I'm honestly surprised I did as well. As I
You
did.
did.
Yeah,
really
you
good.
did great, man. It comes back. It always comes back. So we got Muttski slotting in for the rest of Disc 3.
Rolling deep with my girl Sakura-chan over here.
Yeah.
You're a fake fan.
Just don't go 0-2. Just don't go 0-2, okay?
Too soon.
And the wound is fresh.
I don't know why I chose Muttski as the one person I was gonna rub his face in beating.
I was gonna say.
I wasn't mean to anybody else.
I was gonna say. I was expecting that to be me.
So here we are in Terra. This is the other world from which Kuja and Garland come. And we arrive here, and suddenly we start seeing all of these people who have similar haircuts and tails to Zidane's, which is very mysterious because up until this point, we have not seen a single other person in the entire game with a tail other than like the rat people or other people based on like anthropomorphic animals. So Zidane is immediately interested, kind of similarly to the way Vivi was immediately interested in the talking black mages all the way back on disc 2.
This is my favorite song in the game.
Oh, this
It's
song is
so
so
good.
good.
It's-
So not getting encounters is so nice, not just for the time, but for my own immersion.
It is an absolutely gorgeous piece of music.
Every piece of music from Terra on is just hit after hit after hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a part of the game that I think is a lot like Nier.
Yeah.
Because same concept. Spoilers, sorry. Basically, Garland has created these vessels for their bodies to be replaced with the original like people that lived on Terra. And
Guys,
they're
I was trying to bring it back.
And they're gonna Garland's basically trying to assimilate Gaia and Terra so the Terrans can return to their previous ways and
I thought about it. You can kill the Hectides by casting life on them with Echo here, but
Can I sneak in a quick few more donations?
Sure.
Please.
Okay, we have $2 from Anonymous Dad. More thoughts. If people don't like your favorite character, I'm a rant about it all day. I'm not sure where a co from here. I'm afraid I can't think of any more to go with this dono. We have $5 from DH Stom. 3 words, Arkansas possum pie.
Ooh, possum pie.
Huh?
That sounds intriguing.
We have $25 from Sumdiener. I said I'd love each and every one of you if we got to 40,000. I love each and every one of you. RPG Limit Break is the best. We have $50 from Takaze that just says, hi.
hi
Hello.
Takaze.
Hi.
Hi.
We have $5 from Purple Mage Claire. Greetings from Iowa. We do have an all tuna, but it doesn't seem to have any particular style of pizza.
It's true. I
Consider
know
yourself
that
lucky.
It's time to change that.
We do have a state fair with lots of fried food on a stick, including butter, Oreos, Snickers, and the always popular corn dogs.
Here's a new idea. Fried Altoona pizza.
Why do you hate good things?
I'm just an agent of chaos.
Dude, he's wearing the Batman shirt. He's living up to its name.
Also, I'd like to update you on that Invisible Enemy Super Jump Challenge. We are currently at $565
go.
out of a needed 1,000, so we are over halfway there. So we can, we can definitely make it.
Sorry.
Thank you for
No, that
making
was
the
perfect.
same joke I made.
Yeah, I just like, I have no impulse control
No,
anymore.
I appreciate that.
I mean, mood.
I mean, we all basically got 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Or none, some of us.
I tried, all right? When you got the Paldea evolved on the mind, there's no sleep to be had.
No sleep till Paldea.
I was just thinking about that, our Puzzle Fighter tournament.
I haven't
Yeah,
stopped thinking about our puzzle fight.
The grand finals losses just kept me up.
I actually started routing Pong Quest.
What if I want them to make? I'm gonna make a ROM hack of Donkey Kong 2. It's gonna be called Diddy's Pong Quest.
And it'll be featured here in next year's RPG Limit Break.
Great. It's gonna be a game you role play as Diddy Kong, but he takes all the coins that you get and he tries to buy Pong the next level at a used game store.
And then do you have to run Pong the next level within the game?
You betcha. I'm gonna spread the mini games out though, which means there's gonna be a bunch of animal buddies. If you like Pong and a bunch of animals, like Pong the next level is actually a good game. If you don't like one of or both of those things, maybe it's not your thing.
I would say it's still a good game.
Like 1 minute, you're saving fish out of a crocodile-infested lake. The next minute, you're sweeping penguins off the ice like the Washington Capitals.
Oof.
You can always count on Mutt for a hockey joke.
I really like one of the ATEs in this part because Quina licks that like
Yeah,
monolith.
And just goes salty. Like I said, Quinn is a mood.
The ATEs in this game are so good.
Yeah, there's like a lot of like the more silly humor and like funny character moments are hidden away in the ATEs, and like it's really rewarding to try to see all.
There's
of them.
one where Cinna's just at the train platform still eating bunny cake.
And Bacchus shows up and just punches him
Yeah, beats him up.
because he missed his tram.
You're missing the best one, which is in the elevator later. If you screw up getting on the elevator right enough times, they give you an ATE that lets you see how to do it.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, they're like-
That one is like, I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones that counts towards the Steam achievement.
it does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, there's like 60, 50 something ATEs in the game, and they're all wonderful. It's a really good addition to the series.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the charm and the writing comes through,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. It's also it also provides like some nice breather from the more dramatic action of the,
Oh,
the main
definitely.
plot, for sure.
Oops, that one. Where they at? There they be.
Gonna pop in here real quick.
Yep.
We've got $10 from Moonblaze Wolf. Had to throw in another food shout out to St. Louis, Missouri, where I went to college and the birthplace of toasted ravioli. It's good, but hot take, provolone pizza is not. You're so close to perfecto on the food front, St. Louis.
I hear St. Louis also has some really good barbecue.
Oh yeah, Kansas City in general has
Kansas
some really
City,
great.
You know who has good
Or
toasted
Kansas,
raviolis is Wawa. I know I've been advocating for Sheets all day, but the Wawa toasted raviolis are bomb.
That sounds so good right now.
So does any food right now.
We have $25 from Jibbin. I went digging for some traditional foods all up north from western Finland. And apparently one such food is a soup of soured milk and chunks of meat topped off with bread cheese.
What is wrong with you people?
Jimin was also telling us about these actual poisonous mushrooms that his people eat. So.
I need to know what's wrong with me that everything Jibbin has brought or talked about, I've been like, yeah, I'd try that.
Are you part Finnish?
No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm just a freak. You ever think about that? All right, so this is the beginning of like probably like the most emotionally cathartic section of the game, where through a series of villainous monologues, Garland kind of divulges the truth of Zidane's origins, which is that he was kind of the prototype of the creature that Garland created to go onto Gaia and sow destruction so that Garland could then steal Gaia's life force to rehabilitate the dying planet of Terra. And Zidane, being a good-natured and caring and kind person, begins to have a bit of an existential crisis about it, because he has made so many friends on Gaia. He's found so much purpose in his life in helping people and being kind and good to people. And now, knowing that his intended origin was quite the opposite, and knowing that Kuja is the version of the experiment that is succeeding in sowing that destruction, and that Zidane very well could have been that agent of destruction, really does a number on our boy's mental health here. So he has a little bit of a crisis, and well, to quote Ayymart earlier when talking about the calculator, Zidane's gonna learn in a few minutes that his friends are his power. Through a series of kind of challenging little mini boss fights.
I also like when Vivi shows up, because like earlier when Vivi realizes that he was created with the same purpose, Zidane's kind of the one that consoles him emotionally, and now here's Zidane struggling with it, and Vivi is being the good boy he is, doing it fair.
It's very much every act of kindness Zidane has showed to each individual party member, they now return in kind. And it's pretty beautiful. It's also got one of the best and most popular songs in the game to accompany the sequence. So if you have any sort of a jam emote in the chat, I need you to just spam an unconscionable number of them in the next few minutes.
And speaking of that absolute jam, before it cuts in, little blurb here from Nami. The last few years have been a stressful time in the world and have understandably had a strain on many people's mental health. In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That's 52.9 million people. Please remember to reach out for help when you need it. You are not alone.
Thank you. That's really nice.
All right, we're gonna play a real quick mini game.
Is this a shark? Does it look like a shark? If your answer is yes, you're wrong.
No, you're incorrect.
It's a shark.
It's not a shark.
It is a shark.
What is it if it's not a shark?
A barracuda.
When is a shark not a shark? When it's a jar.
What?
I'm also lost.
Well, nice marathon, everyone. See you later.
Pack it up, everybody. We're out.
You call that friendship?
I don't know. Who
I'm
I
so
am.
tired. I feel that.
Wide vibe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Vivi here saying, Kev, no, don't talk about jars. Come back.
I said Jaws.
Oh, I thought you said a jar.
Yeah, no, I did, but
Are you gaslighting me?
I might be. Go play Jaws Unleashed immediately. I can't believe you fell for the oldest trick in the book.
While we're here grooving to You Are Not Alone, we have $10 from Xcodes. You haven't lived until you've eaten some Kahlua pig.
Ooh, that sounds good.
We have $10 from Wonderland's Andy. This run has been amazing. Very glad I chose it as a self-care day. We don't have any cursed foods where I'm from, but now I want a good Coney dog. Thank you guys for the great run.
Thank you.
We have $2 from Anonymous Dad. One final dono to ask this question about Altoona pizza. Why on earth would anybody want to eat a pizza with all tuna on it?
Oh my gosh.
We have $15 from Cheese. Who wants a bowl of pho? I do. It's a bowl of noodle soup if you don't know. It's amazing, and I would recommend it. Can confirm, fuzz delicious.
That worked out perfect.
So yeah, here on this fight, we don't want Zidane to survive, so we can funnel all of the XP onto Freya and Ayymart, and Amdusius took care of that for us. That was very,
It's
very,
a really good fight.
Thank
very
you, Horsey.
polite. Thanks, Murder Horse. So that's fight number 1 of 3 of the Gauntlet down. Here comes number 2 against Abaddon, the big old bug.
Or as I used to call him, Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Shout out to
Responsible for the hit song "Gimme, Gimme, Gimme."
His little claws are kind of cute the way they move.
Quina getting taken out here is nice because, again, we're kind of, at this point in the run, we're just trying to get experience and AP onto Zidane, Freya, Steiner, and Ayymart. They will be our party for the remainder of the run.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Oh,
So
I was just going to say, changing rows with Steiner here actually saves a little time because there's less dialogue.
yeah, it skips an entire dialogue box when Zidane enters the fight for whatever reason. Usually, if Steiner's in the front row, he'll say, "You're late, Zidane," which is pretty. Yeah. This fight could be a little scary because High Wind is a pretty powerful AoE attack. We'll see what kind of damage this does to Steiner. Okay, because he's in the back row, he's able to tank it. And
He doesn't have Act Plus.
Okay.
who needs Act Plus? Am I right?
I have died there before because of that.
Yeah.
So Muttski just attacked Steiner with himself because it heals because the Coral Sword and the Coral Ring, which Steiner is currently wearing, have type affinity and just absorb each other. The Coral Ring absorbs the attacks from the Coral
I
Sword.
love how much equipment synergizes together.
Me
in
too,
this
it's
game.
so
like,
cool.
Yeah. Like you can definitely tell a lot of thought was put into the equipment.
Yeah.
Not only that, most people don't know that the equipment you're wearing affects your stat growth, which is why
Yeah.
we wait to level up until towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
Because the higher level equipment gives you more,
Yeah.
the stat increases.
It's
on
kind of
level up.
taken a page out of the book of like the Excalibur 2 perfect game method of kind of
Yeah.
delaying all of your
Yeah.
stat growth until the end of the game. All right, now this is the scariest of the 3 fights. We're gonna need to manipulate, basically kind of anticipate where Zidane's HP is going to lie. We need to get him into crit HP without dying in order to trigger Garnet showing up.
Friendly hit one time.
So close.
Just the defense should do it.
Yeah, so basically a combination of defending, fleeing, and throwing light healing items will kind of guarantee we get into the range we need.
Nice job.
There we go,
Good.
second turn.
Take that.
I remember when Petro and I came up with that strat, people were very skeptical.
I mean, on paper, it sounds like why would you do that? But it makes perfect sense in practice.
It's really cool.
Ooh,
Ooh,
baby.
nice
Let's
crit.
go.
Let's go.
Smash us all you want. Doesn't matter.
I'd have been so mad if I got another one.
I know.
I saw you.
There's that moment where you're like, what are the odds I'm gonna get another one? We want Dagger dead by the end of this fight so she doesn't take up any of the experience. Shell Dragon was very kind to take care of her for us, and we can clean up the fight with 1 more hit. Usually that fight takes 4 hits, but because of the crit, we were able to save it.
That was
there,
actually a
which is
really good
nice.
segment.
That was an incredible
Yeah.
Anna.
Great job.
So hey, quick question for everyone here. Y'all like big menus? Do y'all like big menus? Because let's hear some noise for some big menus. All right.
I'm actually not used to big menus because in Altoona we just ordered this trash pizza. It's the only thing on the menu.
So this is the most complicated menu of the run coming up. So we're gonna ask for let's keep it quiet so Muttski can focus in and enjoy.
I'm just gonna save before just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good call.
Always a good idea to save here, just in case you sell something you don't want to.
Yeah.
In a marathon, anyway.
We're good. One time? Thank you. There we go.
Very nice.
Nice.
I taught him everything he knows.
We're a little monk on Phoenix Downs, but it should be plenty.
Yeah, no, it should be good.
Yeah, 30's alright. We could always sell an ether or something.
I thought we had more money than we did, just because we were loaded for the whole run.
We have like 14 ethers.
To be fair, you did max out on high pots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really wanted those 99 high potions.
It's a status thing.
All right, so basically what happened in that menu, we got rid of all of the equipment we no longer need, maxed out our high potions, stocked up on Phoenix Downs, and got every piece of end game equipment we're going to need. We will not be buying or selling anything else for the rest of the run. And basically, we're just trying to soup up our 4 party members to deal as much damage per turn as possible with a combination of different strength boosting items, different killer abilities, MP attack, and not their ultimate weapons, but basically one step down from their ultimate weapons, or a few steps down in Steiner's case. And just getting ready to charge and smash our way to the end. We are definitely firmly in end game territory now.
This is my favorite part of the run. You just get done doing a giant menu. You got this awesome music going.
Yep.
And it keeps with you into the next fight. It's so good.
I love the giant lips, the interior decorators. Mwah.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they definitely do.
So to close out Disc 3, we're going to have one more gauntlet of 3 boss fights. The first of which is going to be Silver Dragon, the beautiful dragon that Cooge has been riding around.
It was only a 1 encounter Terra.
Yeah. That was a very good Terra.
The really nice thing about this route is this fight is considerably safer than it used to be.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
This fight is so dangerous
it's
on a lot of other routes.
It's almost impossible to wipe here because of how strong we are with this equipment.
Want to see?
Is that a chest?
You call that an attack?
Get them twirling.
Twirling
Yeah,
with the
twirling.
preamp. Let's go, Curtis.
Ooh.
We got to counter. This is the
Yep.
yep.
Nice,
go.
nice.
Segmented.
This is gonna
Segmented.
So good here.
be- yeah, this will be GG on Freya's hit.
Excellent. Let's go.
Heck yeah.
Something we haven't really talked about is that this game really pushed the PS1 hardware to its absolute limits. So you may notice throughout the run that during certain animations or particle effects, the game lags out a lot, and that's us playing on a 90K PS2.
You don't even
so
know
like,
the half of it.
like if you think that's
Yeah,
bad, let's watch it on a PS1 or an X
Which
station.
is what we practiced on.
Yeah,
But
it was pretty funny. All right, next up is Garland. Garland's pretty safe. It's important to count damage here because if he's really low and you can sneak a charge in to end the fight a turn early if you have characters in crit HP. But pretty safe because he doesn't have any AoE spells. You just have to keep on top of reviving people when they go down or when necessary.
Wow, dude.
Freya's got auto life here, so she'll be okay.
What's your problem with me, Garland?
Oh, sorry, Melle has auto life.
Sorry, I used all my tents. You could have used one on this guy.
Best case scenario there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
This will be good.
This
Yeah.
definitely be good.
You can Luna on this fight. It's really not worth it though because it saves like an attack.
Nice fight. Wow. Ugh. Let's go. Ugh. Arg. Grr. Now with Garland dispatched, we've got but one nemesis left between us and the end of Disc 3. And
With the not shark.
And it is... I will take no side in this debate. It is Kuja.
I was going to say, we have $5 from RoboWitch, which says it's a shark.
It sure is.
Kuja's shark.
Anyone want to talk about what Luna is?
It's a spell that only Freya gets that puts your entire party into berserk status. It, for a long time was considered useless. I believe it was Neo Slash who discovered it was incredibly useful. Another French runner, I think.
Yeah, I love Neo.
The French runners are built different, man.
Yeah. But it can create an incredibly quick Nova Dragon fight. You can also use it on this fight. It does save a turn if it's optimal. But if you get like preemptive attacks here, it's not worth it.
We used to use it on Melty Gemini, but we haven't in a long time.
Yeah, right here, it's fine.
Let's go, Luna!
Do you still want me to count damage? That
I
was-
mean, at this point, if we die,
that
if he
was-
dies, he dies.
Luckily, Kuja has
Yeah.
Kuja has no AoE attack.
Pot
so-
of greed, baby. So I notice our characters are hitting for like 8K now, which is sweet.
Which is, Everyone's just so mad.
But yeah, Kuja has no AoE attacks at this point, so it's free. Can he use Flare Star in this fight?
No.
No.
I thought he had an AoE though that he uses eventually.
I don't think so.
Here we go.
Nice.
2 rounds,
Nice.
baby.
That was a really,
Great end of
really
Disc
good
3.
end
Yeah.
of Disc 3.
Oh, that whole thing was great.
Everything from basically when Kev took over, it became magic. He's got the stuff.
It's Sakura-chan, all right?
I think this Muttski guy might have potential.
I learned everything I knew from the Celtic Guardian.
Celtic Daddy.
All right, so this is a pretty big moment as far as Kuja goes. I talked a lot earlier about like characters kind of coming to terms with their mortality, and the whole time that Kuja's been doing everything he's been doing, he's been under the impression that he was created in the same vein as Zidane and that he would not have like an end of his life. And here he's told by Garland that that's not actually the case and that his life is also going to end sooner than he thinks. So Kuja is going to lash out, struggling to come to and wrestle with that reality. And it's a pretty cool little plot twist in the story that I like a lot.
Yeah. And he trances. He has the surge.
Because it's like the first time that really gives Kuja like a flaw, like a physical flaw.
Yeah.
And like a weakness, I suppose.
Yeah.
After he punts Garland off the edge, Garland's like, "Oh yeah, by the way."
I do want to note that this is, like, I forget exactly the specifics of it, but Kuja's trance is different from like a normal trance, and that's why he's able to maintain it through the rest of the game.
Yeah. Something to do with like the way he's like accumulated power or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't remember the full
Well, I
details.
mean, he only took 1 turn when he was trans, so he's got to have
That's
some
true. He's
left.
got at least 2 or 3 turns left in him. And you know, a typical Trance Kuja fight actually lasts about that long. So like,
Maybe Flare Star's his trance ability. You know, that's his dying.
No, I know he has an AOE attack if it
Yeah.
goes on too long.
interesting. I don't remember that. It's been a long
It
time.
might be a
since-
magic counter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've played that fight any other way besides just bam bam hit him.
All right, so we're
Man,
gonna
man,
wrap
thank
up
you,
disc
man.
3 here. Then
Yeah,
we've got
Jibbin.
one more fight at the
Like 5
beginning of
minutes,
disc
okay.
4, and then we're gonna start Memoria. When we get to Memoria, we're gonna do our 2-player co-op
Oh yeah.
rotations, where we're gonna essentially set it up so that each person will be controlling 2 characters in each fight, and we're gonna swap through each segment for the rest of the run after we get to Memoria doing that.
Yeah. If you have any announcements or donations you want to get in here, now'd be a good time. We just got some cutscenes and such wrapping up end of disc 3.
Amazing. We have $5 from Kagar. I fear you haven't heard of black pudding. It's a UK sausage made predominantly of blood, giving it its color. It's good in an English breakfast. Also, yay! Good luck, runners.
Thank you, Kagar.
We have $5 from Moo. In Canada, we have the best food in the world, Timbits.
Yes.
They're even good when they're rock hard. Good luck on the final stretch. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Moo. I love you, baby.
We have $15 from Starcrawl. Hey guys, XFF9 runner here.
Hey, Starcrawl.
Lovely to see you wonderful folks showcasing FF9 at RPG Limit Break. As someone who has recently discovered they may have ADHD, I believe charities like NAMI are so vital to raising awareness of mental illness and helping to make people's lives better. Remember everyone, you are not alone. I wish you all good luck on the rest of the run and hope to speak to you all soon.
Thank you,
Thank
Starcrawl.
you.
We have $10 from Leggy Starscream. This donation is a shout out to my wonderful girlfriend Demarine. She doesn't like FF9, but she does like cursed food. And I just want to shout her out so I can mention her favorite source of food crimes, the YouTube channel Scrumdiddlyumptious, which sure makes choices in what is considered to be food. Love you, dear. We have $20 from Jack DeHarts. Love me some FF9, never miss a marathon run. This has been a great RPGLB so far. One day I hope to be able to be there in person and show off some cool obscure RPGs of my own. Until then, keep being awesome. Also, what's your guys' opinion on FF9 being a direct sequel to FF1?
Ooh.
I've actually thought of that before. I mean, the only thing that I could think of is that like Terra is the original planet from FF1.
Yeah. And Garland is
Yeah.
I my instinct is to say it's less a direct sequel and more a spiritual sequel, because it carries on a lot of the themes and ideas and reuses some of the characters, but isn't necessarily like a continuation of FF1's story in the same way.
I have
But
thought about that before.
I do love the link. I mean, it's thematically appropriate that it is linked in that way because, you know, this was for a lot of the original team. This was considered like almost like the finale of the original era of Final Fantasy. You know, FF10 was already in development when this game was released and all that. But so obviously, like the franchise wasn't like thought to be over or anything, but they knew FF10 was taking a very deliberately different direction from what had come before it. So, yeah. I do like that, though. I've never thought about it that way, but
yeah,
it's pretty cool.
All right, Jibbin.
Jibbin, it's almost time, buddy. We got a little bit of text, but you're on standby. We got one more disc swap from our boy Jibbin coming in.
Consider this your personal conquest.
Also, to update our Invisible Enemy Super Jump Challenge, we are now at $640 out of a needed $1,000. So we are just over $300 away.
Very nice. How deep into the SMRPG run do you have to fulfill that incentive?
Thankfully, that will be done at the end of the run. So we
Excellent.
do have the entirety of that run. However, definitely be
Come here,
cool to
Jips.
have it mapped beforehand.
Very nice. Let's hope that incentive gets met.
Give Jibbin a hand for changing our fitness run.
Let's go! Left butt, left butt.
No. There you go.
Left butt, left butt.
Beautiful.
Let's go! Thank you, Jibbin.
Thank you so much, Shippin.
I got you.
I'm gonna let you eat so many hot dogs later.
We're going to start calling you Zell.
Are you also going to dip them in milk, though?
It depends on how wild we're trying to get.
No comment.
I was gonna say, I know a guy who might.
I always say I'm fueled by milk and spite.
Bobby Corwin.
Hey, Bobby.
Look at Bobby. What a cute little bird.
All right, Kev, show them how the Altunians do it.
We're called Altoids? Come on. We invented breath mints. Shoutouts to Altoid sours that I don't think exist anymore.
Oh, I loved those
Oh,
things.
man.
They were so good. Oof. Home stretch, y'all. We're almost there.
Yeah.
Let's go.
My ears.
I know.
It does mean you only have a little bit of time left to get in your food donations or to maybe tip the scale from blue to gray for the last little bit of the run. Currently, blue stands at $596.77, and gray is at $470. So it is a little bit behind, but you know.
Let's do it just so it bugs Muttski that he'll have a save file that is gray at the end.
You heard the boss.
Imagine making me delete a save file.
Well, you already saved over the one that was named after me, so.
That's true. I was trying to pick a save file that I didn't need anymore, and I found the one that was named after Bomb, and it was like, that's the one. If it was like Curtis, I would have preserved that for life.
All right. This is the best FMV in the game, in my opinion.
This one rules.
It's pretty good. So basically, we're heading into the final showdown with Kuja.
The final showdown
Oh,
with
yeah.
Shan.
And there's this big floating ball of death over the Aoife tree that we're gonna fly our airship into.
Like Happy Festival of Fireworks, yeah?
Look at all these silver dragons about to meet an untimely end. They're coming.
Yeah, remember when we had to do 20k damage to one of them?
Yeah, we should have just crashed an airship into it.
Pokemon 2000 told me there was only one Lugia, but that is not true. Oh yeah, the mist is back, by the way.
Yeah.
So now we have a bunch of ships again.
Yeah, so the we've got Regent Sid from Lindblum and Tantalus for some reason coming to help take care of the Horde, as well as Beatrix and the Alexandrian military. So we got all the beloved supporting players coming in to clear a path towards the final dungeon here for us.
Quite honestly, I'm surprised there's even any airships left.
I know. Well, surely there must have been some that were on the ground when all the mist went away.
I like to imagine all the ones that crashed are just reanimated with the mist.
So here's Beatrix on the Red Rose. Steiner's all hot and bothered now.
And now coming up is perhaps one of the most challenging, in my opinion, the most challenging fight in the entire run.
This is probably my most practiced fight.
It's either really easy or it's really hard.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
Yeah. So
All
let's
of my
see how it
practice
goes.
ones have been absolutely awful, so.
Let's go. Let's see if we can get Luna.
Or the legendary one turn off of Shockwave.
Can we just, we just get
with the counters, yeah.
We can just get an aerial slash here. Maybe a tidal wave.
What an absolute beast.
I know. What an enemy.
All right.
All right, there we go. So we're going to throw a Wing Edge with Ayymart to get about 6k damage in, and then we are going to cast Luna. It's important when casting Luna to hold ATB so that Nova Dragon's ATB stays still. Oh, actually about 7k. Nova Dragon's ATB does not progress, so that once the Berserk status takes hold, Steiner and Zidane will automatically be queued to attack without Nova getting another turn.
Yeah. The reason we throw that Wing Edge is because, I don't know if you explained it, so sorry if you did, but it's just so we don't get an extra counter.
Yeah. That's right. Then the Wing Edge cannot be countered because Nova does not only counters physical attacks.
Okay. Perfect.
All right,
we
all
should
right.
be good. We
fine.
should be good.
Yeah.
Nice. That was lovely.
Good
we just
stuff.
needed if we got 2 counters, we just needed a miss on one of them, especially with that second turn. Okay, no counter there. Oh baby.
Sorry.
This is getting a little saucy. The natural evade from Steiner. Nice.
This is gonna look sketch, but it's okay.
It should be fine. Let's
Clean it
go.
up, twirling. Let's
Come on,
go.
twirling. Come on,
Mel coming in hot for the
Mel
finish.
twirling.
Twirling
Oh,
Melle.
no.
Don't you dare.
You,
Don't you
Oh,
dare.
no.
you jerk.
No!
Ah.
Feels bad.
That's a
man.
shame.
Well,
That's all right. Good thing we saved. That is why we saved you, save.
that's super unlucky.
That was
Yeah.
incredibly unlucky.
Even with
Yeah.
the shockwave.
But that's all right. It gives us another chance. Luna? What's better than Luna? Tuna. Altoona.
Tunu.
Oh no.
So we're going to have about a minute or so of repeating this FMV if you want to get in any donations or announcements.
I was just about to ask. We got a $10 donation from Mira Versus. Thanks for all the hard work you have all put into the run over the years and for all the good vibes.
Thank you.
We also got an anonymous $359.46 donation. And while there's no comment for that, I can confirm that did go to the Invisible Enemy Super Jump Challenge.
Awesome.
So we are exactly 1 cent away from that being
my
met.
goodness. Who's going to be the one?
So literally any donation could do that.
So you should all do it at the same time.
Yes, even better.
You want to be the one who does it. So I think everyone in chat just needs to drop $1 into the dono box right now. Just to be safe.
I think there's no other option.
We got to cover our bases. I mean, wow. Thank you all so much for that extreme generosity.
And actually, with that extreme generosity, we are just over $400 away from 41K.
Yeah, let's go.
Think we can push that a little bit?
All right. Hopefully we get a little bit better luck this time. That was like super unfortunate.
Yeah.
With back-to-back aerial slash and tidal wave in either order, losing the fight is really uncommon.
Yeah. Tidal Wave is slightly more dangerous, but even so, the counters were really.
Yeah, the counter that landed on Z
My
and
looking.
Steiner were so rough.
Because it's a base 50% dodge chance with distract.
Can you count again?
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna need to. You're just gonna Luna.
I still count damage even when I cast Luna, just
probably
in case.
I just like to know if I'm gonna die or not.
Yeah, pretty much. I like to resign myself to fate when necessary. All right, round 2 with Nova. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds nice. Make it twice.
Second verse, same as the first.
When Muttski donated earlier, I'll tell you, she didn't raise no quitter.
I didn't get to finish explaining this. The reason we don't like queue up anything with Zidane and Steiner when Luna's cast is if you have a command queued when you get berserked, your ATB gets reset. Whereas if your ATB is ready, you just automatically queue up. So this ensures we get at least 2 attacks in
Can you miss now? Okay.
All right,
okay.
thank you.
Fine.
Another natural evade. How beautiful. Anytime a character does like a little swag like animation, like, oh, you can't hit me, that's a natural evasion, not
Okay,
aided by...
we
Yeah.
should really win this one.
This-
A loss here would be a massive
No,
upset. This would be like UMBC over UVA. Come on.
This is free.
I don't know, we said that last time.
No, this is free.
No, this is good.
Bye, Mel.
See ya.
Have a nice
Hi,
nap.
Mel.
Oh, I'm
hey,
back.
Mel, you're back.
Speaking of good news, though, we got $10 from Raskolnik,
Nice.
Nope,
which
done.
just says RMRPG or Super Mario RPG.
Great job.
Let's go.
Mel, can you trans like soon?
Yeah, I really don't want to have to deal with that on Necron. Kev, can you hand me my tablet?
Sure can.
So, good news. Not only did we beat this boss, but we have now officially met the Invisible Enemy Super Jump Challenge.
Let's go, friends.
But definitely keep an eye out on
on,
that,
careful.
on those incentives, because we have another one
Can you
coming.
actually stand up real
Yep.
quick? All right, there you go.
There you go, then you can scoosh. All right, so we got a little bit of an equipment menu here, and then we'll set up the config, and we'll show you guys the two-player co-op setup, and then we're just going to kind of rotate through the segments and fights.
So, quick update on that Super Mario RPG incentive. We have opened a brand new incentive. It is $1,000 to have the audience try to distract the runner during the super jumps. And the runner will additionally donate if he messes up. So, this is going to be fun for the whole family, but only if we get that $1,000.
Make it happen. All right, so we only got a handful of big menus left. This first one, we're gonna kind of recover from the
Pretty
previous
much
fight.
good, huh?
Yeah.
There we go.
I do that all the time.
Nice.
Very nice.
Oh, we got to do the
Yeah.
config then. It's
Battle-
Battle control.
No, no.
Battle control. There you go.
Okay, okay, and then we're doing.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, she. Okay,
Uh,
so he's two,
Yeah.
and
Amadeus.
okay.
Yeah, there we go. We did this last night with regular party names, and now it's like,
Can you-
who
can
is
you save?
everyone?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
do it here. Oh, it's up here. Right?
Mm-hmm. I'm twirling an Amadeus.
So, Disc 4 is kind of the culmination of all of the things that we've seen throughout the past 8.5 hours. It's the highest level of execution necessary, the toughest boss fights with the tightest margins of error. Even the random encounters in Memoria can kind of be a little troublesome if we don't get to flee from them quickly. There's one random
Just want to do
encounter.
normal attacks, or do you want to knock them out?
I can knock him out depending. Just run. You can just do normal attacks.
Ooh, preemptive flee, very nice. Don't see that a lot in Memoria because of how fast all the enemies are.
Just attack with Zidane last if we're doing normal
Yeah.
attacks.
You can do Ayymart also.
Okay.
They're both fast enough.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first of the 4 elemental guardians that we're going to be fighting here in Disc 4 is Melle, who is basically the advanced form of the Fire Guardian that Ayymart and Freya took out in late Disc 3. This is the first time we'll actually be fighting her. And this guy right here, Mr. Cleave, is well known for his
It's good.
his devastating AoE strike. But thankfully, he's just going to cast Might, and we're going to get a flee in. Not have to deal with him just yet.
So on co-op, it's interesting. When we're trying to flee, you can only flee if it's highlighted on your character.
Right,
so,
Oh, we were like both holding
Yeah.
on.
Baton pass is the phrase Muttski used last night.
You
I
like
think
that?
it's very appropriate. We get in the tower.
Whoop up.
Oh,
I wish you would have gotten punished so hard there.
that would have been fun, admittedly.
Oh man, I just broke so many hearts.
But you made mine grow
including
3 times
mine.
in size.
Are you the Grinch?
Yeah. I'm the Grinch
Someone
about
do
the
math.
tower.
for
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We meet again.
Do you just want me to utter the number at the end of the turn orders?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So this fight is pretty straightforward in that you can just send everyone in for attacks. But the one thing to keep an eye on is Zidane's going to have the ability Protect Girls equipped here to cover Freya if she gets targeted. Because Freya has auto life, and it's important that we preserve the proc of auto life for the end of the fight, because Malyrus has a devastating final AoE spell that it always casts
36702.
called Raining Swords, which deals a lot of damage to every party member, usually killing everybody. Sometimes Zidane hangs on like a bro. But if you have Freya's auto life preserved by the end of the fight, she will revive before Malyrus dies, and we will be safe to continue.
23.5. Okay.
Mustard Bomb is useless because everyone has
Do a
body
charge.
count.
We should kill. This should. If it's
it
not
will.
enough, it's gonna be
It will.
painfully
Yeah.
close.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Yes, got it. Like, yeah.
1,000.
Excellent.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
So I'll set that down. Here, I'm gonna go.
Is it easier to just pass the controllers?
I'm gonna go under. Yeah, but I'm leaving.
Oh, okay, bye.
Bye.
Sorry.
Let me take that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're player 1 now, girl. Oh. The headset cable is gonna get messy if I move around too much. Yeah, I'm fine.
Go ahead. Oh.
So the way the co-op mode works is that player 1 is the one who's controlling on the field and doing all the menus, and player 2 just gets to sit here and look pretty for most of the split.
Hey, Muttski's back in action. How long were you holding your fist there?
Not that long.
I have a GIF on my computer. Emma and I were doing a Link to the Past One Mind, and I went to high five her, and she just looked away, and I just go.
We have a little bit of time in between boss if there's anything that needs to be read.
Fabulous. We have a $200 donation.
Let's go.
Ooh, nice.
And that's coming to us from Hotaru Hino, saying, I wanted to visit this year, but life got in the way and I wasn't sure if I could. But now that life is sorted out, I figured I could send what my travel budget was to a great cause instead. Money's going towards making RPG more interesting for the runner, winky face. So with that, we now only need $800 in order to get some good old wholesome audience participation.
Should I ether Ayymart? Is that worth it?
I would
we have-
either-
I wouldn't. I would throw on his first turn,
Well,
and then you.
we have so many of them.
Yeah, that's true. We
Yeah,
do have
I
a
may
lot.
as well.
He should be good, but I would ether Steiner.
Steiner? Okay.
I would also heal Steiner since it's a marathon.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
For sure. I always do. I don't think it's
Yeah.
really worth it.
I prefer to have the whole party in yellow. I like to have Freya start the fight with her using her auto life.
That just sends chills down my spine. I got the willies from that thought.
No snorts today.
No snort.
Don't worry about it.
The only snorts are coming from C.
Yeah, I got the snort quota covered today.
I think in the notes, I wrote something. There's like a picture of it explaining not to do it, and it has like quotes, and it just says, "Achoo."
Bless you, Tiamat.
Tiamat sneezes all over your party.
Why can't we get this in a
Yeah, I
regular run?
know.
So do y'all remember the Barbet that we bought like a million hours ago? We're finally gonna put it on Freya and equip the Dragon Killer.
At like 6 in the morning.
Yeah, it seems like a lifetime ago at this point.
We've had 4 encounters since Earth Guardian.
I really needed you to not highlight that because I'm really
No, I'm just
mad.
saying, like, I wish that I could
No.
have segments like this ever.
That's
and
what
it
I'm
matters
saying.
to me.
I'm really mad about it. I would kill for a late game this good.
Oh my god, all those ethers.
We have
have
so
so
many.
many.
We have so many.
All right, let's do it, Mel.
Let's go, girl.
Girl power.
Let's go.
Shania Twain's kicking down the door.
Wait, did you?
What?
Did you optimize Ayymart?
Yeah.
Yeah, the menu was fine.
I don't know. What were you thinking?
That was what I was
Okay,
thinking.
okay.
I just didn't see it.
I saw the whole Freya menu. That's why I was like, is that what you thought?
Wait, was that absorption?
Oh, was it?
No, it's magic.
Oh, it was Aurora Magic. Okay, that's what I thought.
So Tiamat, like we mentioned earlier, is one of the only boss in this whole disc that is not hit by or affected by Bird Killer or Devil Killer. And so Freya has the Barbet that we saved from disc 2 just for Dragon Killer here, and you can see that
35-8.
everybody's hitting kind of low
Don't
with
do
the
it.
exception of Freya.
Yeah, that's fine. Should I attack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you-
Yeah, you're good. This fight should be free now.
So this disc Distract really comes into play pretty heavily, so we can use the charge ability with Steiner and allow ourselves to keep people in critical HP and use their turns with Steiner's charge. Without Distract, charge would be so unusable.
13.
Ooh, the twist.
Yeah, yeah.
If only Snyder survives.
How much is?
13.
Yeah.
As long as it's not Jetfire.
Yeah.
Gucci.
Okay.
Perfect.
Free. Yeah, so you can just attack Steiner.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Good
Nice.
fight.
Nice fight.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I just.
Honestly,
Yeah.
you could probably just stay there.
Yeah.
After we moved once, I was like, yes.
Like, this is gonna be crazy,
Yeah,
yeah.
let's just stay.
Can everyone see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to pop back in here again. We have $10 from Theseus.
Save
Where is the save point?
It's like hidden
down
behind that
here.
door.
Yeah, I'll show you where.
There's another one before Kraken.
Oh yeah, yeah. on
the waterfall.
I'll save on that.
Okay.
One. I'll save on that one.
Mel knows all the secrets.
I didn't know about this save until yesterday.
I didn't even know.
I knew about it from watching Rev, but
That's what you were saying whenever we.
Speaking of Rev, it annoys him when I queue up commands after I do flee. So there you go, Rev. We did
All right.
something nice for you with the
I'm
naming
gonna throw
light
the
card.
Avenger at Iron Man.
And do a charge as well. Oh, damn.
Because Iron Man is an Avenger.
We like to be nice to Rev, but not too nice.
I don't know, Rev. Only.
Only
good-
Gunther.
No,
Gunter
just-
Von
Gunter von
Reverb, yeah.
Reverb.
Ooh, I got the elbow encounter. Muttski called this screen the elbow once, and it's stuck with me ever since.
It seems like an apt name. You know where it comes from? It comes from Lockout in Halo 2.
Reflect go.
Shoutouts to Halo 2.
The help.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about?
Oh, I am not happy about Freya's transpar.
Is the elbow lockout?
Yeah.
They're good.
Is someone able to get the trans spreadsheet up?
do
Do you have it still? The trans spreadsheet?
I can get it. I can get it
You're a
out.
hero.
I know.
They say a hero can save us.
You know, I should
Oh
have
my God, where am I
just
going?
saved the image. It's one of those things. Every time that it's gonna happen, I actually don't have the image saved. I just go scroll through all my messages to find my message with Grim Salad. I open it in Discord like an idiot.
Can I pop in with another couple donations?
Absolutely.
Perfect. We have $10 from Theseus. Proud to donate for such an important cause. Great FF9 run. And we have $5 from Chumog.
Uh-oh.
That seems
Uh-oh.
bad.
Oh,
Sorry to interrupt, but
Oh
uh-oh.
no.
Take
We
it slow. Let's see what the damage is.
Yeah, let's see what...
It should be fine.
I think we're okay. Yeah, we're good. I think we're all good.
I was gonna double
I think we're
check just to make sure.
33-29.
If anything, Freya's 25.
Okay, we're fine.
Steiner's or
Amaranth.
Amaranth.
Amaranth's 25.
That's-
isn't it?
I've never
That's
seen
fine.
yeah,
what
that's weird.
the? What is going on?
Sorry.
Sorry,
you
if
can
you
go ahead with
wanna-
the donation.
Oh,
we
no.
just had a weird thing
No,
happen.
that's important. So we have $5
What's
from
right?
Chumog saying, I predict this run will end with Protectron.
Chew?
Thanks, Chu.
Don't make me come over there, Chew.
Finishes with, you can do it.
Thank you, Chu.
Hey,
Shout outs to Trans.
Hey, Kev, remember when you said we had 4 encounters since Earth Guardian? Well, we've had 4 encounters the last 3 streams.
Y'all, I think I've lost my magic touch. I think I spent up all my luck. We did get it quickly off the
go.
trance, though.
That's the one good thing about trans.
Long animation.
What are you talking about? The one good thing about Trance is that it allows Quina to eat
Oh, you
enemies
should
with
high potion
50% of
today.
their...
Thank you, thank you.
No problem.
Kook is the best Trance ability.
Imagine cooking a skeleton.
The only thing I can imagine cooking anymore is a cake with Parappa the Rappa.
Is Steiner in crit HP?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, he's died like 4 times already.
Okay.
And then after they died, they got hit with another snowstorm anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Double snowstorm.
I just black out during these encounters on the page.
This is my least favorite split in the entire run, so it stands to
Yeah.
reason that I'm the one doing player 1 for it.
It's rough movement screens and the fight sucks.
Yeah.
Does somebody want to talk about Kraken real quick? Because
Yeah.
we're going to probably need it to be a little
Yeah,
bit around
for
the-
sure.
that's
Yeah.
So Kraken, I kind of mentioned earlier with enemies that have things that occur to them that will reset their ATBs for different reasons. The Kraken, before you can damage the Kraken who has 55,535 HP, has 2 tentacles that have 10k each. So because we can only hit for a max of 9999 even in the best of scenarios, it takes 2 hits on each
No, you're good.
tentacle.
My ATV wasn't full yet.
Interestingly, we discovered a couple of years ago that when one of the tentacles is KO'd, it reduces the Kraken's ATB by what, half?
I think it just resets
Just
it.
resets
But
it?
it also lowers its speed.
It lowers, yeah, it makes him slower.
I'm glad you maxed out the high potions, Kev.
You're welcome. And so if we do the fight in a way that we kind of like consider the order of turns that we'll do, we can use this to our advantage and
point.
basically Q tax before the second tentacle.
No,
is
you're good,
killed.
you're good.
That will take precedence and actually get to go when the Kraken's turn would have been going. He can counter a lot with Water Go, which is an AoE water spell.
I'm going to split the screen because I took extra steps.
Okay.
And he has a physical attack called Leg, which hits one party member.
So to summarize that all up for you guys,
I get the encounter anyway.
Kraken just sucks.
Yeah. If it sounds like a mouthful, it's because this fight's actually the worst.
Yeah, it's kind of the worst fight in the entire speedrun, and I hate it and never want to do it ever again after this run.
It's really difficult to die. It's not a particularly fatal fight. It's just
It's
so
Agonizingly
long and
slow.
slow.
so slow. And if you make one tiny mistake,
Yeah,
it's like, oh my gosh, it's costing you so much time.
Yeah, so we'll take it nice and slow,
I'm
probably.
going to throw the cat's claws because Behemoth is a cat.
Very nice, thank you. I appreciate this ingenuity, Ayymart.
Another awesome scene with Quina.
Just eternal mood. My icon. There's a reason why for the first like 2 years I ran this game, Quina was my splits background.
In my head canon, because they're not actually underwater, Quina can just like freely swim through the air.
Let's not take any preempts, okay?
Yeah.
Let's just wait for Kraken to take its first move.
Yeah. That sounds good.
Oh.
Wow, a screen with no encounters? Wow, cool.
Slow down, guys.
Miracle.
Imagine a Kraken screen with no encounters on it.
Did you say miracle?
Yes.
Like magnets?
Y'all.
Shout out to the ICP on that screen. The Kraken was definitely a juggalo in another life.
Pumice piece.
I'm at the
we got
point. I'm at the point where I'm so tired of just saying things.
Your eyes are so red.
I'm sure.
Auto life.
I'll get it. I'll
Yeah,
get it.
you
Thank
get it on the way
you.
back.
Devil. Thank you. Yep. Devil. Antibody. Distract. Remove ability up. Get antibody. I already
There
got
you go.
distract. Beautiful. I'm so smart. I'm so good at menus.
Yep, that's good.
You got it. You did great.
We all agreed that was the most annoying menu in this.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually wait to put auto life on to do the wraparound thing.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just nice.
Wrap around.
If I could get
wrap
quiet,
around.
please.
Yeah.
Thank you. If I could get quiet, please. This is a fight I really have to focus on. Thank you. No, sorry.
Which one did you do?
Do left.
Do left.
Okay.
Pass it to Ayymart to do right.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's all right.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
very fast.
If I revive him, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. And send Steiner. Well, not now.
Yeah, it's too
Yeah,
late.
don't do
No,
it.
no, no, no.
It's too late. Yeah, it's okay.
I figure I just send it over.
I'm gonna send.
Okay,
I'm gonna send
nice.
Freya, and then we'll charge.
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, do you want to attack with Zidane first and then charge?
Sure. Send it to me. Send it to
Yep.
me.
Or-
6283.
Yep.
Cool. About the charge.
You want me to do this?
I got it.
Oh, thanks, Mel.
No, thank you. And then Phoenix down. on
Yeah.
base.
Zidane's gonna. Oh, Zidane is on the life still. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Perfecto.
Perfect. I forgot
I
about
don't-
auto life.
I don't think this is gonna kill, but
No, probably not. Unless we. Even if we did get a crit, I don't think it kills.
Yeah, you'll need another one, but even if he water goes again, you'll be good.
Yeah, just make sure you get Zidane back up for HP
For
20.
HP 20.
yeah.
Can we get a leg?
Give me some leg, Kraken.
Can I get a leg?
Oh,
course
okay. Send it back to Freya, please. Thank you. And then I'll revive Zidane, and you can charge.
Perfect.
And that should.
That should do it.
Yep, that should do it. Cool.
Nice.
Ugh.
Get out of here, Kraken.
Worst fight in the entire speed run. If there was a skip, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Who am I passing this one off?
You're taking this one and passing the player 2 to Bombom.
Blake.
You good?
Get wrecked, Kraken.
Oh, I'm good. I might need to get this over you, though.
It's fine.
You can scooch up too if you need to. Hey there, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
I don't have to do any more menus. Thank God.
Do you want to heal somebody just in case? Do you want to heal Z?
I'll just do this.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
We have so many. Dude, we have so many.
We have so many ethers.
It's the save. Do you know where it is? Back here. Isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I almost screwed that up.
Let's get some dark matter cards now.
Can I just pop in there with a...
Sure.
Excellent. We are here supporting NAMI, and the NAMI Helpline Online Knowledge Center was visited more than 236,000 times in 2022. And coming up next year, NAMI hopes to expand the helpline to 7 days a week, and we are happy to help them in that endeavor. And your donations will go a long way to help them realize this goal. A donation of $30 allows NAMI to provide direct support to 2 help seekers in need.
Yeah, it's super important. Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Alright, so coming up next is the boss Lich. This is kind of going to be like the souped up version of the Earth Guardian battle that we already did earlier. Obviously, no, we have twice as many. I got it. Yeah, thank you. We have twice as many party members to work with, and they all deal damage. So really, we have quadruple the number of party members to work with, and a lot of equipment that negates most of Lich's attacks.
Shout out
so.
to Grim Salad. for
Grim
the
Salad,
messages.
Face of Zeus.
We also have Freya beefed up with like all this holy elemental
Yeah.
gear, so she hits Lich so hard.
Like a truck.
So basically, we try to prioritize getting Freya's turns and making sure Freya's alive, and charging with Steiner is predominantly just to give Freya another turn.
I'm the best.
I'm the best.
No one else can do it.
And look at that. Freya preempt, how nice. Oh,
That's fine.
I'm not scared.
Mel looks death in the face and says, I ain't scared of you. Bot 9 is nice. We got 7,400 left.
So I'm holding ATB
Yeah.
here because it stops the Doom countdown.
Yeah, good call. Oh, still got
Oh. Feels bad.
it. It was a valiant effort. This should kill, though. Oh, yeah, there we go. GG.
Nice.
Sorry, Mel. Didn't want to hit you there.
That's cool.
All right, this time I'm gonna go down first to avoid.
Good call. Yeah, so there's the Excalibur 2. That is the weapon that you can get in this game if you make it to this point in 12 hours or less. And it's kind of the last thing before the final boss gauntlet. So we got a couple more screens to navigate through with encounters. So we might get stuck in a few. So if you want to get in any last donations or announcements, now's a great time, because once we get to the last boss gauntlet, it's pretty much non-stop.
We got it, Keepa. Don't worry about it.
We got the sword, Keeper.
Yes, absolutely. Starting off, we have $25 from Keishura. I need the Super Mario RPG file name to be named Pain Man for everyone's favorite speed hero, Pidge. And Paige is actually going to be on the couch for that run, and it is coming up next.
Nice.
Being run by Millennium. And we still have a donation we are working on for that run. On top of the file name options, we're working on the more difficult super jump challenge. We currently have 200 out of a needed 1,000, and if we achieve that, not only we've already accomplished the fact that Millennium is going to be super jumping on an invisible enemy after the run. So we're trying to make it even more difficult for him by having the couch and audience do their best to distract him during the challenge. And I have faith in our crew to be absolutely distracting, but we need $800 more to be able to get there. So I have faith we can bring that in. Now, we do have until the end of the Super Mario RPG run in order to meet that incentive, but the earlier we can meet it, the earlier we can work on other things. And with us being less than $200 away from 41K, let's maybe combine them a little?
I am so scared of that transbar.
We got a nice gap. We can take one.
We get yeah. As long as she trances after the initial jump, we're fine. But
Maybe she'll trance on Death Guys.
maybe. I mean, that can happen for sure. All right, this is the last screen of the run with any encounters on it. Let's see if we get one. And we don't.
Hey,
No more
no
encounters. And now we are heading into, after some menuing, we are heading into perhaps the most infamous boss fight.
Is that it?
Yeah, you're good. Counter.
Counter. Yeah. There you go.
So coming up is Death Guys, which is a boss fight that can just ruin your day without you really having any say in it, because it always begins the fight with an attack called Meteor, which can deal in increments of 50 any damage between, I believe it's 50 and 4550, right?
49.
4950, yeah. So it's pretty devastating. Obviously, we do not have any character who could tank those max rolls, so you can just get wiped without any say in it, and it stinks. But hopefully that's not going to happen today.
In our run yesterday, we threw like 7 different items.
Yeah, you threw like...
Let's see if we can increase that.
Yeah.
So good luck, friends. This is a very intense fight, but very fun to watch. So enjoy it.
This is my favorite screen in the game too.
Yeah, you can
very
get a
iconic.
crystal Death Guys on this screen.
You have to have bad movement though.
And it's only after you beat Death Guys.
Yeah.
Of course.
Look at that cutie.
No preemptive Mace of Zeus.
All right, coming your way. Okay.
All right. We can throw an elixir with on Zidane here.
Yeah, it's basically free at this point.
I don't know if free is the word I'd use, but... Nice dodge. And we spin, of course.
It's fine.
That's fine. Okay, nice close. So once Death Guys closes, it becomes significantly less dangerous. It can still do some AoE spells like Twister. It can still do level 5 death, but thankfully we have taken countermeasures against those abilities to absorb the wind damage from Twister, to keep everyone off of, to keep everyone off of level 5, except Tamarant, but that's okay. Death is kind of the only really annoying one, but it has a chance of missing.
We have auto life.
And we have
Do
auto
you
life.
want me to pop one?
No, it should be fine.
Ayymart going to dive with
Yeah,
fire.
Steiner should still go first.
Yep.
Yeah, Ayymart doesn't usually die to that, but because we got that extra encounter that
the vet.
KO'd itself,
Classic veteran.
he leveled up to level 25, unfortunately. But not a huge deal. We could just pick him back up and continue to use Steiner to deal the main majority of the damage.
You want me to pop one now?
No, it should be good.
Okay.
Pizza Zeus.
Let's go.
You got 5.7 left. One more. Steiner.
Oh, we twirling.
Nice fight.
Nice.
There we go.
First try death guys. Always nice. Always love to see a first try death guys in a marathon. All right, so we're gonna come up now on the last two bosses of the run, Transkuja and Necron. They are both considerably less dangerous than Death Guys, but still have their things to look out for. Transkuja, for example, will counter with an AoE ability called Flare Star if we send physical attacks on him after a certain threshold. So we're gonna get to do one round of attacks with. We're gonna do one round of attacks with everyone except Steiner, and then we will be relying only on charge.
Does he need anything else? No, he's good.
Nah, he's good.
She needs that, though.
Yes.
Yep. Front row.
Front row Zidane
Yeah,
as well.
okay. I'll do it after this.
Okay.
Right here.
So yeah, as long as we are careful with Transkuja and only use charge after that first round of attacks, it should be a pretty okay fight. Obviously, we can get unlucky, and Transkuja can cast Flare Star as a natural ability and not a counter.
It happened yesterday.
It did happen yesterday. It was very unfortunate, but that's okay. But if all goes well, we've got probably about 10 minutes left of the run, and it's gonna be exciting.
Can we just fit in a quick donation there?
Yep.
Okay.
Guys.
Before this banger.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big banger.
We've got $25 from
sorry.
Margaret Ann saying, loving the marathon so far, and I'm so excited to see what happens next. I agree with Kay. Name the file Pain Man in honor of Pidge.
Okay, so attack here, I guess.
Yeah, tackle.
I would attack the Steiner here and just use the Phoenix Down with Freya.
Yep. Good stuff. Me and Mel got this one on lockdown now. Had something of a disaster yesterday.
Yeah, we rocked it on Tiamat too. So
Cool.
Sick. Yeah, this is good. You can do one more attack.
I already did it.
switch to
No.
What?
Charge.
charge.
You said attack, and it confused me.
No,
It's
you're
okay.
Oh well, doesn't matter.
He could survive.
You could even put him in crit.
Crit one time.
Come on, you jerk. All right, so we'll just wait. We'll just wait
I would
out.
just elixir him.
Yeah, we'll wait out TK's next turn and heal Steiner up maybe. No. The upside to that is that we have a 3-person charge, so we will be doing. Oh wait, sorry, we threw an elixir. My bad. My bad. Starting to feel like I've been sitting here for 9.5 hours.
Yeah, right. I feel that.
What is he at?
21-7.
Okay. We should be able to kill with just the Steiner attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steiner will fill.
Nice job.
Easy.
Player 2.
If Freya trances, do you got me?
I have the chart.
Thank you.
I did
I can listen.
make the chart.
If that happens, I can listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, just pause it.
Just we can pause it and talk it through. So here we come up on the final boss. We have eagle eyes on Freya's trance bar on this one, because if she trances early in this fight, it can lead to some complications, but we thankfully have backups that we're able to circumnavigate that. And basically Necron, to put it as succinctly as possible, Necron is going to be, we're going to start off by KOing everyone in our party except Freya, and waiting for Necron to cast Blue Shockwave so that we can jump with Freya. That will confuse the AI into getting stuck in a cycle of just using Blue Shockwave, which reduces the target's HP to 1, so we will always survive, and that will go on for 3 turns, and that is all we will need to do all the damage we need to take the big blue guy down. So, preemptively, I just want to say that time is coming up. And enjoy the final boss and the final boss music. It's a banger.
Yeah, time will be when the battle UI disappears after the fight.
Yeah.
Some good sound effects.
Yeah. The sound design in this game is amazing.
I love this song so much.
And the music is obviously so good too.
I just love that they pair the characters together for this part so well.
Yeah, the besties.
Yeah.
Vivi going to Steiner is really sweet.
Same thing with Dagger and Zidane.
Yeah. Oh, of course. All right, no menu here. We just go right into the fight.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Spam every emote you got.
Yeah, all of them. I won't throw a Phoenix down at Necron today.
Yeah. Good call.
Okay, can you hit anybody but Freya? Oh, beautiful. Come on, okay, let's just get some KOs.
Textbook.
They go. Keep going. Keep
All right,
going.
all
One
right,
more.
All right.
All right, let's go be in there.
Let's go.
All right, that's like the dream start,
Yeah.
actually. All right. Dream start. Don't need the chart.
So now all we need to do is revive Steiner and Zidane and start charging.
Trance, baby.
And if you transfer, that's good. It brings us a little bit of extra damage.
Wow. Okay.
The one time we want it, right?
That's right. I would not want to finish this without twirling on Necron. That's so funny. I actually
Yes, I
can't
know.
believe
Yes,
that.
Trance in a nutshell.
Time's probably going to be at about 45 seconds to a minute, maybe less.
Yeah, just make sure you hold.
That'd be on 45.
Okay, so we're going to do one last ATB wait here just to make sure that Z gets to attack again before Necron's next turn.
Weirdly enough, Necron is incredibly slow.
Yeah, for how fast every other boss is in this disc.
No, we're good.
Yeah, it should still be fine.
Necron's
And
okay.
well,
Really holding
attack, I
back, but
guess,
it's
and
alright.
let's pray.
Yeah.
Here, cue,
Cool. Attack with the.
yeah, cue the attack.
I'm gonna thunder
Attack.
slash.
Attack.
It'll be fine even if we don't kill, because as long as Mel dies.
Oh well, that's disappointing.
I'll sacrifice myself.
It's cool. Thank you. That's a little disappointing that we didn't get the ATB weight in. I was just a little too slow on the input, but it's okay. It happens.
It's fine. Look, Freya's totally fine.
We've got at least one of them up and
Two
ready
of them are
to.
completely
GG, time. Never scared. Oh my goodness.
Good job, guys.
GG's.
Dribble around.
Thank you very much for having us. I know we're overestimate, but just real quick, shout out to every single FF9 runner, past, present, and future. You are what has made this game what it is.
Yep.
And it's a great thing. So thank you very much. And thank you, RPG Limit Break, for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Speedrun.com/FF9.
Thank you,
Speedrun
everybody,
this
for
game with
watching.
us.
Thanks for all the donations.
Thanks,
Yep,
to all the,
thanks, everybody.
Thanks to all the volunteers.
Take care.
and-
Have fun
yeah.
with the rest of the marathon, everyone.
Well, thank you so much to FF9 runners, to Ceaselessly, Ayymart, Muttski, bombom, Melle, the whole crew. That was an absolutely amazing run. Just going to read a quick donation here while we're doing our transition. We have $5 from Anonymous. Hey now, you're a flare star, get your trance on, go play. Hey now, you've been flare starred, get countered, get named. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Thank you so much for that. We have $10 from Nox saying the daily. Well, that's the end of my shift here at RPG Limit Break. My name has been Natara. We're now going to an ad, and once we return, we are going to have the ever wonderful Cece Cole coming to take you through Super Mario RPG.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2023. My name is CC. Big shout out to Natara. Thank you so much for your wonderful work. We have a stacked interview for you with Vani, Ghoul, and Bob the Ninja Goldfish. Take it away.
All righty. Thank you, Cece. Hello, everyone. I am Vani, and I've got two very special guests with me here. I've got Ghoul02, and we've got Bob the Ninja Goldfish.
Hello there.
Over here. I'm interviewing these folks because they are staff members for RPG Limit Break. And Bob, I'm going to go ahead and start with you. But before we get into the whole staff thing, we need to harken back to something that we talked about in the pre-show.
Okay.
Because chat was absolutely feeling your pants.
Yeah.
That was they loved it. So what have you brought for us today?
Well, for today's collection, I have brought in a Grumpy the Dwarf, because I am a dwarf.
I was going to say, are you sending a particular message with your pants?
My wife does say I've been a curmudgeonly old man since I was 7 years old.
Okay.
So,
so that probably has something to do with it. So,
yeah.
Now, for those of you watching at home and maybe haven't been here to Limit Break or to any speedrunning event, really, volunteers are the absolute lifeblood of the event. We literally cannot do this without them. And Bob, your role is the volunteer coordinator.
Yeah.
So what I'd like you to do is tell us a little bit about what it is that you do and maybe briefly describe kind of your journey to get to that position.
So long story short, I was promoted to volunteer director this year, and my job is to oversee all of the volunteers. We have some 90-something volunteers this year.
Wow.
At the end of the day, making sure they're okay is my job. I help. I have several role coordinators below me. Every department has its own role coordinator, and between myself and them, we go through and we build the volunteer schedule, which we collect information from our volunteer application form. As for how I got here, it all starts in 2016, which was the first. Well, it starts much earlier than that at other places, but whatever. In 2016 was the first Limit Break that was open to the public, because the first one had been held at one of the staff members' houses.
Right.
And I was like, oh, I want to go, because a bunch of people I'd known from elsewhere were running it.
Yep.
And I have this kind of weird philosophy, because I'm not a speedrunner and I'm not a commentator, but I like to keep super busy when I'm at events. Helping them run is how I contribute and how I like to help raise money for the charities.
Yep.
And I've just been doing that ever since, and just like working my way up, and people have been relying on me more and more. And then last year I was made coordinator of the hosts and donation coordination, and then basically ended up just doing the volunteer director position anyway.
In an unofficial capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this year they kind of made it official, really. So
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, anybody who has come to these events knows who you are. You are woven into the very fabric of these RPG Limit Break events. You are the man, the myth, the legend, and you are. But something that you touched on in what you just said. You don't do any speed running yourself. In fact, you are very vocal about your disdain for randomizers as well.
Yes, anyone who plays rando is trash.
Wow, shots fired. His
and
words,
should
not mine.
feel bad about it.
So I want you to tell me then, how is it that despite the fact that you were not someone who does these things, which is what RPG speedrunning is, what is central to this event, how it is that you became so involved with this community?
It all started with my entrance into speedrunning, which was through StarCraft 2.
Oh, okay.
We had our runner of Chrono Cross, who was here, is Ray. Used to be heavily involved in esports, so I started watching Ray's channel. Ray started practicing the speedrun that they ended up doing at AGDQ. I changed into AGDQ. I went there, and I started volunteering for AGDQ. Got to know a bunch of people. Those people then went on to found Limit Break. I was like, I like RPGs. I like speedrunning. What?
I will fight you.
I left one to come do this.
I will still fight you in the parking lot. You first. There's a
A
anyway.
little too much wrestling lately, Bob.
And then a bunch of my friends set this up, and I like speedrunning. I liked watching speedrunning. I liked RPGs. So, and then the rest is history, really.
Okay. Excellent. Now, something that is kind of adjacent to RPGs, and some would consider it itself, and one thing that you are an avid fan of, is something that you're very involved with, is Dungeons and Dragons,
Yes.
as well as being a dungeon master yourself. And one thing that's very cool, speaking of being integral and being so much a part of this event, especially in the community aspect of it, is that every year you run a D&D campaign here in the puzzle room or the games room. I want you to tell the folks, maybe the ones that have never been here before and haven't experienced themselves, what it is that you do and what exactly is
it
involved
started in 2019, and I just decided, I threw out an idea that does anyone want to play some D&D, and we had a huge group get together and play. And that was the foundation of what's going on to become the RPG D&D campaign, which has now gone on for 3 different limit breaks.
Okay.
It goes through 3 different parts of a single world.
Mm-hmm.
All of which are affecting the other in some way, shape, or form. And last year I gave away a 6-hour session DM'd by me as a prize.
Yeah.
And that is set in that world as well.
Right.
And stuff happened in that game.
Yeah.
That will affect the game I'm going to start running later tonight here in person.
That's cool. That is very cool. Yeah, so like I said, it's something that is very much a part of what happens here behind the scenes in the community at Limit Break. So for those of you watching at home that can't be here, that want to be involved with what Bob does, like he said, that is one of the prizes that we do give away here along with the other things. And speaking of prizes, what a perfect transition that I very carefully rehearsed into talking to you, Ghoul.
Almost like it was planned.
Almost like I planned it very meticulously, yes. So Ghoul is our prize coordinator here, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a second, but I want to kind of just talk about you and your involvement in the community in the first place before we do that. So tell us a little bit about how you got into speedrunning and then got into the RPG speedrunning community itself.
So I got into speedrunning way back. We're talking 2012. Jeez Louise.
Wow.
And I knew SDA even way before that, but 2012 was when it really started taking off, and it was actually Sonic that got me into it. Was learning how to. I used to play Shadow Garden and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle a lot as a kid, and there kind of just became this natural thing where you needed a lot of rings if you're playing that legit.
Yep.
And so you have to beat levels very quickly and get a lot of rings while doing so.
Oh, yeah.
So eventually I just started, I kind of looked up, well, what do other people that do this, how good can you get? It's whoa, you could do this that fast? No way. And then, fast forward, 3 years later, and Darkspine Sonic had a link on his YouTube to his Twitch. And I followed that link, and that just led down this massive rabbit hole.
That was the gateway.
And then it's I could do that. It's previously, a lot of SDA stuff was all segmented. And I'm I don't want to, reset the same thing 500 times to get, the perfect little segment. I want to do, sit down, beat a game in one segment. I love that. That's super cool. Let's do that.
Can I talk about the irony of you saying that the gateway to speedrunning was Sonic when you're wearing a Mario T-shirt and a Super Mario world?
I am themed for the next run. Thank you very much, Bob.
Very good. Now, like we mentioned before, you are our prize coordinator here. Tell the folks what exactly is involved with what you do as prize coordinator.
Yeah, so the prize coordinator, as my job is, I have to do everything from sourcing prizes, whether that's reaching out to artists that have worked with us in the past and contributed some of my favorite prizes. Things like thinking last year we had the Door to Darkness miniature sculpture,
that was so cool.
Yeah,
or this year we've got these awesome Witcher coasters that were up there.
Those are sweet.
There's a really great Dragon Ball, art piece that just is so cool. And, it's really cool to be able to reach out to that. But also I've reached out to game publishers trying to, so, hey, we've got, your games in the marathon.
Yeah.
So that's one part of my job. Another part of my job is just making sure that all the prizes that want to get to the event get to the event. You see, we've got this lovely wall of awesome stuff behind us that all is going to be given away to people that donate during the event.
Sure is.
Given based on the blocks. And then
it doesn't stop there. Once the event ends,
Yeah.
I have to go in, I have to contact winners and coordinate, okay, well, you're going to send it here. And then also we reimburse shipping. So I have to make sure that, okay, make sure that when you're shipping this stuff, you save your receipt. That way we can make sure this gets reimbursed properly. That way, you know, all you need to do when you donate the prize to us is have the prize that you're willing to donate.
Yeah, yeah. And speaking of people that want to donate, if they want to donate prizes to future events, they would want to reach out to you to do that, to coordinate how, you know, where to send it, how to contribute and whatnot, because prizes are really very important to what we do here. It does elicit some donations. And again, we're here to raise money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So if, you know, potentially winning a prize is a way that kind of motivates you to donate, then this is really important to what we do. Now, it's normally in this segment here, part of the segment, where as an interviewer, I will go ahead and talk about the prizes that we got coming up. But you're our coordinator here, so I will go ahead and defer to you and let you do it.
Well, we'll pick it up real quick. If you do it, you know, for the future events, say you do have a prize you want to donate, you should always, we usually have a Google form, but also anytime you can email prizes@rpglimitbreak.com, and that'll go straight to me. I will respond and get all that taken care of. Usually all I need is, you know, an address, what the prize is, you know, a picture if you have one, anything like that. If you want to send the email right now, go right ahead. In general, you know, a little bit closer to the events, people can see, you know, what's doing out, and then I'll do more of my outreach. But yeah, we have some awesome prizes for even this block in particular.
Don't forget the Discord as well, because that's always pretty important.
Yes. All this is also communicated through the Discord. It's communicated on our YouTube channel. It's communicated on our Twitter. I believe usually we're trying to do, you know, streams before the event. I will bring it up during those streams as well, because I always say that, like, there's, you know, you shouldn't need another reason to donate to Nanami. But it doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt at all. It certainly doesn't.
So, and some of these prizes, again, are just so incredible. So for this block, we've got a lot of prizes, of course, for the Final Fantasy IX. We've got our lovely Perlers right here. We've got our Garnet and our Zidane Perlers. We have, because we have a Pokemon run in this block, we've got one of our Pele Evolved Elite Trainer boxes. These are awesome. If you've never opened one, you've got like sleeves, you've got some packs, you've got a promo card, dice. The dice in this are super cool, by the way. It's like tricolor. It's like the fire, water, and grass dice. We have a bunch of Steam keys for a bunch of Final Fantasy games, kind of trying to match the Final Fantasy theme. We've got a really awesome sticker sheet that I believe should be on the site so you can see the actual pictures of what the stickers are.
Cool.
And lastly, of course, we got to talk about the grand prize.
We do. We sure do.
You want to win one of those Steam keys, you need something to play it on, right?
Yeah, I still haven't figured out how to bust this open. So
I've been sitting here all marathon with like a screwdriver. And it's just not working.
So, and this one works a little differently compared to all of our other prizes. So normally we have our prizes in what I like to call blocks, where if you donate during that block, you get entered for all the prizes. So if you donate, I believe it's $10 during this block, you're in for the Paldea Evolved ETB, you're in for the Perlers, you're in for the Steam keys. You get in for everything for that.
Right.
If you donate, you know, $10 here, $10 there, $10 there, and you hit that magic $100 mark before the end of the event, you got a chance to win that awesome Steam Deck.
Yeah,
And
it's cumulative donations.
Cumulative donations. I've seen so many in the practice room. They look so awesome. I wish I had one.
Yes, yes. Well, one of you at home who donates at least $100 over the course of the entire marathon is going to have to pry it out of Bob's hands, apparently, if you want to get it. So very good. Well, I tell you what, Ghoul, Bob,
Danny,
it's a pleasure to speak with you, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. But I think we're all set up for our next run. So, Cece, over to you.
Thank you so much, and what a wonderful interview that was. We've got $25 from Tony Y. I've been following the Final Fantasy IX speedrunning scene for 8 years, and it's been a joy to see the game again at RPG Limit Break. Final Fantasy IX is still my favorite Final Fantasy of all time, so shout outs to the runners for their hilarious commentary to go along with great gameplay and the bad RNG we've all come to love in this game. And thank you, RPG Limit Break, for another great event for a great cause.